Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 55, How to Break a Dark Lord. Kafstama National Park, Albania. December 2, 1992, 3:47 p.m., English time. And that would be number 4. Selena said sweetly to the snake. Now, the last 2 pieces would be the tracking artifact, and I suppose that it will be the last one to be destroyed before you, and another orb with another piece of you inside, just like the 2 that I had already destroyed. Selena said and turned to look at the unspeakables, more precisely, at Croaker. Do you want me to destroy the orb for you, Mr. Croaker? Selena asked the man. She would very much like to do it, but if he refused her, it would not be a problem either. She had felt refreshed after the second orb, any extra now would just that, an extra. If it is not a bother, Lady Ravenclaw. Croaker said while giving the tracking artifact to one of the other unspeakables. He then retrieved from a pocket in his robes his own mokeskin pouch and from inside it, took a orb of crystal glass identical to the ones that Selena had destroyed earlier. Croaker then offered the orb of crystal to Selena. Oh, it will be no problem at all, Mr. Croaker, she said to the cloakman while extending her gloved hand and grabbing the orb of crystal. Selena then turned back to the snake and smiled at it. Now watch with attention while I destroy another piece of you, Tom Riddle, Selena said to a snake that was angrily hissing at her while wildly moving in the air. She then did the same that she had done 2 other times. Selena slowly plunged her dagger in the ball of crystal. And the same happened again. The ball immediately blackened in its interior, and then, it shattered in thousands of small pieces. From it came a wail together with a small cloud of black smoke. It stood there wailing for a few seconds and then it disappeared into oblivion. The snake had been frozen in its place in the air. It was looking to the place where another piece of its soul left its final wail before disappearing forever. And that would be number 5. It heard again in the voice of the woman that it came to hate in the last 10 minutes. Selena was smiling at the snake, and let go of her dagger, which disappeared way before dropping in the ground. Leona, if you could. Selena spoke while slowly removing the glove from her hand and putting it back inside a pocket in her robes. Leona, who was still holding the spell back, let it go, aiming it at the snake. A blue bolt of light launched from the blue magic circle in front of her hand and impacted the snake. Blue light shone over its body and the ghost of chains formed in the air around the snake and started to wrap around its body. Seconds later, the ghost chains faded completely, and Selena started to talk to the snake again. What my sister wife just hit you with is a soul trap spell. It is a magecraft spell designed to shackle a possessing spirit to its current body. In your case, the snake, Selena said. The snake was not hissing anymore, and it had ceased to move too. It could be said that it had given up. The difference from this one to the one that I had hit you earlier with, is that the magecraft one is more permanent. So, the snake that you are possessing will be your last body. Selena turned to Eric again, and saw that he was holding a transparent carrier box that had very small holes on it. Eric opened the lid of the carrier box to Selena and she moved the snake inside it with a wave of her hand. As it was inside, Eric closed the lid of the carrying box and locked it in place. Thank you, darling, Selena said to Eric, giving the man a beautiful smile. Eric smiled back to Selena and then turned to Croaker. I believe that we are done here, Mr. Croaker, Eric said to the unspeakable, who was absent-minded looking at the snake inside the carrier box. The cloaked men then looked a little up to Eric's face. Yes, I believe we are, Lord Ravenclaw, Croaker said to Eric. Everyone to me. I'll transport us out of this cave, Eric said, and the group approached him as a blue magic circle appeared under them with Eric at its center. When everyone was close, he activated the transportation magic circle, making the group disappear in the middle of motes of blue light. When the group opened their eyes again, they were back to the entrance of the cave. The unspeakables looked at Eric, who just walked to where the entrance of the cave was and started to wave his free hand. I'm hiding the cave's entrance again. I don't want anyone finding it by accident, Eric said to the group while the dirt and rocks around the cave entrance were going back to how they were before. After the cave's entrance was back to normal, Eric put some snow around it again with another wave of his hand, leaving the cave's entrance as naturally hidden as possible. And done, Eric said and walked back to the group. He approached then and without saying anything more, casted and activated his blue transportation magic circle, making the group disappear again in motes of blue light. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. December 2, 1992, 4:13 p.m., Wednesday. This time, when everyone opened their eyes again, they were back in Hogwarts, inside the meeting room that they were before. As the blue motes of light faded, Eric walked to the round table where the map of Europe was and put the transparent carrier box that was holding Tom, the snake, on top of it. He turned back to the group, more specifically the Unspeakables, and talked to them. "So, Mr. Croaker, how do you want to continue from here on?" The cloaked wizard walked to the table and looked at the snake in the carrier box while thinking. "The safest method is to complete the prophecy. My colleagues in the department agree with me on that." Croaker said to Eric, turning to face him now. "I agree with you on that. The prophecy has already started, and trying to escape from it now would have some unseen consequences," Eric said. He had read some stuff about it about 600 years ago in Olympus Library. It was some records of people trying to escape or subvert prophecies. "But how do you want to do it?" Eric asks the Unspeakable again. Croaker stays quiet, thinking of how to complete this job and at the same time fulfill the prophecy. "I suggest you signing a contract with Mr. Potter. Basically have him pay the Department of Mysteries a symbolic sum to get rid of Tom definitely. It's better than having a 12-year-old kid throwing Tom, the snake, through the veil of death," Eric says to Croaker, after the men didn't answer him. "That is a good way. We will have to talk with Mr. Potter's new guardian, but I believe that he will be eager to agree to a simple contract rather than have his ward killing a Dark Lord that is, for all means, already dead," Croaker said to Eric. The Unspeakable turned to look at the boxed snake again. "You can have it," Eric said to the Unspeakable, making him look at Eric again. "The carrier box is something that I had in my storage, and I enchanted it a little while waiting for Selena to finish with Tom," Eric added to the men. Croaker looked back to the snake. "I don't think that would be a good idea, Lord Ravenclaw. We have had, in the past, members of our personnel who betrayed their vows," Croaker said and looked back to Eric. "Can I ask you to keep Tom, the snake, until we arrange the contract or something like it with the involved parts? I think it would be safe for everyone," Croaker asked Eric, who was looking at the Unspeakable. He then looked at his wives, asking them a silent question. Selena, Joan and Leona just shrugged at his silent question, making him let out a sigh. "Sigh. I don't like the idea of keeping him inside the school," Eric said while turning back to the snake. "So if I'm going to keep him until you guys arrange things, I'm not telling you where he will be for that time," Eric said to Croaker, who nodded his head in agreement. "That's okay for me," Croaker said to Eric. "That's decided then. Is there anything more that you would like to discuss, Mr. Croaker?" Eric asked. "Not at the moment, Lord Ravenclaw. If I find anything I will be sure to send you a letter," Croaker replied to Eric. He then went back to where the two other Unspeakables were waiting for him, and turned back to Eric. "We will be going now then, Lord Ravenclaw. I have some people to discuss with so we can arrange the end of the prophecy as soon as possible," Croaker said to Eric. "Have a nice day then, Mr. Croaker. And be sure to keep Director Bones on par with the happenings," Eric said to Croaker, who nodded his head at him under his hood. "She is one of the people that I have to talk with, Lord Ravenclaw," Croaker replied to Eric, and then turned to the door of the room. "Have a nice day too," Croaker said before he started walking out of the room with his colleagues following after him. Eric waited until the three Unspeakables had exited the castle, which he knew by monitoring the wards, and when they did, he turned to Tom, the snake. "So, Tom. Anything you want to say for probably the only person who can understand you in this form inside this castle?" Eric spoke to the snake, who raised its head and looked at him and hissed. Eric waited for it to finish and then talked back. "Yes, I can understand you, and no, I'm not a Parselmouth. My ability is, in my opinion, at the same time more advanced and less advanced than Parselmouth." The snake then hissed at him again, and Eric replied to it after it finished hissing. "Is more advanced in a way that I can talk to and understand any animal. Less advanced in a way that while the animals can understand me, I'm not talking their language. It is more like the meaning of my words being understood by them through my magic. So I can't use their languages to cast different magic," Eric said to the snake, who started hissing again. When it finished its hissing, Eric replied to it again. "And you really think that I would have translated all the colored language that you were hissing back at the cave to my wife? You must have really gone crazy after making all those horcruxes." Tom, the snake, started hissing again at him. When it stopped, Eric chuckled at it and replied. "How did we discover your horcruxes? Really simple. Someone thought that it was a good idea to send one of them, the Black Diary, into the school. It managed to possess a student, who then opened the secret chamber of Slytherin. It then ordered the basilisk to attack the students, in which it failed, by the way. When the first student was petrified and the headmaster was doing nothing to stop further attacks, the council that we keep inside the school summoned us back to Hogwarts. And in less than 4 hours after we arrived, we found the diary and the Unspeakables had it in their hands. After that we found the diadem inside the room of lost things, and that kicked my wife's little revenge that you saw inside the cave earlier." The snake started hissing again. Eric waited for it to finish, and then replied to it. Well, we really have not introduced ourselves to you, have we? My name is Eric Ravenclaw, and I am the Lord of Ravenclaw and Hogwarts Castle. Eric said, and then extended an arm to Selena, who walked to him and let herself be hugged by Eric, hugging him by the waist too. And this beautiful lady here is my wife, Selena Ravenclaw, Lady of Ravenclaw, Slytherin and Hogwarts Castle. So if you didn't understand yet, we are the owners of Hogwarts. After Eric finished their introductions, Tom, the snake, started hissing furiously back at him. After it stopped, Eric started to laugh at it. What did it say? Selena asked her laughing husband. After calming himself, Eric replied to her and the snake. Tom here said that he is the heir of Slytherin because he is the only living member of the Gaunt family. Care to enlighten him, Selena? Of course, Eric. Selena replied to Eric. She then looked at the snake and started to talk. Tell me, Tom, have you ever managed to claim your said heirship to Slytherin magically? She asked the snake, but didn't let it answer the question. I already know your answer, so don't waste your breath on it. Let me tell you why you couldn't do it. The answer is simple, really, because you are not the heir to Slytherin. I am Salazar's true heir, and after his death, I have become the Lady of Slytherin. She said to the snake, and, just for her answer to be more impactful, she summoned to her hand the sword of Slytherin. Selena then showed the blade to the snake, who was looking at it with its red eyes. Your claim as being Slytherin's heir because of House Gaunt is not possible because the ancestor of that house, the one who was the biological son of Salazar, got disowned by him magically for being a power-hungry bigoted bastard. That's why no Gaunt ever could magically claim to be the heir of Slytherin. When Salazar died, he named me, his goddaughter, his heir and next lady of House Slytherin. Chapter 56, The Veil of Death. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. December 2, 1992, 4:32 p.m., Wednesday. When Salazar died, he named me, his goddaughter, his heir and next lady of House Slytherin. Selena finished explaining to the snake, who started hissing again. After it stopped, Selena turned to Eric, who said to her what it hissed about. He asked how you, who are claiming to be the goddaughter of Salazar, are still alive. And it is asking if we are immortal. Selena chuckled at what the snake hissed, and started to talk to it all about their status as ageless people, and how one could not attain true immortality. Really, Tom? There are dozens of ways to attain the status of agelessness, and you, literally, choose one that would not only not give you what you wanted, but that it would guarantee that you would turn crazy. There's a reason why nobody messes with its own soul, and Herpo was known as a fool. When you damage your soul, you are doing damage to your very being. You are damaging your magical potential. You must have noticed that after your first trinket was made, your magic stopped growing naturally, right? Selena said to the snake, who started hissing back at the couple. When it stopped, Eric translated to Selena. It said that he had noticed it, but he continued to grow strong through the rituals. And at what price? You don't need to answer that. I know very well what kind of rituals can increase the potency of your magic, and I would say that you would have been punished in the afterlife for it, but you will not. By mutilating your souls, you barred your entrance in any of the afterlives that exist. Not even Hela would accept you in her realm. Selena said, and after a little pause, continued. Your only destiny now is nothingness. There, your soul will be forgotten to all. It will wither away until it completely disappears. Selena added to the snake, who was now gone quiet and lowered its head back to the plastic floor of the transparent carrier box. It had lost all its will after this last conversation. Since we seem to be done here, I will take you to your last residence. Eric said and summoned a dark black piece of cloth. He then made a long cut in the middle of it and covered the transparent carrier box with it, letting the top handle of it go through the cut. Its objective was to provide darkness to Tom, the snake, and with a wave of Eric's hand, it now provided sound isolation too. No sound could be heard inside the carrier box and no sound would be heard from inside it too. Eric then called for a house elf of Hogwarts. A house elf, please. Pop. How can Tootsie help Lord Ravenclaw? Asked the little creature after appearing by Eric's side with a soft pop sound. Hi, Tootsie. Can you, please, take this carrier box to the office inside the owner's chambers? Put it on top of the low central table that we have in there. Eric asked the house elf, who nodded its head in confirmation of the order. It then disappeared with the carrier box letting behind only the sound of a soft pop in the air. Pop. The owner's office. Really? That's your safe place to keep it? Selena said to Eric, after the house elf had departed. She was looking at Eric with one of her eyebrows held high in her forehead. Eric chuckled at her reaction. I only said that I would not tell them where the snake was being kept, not that it would not be at the castle. Eric replied to his wife. And what safer place than under our noses? Only we can enter those chambers. Safer than that, only keeping it at our home, and I really don't want that thing there. Eric added to Selena, who nodded at him, agreeing with what he had said. She really didn't want that snake inside her house. And I had set a special surprise for anyone who tries to open the carrier box without my authorization. Eric said again, letting an evil smirk appear on his face. You trapped it? Selena asked Eric. Of course you trapped it. Selena said to Eric, rolling her eyes at him. I will have no pity for anyone who tries to free it, that is for sure. Eric replied. He then looked at his wristwatch and saw that dinner would be starting soon and turned to Joan and Leona, who were listening quietly to their conversation. Girls, it's almost dinner time. Let's go eat something and then we can have a long dip in the bathtub together, what do you say? Eric asked them. The girls looked at each other and then let out a giggle. Sure, just a dip, he says. Leona says. Yeah. Like he could control himself. Joan adds. Or like we could control ourselves. Leona adds too, and she and the other two women start to giggle again. Ministry Headquarters, London, England. December 19, 1992, 3 p.m. Sunday. It was now 17 days after the capture of Tom, the snake, and a lot had happened during that interval of time. Ron Weasley had bought a new wand and it seemed to have boosted his morale. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had reported an increase in good results during their classes from the boy. The same happened with Neville Longbottom. The boy's grandmother had visited the castle to take him to buy his own wand. Neville said that she was not initially convinced that the problem was the wand, but after talking with Ollivanders, who had said to her the same thing that Eric had said to Neville, she was convinced, and Neville got a brand new wand, and most important, one that worked for him. The result was immediate. All of his professors had reported his quick advancement in classes that needed a wand, even if he had to relearn to control the output of his magic to new wand. Temporary professors Oris Moody and Tonks had conquered the students too. Their lessons were liked by all the students of all years. That they were following Eric's methodology in teaching only helped their reviews. It helped, too, that they really knew what they were talking about. Moody was mainly teaching new years, while Tonks was responsible for the lower years. The young woman's bubbly personality really got her extra points with the first and second years. Harry Potter was under the constant care of Madame Pomfrey. She had discussed with other healers from St. Mungo's Hospital his situation and they had planned the best treatment for him. One could see the effects of it already. The boy had gained almost 10 kilograms without going chubby, a reflection of his increased appetite during the meals time. He had received the visit of his godfather too. It was monitored by his head of house, of course. The two had a lot to talk about and decided to try to pass the winter's holidays together. Sirius Black was renting a temporary home for him while his contractors were cleaning some of his family's homes. He wanted to at least have one in good condition for him and possibly Harry's more permanent residence. The men had even planned a beach vacation for them both already. The girl who was a victim of the Black Diary of Tom Riddle had consulted with a healer from St. Mungo's Hospital. The healer had said that she was all right if you didn't take into account her fatigue. Being physically well, the girl, Ginevra Weasley, had been strongly recommended to consult with a mind healer too. Possession could leave mental scars that would heal better if treated soon. The school would pay the bill for any treatment necessary, of course. Unfortunately, even finding who was the person who gave the Black Diary to the girl, the slippery man could not go under trial for something based on memories. Ginevra's father, Arthur Weasley, had relented in knowing that the man, Lucius Malfoy, who was an old enemy of him, was basically a pauper now and had his good reputation ruined. Lucius Malfoy had lost a good part of his fortune paying back what he had robbed from Hogwarts, and that would slow the man's agenda in the political world, a thing that Arthur Weasley and the man's other enemies would be sure to capitalize on. Another good news was that Professor Binns could finally rest in peace. Selena and Eric had interviewed and chosen 3 new members for Hogwarts staff. The 3 new teachers were already put on par on how the school will work, and they were ready to start their new function with the beginning of the second semester. And all that were just the extras that happened. Eric was now entering the ministry accompanied by his 3 wives. His objective here was a simple one, at least for him. He was asked to transport Tom, the snake, to the Department of Mysteries, where it would be tossed through the veil, and to serve as a witness together with his wives to the death of the Dark Lord. Croker had talked to Sirius Black about the situation that they had in hand with the prophecy, and then, they both talked to Harry and explained their idea for it. The boy had not needed time to think about it at all, he was very eager to get rid of this ghost haunting him and jumped at the opportunity to get rid of it permanently. After some discussion about the fine prints and a contract that was signed by Harry Potter, Sirius Black and Croker, the sentence of the Dark Lord was passed and the Department of Mysteries was 30 sickles richer. And that's why he was carrying the dark-clothed carrier box in one of his hands as he entered the ministry through the floor. As Eric approached the security booth, which was empty because it was Sunday, a grey-cloaked individual appeared from behind it and greeted him. "Welcome, Lord Ravenclaw. I'm here to guide you and your ladies to the room where the veil is." The unspeakable spoke to Eric, who nodded at the men with his head. Thank you. And please, you can guide us. We will be right behind you. Eric said back to the unspeakable. The grey cloakman then turned and walked by the side of the security booth, bypassing it totally. The little family continued following the unspeakable and they entered inside something that strongly resembled an elevator. After everyone was inside, the unspeakable pushed the button to the 9th floor and with a short ding sound, the doors closed and the elevator started to move. After some seconds, with another ding sound, the elevator's door opened and they all exited the elevator. The unspeakable guided the group to a very inconspicuous door and opened it. As they all entered, the unspeakable turned to the group. I will strongly advise that you don't touch anything in the rooms on the way to the room of death. The unspeakable said to the group and turned back and started to walk to another door in the room. The group looked at each other and shrugged, and then started to walk behind the unspeakable. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the desired room. Eric and the girls were certain that it would be very difficult for anyone who does not work for the unspeakables to find their way in the labyrinth of doors. As the group entered the room where the Veil of Death was located by following the unspeakable, Eric and his wives took in the details of the room. Very likely the new classroom for defense against the dark arts class, the room of death was configured in a shape that imitated the design of a Greek auditorium. If Eric would have to give a name, he would say that it resembled the theaters of old. The difference was that on the top of the stage stood a stone archway that looked so ancient that anyone would ask themselves how the thing was still standing. It was unsupported by any wall and hung on it, fluttering softly to an inexistent wind, was a tattered black curtain or veil. Chapter 57, The End of a Dark Lord. Ministry Headquarters, London, England. December 19, 1992, 3:11 p.m. Sunday. Eric and his wives were looking around the room of death. After having noticed the obvious veil highlighted in the room, they noticed the people waiting by the side. They were a group of 5 unspeakables, Director Bones and 3 Aurors, and Sirius Black. The last one, possibly, here only because of Harry's part in the contract. Good afternoon, everyone. Eric greeted them with a smile on his face. He walked to the group and presented the dark-clothed carrier box. I brought the guest of honor. Eric said, smirking at the others. The people in the room didn't find it funny. Well, Sirius Black did let out a laugh that could be confounded by a bark when he heard Eric, but he didn't count. The guy spent 11 years in Azakaban, so his sense of humor is dubious at least. Eric let out a sigh. Sigh. You guys are no fun. Eric said to them. I don't think that the situation that we are in is a funny one, Eric. Director Bones replied to Eric. You, guys, are about to rid yourselves of one of the worst Dark Lords in British history for sure. If this is not a moment to be happy, I don't know which one would be. Eric said and put the carrier box on top of a small table in front of the group that already had the tracking artifact on top of it and a glass orb that appeared to have some kind of milky substance inside it. Director Bones and the others didn't answer his reply, they just stood in place looking at him. Okay. Let's start this then. Eric said to them and turned to the dark-clothed carrier box. He then put his hand on top of it, grabbed the cloth and pulled it off the carrier box. The vision of Tom, the snake, pulled out gasps from the Aurors and Sirius Black. This thing is Voldemort. Sirius Black asked while looking at the snake with red eyes. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Black. Voldemort is just a silly name that he came with by rearranging the letter of his name. He didn't want to be known by his father's name, and he couldn't use Slytherin's one because magic would not let him, so he invented himself a name. Eric explained to Sirius Black, who was looking at him with an open mouth. Sirius Black then looked at the red-eyed snake. He continued to look at it for a few seconds, and then, he started to laugh. Madly laugh. The Dark Lord who had all those dark-aligned and bigoted families kneeling to him is not even a pure blood. Sirius Black managed to say while trying to inhale some air to breathe. He then continued to laugh madly at the idea. It took more than a few seconds for him to calm down. And when he finished, he was wiping some tears from the corners of his eyes. Oh. Can't wait to say this piece to my lovely mother. She idolized the monster, saying that he was what the purebloods needed. Sirius Black said. He was now smirking evilly at the idea. And I agree with her. The purebloods really needed this kick in their arses. He finished saying while snickering. The unspeakables and Aurors present didn't have any reaction to Sirius Black's comment, while Director Bones just rolled her eyes at the childish wizard and Selena and Leona let out some giggles. Eric and Joan were looking at the men with amusement in their eyes. Let's start this then. Croaker said to all and walked to the small table. Yes, let's start this, I have my godson waiting for me at home. Sirius Black said. Yesterday, Hogwarts had entered its winter recess and the great majority of students had gone home for the holidays. This included one Harry Potter that, for the first time, was looking forward to the train travel between Hogsmeade and London. You are not the only one with a teenager alone at home, Lord Black. Director Bones said to the men. Her niece, Susan Bones, had gone home for the holidays too. While this little conversation happened, Croker had gone to the small table and took the tracking artifact in his hands. The first thing that we will be destroying is the tracking artifact, Croker said and approached Eric. Lord Ravenclaw, can you use your dagger to destroy it? Croker asked Eric. Sure I can, Eric said to the grey-cloaked wizard. He then looked at Selena. But I bet you that if I didn't pass this opportunity to my wife, Selena, I will never hear the end of it for the next decade, Eric said while chuckling. Selena raised a single eyebrow at that. Oh. You know me too well, husband, Selena said to him sweetly. She then walked to Croker while retrieving a leather glove from her pocket. She then wore the leather glove on her left hand and extended her right arm to the side and made a grabbing motion with her hand. As Selena did this, the beautifully crafted silver dagger of Lady Ravenclaw appeared on her hand. Selena extended her gloved hand to Croker, who gave her the tracking artifact. With it in hands, Selena then walked to the small table and stood in front of the carrier box that held Tom, the snake. Hello again, Tom, Selena said to the snake, who weakly turned its head to her. I want you to watch as I destroy the last thing that anchors your mangled soul to this world, Selena said to the snake, who was now looking at her intensely with its red eyes. Selena then, slowly, brought down the deadly dagger to the tracking artifact. The dagger stuck at the tracking artifact and penetrated it like it was a hot knife on butter, and as it did it, the few luster that the tracking artifact had was consumed by the corrosive action of the basilisk venom. With that, a wail was heard and a small puff of dark smoke escaped from some of the cracks that started to appear on the corroded artifact surface. The smoke continued wailing for a few seconds in the air until it disappeared into oblivion. Tom, the snake, was looking at all of this with helplessness, because there was nothing that he could have done about it. It then turned his head up a little and found the face of the woman that it hated so much. Tom, the snake, was now looking even more hatefully at Selena. Hate me all you want, Tom, but you brought this upon yourself, Selena said after having noticed the way that the snake was looking at her now. She then let go of the dagger in her hand, and it disappeared in thin air. Selena then turned and walked back to Eric's side while slowly taking out the glove of her left hand. Did I lose something? Why does Lady Ravenclaw spite the snake so much? Sirius Black asked everybody and nobody in particular. It was Director Bones who decided to answer the men. One of the items that Tom transformed into one of his trinkets was a diadem that belonged to her twin sister, Helena Ravenclaw. Lady Ravenclaw was furious when she discovered the item hidden inside Hogwarts. Director Bones explained to Sirius Black, while remembering that fearful moment where Selena Ravenclaw had let her fury mix with her magic. Sirius Black nodded his head at that. Thank you for your help, Lady Ravenclaw, Croker said to Selena, who didn't answer him and just hugged one of her husband's arms as she reached him. Croker then walked back to the small table. As he reached it, he took the carrier box that contained Tom, the snake, by its handle and lifted it from the table. Croker then walked up the platform where the veil of death was while holding the carrier box. He walked a little more and soon stopped at the center of the veil. Croker stood there for a moment before launching the carrier box through the veil in one swift movement. And just like that, with no last words or more complications, one of the worst Dark Lord in British history met its end. A few tense seconds passed after the throw, and then one of the other unspeakables that had stood by the small table spoke loudly. Death confirmed. The prophecy was fulfilled. Croker, who was still on the platform, let out a sigh that he didn't know he was holding and then started to walk back to the group. Sigh. Eric and Selena turned to look at the unspeakable who had spoken and saw that the glass orb that before had a milky white color on its inside, now had a dark gray color. They recognized the item for what it was now, an orb of prophecy, and the dark color inside it signified that it was fulfilled. Good, Sirius Black said. Yes. Just want to go home now and hug my niece, Director Bones said. She, like a lot of people in the British Isles, had lost family for the last Dark Lord. The entire group shared their feelings, everyone wanted to go back home and share the rest of the day with their loved ones. With that in mind, the group quickly wrapped everything up and parted from the room of death while being guided by the unspeakables. Now again in the ministry atrium, Eric bid his goodbyes to everyone and he, together with Selena, Joan and Leona, traveled back to Hogwarts, this time using a blue transportation magic circle and disappearing in the middle of motes of blue light. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. December 19, 1992, 3:31 p.m. Sunday. Eric and his wives opened their eyes as they appeared inside the owner's chambers in Hogwarts as blue motes of light faded around. The group went to the lounge area and three of them took a seat in one of the sofas. Eric sat in the middle of it while Leona sat at his left, and Joan, after trading her metallic armor for some comfortable clothes though a shine of white light around her body, sat on his right side. I will search for Helena and deliver to her the news. Selena said to the three of them before turning and walking out of the owner's chamber in search of Helena. Just as she exited the chambers, a house elf popped after being called by Leona. A house elf, please. Pop. How can Tisty help Lady Vinci? The house elf asked Leona. Can you bring us some tea and biscuits, please, Tisty? Leona asked the house elf and it disappeared after a soft pop. Pop. So, dear husband, what is really behind that veil? Joan asked Eric the question that was in her mind since seeing the veil. Notice that, Heim. Eric replied to Joan. Please, Eric. We had been to enough realms ruled by different gods of death to know that the thing behind that veil was not a gate to any of those realms. Joan said to Eric as a matter of fact. Eric chuckled at it. You are right, the thing behind the veil is not an entrance to any realm of death. The fun thing is that the veil of death had nothing to do with death at all. Eric replied to them. At this moment, Titsty, the house elf, came back into the chambers with a set of tea and a plate of biscuits for the group. Leona served the tea for each of them and put the plate of biscuits on Eric's lap, to make it easier for her. Eric sipped his tea calmly and continued Joan's reply. Don't get me wrong when I say that the veil has nothing to do with death, because anything that passes through it encounters certain death. After all, there were very few beings that could survive the dimensional gap with their own power. Leona and Joan did a spit take hearing that. Eric smirked at that and lazily waved his hand and cleaned the mess that both the girls made. You mean to say that the veil of death is a passage to the dimensional gap? Leona asked the question that Joan wanted to ask too. Yes. But it is an entrance-only passage. Eric replied with calm. And how do you know that? Joan asked dangerously. I researched it a long time ago. The veil of death is not the only passage into the dimensional gap in the planet. And just like this one, each of them is hidden by their own protectors. It just happens that the one in England is controlled by the magical government. Eric replied to Joan and took a sip of his tea. But then, why do they call it the veil of death and use it to execute criminals? Joan asked Eric. It's simple. They don't know that the veil is an entrance to the dimensional gap. Damn, most of them don't even believe that something like the dimensional gap could exist. They just know that everyone that passes through the veil dies, and they are content with only that knowledge. This kind behavior is one of the reasons that their community is slowly dying, and I will not correct them about it. The world is too big. Chapter 58, Repercussions, Part. Seconds after Tom, the snake, was launched through the veil of death by unspeakable Croaker, diverse reactions were happening throughout Europe. These are the recounting of some of the occurrences. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. December 19, 1992, 3:25 p.m. Sunday. Professor Severus Snape was happily brewing some potions in his laboratory in the dungeons of the castle of Hogwarts. Happy because he had no classes to teach until the start of the new semester and because he could be teaching defense against the dark arts classes in the next year. That he would not have to teach the first years was just a bonus to the men. His colleagues and students thought that he didn't like to teach because of his behavior in classes, but they were mistaken about it. At least partially mistaken. Severus Snape didn't like to teach noobs about potions. That was one of the reasons why his requisite to newt classes were so high, that being at least an O in the potions OWLs. Well, that, and the fact that he didn't like to teach potions. He couldn't think why he had this problem about teaching potions when he had no problems teaching defense. Severus Snape was cutting a new batch of ingredients needed for the potion that was simmering at the side when he felt it. His left forearm started to burn. It first started as just a small itch, but soon it escalated quickly and now he was feeling like his forearm was burning. Severus Snape quickly let go of the silver knife that he had in hands and pulled up the sleeve of his robes from his left arm. He then saw that the irritation origin was his dark mark. Severus Snape saw that the dark mark, or better, the slave mark in his forearm was fading, and while doing that, it was trying to absorb his magical energy to avoid it. The professor then closed his eyes for a moment to think what he could do about it and then he opened his eyes again with a new resolve and fire showing in them. Severus Snape concentrated on his mental training in occlumency and cleared his mind. He then started to regulate his magical energy, to trap it from his left arm, to let only the bare minimum of it flow naturally to it. Then he watched. He watched the slave mark as the burning sensation diminished until it stopped completely, and then, something that he could only call as a miracle happened. The slave mark started to fade. Its coloration, which was already light, started to fade even more. And it didn't stop. It continued fading until it disappeared completely. Severus Snape remembered the talk that he had with Eric inside Gryffindor's common room, then he got happy. Happier than he ever remembered being. The Dark Lord was finally dead, and he was a free man again. After his euphoric state subsided a little, he closed his eyes and meditated on his magic. The Darkman noticed that his reserves of magic energy were a quarter down. The slave mark had sucked this quarter of his reserves of magical energy to give it to its master to fight, but it was a futile attempt. In the end, the mark disappeared completely, meaning that the Dark Lord was truly dead. Severus Snape then fixed his sleeve and went back to his potion. But he had a good idea of what he would be doing tonight. He would get wasted partying. Malfoy Manor, somewhere in Wiltshire, England. December 19, 1992, 3:25 p.m. Sunday. Lucius Malfoy was currently in his office. He was reading through letters from his various businesses and comparing values with the ones in his books when he felt his left forearm starting to itch. Lucius Malfoy absent-mindedly scratched his forearm and continued to read the letters. He continued to scratch his forearm until the sensation changed to one of burning that he could not ignore anymore. Lucius Malfoy lifted his left sleeve to look better at his forearm and saw what was the origin of it. His dark mark. He had felt something resembling this before. It was 11 years ago, during Halloween's night, when the Dark Lord had lost. The burning sensation intensified, and he couldn't resist the pain anymore and he started to yell. He kept yelling for a good 10 seconds before the pain stopped completely. Lucius then sat right again in his chair, gasping for air. He then looked at his arm again, just to see that the dark mark was no more. Lucius Malfoy just stood there, looking at his arm absent-mindedly. And it was in this way that his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, found him. "Lucius, what happened? An elf came to me saying that you were yelling in your office," the elegant woman said to her husband. Lucius Malfoy didn't hear what his wife had said, and continued to look absent-mindedly at his arm. Narcissa Malfoy, seeing that her husband didn't hear her, called him loudly. "Lucius." That seemed to do the job, and shook him out of his state. The man looked up and saw his wife looking at him with a face full of concern. "Yes, Narcissa?" he asked his wife. "Lucius, what happened? An elf came to me saying that you were yelling in your office," Narcissa asked again, repeating her question. The man looked at her and then looked back at his arm. "My arm. It first started to itch. Then it got worse and it seemed that it was burning. When I looked for the origin of it, I saw that it was my dark mark. Then the pain got worse. And then it stopped. When I got my head back in place and looked at the mark again, it was gone. Look." He then showed his arm to his wife. Narcissa saw that there was some red skin around where the mark used to be, but taking this out, his arm was normal. No signal of ever housing the dark mark. "It's completely gone," Lucius Malfoy repeated to his wife. "I can see that, Lucius. But the real question is, what does it mean now?" Narcissa said to her husband. Lucius Malfoy then looked back to her while thinking of her question. The dark mark got lighter for the first time in color on that night of Halloween. The night that the Dark Lord died. That same night, I felt something like today, but it was much more light in comparison. Lucius Malfoy said to Narcissa Malfoy. The elegant women frowned while thinking about the possibilities of this. "I think you should talk to Severus about this. He is in a much better position to discuss this with you than I am," Narcissa Malfoy said to her husband, who nodded with his head back in agreement. "He will be coming here for Yule's dinner. We will talk about it then." Demstrang, somewhere in the far north of Europe. December 19, 1992, 3:25 p.m. Sunday. Headmaster Igor Karkaroff was alone inside his office in the Demstrang castle. He was writing down some notes about what happened during the school's first semester when he felt his arm starting to itch. He, at first, didn't give it much attention and continued to write down his notes. But the itching got worse. He rested his quill aside and lifted his left sleeve to see if there was something happening to his arm. As he lifted the sleeve, he saw his dark mark, and the itching evolved to pain. The man gritted his teeth at first, trying to resist the pain, but then, it got worse. Igor Karkaroff started to yell in his office. He kicked his chair back in the middle of the pain and tumbled to the floor. And then, the pain stopped. Igor Karkaroff stood there, on the floor, recovering his breath. He then slowly got up and back to his chair. Igor Karkaroff then looked at his dark mark, but he didn't find it. His arm was empty of it. No dark mark whatsoever. He then frowned. What does it mean though? Local unknown, a national park in East Europe. December 19, 1992, 3:20 p.m., England time. Fenrir Greyback was having some fun. He was baiting some aurors to a predetermined place where he had laid a trap with his seconds in command, a couple of werewolves that were as feral as him while in human form. The baited aurors were a squad that earlier that month had captured and killed a small squad of his pack that went hunting muggles during the full moon. When the aurors were in position, the trap was sprung. Fenrir Greyback suddenly turned back and started to attack his pursuers, at the same time that his seconds in command jumped out of their hiding place and started to attack the aurors. The trap was a success. 2 aurors that were in the back were the first ones to fall on the ground. Then, one that was in the front of the group fell for Fenrir Greyback's sudden attack. After that, the fight stabilized in a 3 versus 3 fashion. The battle continued for a couple of minutes with it not looking good for the Aurors, when Fenrir Greyback got distracted with something. The Auror that was fighting him noticed that and capitalized on it. He was gaining some advantage in the battle against the most wanted werewolf when his enemy dropped on the ground and started to howl in pain while holding his left arm. The Auror didn't want to know what caused the werewolf to start to howl in pain, but he, again, did capitalize on it and conjured a bunch of silver arrows and banished them to the downed werewolf. Most of his silver arrows hit their mark, one of them managed to hit the werewolf in the eye, killing him instantly. Fenrir Greyback, seconds in command 2, got distracted by their alpha's howls of pain, allowing the Aurors to gain terrain over them. Soon, the free Auror joined one of his companions and the situation got worse for the werewolves that were now in a 3 versus 2 battle. At a disadvantage, one of the werewolves soon fell to the wand of the Aurors, and blinded by the rage of losing its mate, the remaining werewolf redoubled his efforts, but it was in vain. He too fell for the Aurors' wands. As the Aurors recovered and confirmed the death of the 3 werewolves, they got to help their downed colleagues. Fortunately, they were not dead yet, and the trio managed to stabilize and wake them up to rush to the nearest hospital after bagging the 3 werewolves' bodies and sending them to their department's morgue. At the emergency room of the hospital, with their hurt colleagues already being treated, 2 of the Aurors turned to the one that had saved their lives by taking care of Fenrir Greyback. "Hey man, you saved our hides there." "Yeah, great job at downing Greyback," the 2 said to the one that had downed the most dangerous werewolf. "Thanks, but I don't think that I deserve all that," the man said back to his colleagues, who thought that the man was being humble. "There's no need to be humble. Yeah, you did a good job out there," the 2 replied to their colleague. "I wish I was being humble, guys. But I'm not." In the middle of the fight, Greyback suddenly started to howl in pain and fell to the ground. I just didn't let the chance pass and killed him. And I am very sure that he was howling not because of anything that had hit him, because until that time, he had managed to dodge or defend from anything that I casted at him. The Auror explained to his 2 colleagues, who were looking at the men with raised eyebrows. That's strange. For someone, even more Greyback, to start to howl in pain without any cause. Yeah, sure it is. But I'm glad that it happened. Or we would all be coming back home in black bags. Or worse, we could have been turned into werewolves. Dude, it could have been even worse. There is a rumor going that Greyback and his seconds were cannibals. We could have been turned into werewolf shit. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that we all got back home in one piece. Yeah. Let's go to the tavern and get wasted. Dude, we still have to work today. Groan. Okay, but we are getting wasted after work is done, agreed. Agreed. All 3 Aurors agreed to that, and went back to work. They had some reports to make. Chapter 59, Repercussions, Part. Seconds after Tom, the Snake, was launched through the Veil of Death by Unspeakable Croaker, diverse reactions were happening throughout Europe. These are the recounting of some of the occurrences, Part 2. McNair Manor, somewhere in England. December 19, 1992, 3:20 p.m., Sunday. Walden McNair was walking through the forest on his private property. The man had a hobby for hunting animals that reflected in his choice for career. Being an executioner of dangerous magical creatures for the ministry could not be a popular job, but he loved it. And right now, Walden McNair was enjoying his hobby. He was hunting a dangerous animal. He had, yesterday, managed to buy in the Nocturne Alley a non-magical animal, a tiger to be more specific, and he had released it in the forest for his little session today. The hunt, as he liked to call it, had started just after his lunch and until now it was all going the way he liked. The prey had already been hurt by him through the use of cutting and piercing curses. It was just the way he liked. The thrill of hunting a dangerous prey and toy with it through the use of low-level spells made his blood rush inside his veins. Walden McNair kneeled with one knee on the ground and observed it. He saw some drops of blood beside a heavy paw print by its side. He slowly touched the paw print on the forest dirt and then looked up in front to where the paw prints pointed the direction that the prey had gone. Walden McNair squinted his eyes at that. He knew the direction the prey was going and just what could be found in that direction, and it made him smirk. Walden McNair got up from his kneeling position and with wand in hand started to run after the prey by following the paw prints. It was these moments that he enjoyed the most in his hunts, the chasing. That and the killing, of course. Can't forget the killing. The hunter approached his prey, and just like he had expected, the prey had put itself in a natural dead end. The tiger was trying to climb a small cliff to escape his pursuer, and normally he would have managed to do it with no effort. But not today. The animal was struggling to do it because of various punctures and cuts on its hind legs. The animal was so desperate trying to climb that he didn't even notice the arrival of Walden McNair near it. The hunter, seeing the state of its prey, let out another smirk. No, no, no. You will not escape from me again, you dumb animal. Walden McNair said to the tiger while still smirking. It was time to end this hunt and claim his trophy, because his arm was starting to burn because of some plant that he touched while running. At least it was, he thought. The tiger, having finally noticed his pursuer, turned to him to face him and roared while assuming a position to strike. Roar. Walden McNair chuckled at the animal. He casted the first cutting curse and the tiger managed to avoid it by jumping to the side. The tiger started to run at him in a desperate attack and he casted a piercing curse at it. This time, the curse hit true and the tiger flinched at the paint of one of its front legs being punctured. The impact made it stop for a second before continuing its attack, but it was enough for Walden McNair to finish this hunt. He took aim at his prey with his wand and prepared to cast the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. In the middle of the casting process, Walden McNair was struck by an horrendous pain in his left arm. The same arm that he thought had possibly touched some poisonous plant. In the middle of his pain, his head got muddled and forgot about his predicament with the attacking tiger and had no chance to activate his emergency escape. The tiger didn't care about it, finished his run and, when it was in the right distance of its attacker, it jumped at it with its mouth wide open and its front claws exposed. Walden McNair had no chance. The first thing that the tiger did was to sink its fangs around his neck, and then, it held him down with its claws sunken in his chest. Walden McNair had no chance at all, he couldn't even scream from the pain that he was feeling from his arm or from the tiger attack. He was dead in less than 10 seconds. Today was the day of the prey. Azkaban Castle, Azkaban's Island, North Sea. December 19, 1992, 3:23 p.m. Sunday. Azkaban's Island was a cold and barren place. Located on a small island in the North Sea, the island of Azkaban was repeatedly the target of strong storms and very cold winds all year long. It didn't help the inhabitants of the island that it was home to the biggest concentration of dementors in the world. The foul soul-sucking creatures added to the cold climate of the region with their auras of despair, making it even more unstable and susceptible to storms. In the middle of this small one could find, if he was brave enough to make the journey, a tall and dark castle made entirely of black stones. The castle was a very inhospitable place to be, but even so, it housed the magical British community most secure prison. The higher the security level of the prison, the higher it was from the ground level and the higher was the Dementors' concentration on that level. The top level of the prison was the one of higher security and was home to the worst of the magical community. It was at this level that we could find people that were serving life. Monsters in human flesh like Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Robestan Lestrange, were all imprisoned here in this top level. Antonin Dolohov was in his cell, like any other day in his last 11 years of life. He was captured at the end of the Civil War and was tried and convicted for all his crimes. It didn't help the men that he confessed to all of them and was not even a little repentant of them. Augustus Rookwood was in his cell too, like any other day of his last 11 years of life. He was found and captured after the end of the Civil War and was tried and convicted as a traitor to the country. He was a spy for the Dark Lord inside the Department of Mysteries that had fed the crazy men with tons of knowledge held by the department. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Robestan Lestrange were not different from their cell's neighbors. All of them were captured after the fall of the Dark Lord together with Bartmeos Crouch Jr., for the torture and incapacitation of Lord and Lady Longbottom. They had other crimes over their heads too, but it was this last one and their blind faith in their Dark Lord that earned them the life sentence in Azkaban. The 5 of them were permanent residents of Azkaban high security level, and together with some other figures there, they were all marked Death Eaters. It all started when Augustus Rookwood felt the itching sensation in his left arm. The man, that was surprisingly lucid for a person that was submitted daily to the horrors of the Dementors, opened his eyes and looked at his left arm, more specifically, at his dark mark. Yes. Augustus Rookwood yelled inside his cell. That woke up most of the inmates near him. Shut up, Rookwood! Yelled back a masculine voice that the men recognized as being from one of the Lestrange brothers. What is it, Rookwood? Asked a feminine and sickly sweet voice that the men recognized as being from Bellatrix Lestrange. Can you feel it, Bellatrix? After 11 years, the Dark Lord's mark is showing response. Augustus Rookwood replied back to the crazy woman. Bellatrix Lestrange, that first had discarded the itching feeling on her arm as another rash obtained from her filthy dirt cell, looked at her dark mark and then closed her eyes in concentration. Seconds later, she opened them back and started to madly cackle and say in her sickly sweet voice. I knew that he was not dead. My Dark Lord is invincible. In the middle of hearing the mad cackles of the crazy woman, the other inmates that were too marked start to concentrate on their own marks and have a feel for it. After just some seconds, they too had their confirmations, the dark mark was indeed showing signs of activity again. The majority of the high security level of the prison went up in a festive mood with each inmate partying in their own ways inside their cells. They knew that it was just a matter of time now for the Dark Lord to free them. For the first time in 11 years, they had a sliver of hope for their future freedom. But what they didn't know was that sliver of hope gained the attention of the prison's guards, and a horde of Dementors encircled the level when they felt the sweet and delicious meal being created for them. The inmates' happiness was not a long one. Soon, the more weak ones started to complain about the burning sensation that was now taking place in their left arms. Antonin Dolohov, one of the stronger ones, asked that specialist inside the group. Rookwood, what is happening now? Augustus Rookwood closed his eyes in concentration and soon noticed what was happening. The Dark Lord is taking our magic through the dark mark. The men replied in a loud voice. Give it to him. The Dark Lord will use it to return to his place in power. Give it all to him. Bellatrix Lestrange spoke and yelled to everyone in her crazed voice, and started to focus her magical energy to the dark mark. The most loyal ones in that prison level started to do the same, with the not-so-loyal ones doing it in a minor quantity. And that was their doom. The magical energy that Dark Mark was taking started to feed the snake form of Tom Riddle, who in response, started to resist with more strength the corrosive actions of the dimensional gap and started to take more magic from his marked followers, prolonging what could have been 3 short seconds to a full 10 seconds of resistance. The inmates were now howling in pain while in the ground of their cells. The more weak ones had passed out because of the pain, and the most mad one, Bellatrix Lestrange, was wheezing in the ground while still madly cackling and funneling her magic into the dark mark. And then, it all stopped. Tiredly, Augustus Rookwood and Bellatrix Lestrange, each in their own cells, turned their faces to their own dark mark. Or at least where they expected it to be and where it was seconds before. Where is it? What happened to my lord's mark? Rookwood. Bellatrix Lestrange found strength and shrieked in her cell. Augustus Rookwood's mood sank with the vision of a now clean left arm. He didn't make it. The men said in a weak and low voice. The Dark Lord is dead. He didn't make it. He failed and his mark disappeared together with him. Augustus Rookwood spoke again, this time in a louder voice. No. It can't be. No, 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 and no. Bellatrix Lestrange started to yell in her cell, going into a total breakdown. What Azakaban had not managed to achieve in 11 years, Augustus Rookwood's words had. And it was at this time, of great despair just after having their hopes brought up, that the Dementors attacked. The foul soul-sucking creatures invaded the high security level of the castle like a black wave. Each inmate there had the displeasure of receiving the visit of at least 3 of the creatures at the same time. Bellatrix Lestrange was the first one to fall permanently. The 7 creatures that invaded her cell surrounded what was left of the woman and started to feed on her emotions at the same time. But it was not enough for them. The creatures were into a hunger frenzy, and they were not going to be denied their meal. Not today. It was then that one of the Dementors approached Bellatrix Lestrange's face with its own and started to suck her soul out of her body. 5 seconds. That was all that took the Dementor to suck the soul out of the body of the witch that was considered the strongest and scariest witch in the last century in all the British Isles. Her upper body that had gone up from the floor during the extraction of the soul, fell into the cell's stone floor with a muted thud sound. Thud. The woman's eyes, that before were full of life and madness, were now empty and vacantly looking to the cell's ceiling. Her silence was the most disturbing thing about it. And that seemed to start a chain reaction within the Dementors. One of the creatures in each cell started suck the soul out of its residents, leaving behind only empty husks with empty and vacant eyes that were looking to walls or ceilings. 30 seconds later, the high security level of the Azkaban prison was totally silent again. It was only during the next day's lunch hours, on Monday, that the empty husks of the prisoners of the high security level were found by the team of human wardens that were serving their meals. The Daily Prophet got wind of it and it was their front cover news for the Tuesday edition. Only a few people in the magical British community mourned the loss. Most of them found in it only another reason to celebrate their Yule/Christmas holidays. But that was the precursor of a project for a future Minister Bones to totally reform the prison system, including the permanent closure of Azkaban. A/N. I was going to write about the Carrows here, but the chapter would get too long. But you all can be sure that something did happen to them too. A/N2, Mary's Maz. Chapter 60, New Professors and Newspaper. Ravenclaw's Nest, The Nexus. December 25, 1992, 10:08 a.m., English time. Eric woke up to a beam of sunlight hitting his face. He slowly opened one eye to see where the thing that dared to wake him up was coming from, and saw that it was from his room window. He looked better at it and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. Eric then took a deep breath and tried to sit on the bed just to find that he couldn't. Around him were the naked bodies of all his wives and some lovers too. He just chuckled at it. Eric knew that there was no way that he could get out of that bed. They would not let him go scotch-free. Eric looked at the busted dark purple-haired beauty by his side and then to the busted black-haired one to his other side. Musashi and Seraphil. His 2 pregnant wives. Eric smiled at the thought and hugged them closely to him. Yeah, I could take some extra sleep. Eric thought and willed the heavy curtains to close on the offending window and beam of sunlight. Even if that meant meeting a pouting Sona later. Well, I'm sure that she will forgive me after she sees her gifts. Eric thought and then closed his eyes, quickly going back to sleep. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. January 5, 1993, 7 p.m., Tuesday. It was the day before the first day of the new semester. All students were back from home with the Hogwarts Express having arrived 2 hours before. Eric and Selena had made this feast an obligatory one because they had some new staff to present to the students. And as all students and staff were present, Eric got up from his seat at Ravenclaw's table and went up to the middle of the elevated platform. The students that saw Eric going to the elevated platform stopped talking with their neighbors. That caused a chain reaction and soon all students were in silence looking at Eric. Welcome back to Hogwarts. I hope you all had an amazing break and managed to rest well. Eric said loudly with a jovial tone to the population of the Great Hall. Before we start this feast, I have some new people to present to you all. First is the addition of 3 new professors. Please, welcome them together with me. Eric announced and 3 of the 5 new faces on the staff table got up. He started to clap for them and the students and the rest of the staff followed him. Soon the clapping diminished and ended. The 3 new professors will be teaching history of magic, a subject that Professor Binns was teaching by forcing himself to linger in the living realm, waiting for his substitute to arrive and this way not to impact too much the students' learning. Unfortunately, the past members of the now defunct Board of Governors saw that as an opportunity to rob even more money and decided not to hire a new professor. Eric said to the population of the Great Hall. That for sure would stop people from talking too bad about Professor Binns. Cuthbert had passed to the next realm this afternoon after a last talk with Eric, who had presented the ghost with the title of Professor Emeritus of Hogwarts. Now let me introduce them better. Teaching the first, second, and third year students, I present to you Professor Alina Moore. Eric said and a young woman of brown hair and brown eyes gave the students a jovial smile and waved at them. Teaching the fourth and fifth year students, I present to you Professor Robert Stern. Eric said and a young man of black hair peppered with gray and gray eyes gave the students a little bow with a small smile on his face. And teaching the 6th and 7th year students, I present to you Professor Laura Holmes. Eric said and a woman of about 30 years, red hair and blue eyes smiled to all students and gave them a little bow. These are your new teachers for history of magic. Now, you will find that, during the holidays, they took the chance and revised and renewed the history section of the library. That means new books for the library. Notice that I said history, and not only history of magic. You all will find that our 3 new professors are well versed in non-magical history too, and will be teaching the effects that important events in the magical community had in the non-magical one, and how important events in the non-magical community affected the magical one. Eric announced to the Great Hall. While we are still on the topic of education and library, I would like to announce that all professors too had asked for new books to be added to the library, and their request was attended by the school. In total, 2,324 new books were added to the library. All of them have already been added to the index, of course. Eric announced again. The news of even more books seemed to make the students of Ravenclaw happy. Continuing with the presentation of the new staff, I would like to present Healer Armando Watson. He will be dividing the infirmary hours with Healer Pomfrey. Eric said and a middle-aged blonde man with green eyes stood from his seat and gave the students a little bow. The addition of a male healer was to cater mainly to the sensitive stuff that male students would be uncomfortable to talk about with a female healer. The girls had Healer Pomfrey to cater to their more sensitive stuff, and now, the male students would have Healer Watson. The last, but not least, addition to the Hogwarts staff is Professor Arthur Horace. He, together with Professor Rolanda Hooch, will be setting up an indoor gym for everyone's use. The gym will have some special equipment to help people train their bodies. Be that for the sake of Quidditch, or just for the sake of getting fit. Professor Hooch was permanently added to the Hogwarts staff team too. She, together with Professor Horace, have some plans for the Quidditch season of next year that I was asked not to divulge anything about. Eric said addressing the Great Hall. Professor Horace, a well-built man with dark brown hair and green eyes, stood up from his seat during his presentation, and gave the students a little bow. And now, have a good meal, everyone. Eric said again before the students could start to talk, and the house elves served the feast. With the feast started, Eric returned to his seat at Ravenclaw's table, beside his beautiful wives. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. January 6, 1993, 7:45 a.m., Wednesday. Eric was sitting in his usual place at Ravenclaw's table and having his breakfast when a house elf popped the today's edition of the Daily Prophet. Eric took another sip of his coffee while the newspaper started to float and unfold itself in the air by Eric's side. As it finished, Eric read the first page news, and deciding that it was nothing important, he started to pass through the next pages, until it arrived in the one that he desired to read. Eric had bought an entire week of a full page for advertisement in the newspaper. The advertisement that he needed such exposure was, of course, the list of new positions for teaching at Hogwarts. There were more than 30 new positions, or if one would prefer, old positions being reinstated. Each position was listed with the requisited desires for it, salary that would be paid, and benefits that the possible employee would receive if hired, private chambers, meals, etc. Happy with what he had found, Eric continued to read the other news on the paper until he was done with his breakfast. As usual, he gave the newspaper to the little blonde that was sitting very near to him today. And as usual too, he received a big smile from her. But he had not yet got up from his seat. "You really like to read the newspaper, Heim, Luna?" Eric said to the little blonde that was devouring a structure that she had built of breakfast food. "Oh, yes. I love reading the news. Daddy is the owner of a small publication named The Quibbler, and I grew up around him printing his news," Luna said to Eric animatedly. "Then I think you would like to know that Hogwarts used to have its own newspaper," Eric said to her. He had found some files that dated from 150 years ago about a newspaper that was printed here on Hogwarts for the students. Of course it didn't have the format of today's newspaper. It was more like a booklet of 4 to 16 pages that was copied after written and distributed to the students free of charge. "Really?" Luna said while looking at Eric with her big eyes. Her face was full of happiness. "Really, Luna? It was more like a booklet that was written, duplicated, and given to the students free of charge every second week. It was later prohibited to circulate by the Board of Governors when they started to write stories about the strange firing of some teachers," Eric said to the little girl. Apparently, the school's newspaper was the first one to notice that something was off, and when they talked about it, they were shut down. "And can we bring it back now that the greedy guys are out?" Luna asked Eric, full of hope. "Tell you what. Get the support of another 6 students and talk to your head of house. I will look for some small-scale newspaper printers in the meantime. Let me give you a hint of a good photographer." Colin Creevy's first reaction when he saw the Slytherin's monster was to take a picture of it, Eric said to the little blonde while winking at her. Luna was almost jumping out of her bench to search for Colin Creevy and other supporters for the newspaper. "I will talk to Daddy to send you some names. He has some contacts with people who sell the printers," Luna said to Eric, who smiled back at her. "Thank you, Luna," Eric said to the little blonde, who jumped at him, surprising him a little and gave him a kiss on the cheek. She then ran out in the direction of the Gryffindor table, with the Daily Prophet in hands, and started to talk with a little red-haired girl that Eric recognized as being Ginevra Weasley. Eric chuckled at the behavior of the little blonde, it was such a breath of fresh air. He then got up from his chair and walked out of the Great Hall to do his job for the day. Chapter 61, The School's Year Ends. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. June 25, 1993, 7:03 p.m., Friday. Eric was again sitting in his seat at Ravenclaw's table. The Great Hall was in a festive mood. It was the last feast of the year. The school year had passed by quickly after the second semester began. Luna Lovegood, the little blonde that was his supply of daily smiles, had managed to gather support from a lot of students and founded, again, a newspaper dedicated to the students and staff of the school. They named it the Hogwarts Voice. Eric, with his wife's help, of course, had arranged and furnished an unused classroom to be the office of the new newspaper. Selena was responsible for providing the tech equipment for it, and now the Hogwarts Voice office had 7 magical computers where the reporters could write their articles and piece the newspaper together. After ready, the master edition would be printed, and then it would be put through a machine that Eric had got with the help of Xenophilus Lovegood, Luna's dad, that would make duplicates of it. The first edition of the newspaper hit the school on March 1st, and was a big success between the students and staff alike. The newspaper had then been released as its prior one, every second week. Seeing Luna happily talking with other students brought joy to Eric. He knew that the little bundle of blonde joy was having difficulties in socializing and even being harassed by other students, but it had stopped after the wards designed to combat specifically that were reactivated. Even so, she still had difficulty interacting with other students, and Eric noticed that she needed something in common with others. And he offered it to her in the format of the newspaper. Luna's pieces to the newspaper were the most looked after, and her housemates started to see the little blonde for she really was, a genius girl with a very intuitive and curious mind. Eric thought that she would become someone of great power in the future if she kept her mind open and didn't limit herself to the wizarding community. The rivalry between houses was still present, but it was much more tame. It was now more like a friendly rivalry instead of a hostile one. This was mainly because of the black metallic hooks that were retrieved from each common room. A more thorough investigation of them by a cursebreaker hired by Director Bones revealed that they had the purpose of making people distrust other people that were not under the influence of the artifact, making so when the students were in their common room, they were being influenced to be distrustful of everyone but their housemates. Who had put the artifacts there was still a mystery for everyone, but the important thing is that now they were out of the school. The new staff members were received very well by the students. The classes of History of Magic were now really teaching useful stuff, and it was not anymore a disguised free period where one could nap or do the homework of other classes. Professors Horace and Hooch Gym was a success. Initially, only members of the Quidditch house teams were frequenting it when instigated by their captains. The gym was a much better training spot than the snow and cold wind of Scotland's winter, so they started to use the equipment in the gym to train with the help of the two professors. They went there because their captains were nagging them for training, and ended up staying because of the ambient. Soon, students that were not part of the team started to appear too. Most were curious about the gym. Their Muggle-born and Muggle-raised housemates had told them what the non-magical gyms were used for, so they went there out of curiosity. They exited the place with flyers in their hands, and most ended up coming back for some exercise. The flyers were an idea from Professor Horace. They described the relation that a strong and healthy body had with our body's magic, that healthier and fit people tended to have stronger magic. The flyers pointed some reference books too to the subject. The books were all new additions to the school's library made by Professor Horace. Healer Watson too had become famous between the male populations of students. He was the one to talk to if you had some problem that was embarrassing to talk with a female healer. The teachers had noticed that the male students were much more calm during the second semester. But maybe the most important thing didn't come from inside the school. During the pre-Easter meeting of the Wizengamot, Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore had proposed the revision of the anti-rituals laws. He said that, after some heavy research on his part with the help of colleagues from the International Confederation of Wizardry, he had noticed that some rituals are not dark at all and they even prevented bad things from happening, and so the law needed revision. And so, with a huge support from all the factions inside the Wizengamot, a committee was put together to analyze books on rituals and choose the ones that were permitted to be made. A month later, the Wizengamot revised the law officially and altered it to allow a high number of rituals to be made. Together with it, a list of rituals that were explicitly prohibited was released to the public too. If anyone wanted to make a ritual that was not listed in any of these two lists, they would have to contact the ministry about it. This result was one that made both traditionalists and progressives happy inside the Wizengamot for once. With that, Eric already had plans to reintroduce an extra class that would have as an objective to introduce ritualistic magic to the students. The class would happen during the first weekends of the year and the participation would not be obligatory but heavily recommended to those students without a magical background. Eric's attention was brought back to the present by the feeling of his hand being squeezed. He looked at it and saw the delicate hand of Selena, his first wife. Eric followed the hand up with his eyes until he met the eyes of a smiling Selena. He took in her smile and basked on it. His eyes inadvertently traveled down her body, more specifically to the small baby bump that was well hidden by her dark blue robes. She was pregnant. After a lot of tries, she got pregnant. Not that he was going to complain about the tryouts process, it was extremely pleasurable for both of them. And it was not only her. Of his 7 wives, all of them were pregnant. The first one being Musashi, and the last one being Calypso. She had said that she had gotten pregnant last on purpose, explaining that this way her little boy or girl would have a lot of older brothers and sisters to protect him or her. Eric smiled at Selena and took his hand from her hand and brought it to her belly. He then turtlefully caressed it. Selena, seeing all the love that her husband was showing them, brought one of her hands down and put it over Eric's hand, and smiled bigger back at him. They stood just like that for some more moments before Eric, reluctantly, took his hand back and stood up from his seat. He then walked up the elevated platform where the staff's table was and stood there, waiting for the students to calm down. The students, like before, calmed down quickly and, soon, the great hall stood in silence, waiting for Eric to talk. One more school year has passed, and what a year this one has been. So much had happened, but I remember like it was yesterday that I was called back to Hogwarts. Eric spoke loudly, starting his speech to the students. I really hope that you all have learned something new during this year and that you will join us again next year to learn even more. The staff, my wives, and I would like to congratulate the graduating students and we wish you all a lot of success in this new stage of your lives. Eric said again to the students. Now, I understand that it is a custom to announce the winner of the House Cup. And as so, I am proud to announce that this year's House Cup will be going to Hufflepuff. At that announcement, the Badgers' table exploded with celebration and giant banners with the house's shield appeared through the Great Hall, embellishing the place. Now, let's feast. Eric said again when the Hufflepuff's table calmed down and the feast started to appear on all tables. He then walked back to the table and joined his wives for the feast. 2 hours later, when everyone was well fed, Eric stood again and walked up to the elevated platform. The students were quicker to go silent this time. I hope that the feast was well liked by you all. Now, before we say our good nights, I just have a last announcement to make. This one is only for the students that were graduating. When you go back to your rooms, you will find a gift from the school to you all. Some of the more prestigious schools around the world have the custom of gifting the graduating students with something special, and I would like to start this custom here too. Eric said to the students of the Great Hall while smiling. Now, off you go to your beds. The train will depart early tomorrow. Have a good night. Eric said to the population of the Great Hall, and a throng of students got up and started to leave it. He was then joined by his wives in the elevated platform and watching the Great Hall. After everyone was gone, leaving only them and some of the staff, Eric parted with his wives from the Great Hall to his chambers. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. June 26, 1993, 9:24 a.m., Saturday. Eric was, together with other teachers, watching the students enter the school's new carriages. He had already renovated them when he saw the state that they were in before. It was then that a group of graduated students passed by him and thanked him for the gift. "Thank you, Lord Ravenclaw," the young man said, and was chorused by his friends. He was wearing the gift right now. It was a heavily enchanted black jacket made of acromantula silk. The jacket had the school's shield together with the student's house's shield embroidered over its chest, one in each side of it, together with the graduating year that was, in this case, 1992 to 93. It had a hood attached to it too. The material for the cloth was, of course, kindly provided by the acromantulas of the Forbidden Forest while his own acromantulas were still growing. "You're welcome," Eric replied to the ex-students, who started to walk again to embark in the next carriage. "It was a wonderful gift, Lord Ravenclaw. And a custom that I very much want to see being kept," Minerva McGonagall said to Eric. "And a useful one too, Professor. If they go to the non-magical world wearing the jackets, they will not be out of place. Like I said yesternight, a lot of prestigious schools have their own jackets. The non-magicals would just take them as regular people that graduated," Eric explained to the stern woman, who went silent again while watching the students leave. They stood there in silence while all students embarked the carriages that would take them to the train station. Some time after all the students had left the castle, they heard a train whistle far away. The Hogwarts Express was departing. Eric and Professor McGonagall were the only ones left still watching in the distance. "So, headmistress, are you ready to take your new position?" Eric suddenly asked the woman. He had offered her the job after having known her a little better. Selena had agreed with his choice too, and after some days of thinking and reading it fully the school's chart, Minerva McGonagall had accepted the position of headmistress. She would have to pass on the position of head of Gryffindor House, but with the new old system of 3 teachers she could continue to teach the Newt classes of Transfiguration. After, she had until now taught 7 entire years of student while still doing her job as a deputy headmistress and being head of House Gryffindor. Minerva McGonagall continued to look at the distance. "I am," she replied to him, full of resolution in her voice. "Good. Enjoy your vacation then, headmistress. We will meet again in 2 weeks to finish the last arrangements for the new school year," Eric said to Headmistress McGonagall. He then walked inside the castle to meet with his wives that should all be up by now. Chapter 62, Fatherhood. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. July 22, 1993, 3:21 p.m. Eric was inside the headmistress' office with her and her new deputy. He had already passed all the necessary stuff to them weeks ago, like the feedback from the warning and locator wards of the castle. Eric had, too, introduced Fawkes to her and he had to explain, again, how the Phoenix was not Dumbledore's Phoenix. He explained how the Fawkes came to like the ambience of the castle and decided to make it his territory, and Eric, as the true owner of it, had made a deal with it. Headmistress McGonagall, together with her deputy, Phileas Flitwick, and Eric, were now setting up the letter that the students would receive with the material list for the next year. The deputy headmaster Flitwick had accepted the invite from the new headmistress, but he was sad to have to step down from the position of head of House Ravenclaw. Together with the material list, Eric was annexing a letter of indicated material reading for all first-generation and non-magical raised wizards and witches. The list of indicated materials contained things like books and booklets on first steps of what to do now that you had a wizard/witch in the family, how the government worked, laws, customs, etc. The list was a compilation of all the stuff that the professors had noticed this group of students lacked during their year's teaching. The good thing was that they wanted to send the list to all students that entered that profile, not only the first-year ones. The trio stood there, talking about the letters and their content for some time more, until they had decided everything needed. They put the letters' content in their respective places to be automatically copied and sent to all the students, and when they were done, Minerva McGonagall called for a house elf. "A house elf, please," she said to the air and, with a soft pop sound, a house elf appeared by her side. "Pop. How can Misty help the headmistress?" The house elf asked Headmistress McGonagall. "Can you prepare and bring us some tea please, Misty?" The headmistress asked the house elf, who nodded its big head in confirmation and disappeared with another soft pop sound. Pop. The trio walked to the lounge area and took a seat each when a tea set together with a plate of mini pastries appeared on top of the low center table. The 2 still professors looked strangely at the mini pastries and started to serve their teacups. "That's odd," Phileas Flitwick commented. Minerva McGonagall nodded with her head at his comment and continued to serve her tea. Eric just chuckled at them and took one of the mini pastries and put it in his mouth. He chewed the delicacy slowly, savoring it completely. It was a semicircular pastry covered with candy sugar and filled with some kind of apple jelly with small slices of cooked apples. Odd would not be the right word to use here. The right word would be delicious. Eric said after swallowing it. He took a sip from his tea and addressed them. I had bought some more modern cooking books for the house elves, and it seems that they are already putting it to good use. The black coffee that they made me last week has been improving drastically, and I think that soon they will have developed a way to make one of the best coffee in the British Isles. Eric said to them and sipped his tea again while taking another mini pastry to his mouth. Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick too had taken a mini pastry each and were now savoring the delicacy slowly. I think that we can expect a very good variety in the next meals that the house elves prepare. Eric was saying to them when a special alert that he had linked to him went off. He then put down his unfinished cup of tea and got up abruptly from his seat. I have to go, Eric said and walked to the center of the office, already preparing the transportation magic circle. Did something happen, Eric? Minerva McGonagall asked Eric, who had just reached the center of the magic circle. He turned to the headmistress and smiled at her. My wife is going into labor, Minerva, he said just before disappearing in motes of blue light. Minerva McGonagall smiled at that and turned back to enjoy her small break together with Phileas Flitwick. Ravenclaw's Nest, The Nexus. July 22, 1993, 3:25 p.m., English time. Eric appeared in the middle of motes of blue light inside the entry hall of his house. The motes had not even faded when he found himself being jumped on by Calypso. Where is Musashi? Eric asked his goddess wife while hugging her back. She just got transported to the hospital with the rest of the girls. I stayed behind to tell you, Calypso replied to Eric. As soon as Musashi's contractions had started, she had been taken by her sister wives to the Nexus hospital. They knew that Eric had put a warning on her to alert him, and so, Calypso had volunteered to stay behind waiting for Eric inside the house. Let's go to them, Eric said back to Calypso, and activated another transportation magic circle, disappearing in motes of blue light again while hugging his wife. Nexus Hospital, The Nexus. July 22, 1993, 3:26 p.m., English time. Eric appeared together with Calypso in the welcoming hall of the hospital in the middle of motes of blue light. The place that they had teleported to was a special one designed exclusively for incoming transportation. If anyone tried to transport themselves to the hospital, they would be forcibly transported to that specific place. Same thing if you wanted to be transported out of the hospital, you would need to go to the exit point. He walked to the reception with Calypso and the receptionist didn't even need to be asked for Musashi's room. Mr. Ravenclaw, she is in the maternity ward, on the 3rd floor, the receptionist said to Eric and Calypso. Thank you, he replied to the woman and turned to the elevators of the place. Arriving at the 3rd floor, he met the rest of his wives and some of his lovers talking between them in the waiting room. When they saw him, the girls all smiled at him. She was already sent inside, Selena said to Eric, who nodded with his head. Thank you, Selena, Eric said and walked to talk with one of the nurses. Soon, he was being guided through the doors by the nurse to a changing room. Eric quickly took out his jacket and put on the vests designated to him by the nurse. With all ready, he got out of the changing room and was guided, again by the nurse, to the room where Musashi was in labor. Entering the room, he saw her there, laying in the hospital bed with her legs being held up and apart by some equipment. She was making a face of who was in pain, and had some strands of her deep purple hair caked to her face because of the sweat. For some, she would have been looking awful, but for him, she couldn't have been more beautiful than now. Eric then walked to the bed's head. Hey honey, Eric said sweetly to his laboring wife while taking one of her hands in his own. Erahurg, Musashi yelled and started to squeeze Eric's hand. After the yelling was done, she looked at Eric and gave him a tentative smile. Eric smiled back at her and gave her a kiss on the top of her head. I'm here with you, dear, Eric said to Musashi, who nodded her head at him in understanding before she started to yell in pain again. Arg. An hour later, in the waiting room, Eric's wives and lovers were waiting when they heard the cry of a baby being muffled by the walls of the hospital. The woman immediately went into celebration mode. Half an hour later, Eric walked through the door of the waiting room with a pink bundle in his arms. The women in the waiting room immediately surrounded him and started cooing at the baby in his arms. Hey girls, say hello to Suyin, the new member of our family, Eric said, introducing the little baby girl in his arms to their second mothers. The girls continued cooing at Suyin. The baby girl opened her eyes and looked at all the women around her and gave them a toothless smile. The women seemed to have melted at that. She has your eyes, Eric, said Calypso after observing the storm gray and blue eyes of the little baby girl. But she has Musashi's hair, said Ching, pointing at the tuft of deep purple hair on Suyin's head. Yes, she is perfect, Eric said sweetly while looking at his daughter. Look at you, grinning like a loon, Sarah Fall said. Eric looked at her and took in her very pregnant shape. I don't care. Eric said to her while still smiling. And I suppose that I will be grinning like a loon again in less than a month. Eric said to Seraphol, teasing the Satan that was in her last weeks of pregnancy. Seraphol did not even blush, she just smiled widely back at Eric. Both of them then looked back at Suyin, and saw that the little baby girl let out a yawn and winked her eyes slowly. Better take her back to mommy. Eric said and walked back to the room where Musashi was resting. He entered the room and saw that Musashi was sleeping soundly in the bed. Eric then waited for Suyin to fall asleep and put her in the high crib by the bed's side. He then took a seat in the armchair inside the room. His mind was already running 1,000 kilometers per hour thinking of safety measures to put around his baby girl. If what he felt was right, she had inherited his magic together with, possibly, a sacred gear. Nexus Hospital, the Nexus. August 28, 1993, 7:33 p.m., English time. Eric, again, appeared in the welcoming hall of the Nexus Hospital in the middle of motes of blue light. Again the one accompanying him was Calypso and the one going into labor was Seraphol. They both walked to the receptionist who just said to him the same thing as the last time without any prompt. Third floor, Lord Ravenclaw. Eric nodded at the woman and turned to the elevators. As they were waiting for the elevator, they were joined by Seraphol's mother, Elwunner Citri, and little sister, Sona Citri. Both were accompanied by two of Seraphol's paws, and Bonnie and Mary Red. And Bonnie was an Irish woman with fiery red-orange hair and wild dark blue eyes. Mary Reed was an English woman with dark brown hair and dark brown eyes. Both women were recruited for Seraphol's peerage by Eric's indication, and the Satan had not regretted the choice. Both were extremely loyal to Seraphol and to each other. Their already deep friendship developed during their human lives had evolved into something even more deep during the years as devils, and they were now lovers. And they were very kinky if Eric had any say. They would often drag Seraphol and him to the bed with them. Big brother. Sona said and ran to hug Eric, who quickly hugged the little devil and pulled her to his arms, receiving a kiss on the cheek from her. Sona, how are you? Eric asked Sona and after that mouthed a silent hi to his mother-in-law, Eleanor. I'm good, brother. Sona replied to Eric, and all of them entered the elevator that had arrived. Some small was traded between the adults while inside the elevator, with Mary and teasing Eric for his second child. Arriving on the desired floor, everyone got out and Eric went directly to talk with the nurse. After having his talk with the nurse, Eric brought Sona to where some of his wives were waiting together with Sona's mother and handed the little girl to Mary. He then followed the nurse to a changing room and put on the designed clothes. With the clothes on, Eric was guided to the room where Seraphol was in labor. He could feel it in his bones before entering the room. Seraphol's situation was affecting her magical power which was being released from her in waves. Eric quickly entered the room to find the medical team standing with difficulty in front of the raw magic power coming from his wife. He, again, quickly retrieved a bracelet from his pocket and attached it to Seraphol's wrist. The waves of raw magical power halved instantly, relieving the medical team and allowing them to go back to work. Eric took another identical bracelet and attached it to Seraphol's other wrist, and the waves of raw magic power were almost nullified. Lucky for them that these medical rooms were already prepared to not allow energy leaks from inside, or Seraphol's immense magical power could have affected other patients. Eric then finally looked at Seraphol's face and smiled at her while taking one of her hands in his own hand. And it was just in time, because it began to be squeezed into mulch while Seraphol started to yell in pain. 2 hours later, Eric entered the waiting room with a blue bundle in his arms. Again, he was surrounded by the women who started cooing at the little baby boy in his arms. Hey girls, say hello to Roni, the new member of our family. Eric said, introducing the little baby boy to the women. Eleanor was the most emotional of them. My grandson, Roni. Elwunner said with tears of happiness moistening her eyes. She then observed that Roni had got Eric's hair in Seraphol's eyes. Oh, he is going to be a looker, just like his daddy. And said while looking at the baby's deep purple eyes and dark blonde tuft of hair. The women cooed a little at the baby boy and his mother got to hold him too. But soon, Roni let out a yawn and started to wink his eyes slowly. Eric took him from Eleanor and quickly brought him to the room where Seraphol was staying. Entering the room, he saw that his wife was sleeping soundly, just like Roni in his arms. Eric then put the baby in the high crib by Seraphol's bedside and took a seat in the armchair present in the room. A/N, Suyin is a Japanese name that means precious jewel. Chosen by Musashi. A/N2, Roni is a Nordic name that means the descendant of the champion, or powerful, or my happiness, or who governs with advice. Chosen by Eric. Chapter 63, Harry Potter, Part. Harry Potter was happy. He finally had a place that he could truly call home, and when he reflected about it, it was thanks to Lord Ravenclaw. Or at least all started because of his actions. Harry's first year at Hogwarts has been a totally mind-f***. He saw himself in the middle of protecting a valuable artifact from one of his professors that turned out to be possessed by the vagrant soul of the Dark Lord that killed his parents when he was 1 year old. It didn't help that he was close to death at least 3 times during the year. All the people gawking and pointing at him made Harry feel like he was a rare animal that was finally in exhibition, and he for sure didn't like that. The good side of things was that he had finally made some friends. His second year started promisingly well if he didn't count the crazy house elf that appeared in his bedroom or the brilliant idea of chasing the Hogwarts Express on a flying car. And then Gilderoy Lockhart happened. The man was a joke as professor. His classes were not about defense against the dark arts at all. In his opinion, the class should have changed its name to Gilderoy Lockhart. And the worst of it was that his friend, Hermione, was crushing on the guy like every 8 in 10 witches in the castle. It got better after the first month. Most of the elder witches had stopped swooning over the blonde peacock, and it was probably because they noticed that the guy was a fraud. But his friend continued with it, and he suspected that it was not because he was handsome or because of the charming smile that he always bragged about having gained prizes. He thought it was because he was a writer and the girl worshipped books. And then, the Halloween incident happened. People started to avoid him like the plague. The whispers behind his back were the worst in his opinion, and even some teachers seemed to be keeping him at an arm's distance. But he could thank Merlin that the Quidditch season was starting and the students' attention was diverted from him to it. Then it came to the blonde peacock again. The poor excuse of a wizard had tried to fix his broken wrist even with him saying no, and had managed to vanish all of his arm and hand's bones. Because of that, he had to stay the night inside the infirmary growing his bones back. Harry was then visited by the crazy house elf again and discovered that the little creature was responsible for his predicament. And then, an attack happened. A student, Colin Creevey, was found petrified, just like Filch's cat. At least he was not being pointed as the attacker, but he suspected that it was only because he was stuck inside the infirmary regrowing his hand's bones. The next day, while he was trying to write his homework in the common room with his friends, a loud bell sound shook their very being. Everyone was confused about it initially because nobody knew what was the meaning of it. Some talk and speculation happened about it, but in the end, everyone went back to doing their own stuff, with his friend Hermione running to the library to do some research about it. Yes, everything was back to normal in Harry's opinion. And then, someone saw that there was a mysterious notice for an out-of-place feast that night. And everyone was obligated to be there. That night, before the feast could start, the Slytherin's air incidents and the loud bell was all the students were gossiping about. Until a strange circle made of white light appeared by the entrance of the Great Hall and 4 people materialized out of nowhere, that is, a man and 3 beautiful women. One of them was even fully armored. It was then that things started to get better at Hogwarts and in his life. The man, Lord Eric Ravenclaw, was the school's owner and was, apparently, more than 1,000 years old and married to one of the founder's daughters. He immediately started to work to put things back into place. Colin Creevey was back from the stoned world, just like Filch's cat. Harry's housemates had tried to pry some information from the hyperactive Colin Creevey, but aside from what they already knew about, they could get much more, but Harry was a little touched when the boy said that he was going to visit Harry in infirmary when he was petrified. Harry then felt the huge wave of magic passing through him, and later Lord Ravenclaw had said that it was the castle's original wards going back up. Then came the questions from the students. He learned that there is a big difference between being immortal and being ageless. Harry was not lost in the irony that Lord Ravenclaw was, in fact, a Hufflepuff. The location of a weird-sounding creature was a weird question to be made, but Lord Ravenclaw had said that he would answer any question. Then came the bomb. Lord Ravenclaw explained how he came to own the school. He explained about his identity and revealed that his wife, the same woman who was Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter and was Lady Ravenclaw, was too Lady Slytherin, the true heir to Salazar Slytherin. He was then called a liar by an old student from House Slytherin, but the couple shut him up by summoning from nowhere a beautiful silver sword that had Slytherin engraved on the blade and warned the old Slytherin student about calling a lord a liar inside his home. From there on, the climate in the castle got better. The next days were days of change and revelations. Harry again was told that his parents had loved him very much. He already knew that that was true, but having someone show that to him was something totally different. Apparently, his mother was still protecting him even after her death by continuing holding back something that could have transformed him into a puppet. After the stuff was removed from his head, Harry had an invisible weight taken out of his back and the dam was opened. He had shown interest in the branch of magic used by his mother to protect him, and Lord Ravenclaw had given the name of it to him, Magecraft. Later, in the infirmary with Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey, Harry had confessed of how his treatment was at his relative's house after the healer had made a more complete scan on his body and had got furious with herself for missing something like that. Professor McGonagall was furious too and started swearing in her native language. She then confessed to Harry that she was present on the night that Dumbledore had delivered him to his aunt's house and had expressed that she was against it vehemently. Madame Pomfrey had said that she would have to contact more experienced healers to discuss and plan a perfect treatment for him, but she had already ordered him to stay in the infirmary resting and drink some potions. Harry had told his friends about what was the magic that Lord Ravenclaw was using with the circles made of light and answered a question that his friend Hermione couldn't find the answer to. After the library was renewed, Harry and his friends had used the new system to search for it and had found a lot of new entries about magecraft, but most of them were restricted for OWL years or up. They had found some books that explained what magecraft was and they immediately started to read about it. It seems that it is a system of magic that was put together by Merlin using a being's magic called devils as base. The system uses mathematics, physics, and chemistry to draw a formula for the magic. The drawn formula is represented through a circle made of magic light that was named a magic circle. To hide the formula from enemies and from people who want to steal the spell, the formula was hidden under a standard magic circle. This standard magic circle was unique to each person or family and worked like a symbol or a signature and could not be used by others. The kids then remembered the blue magic circle that Lord and Lady Ravenclaw had used and pointed out that it had a raven in the center of it. Ron then pointed out that the white one used in their arrival was different, it was white and had Hogwarts shield in the middle. With that in mind, Harry and Hermione decided to up their studies on the sciences, they would need it if they wanted to learn this new branch of magic. But Ron just said that he would let it pass, as it was too much of a bother for him. Hermione had searched for information on these magical beings called devils, but, unfortunately for her, all the information about them was restricted to Newt students or up. This new system that restricted information was, in Hermione's opinion, not right. Books should be available for everyone. Harry's female best friend had said. Ron started to laugh in her face at that, and some nearby students that heard her started to laugh too. After being reprimanded by Madame Pans, Ron quietly asked her if she could read any book in the non-magical world. Hermione had answered with a yes, but Harry had answered a no at the same time. That had put Hermione out, but after Harry had pointed to her about the books that had age restrictions, she calmed down. Ron then said that it was the same thing here, and the difference was that the books were restricted by the students here. Madame Pans, who was nearby after having reprimanded Ron, agreed with the boy and said to her that it was the teachers that had organized the new library, and that too much information in the hands of a person who was not trained sufficiently to handle it was dangerous for them and for the one around him. Harry had entered the classroom for the defense against the dark arts ready to ignore everything that he was going to hear on it, but was shocked with what he and his friends found. Sitting on the professor's desk was Lord Ravenclaw and the classroom was totally different from what he was used to. When class started, Professor Ravenclaw had explained why he was there teaching them and that their new teacher would be arriving the next week. Harry was animated for having an aura as the defense against the dark arts professor, but then, anything would be better than a stuttering fool or a blonde peacock. What happened in the following was his best defense against the dark arts class until now. The use of illusion magic to show the class the magical creatures without any danger was brilliant, in his opinion, and at the same time he prayed that the illusion spell was not discovered by the twins. He exited the class eager to practice the new spells and research what Professor Ravenclaw asked. Even Hermione had forgotten about the blonde peacock. One could say that Harry was eagerly waiting for the next class. Later that week, Harry received a very long letter from a man called Sirius Black. Apparently, the man was his godfather and should have taken care of him after his parents' deaths. He then explained in detail how he was thrown in prison without a trial for something that he was innocent for and because of that he could not take care of him. That had lit a little flame of hope inside Harry. Hope of not having to return to the Dursleys' house in the summer. The letter continued with Sirius Black asking to meet him during the weekend, so they could talk and know each other. This letter's information was reinforced by the Daily Prophet news of the capture of the man responsible for his parents' death. Harry then talked with his head of house, Professor McGonagall, about the letter and she suggested to be present during the meeting. Harry agreed. Professor McGonagall had shown him that she cared about him, and he trusted the woman. The meeting happened that weekend. Sirius Black was accompanied by another man that seemed to have seen better days. The man introduced himself as Remus Lupin, and like Sirius Black, he was very good friends with his father and mother during and after school. Harry was put off with that information and asked the man why he had not searched for him if he was such good friends with his parents. Remus Lupin then explained that he tried to. He even entered with a process in the Wizengamot to get Harry's guard, but he was vehemently barred for even continuing the process because of his special condition. When Harry asked what the condition was and after fidgeting a lot and with some incentive from Sirius Black, Remus Lupin confessed to Harry that he was a werewolf. He told Harry that he had been bitten when he was a kid by a man who wanted revenge against his father, and because werewolves had no rights whatsoever, he was barred in every instance that he tried to see Harry. He even admitted that he had tried some less legal ways of searching for Harry, but all of them came as blanks. It seems that the protections put on the place that Harry was could block all kinds of different methods of search. The adults traded histories about their time in Hogwarts and Harry's parents, with Professor McGonagall even offering some comments on them. Chapter 64, Harry Potter, Part When the meeting came to an end, Sirius Black asked Harry if he wanted to try and live with him. Harry had eagerly jumped at the opportunity of leaving the Dursleys' household, and when Harry told them where he was living at the moment, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin got furious. They had met Petunia and Vernon Dursley during his parents' marriage. And they had not liked them even a little. Petunia had shown an extreme hate to everything magical and Vernon was the same to anything that he didn't consider normal. They both had made a scene in the marriage's reception and were escorted out of the party. The last time that they had heard about them was when Harry's mother, Lily, had gone to try and talk with her sister. Her mood after the meeting was legendary if the words of Sirius Black and Remus Lupin could be taken into consideration. Sirius even said that Harry's parents had a list prepared of people that could, if they agreed with, take care of Harry in case of their deaths, and that the Dursleys had a special section on it as the list of who could never care for Harry. Professor McGonagall then said that the Potters will was never read and Sirius Black promised Harry to look into it with his new powers as Lord Black. The next week saw the arrival of the new professor for defense against the dark arts. Correction, professors. 2 Aurors had volunteered to teach the students. They were Aurors Moody and Tonks. Auror Tonks ended up being their main teacher while Auror Moody added extra bits to the lesson while casting red and green sparks at the students at random times to keep them on their toes. The students had 2 options, duck or die. At least that was what Auror Moody told them. Constant vigilance. The ruffed Auror always yelled. The idea was that the best defense possible is to always keep your vigilance up. The bubbly Auror was a good teacher. She had adopted Professor Ravenclaw's methodology of teaching, saying that it was very practical. Even more with the neat illusion spell that he had taught to her. Yeah, in Harry's opinion, defense against the dark arts was his favorite class now. But one change that really creeped him out came from Snape. The giant dungeons bat had been very tolerable during his classes and out of them. The man had stopped breathing on everyone's necks and deducing points for any minor and irrelevant stuff. Harry learned with that he could, indeed, brew a decent potion when he had no one nagging at his every move. The older students said that it was because Dumbledore was not the headmaster anymore. Albus Dumbledore protected Snape's actions for some obscure reason that only them knew about. Some of the more wild rumors said that it was because Snape was the bastard son of the past headmaster. Near the winter holidays, during a meeting that was scheduled between Sirius and Harry, Sirius Black brought another person. Harry had already seen people dressed like that in the school. Body entirely covered by a grey cloak with face obscured too. Ron had said that they were the Unspeakables, and worked at the Ministry with very secretive stuff. Sirius introduced the men as Unspeakable Croaker and said that he had a situation to talk about with Harry and his, Sirius Black, presence there was just because he was Harry's guardian. The Unspeakable talked to them about the existence of a prophecy, why it was important and why it was because of it that the Dark Lord had gone after the Potters that Halloween's night. The Unspeakable then went on how the Dark Lord was still alive and what they were doing to finish the monster for good, but that the last step could be done by them or the prophecy's power would guarantee the Dark Lord's survival again. Harry was ready to start yelling about his rotten luck when the Unspeakable continued to talk. Croaker then went on what they could be doing about it that would not need Harry's direct intervention. Harry was shocked about that. Just signing a paper could see him not needing to directly handle the Dark Tosser. Sirius snickered at the face that Harry was making at the moment. Harry was ready to give his godfather a piece of his mind but held himself after better analyzing the prophecy's words. He was eager to sign a contract with the Unspeakable after that. It was then that Croaker and Sirius Black started to talk about the terms of the contract with Harry just listening to them and offering his words when asked or needed. Soon, they had the contract ready and it was signed by the 3 of them. Sirius had handed Harry the 30 sickles asked by the contract and Harry had given it to the Unspeakable. The 30 silver coins reference was not lost to Harry and he thought that it was poetic. With the contract signed, Croaker said his goodbyes to the duo and left the castle. Harry and Sirius talked about some random stuff and Sirius asked if he wanted to spend his winter holidays in his home. Harry agreed promptly, even after Sirius saying that it would be a temporary home while his other homes were being cleaned and cleansed. Sirius Black said too that he had looked around about his parents' wills and found that its reading was blocked by the Wisengamot. Who had blocked it was uncertain, but he told Harry that he suspected that there had been people with not good intentions to Harry's well-being and saw the will as a stone in their path. Harry would have to visit Gringotts about it being reopened and Sirius would be with him for it. Harry's winter holidays started in a very good mood. His travel in the Hogwarts Express was a peaceful one. For a first, Draco Malfoy had not seen to grace Harry with his presence, something that he was very grateful for. But then, again, this was his first time using the train to go back to London for the winter holidays, so Harry didn't have too much ground to compare with. Sirius was exuberant in his welcoming in London. The man was holding a huge banner that read, Harry Potter's Welcoming Party. It would have been okay if the party word in the banner didn't flicker to madness every 5 seconds or so. Together with Sirius Black was Remus Lupin and a woman that looked to be in her 30s. She had very dark brown hair that was almost black, grey eyes and a very elegant look. Sirius introduced her as Andromeda Tonks. She was his cousin and was there to keep Sirius' exuberance in an acceptable level. After Harry asked her, she confirmed that she was, indeed, the mother of his current professor for defense against the dark arts, or Tonks. Harry had decided one thing: he hated side-along apparition. The nausea caused by it was awful. The home that Sirius had rented for them was a good one. It was small, according to his words, but for Harry it was perfect. It was a 2-story house that had 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. It had, too, a big lounge room where an undecorated Christmas tree was waiting for them. Sirius said that he wanted to put the decorations up with him. After taking his stuff to his room, Harry had helped Sirius and Remus to decorate the tree, but the glare that Andromeda was giving him was bothering him. After they were done, and while they were having dinner, which was cooked by Andromeda, she announced that he would be taking Harry shopping for new clothes on the next day's afternoon while Sirius was in his meeting in the ministry with Director Bones. Andromeda said that no heir of House Black and Potter would be seen dressed like a muggle hobo. It was then that Harry understood the woman's glare at him. Harry made mention to say something about not wanting to be a bother, but he was cut by Andromeda saying that would be no bother. He then mentioned about not having much money, and everyone started to laugh at that. Harry was confused, and it was then that Remus Lupin explained to him that the Potters were one of the most well-off magical families in the British Isles, losing only, maybe, to the Blacks. Harry told them about only knowing about his one vault in Gringotts, and Sirius explained to him how it was probably only a thrust vault and that the money inside would be replenished to a fixed amount by the vault of the family on his every birthday. At least that was how it had worked for him and James during their times at Hogwarts. It was something that they would have. And of course Sirius is the one that will be paying for it. After all, he has 10 years of Christmas and birthdays to compensate. Andromeda added sweetly. Remus Lupin started laughing at it, and Sirius ended agreeing with his cousin while mumbling something about never wanting to discuss with a woman with black blood. Harry took that as a warning and thanked the woman. The next day, Harry and Andy, which was how she had asked him to call her, went on, literally a shopping spree. They bought a little of everything, and Andy just didn't buy even more because she knew that Harry was under treatment and was expected to grow a lot more in the next 6 months. Back at home, they were dead tired and found Sirius Black downing a glass of whiskey together with Remus Lupin. It's done. The Dark Lord is no more. It was the only thing that Sirius said to the duo. He then offered a butterbeer to Harry and served another glass of whiskey to Andromeda, who accepted and downed it. Harry had liked the flavor of the butterbeer. The next day, a well-dressed Harry Potter and Sirius Black entered the Gringotts Bank. Sirius had scheduled a time with the manager of the Potter account. 3 hours later, a still shocked Harry Potter exited the bank accompanied by his godfather. Harry was a really rich boy. He even had a ring in his little finger to boast about. Not a thing that he would do, of course. Unfortunately, or fortunately, everything was frozen until his 17th birthday or, if he wanted, 15th birthday, because he was the last Potter alive. Exiting the bank, he decided to buy gifts for his friends. Harry got presents for all his friends. He even had bought his teammates from Quidditch and Professor McGonagall a little something. The next day, news was received that a lot of condemned Death Eaters had died in their cells, victims of the Dementos that guarded the prison. Andromeda, who was visiting, and Sirius mourned together for their sister and cousin respectively, but not for the mad crazy Bellatrix Lestrange, and more for the sweet sister and cousin that she had once been when young. Harry's Christmas was, in one word, brilliant. He had gotten a lot of gifts, but what he liked the best was the company. Christmas lunch even counted with the presence of his Professor Tonks. For the first time in his life, that he could remember, of course, he felt as if he was part of a family. Back at Hogwarts, Harry's life went back to normal. Or as normal as a magical school could get, of course. The new history teacher was amazing, and as Lord Ravenclaw had said, the classes taught the effects that the important events had in both communities. The most prude purebloods whined at the beginning about having to learn about non-magical history, but then, using history examples, they saw the importance of knowing how things could reflect in the other community. The year ended peacefully. Harry had gotten good marks in all his tests. Even an exceeds expectations in potions. Hufflepuff had won the House Cup and he was okay with that. After all, Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup. No students to be saved, no artifacts to be protected, and the most important of all, no more attempts on his life. Yes, this year was a good one for Harry Potter. Chapter 65, Harry Potter, Part. Harry Potter's summer was brilliant. His dogfather, and he still couldn't wait to be an Animagus too, had taken him to the beach. And not any beach. A beach where topless was allowed. Harry had problems on the first day on keeping his head cool with so many boobs around for everyone to see. After the first day, where Harry spent most of the time in the water to hide his boner, Sirius had some pity on the teen and casted a strong glamour over Harry's crotch. The spell was very successful, but Sirius had made a remark to not hug any woman or the jig would be up in an instant. On the 4th beach day, Harry had gotten numb to all the boobs and managed to control himself, but that didn't make Sirius tease him less. The duo did some sightseeing and, in general, had a lot of fun. This vacation was something that Harry and Sirius were desperately in need of and didn't even know. Back in England, Harry's pre-letter for Hogwarts arrived and he called a family reunion for that night to ask for advice on what to choose as electives. The list of available electives had tripled from last year, and the students had to choose a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4. The adults were as lost as Harry was. It was then that Remus Lupin pointed out, after reading the list for a time, that a lot of the most advanced stuff had prerequisites. The list was big because it contained all electives available. They could have sent just what we could choose. Harry whined about being confused. I agree with what they have done here, Harry. Andromeda said to the boy after noticing why they were doing it that way. Sending the complete list, the students can better plan what they want to learn about. Andromeda explained, and seeing that the boy had not understood yet, she continued. Here, take enchanting as an example. If you wanted to learn it at Hogwarts in your 6th year, you must have good OWLs in charms, potions, runes and arithmancy. 2 of those are electives available from the 3rd year and above. So, if you want to, in the future, learn enchanting at Hogwarts, it would be recommended for you to take the runes and arithmancy electives. Same thing for the other ones like alchemy, and introduction to magecraft. Now I understand. Harry said while nodding his head. He ended up choosing arithmancy and runes, because he wanted to learn magecraft and was interested in enchanting, economics and politics, because Andromeda said that it would be very useful for him as head of House Potter, and care of magical creatures, to relax. It was then that Harry said to Sirius that he wanted to continue his non-magical education. When asked why, he replied that Lord Ravenclaw said that he would have an easier time later if he wanted to go into magecraft. Harry complimented saying that he wanted to study it because it was magecraft that his mother had used to save his life as a baby. After some more discussion he added that the transportation stuff seemed brilliant too while scratching his cheek. With the subject of the electives done, Harry remembered the information that Hermione and he had searched for in the library at Hogwarts but were restricted the access to it. He decided to ask the adults in the room with him. The worst that could happen was if they denied him the information too. Sirius, what is a devil? Harry asked his dogfather. All adults in the room looked seriously at Harry, and then between them. A silent conversation happened and Andromeda was the one to talk/ask first. Harry, where did you read about devils? It was in a book in Hogwarts library that explained what magecraft was. It said that it was a branch of magic developed by Merlin himself that imitated the kind of magic used by devils. We tried searching about devils too, but all the information was restricted for newt years or above. Harry explained to Andromeda and the other adults, who traded looks again. Remus Lupin seemed to be the one that lost the trade and let out a sigh. Sigh. How to better explain this? Harry, have you ever read the Bible? Remus Lupin asked Harry, who nodded his head in confirmation. The Dursleys had tried to take Harry to the church once as to exorcise the freakness out of him. Harry didn't need to say that it had not worked. And it was then that his eyes went wide in shock. He had worked out the link between his question and Remus' one. You mean that devil exists? Harry asked back to Remus, who chuckled at the boy's reaction. Yes, and no. Remus Lupin said. Yes, to the fact that devils do exist. And no, to the fact that they are not like it is described in the Bible, at least not anymore. You see, Harry, devil is the name of a race of beings that have inherent magic. Their appearance is identical to a normal human, but they have some pros and cons. The pros are that their bodies are physically much stronger than humans, they have wings that can be hidden and allow them to fly freely, they can live up to 10,000 years, and their magic is based on their imagination. With so many good pros, they have some bad cons too. Their reproduction rate is very, very low, where sometimes a devil couple can try for hundreds of years before managing to have a child. Because of their nature, devils are very weak to holy and light magic. But, in my opinion, the worst is their susceptibility to the sins. Devils are born with one of the 7 capital sins ruling their beings and they have a very hard time resisting it. For example, a devil born under the wrath sin would be very easy to anger and to provoke, while one born under the sloth sin would be very lazy and easygoing. Remus Lupin said, finishing the basic explanation to Harry. So, if devils do exist, so do the angels. And what about hell and heaven? Harry asked again. This time it was Andromeda who answered him. Yes, Harry. Angels do exist too, and they live in a separate realm called heaven. But hell is not where devils live. A hell like the one described in the Bible does not exist. Devils live in the underworld. It is, like heaven, a separate realm. Andromeda explained to the boy. Questions kept coming from Harry and the adults explained what they knew about. How not only do the biblical beings exist, but the other pantheons do too. Greeks, Nordics, Indians, Japanese, Chinese. Basically, every god, goddess and myth do exist or are legends based on existing beings. He even learned that his father and his friends, while in school, were worshippers of Loki, the god of mischief. They later had quit it when Harry's grandmother had gotten winds on who they were worshipping and had sent to them a book about the history of the Nordic pantheon. After reading it, they got sickened by Loki's most recent feats and changed their target of worshipping to a much more friendly Hermes. Remus Lupin went on and explained too about the recent big war that happened between the three biblical factions, and then about the civil war that plagued the devils. Then, Harry made a question that he had since the beginning of the conversation. Do devils take souls as payment for contracts? Not anymore. By what I was told about, taking a soul as payment was something that was, indeed, done a very long time ago. But they saw that it was bad for business and changed the payment for something much less fatal. After all, a client can only pay with his own soul and only once. Now they accept all means of payment methods, cash, paintings, artifacts, books, knowledge, etc. But the most common method of payment are favors. Mainly from people who have some power. A lot of devil families have business in the human world, and sometimes they need some favors done to facilitate their business. Sirius said, explaining the devil's contract to his godson. Devil families? Harry asked again. Yes. There were once 72 pillars of the devils. Families that each had their own special ability. With the Great Biblical War, a lot of these families were extinct. With the Civil War after that, even more of these families disappeared completely. If I had to give a number, less than half of the original 72 families remain, and between the families that were extinct are the ones of the four original Satans, Asmodeus, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Lucifer. The four devils that now carry these names are the leaders of the devils and earned the titles with their own strength. Sirius explained again to Harry, who nodded his head in understanding. He had a lot of information to digest, but he tried a last question. But why is their existence hidden? For everyone's sake. Just like we, wizards and witches, hide from the non-magical world with a very strict law, they too hide. Their protocols to people discovering about the supernatural world are, mainly, the same as ours, memory change. The thing about it being restricted information in Hogwarts library is because children don't tend to think right. Imagine what they would do if the knowledge of how to summon a devil was easily found by anyone. Andromeda was the one to answer this question to Harry, who nodded his head in understanding. After that, having sent Hedwige to Hogwarts with a letter containing his choice of electives, Harry went to sleep. He had received a lot of information today and had a lot to digest. Some days later, he had met with Hermione in her house as Ron had gone to Egypt with his family to visit his eldest brother, who worked there as a curse-breaker for Gringotts, and when they were alone after having talked about their chosen electives and other small stuff, he told her about what he had discovered about their failed research on devils. That his best female friend was shocked was an understatement. Hermione had bulged eyes and an open mouth during his entire explanation about the Estra of the supernatural world, and Harry had found it funny to see her reacting like that. So, God is real? Hermione murmured. Yes, he is as real as every other god and goddess of the other pantheon, but he is definitely not like the one written in the Bible. Harry explained to his very curious friend. What followed was an avalanche of questions that were answered by Harry if he knew the answer to them. After all, he had just learned about the rest of the supernatural world too. Hermione reacted to the lack of answers in the same way that she reacted every time that she had something she wanted to know more about, by researching. She talked to Harry about how she would be getting books about every pantheon in existence, starting with the ones that were closer to them, the Nordics, the Greeks, the Celts, and the Biblicals. Harry warned her to be careful and pointed her to start with books that had non-magical origin. Hermione agreed with him and they stood in silence, each one with their own thoughts. The world is a very big place. Hermione suddenly murmured. What? Harry asked Hermione in confusion. Lord Ravenclaw had mentioned once that he had traveled the world, spending centuries doing it. He said that, even then, with centuries available, he could not see everything that there is to see because the world is a very big place. Hermione said, explaining her murmur to Harry. After that conversation and some other random stuff, Harry went back home. The duo had met a lot more times after that, mainly finishing their homeworks and just chilling and enjoying the summer. Harry even had the chance of dipping in the pool that Hermione had in her house's backyard. It was then that he thanked the gods and Merlin that Ron was still in Egypt with his family. Harry noticed that Hermione was hiding a very nice body under all those school robes when he saw her wearing a one-piece swimsuit. Harry tried to hide his looks at her body, but he was just a newbie at that and he ended up being noticed by the girl. That Harry had shown interest in her body boosted Hermione's ego by a lot, and she, too, noticed that Harry was not that scrawny boy that she had jumped on the back of a mountain troll to save a girl that he knew little about. All that workout in the new gym at school is definitely showing results. The girl found herself thinking. Unknown by the two teenagers, Jane, Hermione's mother, was seeing all the trade of looks of the teens. Their dance around each other had brought back some nostalgic memories, and with them, a sigh. Sigh. Later that night, before going to bed, Jane had a very serious conversation with Hermione about boys and how they needed to be shown that you had interest in them, and even more clear when they were young teens, like Harry. Hermione went to bed that night as red as a ripe tomato, but her mother's word had reached her. A/N, I'm a big fan of Harmony, so I don't want to read people whining about it. A/N2, Happy New Year. Chapter 66, Harry Potter, Part. As Harry Potter embarked the Hogwarts Express to start a new year of studies, his mind flew back to the last 3 weeks of the summer. With Ron still in Egypt and having written to him that he would come back only at the end of the month, it was just Hermione and him. Oh, he was not complaining at all. In some sort he preferred that it was just the two of them, especially when Hermione started to be more touchy with him. He still had, somehow, to control his hormones, but he liked it. It was during these last 3 weeks that they saw the continuation of his non-magical studies in the science subjects. Hermione and him had bought books and guides to auto-study since they would be stuck for a little more than 9 months on the Highlands of Scotland. The train journey was a tranquil one. The trio, together with Neville Longbottom, Ginevra Weasley, and her friend, Luna Lovegood, spent most of the trip talking about their summer break. Neville had tended to a new greenhouse that they had bought. Ginny and Ron had traveled to Egypt. Luna Lovegood had traveled with her father to Greenland to search for some strange magical animal, and they had, indeed, managed to find it this time due to following Lord Ravenclaw's tip and published their findings in their family magazine/newspaper. Arriving on the Hogsmeade station, before they could embark in the school's carriages, the group watched as Luna approached the front of it and started to pet something invisible. When asked what she was doing, the little blonde told them that she was petting the Thestral. Ron had said that there was nothing there, but Neville said that he could see them too. Harry, letting some of his Gryffindor's courage embolden him, approached Luna and tried to pet the invisible animal too. He was really surprised when he felt the leathery texture under his hand. Harry then called for Hermione to come and try, and she did. Hermione got to Harry's side, approached her hand near his and touched the creature, feeling the leather texture under her hand too. The group was lost in petting the invisible creature when a prefect called for them to get into the carriage because they were blocking the other carriages from departing. The group quickly obeyed and embarked. Inside the carriage, Luna told them what Thestrals were and why they couldn't see them. She said that she could see them, and Neville said that he could too. Harry didn't know how to feel about his new friends. The rest of the trip to the school was spent in silence. Entering the Great Hall, the first thing that Harry and his friends noticed was the number of people sitting on the elevated platform. The configuration of the staff table had to be rearranged and a lot more places had to be added to it. The group separated, with Luna going to sit at her house's table and the other going to sit at Gryffindor's table. The Great Hall filled with students, and when everyone was ready, the sorting started after the sorting hat had sung his song. With the sorting done and Gryffindor having gained another Creevy, Harry saw Lord Ravenclaw get up from his seat on Ravenclaw's table and walk to the elevated platform. The man was imposing as ever, passing to all who lay their eyes on him the feelings of noblesse and pure strength. The Great Hall went quiet quickly. Lord Ravenclaw pointed out that Hogwarts had a lot of new professors but that he would not introduce everyone or we would spend the entire night here in the Great Hall. He then announced the new headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, and her deputy, Phileas Flitwick. Lord Ravenclaw then passed the word to the new headmistress, who didn't waste any time and after welcoming them back to the school, commanded the feast to start. Harry noticed that the feast had a lot of new plates. Some of them were new to him and he decided to do a taste test. And he had to admit, the house elves of Hogwarts know how to cook, because the new dishes were amazing. The lasagna bolognese was superb and Ron couldn't stop himself from eating more and more of it. After everyone was full, the headmistress stood again and started to talk. She announced the normal rules and commented about how the wards would enforce that some of the rules would be followed. The headmistress then made an announcement that shocked the entire Great Hall. And now about Quidditch. The normal season was disbanded. She said. But before some of the more fanatical Quidditch fans would voice their discontent, she continued. And Hogwarts will now have 2 seasons of Quidditch in each school year. The first one will be called Autumn Cup, and different from the normal season, the 4 houses' official teams will not be playing in this cup and any student can assemble their own team. The headmistress announced, dropping a bomb on the houses' tables. But, like what happened before, she didn't give time for the yelling to start, and continued her announcement in a louder voice to force the students to stay quiet. That means that the students can recruit the members of the 4 houses' teams to their own teams. The limit number for teams in the Autumn Cup is 16 and the cup will be played in a single elimination format, where the loser team is out. The matches will have a time limit of 3 hours each, and if in this time limit is reached without any team having captured the snitch, the match will end and the winner will be the team with more points. If you want to register your team, have all 7 members present and talk to Professor Horace or Professor Hooch inside our gym. The matches will start in October and the finals will be held in the first weekend of December. Lord Ravenclaw had managed to get a prize for the winners of the cup. The winning team will get 3 VIP tickets each for the final of the next Quidditch World Cup that will be held in England during the next summer. The second and third places will be getting tickets too, but one each and not in the VIP tickets ones. The headmistress said, much to the happiness of the students. Now about the second cup. It will be named the Spring Cup. And it will be just like our original House Quidditch Cup. This cup will be only for the official teams of each house. The format will be just like the old one, a points-based competition where everyone plays against everyone, but we will be having a time limit of 4 hours to each match with the same rules of the team with more points being the winner if the time limit is reached. Recruitment will be open and made by the house's teams in January, and the matches will be starting in February with the final match being held in the last weekend of May. A new rule was implemented too where the limit of members for the Quidditch House team was up to 10, where 7 are the regular players and 3 will be the reserves. The headmistress said and the students went up into cheers. The headmistress waited until the students calmed down to continue. In addition, the school will be open on match days for the parents of the students playing to visit and watch their children play. The rule books for both the Autumn and Spring Cup will be available for the captains to retrieve with Professors Horace and Hooch. Now, I think that this will be all for the night. Keep an eye out for the bulletin boards inside your common rooms and in the Great Hall entrance, because any extra information will be posted there if not announced during a feast. Again, welcome back and have a good night. Headmistress McGonagall finished and the prefects called for the first-year students to gather and follow them to the common room. Inside of it, he and his housemates met their new head of house, Professor Laura Holmes. Because Professor McGonagall had accepted the headmistress office, she had to step down from the head of house position, letting Professor Holmes fill it in. His impression of the woman was already good if the few students that were having Newt-level history of magic with her last year were to be believed. Through the next week, Harry met his new professors and all of them were new ones. By what he managed to gather, all of the old professors, with the exception of the Divination one, are now teaching the Newt years. Professor Snape had even managed to change his core subject and was now teaching defense against the dark arts for the Newt years, and, if the captain would words could be taken in consideration, he is an amazing dada professor. Harry's surprise came when he saw who was teaching his Care of Magical Creatures class. Professor Hagrid was waiting for his students at the entrance of the castle. But then, who would in their sane minds assign a course book that could bite its reader? The class started very well. Professor Hagrid had brought them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest where a family of Nifflers resided and was explaining the characteristics of the little creatures when Draco Malfoy made a snide comment about his expectations not having been met for the quality of education in the school. Harry was going to rebuke the blonde ponce and defend his friend, Professor Hagrid, when a voice coming from the back of the class cut him and addressed the offender. And, please, tell us, Mr. Malfoy, what were your expectations for the class? Let us hear it. It was Lord Ravenclaw. Harry had heard some students saying that Lord Ravenclaw was present during their classes, but he was not expecting him to be in his first class of Care of Magical Creatures. Harry saw Draco Malfoy blanch at the question. The class stood in silence with Lord Ravenclaw waiting for the blonde ponce to answer his question. The boy stood there, in silence, being the center of the attention of the class. It took a while, but he did answer Lord Ravenclaw's question. The professor has no education. He was expelled from school before even attending his OWLs. Draco Malfoy said slowly at the beginning. But as he continued talking, his voice came back to him. Lord Ravenclaw shook his head at Draco Malfoy's claim. Professor Hagrid, indeed, was expelled from school before attending his OWLs. Lord Ravenclaw replied, just for a smirk to appear in the boy's face. But, he did complete his OWL and Newt for this subject. In fact, his grades for both the exams were the highest ones registered since Newt Scamander. He got an O with distinction in his OWL and Newt for Care of Magical Creatures. I received a letter of recommendation from Madame Marchbanks just after Professor Hagrid had done his OWL in the ministry. But, as I had put up specific requisites for the new professors, Professor Hagrid had to do his Newt too before being hired as a professor, which was not a problem for him. Lord Ravenclaw added, erasing the smirk from the blonde ponce's face. But if you feel that it is still not enough for you, you can walk away from the class and look for another channel to complete your education in the subject. But you will be happy to know that Professor Grubblyplank, the one who is teaching the Newt classes, has completed her mastery, so if you chose to continue your education in this subject after your OWL and she is still teaching here at Hogwarts, you will have classes with her. Now, I ask you to make your decision and do not undermine the other students' class. Lord Ravenclaw said, finishing addressing Draco Malfoy, who was beet red at the moment, but managed to murmur something that sounded like a, "That's good for me." The class continued without more interruption this time. At the end of it, it was a very good class in Harry's opinion. What Harry didn't know was that Lord Ravenclaw and Professor Grubblyplank did help Professor Hagrid in the planning of his classes. The giant man wanted to show hippogriffs for the third year's first class, but it was then pointed to him that not everyone had his strength, size, or thick skin, so hippogriffs would be a dangerous first contact to third-year students. It would be okay for fifth years, but not for third years who had mostly never had contact with magical creatures aside from the common cat that was part Kneasel. Weeks passed and Harry continued to keep up to his studies. Hermione and him were often seen reading the non-magical school material and doing the proposed exercises. It was in one of these sessions that he was accosted by Captain Oliver Wood. He was there to invite him to play as seeker for the team that he was putting together for the Autumn Cup. Harry accepted and asked who was on the team already. Captain Wood said that he was the keeper, the Weasley twins were the beaters, 2 fourth-year Hufflepuffs were the chasers and now they were missing just one more chaser. Harry asked about the girls from the house team and Captain Wood let out a scowl and said that they had decided to put together their own team for the Autumn Cup, an only witches team, just like the Holyhead Harpies. Having discussed the finer detail with Captain Wood, Harry went back to his studies. A/N, this chapter came sooner than they expected. But that's okay. Happy New Year again, PPL. Chapter 67, Harry Potter, Part. Harry Potter's third year passed as quickly as a post owl. His marks on his chosen subjects were doing great and he liked all classes very much. Well, maybe not so much in the case of politics and economics. Harry was not a big fan of the politics part of it, but he understood that he would have to learn or he would be eaten alive by the other families. Andromeda had been very clear with him on that when she suggested that he take the class. The Autumn Cup went well for Harry. His team, the Fangs and Claws, got second place in the cup. They had lost in the finals to the Hogwarts Harpies, that was Gryffindor's Chasers team. The trio of Chaser girls literally played with the Chasers of Harry's team. And it didn't help that they knew all of Captain Wood's weaknesses. Even when Harry got his hands on the snitcher, it was already too late. The Hogwarts Harpies had opened a gap of more than 150 points. Harry's hurried capture of the snitcher was just to not let the humiliation be too big. The Spring Cup was a little more predictable for Harry. With the Autumn Cup happening at the start of the year, Captain Wood had a lot of time to scout potential players for Gryffindor's team. The main lineup didn't change from the past year. The only new additions to the team were the 3 new reserves. That year, Gryffindor's Quidditch team consecrated itself as the first winner of the Spring Cup. Their prize was a silver ring for each member of the team that read, Spring 1994, in golden letters over a big red G. Dean Thomas, a dorm mate of Harry, said that the rings resembled a lot the ones given to the champions of the North American League in their main sports. For Harry, the ring was a good memento of their win over the other house's bests. The House Cup of this school year was won by Ravenclaw, but it was a very close dispute between the 4 houses. Summer break started and Harry Potter saw himself traveling over the pond via international portkey. If he had thought that side-along apparition was bad, it was only because he had not used portkeys for such a distance before. The longest one that he had taken before was from London to Madrid, for last summer break. This year's target for vacation was the Caribbean islands. But before arriving there, they passed by the United States since they didn't have portkeys directly to their final destination. Apparently, the Black family owned an entire island in the Caribbean islands, and it was, of course, warded from the 7 levels of heaven to the underworld, and no one aside from the Black family and the people hired to take care of the island could enter it without authorization. The island house was brilliant. Harry, Sirius and Remus were the only living humans there. But of course that they didn't have limited themselves just to the island. They would, almost every day, visit the other islands which were full of non-magicals and magicals alike. The magic used in the islands were, in its majority, of African origin and would be frowned upon back in England. Harry took the opportunity to buy some books about the locals' magic and, of course, he didn't forget about Hermione and had bought some books for her that he thought she would appreciate. Back again at Old England, Harry's summer break turned into a mix of relaxation, non-magical studies, and hanging with his friends. Fortunately for Harry, the day that they chose to hang in Hermione's house, Ron had to go visit his Aunt Muriel. So Harry had Hermione in a 2-piece swimsuit just for his eyes. Her body had grown during the 1-year interval and he had a very hard time controlling himself to not pop a raging boner while wearing his swimsuit. But if her response was anything to think about, Harry was certain that she was very conscious of the reaction that her body had on him. He had noticed, too, that Hermione had been a lot more touchy with him during the past year, with sometimes, these more near the end of the year, she just decided that Harry's lap would be a good place to read her newest book. He had suffered during these days controlling himself to not poke her bum with a wild boner. But the worst was the teasing that he had received from his older friends. The Weasley twins would do catcalls at the duo, while the trio of Chaser, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell, would yell some stuff like, "About time," and, "Just kiss her/him." With the daylight almost gone, Harry decided to follow his dogfather's suggestion and approached Hermione in the pool. "Hermione, I was thinking that since it is just the 2 of us today, if you would like to go to the movies together with me." Harry asked Hermione while stuttering in the beginning but managing to ask right at the end. Hermione, at first, was shocked with her friend's initiative. But her shocked look soon gave place to a big smile. Harry, seeing that smile, felt that something was going on inside his belly and chest. He could hear his own heartbeat inside of his chest and could feel it too in his ears. "Of course I would like to go to the movies with you, Harry," Hermione finally said, replying to his invite. Harry let out a breath of air that he didn't have any idea that he was holding. He then smiled at her. "Brilliant," Harry said, smiling like a loon. The duo stood still in the pool smiling at each other like they were in their own world where time didn't matter. "If you both want to go to the movies, it is better that you both start by getting out of the pool." The duo was woken up by the voice of Jane Granger. The woman had, at some point, arrived home from her dental practice and took a seat by the pool with a book in hand and a big cup of iced tea by her side. "Right. We better get out of the pool and dress something," Hermione said, repeating her mother's words. Both teens got out of the pool and each went to a separate room inside the house. As soon as Harry had closed the door of his room, Hermione peeked out of her room. She then, silently, went back to the pool in search of her mom. Hermione found Jane waiting for her daughter inside the house already. "Mom," Hermione said to her mother. The mature woman let out a sigh then. "Sigh. Go take your bath. I will separate some of your more nice clothes for your date with Harry," the woman said while having a small teasing smile on her face. Hermione just gave her mother a big smile, and went back to her room to take her bath. 4 hours later, the teens were exiting a movie theater while holding each other's hands after having watched The Lion King. The movie was very good in Harry's opinion, but it was even better because of the meaning of it for him. It was his first time watching a movie in the theater. And best of all, he shared this moment with Hermione. The teens then passed by a fast food store and decided to take something to eat. Having each taken their choice of food, the teens sat comfortably at a table while having some small conversations. On the walk back to Hermione's home, the duo was hand in hand while slowly walking. Hermione then heard Harry take some deep breaths. "Hermione. Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Harry asked Hermione after having piled all his Gryffindor courage for it. Hermione froze in place and slowly turned to look at Harry. She then blinked slowly. Then blinked again. Her brain was running 10 times the normal trying to process the question that she had received. Hermione then smiled widely at Harry and hugged him tightly. "Of course I would like to be your girlfriend, Harry," Hermione said while looking at Harry's eyes and smiling. Harry hugged and smiled back at her. The now couple stood there, in the street, while just smiling and looking at each other's eyes. Centimeter by centimeter, their faces were approaching each other until they both closed their eyes and their lips touched each other. It was a very chaste kiss, but it was a kiss. The couple stood there, in the middle of the walkway, trading their first kiss. Some good seconds after, time that looked like an eternity for them, both teens separate their mouths from each other. "Wow," Hermione said very intelligently. Harry followed her. "Yeah. That was brilliant," Harry replied to her, making his own comment on the experience. Again. The couple asked and said to each other and went for their second kiss. Then the third. Then the fourth. They had lost count of them by the time that Hermione's cell phone, something that her mother had loaned to her for their date in case of any emergency, started to ring. Hermione took the apparel and answered it. A minute later, after a short conversation in which she divulged their actual location, she hung up the call and stored the cell phone back inside her purse. She let out a sigh after it. Sigh. It was Mom. She wanted to know where we were because it's already dark. Hermione said to Harry, who nodded his head at her in understanding. "Let's go then." Harry took Hermione's hand again in his and both started walking again. When they were very close to Hermione's house, the girl let out a groan. Groan. "What is it, my girlfriend?" Harry asked his girlfriend. His girlfriend. He liked the sound of it a lot inside his mind. Just remembered that we will have to give the news to my dad. He can be a little overprotective of me, Hermione said while letting out a chuckle and a smile at his address to her. Harry smiled at her, but it was a smile that was kind of distorted. Hermione giggled after seeing Harry's face. "Don't worry, my boyfriend. We have my mom at our side. I hope. If there is someone that can talk with Dad, it is my mom." Hermione told Harry, trying to assure him, and her, that everything was going to be okay. The teens continued their travel back to Hermione's house, and soon, they arrived at the location. Hermione used her keys to open the door and pulled Harry inside. "I'm home," she announced in a loud voice. In the lounge room, Princess. Hermione heard her father's voice replying to her. She walked with Harry to the lounge room and saw that Sirius was there too, talking with her father and mother. Daniel Granger, Hermione's father, was looking fixated at her and Harry. Hermione raised an eyebrow at that, the same way that her mother did and was doing right now. While Sirius was just looking at the teens with a face full of amusement. Hermione then noticed exactly where her daddy was looking. Daniel was glaring at Hermione's hands that were still holding Harry's. Enlightenment came to her at that moment and she decided that there was no better time to break the news. "Mom, Dad, I would like to inform you that Harry asked me to be his girlfriend. And I accepted." Hermione announced and waited for the explosion that was sure to come. But it didn't come. He looked to her father and then to her mother as if asking, "What is going on with Dad?" Jane chuckled at her daughter's face and resolved to explain. "I have been preparing your father for this moment for a year now, Hermione." Hermione was looking at her mother while doing a mighty impression of a fish outside water. Chapter 68, Harry Potter, Part. Things went well for Harry Potter in the end. After some break her heart and I break you moments, Daniel Granger accepted their relationship. Cheers to Mrs. Granger. Harry thought at the end of the day. He had the impression that her handiwork with Daniel Granger had saved Hermione and him from a massive headache. While this all was happening, Sirius was just laughing internally. Harry could see it in his eyes. After the drama diminished, Sirius saw himself talking. He had got tickets for the finals of the Quidditch World Cup, which was in 2 weeks, and was inviting the Grangers to it. "It's the most wizard event that one could ever expect to see," Sirius said to the family. Unfortunately, the adults had a dentistry convention that they could not afford to miss, but Hermione was free and accepted the invitation. Back at home, and this was the definitive one that Sirius had cleaned and refurbished for them, Harry was mercilessly teased by the joint cooperation of his dogfather and Remus Lupin. But Harry, as if a Lumos spell was casted inside his head, turned the teasing back to them. "So, I'm 14 and have a girlfriend. How about you, Mutz?" Harry said back to the adults with a smirk on his face. The duo of adults stopped laughing instantly and looked at each other. They then sighed and Sirius turned back to Harry. "Okay. It's a draw," Sirius declared with a magnanimous look on his face. Now the three of them laughed together. The next day, when Ron came to his house to hang out, Sirius invited him and his family to the finals of the Quidditch World Cup, but the ginger boy said that his father had asked him to invite them and Hermione to the finals too. Arthur Weasley had gained some tickets from a colleague at work as a way to repay a favor. Sirius said that Hermione had already accepted the invitation to go with them and the situation stood at that. That night, Harry asked how many more tickets he had, and then asked if he could invite some friends of his. Sirius asked who those friends were and Harry said that they are his teammates from the Gryffindor House team and from the Fangs and Claws team, but that it would be 6 more people since the Weasley twins were already going with their family. Sirius agreed and Harry immediately went to write them a letter. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell accepted Harry's invite. Captain Wood, who had graduated last school year, replied that he already had tickets of his own, but that he would pass to meet and talk to him during the finals. And from the 2 Hufflepuffs, both already had tickets too but thanked Harry the same way. A week before the finals for the Quidditch World Cup, Harry was hanging with Hermione in her house, as Ron had other stuff to do, when their cuddling in the pool time was interrupted by a post owl. Grudgingly, the teens separated from each other and Hermione got out of the pool to receive the letter. She dried her hands and took the letter from the post owl and walked back to sit on a chair near the pool. She examined the envelope with caution, but then, she recognized the Hogwarts shield on the wax seal of the letter. "It's from Hogwarts," she said to Harry, who was still inside the pool but had gone to the border to wait for Hermione. The girl then frowned after she read the name for who the letter was addressed for. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The letter is addressed to my parents," Hermione said out loud for Harry to hear. "Well, then you just have to let it aside for them to read later," Harry said to Hermione, who put the letter down with some weight on top of it and walked back inside the pool. Harry saw that his girlfriend's mind was not there, with them, and asked her. "What is it, Hermione?" "The letter. I can't stop thinking of what it could have in its content," Hermione replied to Harry. She and her parents had a very honest relationship and she had told almost everything that happened inside the school for them. Almost everything. She had not told them about the troll, or about Professor Quirrell, of course. But from the 2nd year onward, she had told them everything. Harry looked at Hermione and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. "I have a pretty good idea on how to take your mind out of the letter," Harry said to Hermione, who looked at him in confusion. She knew herself well enough to know that it would be a difficult job. Harry then swam to her and hugged Hermione by her waist. He then started a making out section inside the pool with his girlfriend, who received Harry's advances very well. Minutes later, when the teens stopped a little to gather their breath back, Harry asked Hermione, "So, did your head get out of the letter?" Hermione just nodded with her head in confirmation to him and started a new make-out session. Later, when the teens were preparing their lunch, Jane Granger, Hermione's mother, arrived home, saying that she didn't have any patience for the afternoon so she decided to go home earlier. Hermione then handed her the letter. Jane Granger looked at it and then to her daughter in confusion. She knew that the only time that she received something that was written in parchment was when Hermione was at school. Hermione just shrugged. "It's from Hogwarts and it is addressed to you and Dad," Hermione said. Jane then sat on a chair in the kitchen's table, opened the letter by breaching the wax seal and started to read the parchment. 5 minutes later, she had read it 3 times to be sure that what she was reading was right. Jane Granger looked up from the letter and saw the teens were eating their lunch, and Harry had some sandwiches prepared for her too with a glass of juice. She put the letter down and thanked the boy for the consideration of preparing her lunch. Jane Granger then started to eat it while smiling and counting internally how much time would take for her over-curious daughter, Hermione, to ask what the letter was about. She was half through the second sandwich when Hermione, who was fidgeting the entire lunch and giving her side looks, couldn't hold it anymore. "Mom, what did the letter say?" Hermione asked her mother, who finished chewing and gave her daughter a smile. "It was from Hogwarts, as you said. It was an announcement that Lord Ravenclaw is putting together a Parents and Teachers Association for the school. It is mainly to take care of some of the responsibilities that the defunct Board of Governors had. According to the rules that they made for it, each school year will have 8 representatives on the PTA. 2 from each house, and 1 for male students and 1 for the females," Jane Granger said, explaining to her daughter what the letter was about. With the girl and the boy total attention, she continued. "Using this criteria, a male and female student are chosen randomly from each school year and house before the year starts. Then, these students' guardians are sent a letter inviting them to participate in the association this year. This year, between the students chosen, was your name, Hermione, so, your father and I are being invited to participate in it this year. The school wants our answer as soon as possible, since the first meeting is in 2 weeks," Jane Granger said, and continued to eat her lunch. The teens were looking at her with wide-open eyes. "Wow," was Harry's smart reply. "But, you are non-magicals," Hermione said. Instantly, she noticed that what she had said could be understood as a bad thing, and complimented it. "I mean, it doesn't matter for me that my parents are non-magicals. I would not dare ask for better parents, but I said it in that way because the magical world normally has some bias towards non-magical people," Hermione said. Jane Granger smiled at her daughter. "Well, not Lord Ravenclaw," Harry said after Hermione's tirade. Hermione turned to look at her boyfriend. "Do you remember everything that he has done to the school, Hermione? He totally revamped the history and non-magical studies classes. He wants the magical to learn more about the non-magical world," Harry explained to her girlfriend. "It makes sense, with the speed that technology is evolving, it would not be very much time until some inattentive wizard or witch gets caught in some video recording device and out the magical world to the non-magical one," Jane Granger commented. The teens looked at her strangely, but after some time thinking about it, they had to agree with her. "But how will you go to the meetings?" Hermione asked her mother. She knew that wizards and witches could use the Flu network, apparate to the place, or even take the night bus or ride a broomstick, but her mother and father couldn't do anything of these things and she doubted that the meeting place would be accessible conveniently by car. The letter explained about it too. If the parents of the chosen students are non-magicals, the school will give them the ways to attend the meeting and go back home after them. "Something named portkey," Jane Granger said, explaining it to her daughter. "Portkeys are enchanted items that can transport the users to a predetermined location. Sirius told me that the use of them is very restricted by the government as it can transport people to other countries almost instantly. We used one last year to travel to Madrid and back, and one this year to travel to the United States and then to the Caribbean islands and back," Harry said, helping Jane Granger to understand what portkeys were. Jane smiled to that boy as a thanks for the explanation. "So, will you and Dad accept?" Hermione asked her mother. "I don't know yet. We have to discuss it between us," Jane Granger replied. Later that night, after Harry had gone back to his home and Hermione was in her room reading, Jane and Daniel Granger were discussing the letter in their home office turned library. The next day, they used Flash, the family's post owl, to send their answer back to the school. Harry had told Hermione that Sirius too had received a letter, but since Harry was not the randomly chosen male student from Gryffindor's 4th year, which was Neville Longbottom, his letter was just to explain what the PTA was and the rules about its creation and choice of members. The next day, they received the visit of the headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall. She was there to deliver to the Grangers 2 pins that had a big Hogwarts shield with words engraved under it that read, Gryffindor, 4th year. She explained that the pins were their identifications as members of the PTA for that year and their transport means to the school. Headmistress McGonagall then explained how it worked and how to activate them. The pins would take their users to a predetermined location inside school grounds and when they were ready, bring them back to the location that they were before. The couple of dentists were happy knowing that they would not need to travel for hours for the meetings and could be as quick back home. The day for the finals of the Quidditch World Cup had come, and Harry and his big group, after some much-needed teasing from the trio of chasers about the new relationship between Hermione and him, grabbed, each, a part of a hula hoop. The thing was the portkey that would bring them to the finals place. After Sirius saw that everyone was ready, he activated the portkey, and with a tug in his belly from behind, Harry found himself being transported through space to where the finals would take place. With wobbly legs, they walked to the place where a plot had been prepared for them to assemble their barack. Sirius quickly assembled it with a wave of his wand, and, after letting their stuff inside the barack, the group of teens decided to explore the place together a little. During their exploration, they found some friends that joined them to explore more of the huge camping grounds. The final match was amazing according to Harry and his friends' opinions. Both teams played well, but Ireland's national team was just too superior in skill to Bulgaria's national team. Even so, the final points difference was only 1 goal between the teams. Ireland was dominating the field and had opened a huge advantage in points over Bulgaria, but Victor Krum, the seeker for Bulgaria, had captured the snitch while using a very daring move. Even so, it was not enough, and Ireland had won the cup with a 170-160 score from Bulgaria. The celebration was a wild one. Fireworks were being launched every couple of seconds at random places in the huge camping grounds and went through the night. It was 1 in the morning when Harry and his friends separated and decided to go to bed. Chapter 69, Harry Potter, Part. The next day, when Harry and his friends woke up, Sirius told them that there were some people that tried to cause trouble during the night, but because it was just a couple of them, the Aurors were quick to put a stop to their antics and arrest them. After tidying everything up, Sirius dismantled the barack and they left the camping grounds for home. A week later, it was 5:30 in the afternoon and Harry was chilling out with Hermione in her house again. Ron had skipped out on it again, and Harry suspected that the boy had arranged some kind of summer job. His friend had become a little more mature during their second year, and Harry suspected that it had something to do with his conversation with Professor Ravenclaw and his new wand. Sometimes a conversation is all it takes for a person to take his head out his bum about some stuff. Hermione's parents had gone to Hogwarts for their Parents and Teachers Association meeting, and that was 6 hours ago. "Hermione, we are back." Harry and Hermione heard Jane Granger's voice suddenly. It was coming from the house's basement. Hermione's parents had decided to use the pin inside the basement to avoid any suspicion from nosy neighbors. "In the lounge room, Mum," Hermione yelled back. Soon, the adults entered the lounge room to see Harry and Hermione sitting on the ground of the lounge room with the air conditioner cranked to the max while doing some proposed exercises for their non-magical lessons. The adults sat on the sofa, while the teens continued to do their exercises. Well, at least Hermione was trying to. It didn't take long for the curious girl to ask her parents how it was the meeting. Jane Granger just looked at her husband and smiled. He then grudgingly took a £5 note from his pocket and gave it to his wife while mumbling something about a cheater. "It went well, honey. And Hogwarts Castle really passes on a feeling of pure magic to the ones seeing it," Jane Granger said to her daughter while smiling and pocketing the £5 note. Hermione was looking at her in shock. "The meeting was in Hogwarts?" Hermione asked, and her parents nodded their heads. But, the castle protections. You should not have been able to see it," Hermione said again. Daniel Granger then chuckled at his daughter's reaction and taped the PTA pin that was still on his clothes. "The pin that the headmistress gave us can give us a pass to that specific protection of the castle. It was explained to us by Lord Ravenclaw. Apparently, the pins were enchanted by him and his lady, personally," Daniel Granger said, while taking out a booklet from his inside pocket and opening it. Harry and Hermione could see the front cover of it, and read Hogwarts PTA Guide 1994 to 1995 written on it. "Dad, what is that book?" the curious bookworm girl asked. "It's the PTA Guide, Princess. It has all that your mother and I will need to know to do our duties to the PTA, together with dates for the next meetings and some other minor stuff, including the notice that the school will be mailing to our house a copy of The Hogwarts Voice every time a new edition comes up," Daniel Granger replied to Hermione. After that, what followed was a session of questions and answers done by the four in the lounge room, where the teens asked about the meeting and the adults asked the meaning or explanation of certain things that were said. At the final of the session, when everyone's curiosity was satisfied, Hermione asked her parents about their impressions of the other parents in the meeting. At that, Hermione's parents' faces frowned a little. Most of them were very excited to be participating in something that would guarantee their children the best education possible, even more after all the thieving that was done by the group that should have been responsible for that, while some took that as granted and came to participate in the PTA just to see how things were going to be done. Daniel Granger said. And some of them were very unsatisfied when they knew that non-magical parents were participating and present at the castle too. The discontent group was in their great majority parents from students of House Slytherin. There were some of them that were all right about it. It was needed by Lord Ravenclaw to order them to shut up or give back their pins for them to calm down and shut up. He then went on saying that was exactly the kind of behavior that caused so many wars and the extinction of so many families. Jane Granger added. She then continued. A parent then went on about how wizards were superior to non-magicals, and Lord Ravenclaw asked him to name the greatest achievement of wizards in the last 50 years. The men said something about a potion that helped to control werewolves during their transformation. Lord Ravenclaw then asked if any non-magical wanted to give a try and name one great achievement of non-magical in the last 50 years. Your father then said that he couldn't decide between the World Wide Web and the moon landing in 1969. Those guys went ballistic claiming that it was impossible to travel to the moon, even more to non-magicals. Lord Ravenclaw then shut them up by confirming that the non-magicals, a crew of 3 to be more precise, landed on the moon and 2 of them had the opportunity to be the first humans to walk in the moon's soil. He even said that there were records of the entire thing happening that was available to anyone and the event was broadcasted to the entire world. That shut the bigot up. After that, Lord Ravenclaw continued the meeting without any more interruptions. Jane Granger said, finishing her report. That's normal, unfortunately, Mrs. Granger. Most wizards still think that the non-magicals are in the 1800s. It is getting better, but it will take some time. Harry said to Hermione's mother. After that, the teens went back to their homework, while Daniel Granger continued to read the PTA guide and Jane Granger went to the kitchen to start the dinner preparations. A week later, Harry and his friends were boarding the Hogwarts Express again to start his 4th year of magical studies. Entering the Great Hall, the first thing that Harry noticed was the absence of Lord Ravenclaw from the head of Ravenclaw's house table. The sorting and the welcoming feast went well, but it was the announcements made by the headmistress after it that shocked the students. I hope that the feast was to everyone's liking as it was for me. Now, before I free everyone to their beds, I have some announcements. This year, Hogwarts will be housing a revamped version of the Triwizard Tournament. For those that don't know, the Triwizard Tournament is a friendly competition between 3 magic schools from Europe. They are the Demstrang Institute, Beauxbatons Academy, and Hogwarts School. Before being cancelled because of the right mortality rate of its participants, the Triwizard Tournament consisted of 3 tasks that should be completed by 3 students, one of each school, that were chosen by an impartial judge. Headmistress McGonagall said. She made a pause and continued before the students started to talk again. But, Lord Ravenclaw pointed out, and all the other headmasters agreed with him in that the competition was too dangerous, even if better security measures were being taken to guarantee the students' safety, and that the skills of a single student couldn't represent the entirety of a school. He then proposed to change the task for a series of events that could have many more participants. This way, the tournament would be even better. After much discussion, 7 events were chosen. They are dueling, chess, magical quiz, maze running, Quidditch, capture the flag and King of the Hill. Headmistress McGonagall said while listing the chosen events. The students, after hearing the list of events, had to agree that they sounded like a much more just competition than a single student representing all the other ones. Even with the Triwizard Tournament, our school calendar will not suffer alterations. The Hogwarts Quidditch team will be chosen by Professors Horace and Hooch and they will be using the Autumn Cup to scout players. For the other events, keep an eye open for the notice boards. The professors will post announcements on them for the events that will take place to choose Hogwarts representatives. On October 31st, Hogwarts will be receiving a delegation from each school that will spend the rest of the school year with us and in December, we will be hosting a gala party just before the start of the winter break. After that, the students were sent back for their common rooms for the night. During the next weeks, the only thing that was talked about was about the incoming tournament. Nobody noticed the change in relationship between Harry and Hermione. At least it was that way until the second weekend of the school year, when the first edition of the Year 4, the Hogwarts Voice, was published and released. It had a small section about new couples and breakups, and there, in the middle of the section in a prominent position, was the announcement that Harry Potter was dating Hermione Granger. At least it is not the front page. Harry said to Hermione when the girl showed the article to him. Soon, the entire school knew about it, and 4 days later, the entire British Isles knew it too because the Daily Prophet had made a piece about it too. Hermione was called to the headmistress' office on the next day. Later, she told Harry that it was to inform her that some boob-trapped letters were sent to her and were intercepted by the school's wards. The letters were then forwarded to the Auror department for further investigation. That notice made Harry fume. Some people were targeting Hermione because she was dating him. It was then that Harry decided to escalate the problem. He wrote a letter to his dogfather telling him about the boob-trapped letters that Hermione received and asked him, as his guardian, to reinforce the request for further investigation. And boy, did it escalate. Apparently there's an old law that sees the attack to the intended of an heir to a family as an attack to the heir himself. So, by sending boob-trapped letters to Hermione, to the eyes of the law, it was like they were sending them to Harry himself, and as Harry was the last living Potter, that was a big no-no. Don't need to say that the offending witches were very sorry about sending those letters now. Halloween day came and the students were outside the castle waiting for the arrival of the other school's delegations. The first to arrive, in a big effing flying carriage pulled by big horse-like creatures with wings that, later in a Care of Magical Creatures class, Harry discovered were named Abrazans and were related to the Pegasi. From inside it, disembarked the biggest woman Harry had ever seen, even taller than Hagrid. She was followed by a big group of students that were wearing a light blue uniform, which by what he could observe, was not appropriate to the current Scottish weather. As the students of Beauxbatons started to shiver, Lord Ravenclaw, who was present today, waved his hand and they stopped shivering. After the higher-ups of the school traded compliments with the delegation, they were invited to enter the castle to seek shelter from the cold wind. After some more minutes of waiting, the students' attention was called to the Black Lake. The otherwise calm surface of it was bubbling, and the quantity of it increased by the second. Soon, a huge ship broke the surface of the Black Lake and dropped its anchor. The ship was the most depressing thing he had ever seen. Harry could swear that it would have sunk already if it was not for the magic applied to the ship. The thing was just like the ships that he had read about in ghost ship stories. From the ship, a long plank was extended and, using it, the Demstrang Institute delegation disembarked. The delegation was headed by a man of normal height that had long grey hair and a long grey beard. The students behind him were wearing uniforms too, but, different from Beauxbatons Academy, the Demstrang Institute was even more to the north than Hogwarts. Their uniform was full of pelts and fur, allowing them a good protection from the cold Scottish winds. The higher-ups from the schools again traded compliments and were invited to join them inside the great hall of the castle for a welcoming feast. Soon, the feast was going at it at full speed. The house elves had outdone themselves and had prepared an assortment of different meals that were considered local cuisine at the schools. Chapter 70, Harry Potter, Part 8, End of H.P. Canon. Harry Potter was seated on the grass by the Black Lake. He had just got out of his last OWL exam, history, and was now just relaxing, but he was pretty sure that he had done well on it. Harry had his eyes closed and was enjoying the shade of the tree that he was under when he heard footsteps on the grass approaching his position. Soon, he felt someone sitting by his side and resting its head on his chest. Harry didn't need to open his eyes to see who it was. He got the intruder identity by its smell, or better saying, her perfume. "Hey there, girlfriend," Harry said while smiling with eyes still closed. "Hey there, boyfriend," Hermione said while closing her eyes to relax a little too on Harry's chest. She had almost burned herself while studying for the OWLs and now she just wanted to rest. "How are our plans for summer break?" Harry asked Hermione. "It's all good. The documentation was already sent and now we just have to travel," Hermione said. Harry and Hermione had decided that this summer they would convince both families to travel together and they had managed to do it. Their chosen destination, Hawaii. Both teens stood for some more time just there in silence, while relaxing and enjoying each other's presence. 2 years later, Harry and Hermione were again seated at the same place, under the same tree by the Black Lake. Their newts had been brutal as all newts could be. But theirs was even worse. The results of Hogwarts' educational reforms were showing for sure. At the welcoming feast of their last year at Hogwarts, Lord Ravenclaw, who appeared at the school very sporadic now because of his team of toddlers, had read to them the statistics of the last 3 years' OWLs and newts results. Records were broken year after year with the number of students passing and getting even higher marks after each year. He announced too that, with these results, Hogwarts could be considered again one of the top 10 schools of magic. But they could do better. Lord Ravenclaw said that the graduating students were a special group. Special because they got the new educational system in their 3rd year, and that the next 2 years groups would be even more special by having even more time at being taught with the old, new educational system. With that in mind, Madame Marchbanks, who was the head of the examiners from the ministry, got all fired up together with her team and the students were asked to do even more during their practicals. "How are you doing with your magic circle new design?" Hermione suddenly asked Harry. The young man, like Hermione, had been taught magecraft in a basic course offered at Hogwarts in his 6th year. Out of the basic course, Harry and Hermione had studied the subject by themselves too, and he, as a member of an old family, was trying to design a magic circle for the Potters. Harry had assumed his rightful position as the head and lord of House Potter at his 17th birthday, and with that, he could now access his family vaults. He had found tons of different stuff inside those old vaults. There were piles over piles of trunks that only had books. Harry had used a complicated spell to search for specific information on the books and found out that his family, the Potters, never had a member that was very proficient in magecraft. They had books about the subject that dated to the time of the founders, but not a single information about the family having its own magic circle. He was sure of it, he had triple-checked. The only mention and beginnings of magic circle construction was found inside his mother's journal. The thing was stuffed inside a trunk that was on the top of a pile of trunks. Inside the trunk, aside from the journal, Harry found a lot of stuff that belonged to Lily Potter. Harry concluded that the house elf from the family had boxed everything that could be saved and deposited inside the vault. One of his finds was now ever present at his bedside, a picture of his parents holding a baby Harry. It's going well, Harry said while extending one of his hands to his front and concentrating a lot. An emerald green magic circle started to be drawn in the air in front of the couple. Hermione opened her eyes and observed the progress that his boyfriend had made on it. In the middle of it was the Potter's family coat of arms or shield. The circle could be said ready if not for some of the lines being blurred at some places or the green light that made the circle flickering a little from time to time. I still have some stuff to do to get it right, but it is almost there, Harry added to Hermione, who nodded her head and closed her eyes after Harry had let the magic circle fade. I sent a letter to Lord Ravenclaw about it, like he said that I could, and he told me that the reason for the circle not being stable is basically the lack of personality to it. He then suggested I do a ritual that would show me the runes that are the most compatible ones with me and my family blood. Harry says to Hermione, who frowns at that. A ritual of that kind would use blood, wouldn't? Hermione asks Harry. 1 drop to be exact. Harry replies to Hermione. And are you sure that it is wise to use blood in an unknown ritual? Hermione asked Harry. I trust Lord Ravenclaw with my life, Hermione. Harry said to his girlfriend. I trust him too, Harry. But it is blood that we are talking about. You, just as I, did read the books about rituals. You know that any error can cause a disaster in rituals, even more if the ritual uses blood. Hermione said, remembering and warning Harry. Yeah, I know. But the ritual is really simple. I'm thinking of doing it before our trip. Harry said to Hermione. Okay, but I want to be together with you when you do it. Hermione said to Harry with finality. Harry, knowing more than to discuss with Hermione about this, nodded his head. At this moment, the couple heard someone calling for them. Harry, Hermione. The couple turned, already recognizing the voice that called them. It was Ron Weasley. He was walking to them while his girlfriend of 2 years, Lavender Brown, was hugging his arm, putting it right between her bountiful breasts. Later that week, in the morning that the graduates would make their last trip on the Hogwarts Express back to London, Harry was looking for Hermione. True to the normal, he found her inside her favorite place in Hogwarts, the library. Harry entered the library and found Hermione looking at the rows and rows of bookshelves. He approached her and hugged her from behind, passing his arms around her waist. He stood there, just giving her time. 7 years, Harry. We spent 7 years of our lives here. Hermione said with a voice full of yearning, as she was already missing the place. Harry let out a chuckle. Talk about yourself, Hermione. I visited other places of the castle too during these 7 years. Harry said to Hermione, who pinched his hand in response. Ouch. Harry yelled, faking hurt. Hermione had a small smile on her face after that. Thanks for everything, Harry. Hermione said to Harry, who shook his head. Hermione, if anyone has to be thanked here, it is you. Harry said to Hermione as he hugged her with more strength. The young couple stood in silence for some minutes, when Harry let go of the hug and walked to Hermione's front. Harry, who was already wearing his Hogwarts graduate blazer, put his hand inside the blazer and retrieved something small from its inside pocket. He took Hermione's hand in his hands and joined them together. Harry then revealed what he had taken from the inside pocket. It was a ring. A beautifully crafted silver ring that had a small brilliant emerald on it. Hermione was shocked when she saw the ring. Looking at it better, the Potter family shield could be seen inside the brilliant green precious gem. Hermione Jane Granger. Harry started and went on one knee. Since the beginning you have been my best friend. With time, we discovered our feelings for each other and we turned into something more than friends. I want us to take the next step in this journey, so one day, I can call you my wife. Harry said with a serious voice that was full of emotion. Hermione Jane Granger, would you like to give me the honor of marrying me? Harry asked Hermione, who had her eyes full of unshed tears since the beginning of his speech. Harry stood there, on one knee, waiting for Hermione's answer. Each second that passed seemed an eternity to the young man. He was thinking of asking her hand in marriage in the Great Hall, but Hermione had decided that a last visit to the library was necessary. It worked very well for him. Even after being in the limelight for so much time, Harry still didn't like all the attention, and the library was much more private than a great hall full of passing students. Hermione shook herself up from her stupor and started to nod her head while shedding tears. Yes, yes, yes. I would like to marry you, Harry. Hermione answered Harry, who let out a breath that he didn't know that he was holding. Harry then took her left shaking hand and slowly put the engagement ring on. As he stood up, Hermione jumped at him and started to kiss Harry, who answered her in the same coin. The kiss quickly evolved in a passionate make-out session that almost made them lose the train time. On the train, the first to notice the new situation of the young couple was Lavender Brown. The blonde bimbo gave a squeal and jumped at Hermione, bombarding her with questions, and was followed by Parvati Patil asking to show them the ring. After the initial wave of squeals and congratulations, the trip went on with the young occupants of the cabin recounting stories of their time as students and talking about what they wanted to do after. Lavender had already received an invite to work for a magazine. Her columns about fashion in the Hogwarts Voice had reached their eyes and they didn't want to lose the opportunity. Parvati Patil was going to further increase her education. After some trips to the non-magical world with the non-magical studies class, she had fallen in love with the marketing campaigns that she saw on the streets and shopping malls and decided to study marketing in a famous university in London. Ron Weasley was still unsure of what he wanted to do, but one thing he was sure about was that he wanted to keep participating in chess tournaments. After winning the chess event in the Triwizard Tournament in his 4th year, Ron was given by a professor a flyer about a national-level chess tournament that offered a good money prize for the winner and runner-up. After some nagging with his mother, Ron participated in the tournament and won 2nd place. After that, he participated in some international ones, and, after always getting close to the trophy, he managed to take the 1st place home. Hermione wanted to do research. She didn't know what she wanted to research about yet, but she wanted to do research. Her thirst for the profession was, probably, Lady Ravenclaw's fault. The lady was a magical researcher and what she did to the library of Hogwarts had influenced Hermione to a great extent. And because of her outstanding marks, Hermione had received an offer to work for a magical Japanese company that wanted to expand its reach to work at their research department. Harry, at first, wanted to be an Auror. But his opinion changed and now he wanted to be an enchanter. He had an apprenticeship waiting for him after his well-deserved vacation. Who was the master that he was going to apprentice under? Harry didn't know. He only knew that it was offered to him by indication of Lord Ravenclaw. As the Hogwarts Express arrived at London, the group went silent while remembering, again, their good times at school. Each of them would be trailing their own paths now and they would never, probably, meet all together again. 2 years. Harry suddenly said. The occupants of the cabin were now looking at him. 2 years from now we will have a party. A reunion for the graduates of 1997 to 1998. It doesn't matter where we will be, let's meet again in 2 years. Harry said again, explaining his plan full of conviction. The young occupants of the cabin nodded their heads at each other, agreeing with Harry's proposal. As the train stopped, the group disembarked and, after saying their goodbyes and reconfirming their promise of 2 years, each went their separate ways to meet their families. Chapter 71, The First End. Union Park, The Nexus. July 3, 1998, 4:27 p.m. Eric Ravenclaw was seated on a bench in a park inside the Nexus. He was watching his children play with the other children of the residents and had a small smile on his face. His 8 children had grown fast. Yes, 8 kids. From his 7 wives, Calypso had twins. 2 beautiful girls, Helena and Hestia, with orange-red hair and stormy gray eyes that are as kind as her mother but can be troublemakers when they want to. And as her mother predicted, they are fiercely protected by their older siblings. Eric watched as the kids played. He looked to the side, where some of the mothers were to the side talking about small random stuff, meaning, things that would bore any husband, and saw some of his wives there, happily chatting. Eric smiled at that too when his attention was pulled by a child's voice. Daddy, Daddy. Eric looked at the child calling him and saw that it was Alex, his daughter with Ching Shi. The cute little girl with black hair and black eyes was running to him with her sisters behind her. He watched as his 5 little girls approached him. When they arrived by the bench where he was seated, they stopped. Alex was fidgeting a little, trying to gather courage to ask something. Yes, princess. Eric said, trying to encourage the little girl to ask away. That, together with some nubs from her sisters, had done the job. Can you give us some money for ice cream? Alex asked and made some puppy eyes to Eric. He looked from her to his other little girls and saw that all the other 4, Suyin, Revna, Helena and Hestia, were giving him the same puppy eyes. Eric smiled at the little girls and took a thinking position, with a hand on his chin while frowning his eyebrows. I don't know. Eric said, playing with the little girls. The sisterhood, noticing that their future ice cream was at risk, decided to attack. Suyin was the first to jump and hug Eric. Please, Daddy. The little girl pleaded. Helene and Hestia were the next ones who jumped and hugged Eric. Please. Both said in unison. Alex and Revna were the last ones who jumped at Eric. Pretty please. They said, pleading to their father. How could Eric resist that? Well, to begin with, it was not like he was not going to give them some money. He just wanted them to not be too used to receiving everything that they wanted. Sigh. Okay. Eric said after letting out a fake sigh. Yay. The 5 little girls chorused, celebrating and already tasting the cold treat in their mouths. Eric, after being released by his daughters, put a hand inside his jacket and, from an internal pocket of it, pulled out some bills. He then gave it to the one who had made the request, Alex. "Here you go, princess. Be sure to invite your brothers and your friends too," Eric said to the little girl, who gave him a big smile and nodded her head. She then turned away from him and, together with her sisters, went to where their brothers and friends were still playing. Eric was smiling at the scene. 1,016 years had passed since he was born in this marvelous world, and he didn't regret a millimeter of his decision in accepting his reward. Eric's house, some city in another reality. October 31, 2038, 0:36 a.m. Inside a big house in a wealthy neighborhood, men could be seen upturning the house if anyone was to look through the windows. They were searching for something. Gluff gluff. A noise, out of the ones being made by the searching team, could be heard. It was coming from the house's basement. In it, one could identify the apparel of an advanced research laboratory, and in the middle of it were 4 people. The sound was coming from the one who was tied to a chair. He had his head forced back by one of the other 3 men, while another one was pouring water from a gallon over his towel-covered face. He was being tortured by waterboarding. The third man, a well-dressed man, was looking at the scene with apathy. They had a job to do here. Their orders were as clear as the water being poured on the tortured man's face. The man made a signal with his hand, and the man that was pouring the water stopped immediately. The other one stopped holding the man's head in place and took the wet towel off his face. The tortured man had seen better days, that was for sure. He had a swollen purple eye with a cut in the eyebrow, a broken nose that was bleeding a little, and a split lower lip on his mouth. The man immediately started to cough while trying to breathe at the same time. Cough, cough, cough. When he stopped coughing and was just breathing, the man that was watching the session before spoke. "Well, Dr. Eric Nord, is this enough?" he said while looking at the tortured man's, now identified as Eric Nord, eyes. What he saw was stormy gray eyes looking directly back at him under swollen eyelids. That was not the eyes of someone that was afraid or going to surrender. Eric Nord was looking at his torturer with no fear at all. He knew what was coming from him, and he was not worried. PTU. Eric Nord's answer was a spit, where his saliva was mixed with some blood, that flew and landed on the asking man's clothes. "I suppose that was a no then." The man, who looked like was the boss of the men, said while taking a handkerchief from a pocket and wiping the spit from his clothes. At this time, some other men entered the basement lab. The boss looked at them and made a silent inquiry. The men who had just entered the room shook their heads negatively. At that, the boss clicked his tongue. "TSC. Unfortunately, for you, we don't have the time to stay and continue to play this game. And since our contractor can't have your cure, nobody will have it." The men said to Eric Nord and snapped his fingers. Snap. "Prepare the goodbye basket for Dr. Eric Nord here. We are leaving," the boss said, and his men started to move. He then looked at the bound man on the chair and gave him a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You see, Dr. Eric Nord, when I said that if global pharmaceutics can't have your cure, then nobody will have it, I meant it. Our orders were very clear. Search for your research on the cure." At this, the man pointed to the hard drive that was on top of the table near him. "Search for any prototype that you could have made, and make you a proposal to work for us." Unfortunately, the last 2 were not achievable, but our contractor was very clear about what to do in this situation. The boss said. At this, another man enters the basement lab while holding a basket in his hands. It would be a normal basket made of vime, like those ones that people use to put fruits inside and give to others, if not for the stuff inside of it. The men put the basket on top of one of the tables of the laboratory, and the booze approached it. "This here, Dr. Eric Nord's, is an incendiary bomb. It will disperse in the air a very flammable liquid that will turn into a heavy gas shortly after being released. The dispositive will then detonate a small charge that will cause enough flame to set the heavy gas on a very hot fire, burning everything around it. Best of all, the dispositive is totally untraceable and will burn to cinders with the fire that it will generate." The boss spoke to his audience. Eric Nord would roll its eyes if they were not swollen and hurting, but his tongue was still intact. "What is with you, bad guys, and their monologues? Is that some kind of must-do-before-killing thing? Do you guys have a guidebook that you have to follow that says that you have to bore the victim to death before actually killing him?" Eric Nord said. And it was a critical hit. The smile that was on the boss' face disappeared and he calmly walked to the bound man. Bam. The boss hit Eric Nord with a punch to the side of the face. The impact made the chair where Eric was tumble to the side, taking the bound man with it. "Enjoy your last moments of life, Mr. Eric Nord. Tomorrow, the news will show that the genius microbiologist Eric Nord died in a house fire caused by a chemical reaction in his personal laboratory," the boss said while wiping with a handkerchief his hand of Eric Nord's blood. He then discarded the handkerchief on the ground and walked out of the basement with his men following right behind him after clicking something inside the incendiary basket. Alone again in the silence of his house, accompanied only by the beep sounds coming from the incendiary basket, Eric thought about how things got here. In the year 2019, a virus started to spread through the population of the world. The virus was highly contagious and could kill. When the pandemia was controlled worldwide, 2 years later, the virus had reached around 5% of the world's total population. But then, a new version of the virus was discovered. This new version was not as lethal as the originator, but it was more resistant to the vaccines that were created. For years later, it was controlled again, but it had taken with it another 5% of the world's population. And another variant appeared, and another, and another. Now, 19 years later, the world was fighting 3 variants at the same time and had already lost 18% of the population that it had in the beginning. Those were the numbers lost for the virus. A good 3 or 4% were of suicides. People had just given up. They were desperate. Then it came Dr. Eric Nord. Eric Nord was a genius polymath that specialized in microbiology. He was the one who had found the vaccine for the 3 first variants of the virus. But the government, following the angry mob that was not satisfied with the pandemia and the rumors without any base that said the vaccine made the virus mutate, pressed hard on the research laboratory where Eric Nord worked and he was fired. In the beginning, Eric Nord was angry. He was doing his work, and doing it very well. If not for him, the death toll of the pandemia would have been much higher. Eric Nord ended up accepting it. Later, at home, he decided to do his own research. His base was, if a virus can mutate to fight a vaccine, why can't the vaccine, or cure, mutate to fight the virus too? Eric Nord's research went on for months. He would close himself inside his laboratory and would not exit it for days to come. Did his family not bother by his obsessive behavior? They probably would have, if he had any. Eric Nord was an orphan since he was 12 years old. Being a genius tends to alienate people from those around his age, and with Eric Nord it was not different. He grew up without friends and that made him focus even more on his studies. He would, of course, have his leisure time. Japanese manga and anime was one of his passions, together with fiction books. Eric Nord grew up, and got various masteries in different areas. Physics, mathematics, biology, medicine, engineering, computing, psychology, law. He graduated in a lot of areas and, when he was barely in his 30s, he was declared a polymath. Even with all his degrees, he had one that he liked more than others, biology. Better saying, microbiology. For Eric Nord, microbiology was a world of itself. Things happening in a micro level that could not be seen with the naked eye. The creatures of this micro world looked like little monsters too. Micro monsters that were programmed with a simple and unique function. It was with this base that Eric Nord was using to create his own micro monster. One that would have an objective to clean its host's body of bad things. And he did it. Chapter 72, Meeting the Manager. Eric's house, some city in another reality. October 31, 2038, 0:53 a.m. And he did it. He had managed to create his own micro-monster that would work as an universal cure. He was ready to go back to the lab that used to employ him. He understood that they had only fired him because the government had threatened to cut their budget, and so in a situation that they had to choose between one employee and all the employees, they chose to fire Eric Nord, the one responsible for making the first vaccines. And now, after exiting the meeting with his ex-boss and demonstrating to him how his micro-monster worked through videos that he had recorded during his experiments, he had a spoken deal with his ex-boss about the fabrication and distribution of the micro-monster that they had named CURE. It was a silly name, but he, as its creator, had insisted on it. The name was an acronym to Cute Under Relatives' Eyes. For short, the Cure. As he arrived home in his hydrogen car, he was accosted by a well-dressed man that had other men accompanying him. He invited himself inside his home and presented to Eric Nord a tablet. Eric Nord took it and it immediately started a video call. On the other side of the feed was a man that offered to buy Eric's cure for an exorbitant price. It was then that everything clicked inside Eric Nord's head. The virus that attacked the world was engineered. That's why every time they managed to control one variant of it, another one popped out of nowhere. There was someone profiting while the world burned. That's why they offered such a price for Eric Nord's micro-monster. Cure was a threat to their scheme. With this epiphany, Eric Nord hardened his will. Cure would never be in this man/organization's hands. He politely told the man off, saying that he needed some time to think. The man accepted and said that he would return to talk with him and know his answer the next night. An hour later, the man was back and held a gun to Eric Nord's head. He said that they had found out that Eric already had an agreement with his ex-boss and that they now would take the cure using force. As Eric Nord was done with his recap, he heard the beeps coming from the incendiary basket speed up and he knew that his end was coming. He had one final wish before going. Eric Nord really wanted to see the face that the guy would make when he plugged in his hard drive. It was then that he heard the sound of a spray going off. 10 seconds later he heard a small boon. His last thoughts before his world was engulfed in fire was that he was glad that he had taken precautions to guarantee his research. Unknown place. Unknown date, unknown time. When Eric Nord came to himself, he was in a white room seated on a white bench. He looked around and saw that he was not the only one there. Eric Nord tried to get up, but he couldn't move his legs to take his bum out of the bench. When he was going to speak out loud, he noticed that he couldn't talk too. But, at least he could move his hands and arms. It was then that he heard a ding sound. Eric Nord looked at the source of it and saw a luminous panel on the wall, above a red door, that had a smiley face printed on it and read, "Now attending number 5488264551. The ding sound was heard again and he noticed that the number in the luminous panel went up by 1. He then saw a woman getting up from the bench and walking through the red door. On her wrist was a paper bracelet. Eric Nord then saw that he, too, had a paper bracelet on his wrist. On it was printed, number 549575579. He then let out a groan in his head. What appeared to be an eternity later, Eric Nord heard another ding sound and felt his body becoming free. Almost automatically, he got up and walked to the red door, just like he had seen 749,128 people before him do. As Eric Nord passed through the door, he found himself in a room full of desks that had 2 people, each one sitting at one side of it, and one of them had a keyboard, mouse and monitor turned to him. Eric recognized the pattern and walked to the nearest desk that had an empty chair at one of the sides of it. He sat on the chair and the men on the other side immediately addressed him. Full name and date of birth. Eric Nord blinked while looking at the men who had asked him without even looking at his face. When Eric Nord didn't answer, the men looked up at him and asked again. Full name and date of birth. Eric Nord, October 31st of the year 2001. Eric Nord replied finally to the men, who started to type the information on his keyboard and turned to look at the screen. Let's see. Ah, here it is. Eric Nord, born October 31st of the year 2001, resident of the quadrant 4C in the planet T3RR4, also known as Earth. Date of death, October 31st of 2038 on a fire explosion. Aren't you a luck one? Dying on the day of your birthday. Karma disposition is. Holy effer. The men said and lastly commented sarcastically. He then went silent and started reading other info on his screen. 30 seconds later, the man stopped reading from his screen and sighed. Sigh. I will have to pass you to the regional manager. Your case is way out of my league. The man said and got up from his seat. Please, follow me. He asked Eric Nord and started walking. Eric Nord hurriedly got up and went after the attendant. They walked a little, with Eric Nord following behind the attendant, passing through various desks that had their own pair of people talking, until they arrived at a yellow door that had plaque that read in uppercase and bold letters, Justin P. Morton, Regional Manager. The attendant knocked on the door and waited a little. Soon, they heard an invitation from inside. Come in. The attendant then opened the door and entered the new room, inviting Eric Nord to follow him. The room, different from the rooms before, was not all white. Its walls and ceiling were of beige color and the decoration in it would be the ones that you would normally see in a modern office. The man that Eric Nord assumed was the regional manager was sitting behind a solid-looking desk made of some kind of white wood. He looked at the attendant, then looked at Eric Nord and frowned his eyebrows, then looked back to the attendant as if asking, what the heck is he doing here? Excuse me, Mr. Morton, but I have a case here with me that is way out of my league. The attendant said, explaining why Eric Nord was there. The regional manager nodded his head and pulled his keyboard closer to his hands and waited for the attendant to say more. Quadrant 4C, Planet T3RR4, Eric Nord, October 31st of the year 2001. The attendant repeated Eric Nord's information to the regional manager, who started typing it away on the keyboard. 30 seconds later, the man had finished reading the information on his screen and turned back to the attendant after pushing the keyboard a little away from him. Thank you, Stuart, that would be all. Mr. Morton said to Stuart, the attendant, who bowed a little to the men and turned to leave the room. He knew of a dismissal when it was directed to him. Dr. Nord, please, take a seat. We have a lot to talk about. Mr. Morton said again, this time while looking at Eric Nord. Stuart had already exited the room, letting him alone in the room. Eric Nord then did what was asked of him and sat on the comfortable-looking chair that was in the front of the desk. Before he could ask anything, Mr. Morton made a gesture with his hand to stop him from talking. I know that you must have a lot of questions right now, but first, let me finish the presentation. After that, if you still have questions, I will answer them. Mr. Morton spoke to Dr. Nord, who gave the man a short nod of his head, as if agreeing with him. Good. You probably already know this, Dr. Nord, but you are dead. This is the place where all the souls of this universe come after passing away. Here, their karma is measured in accord with how the person lived their life, and then, the person is sent again to the cycle of reincarnation. The karma determines what kind of life you will have in your next life. If you had bad karma, you will probably be born again as a rock, a bug, or something alike. If you have neutral karma, you will be born as a normal person, to a normal family. Note that here I say you will be born normal, but what you do after being born is totally to your own whim. There's no such thing as, fate wants me to be normal. You are what you make of yourself. Following this pattern, if you have good karma, you will be born in a good family. And when I say good, I mean wealthy or with some special background. Now, here is where I enter. If, for some reason, a person comes here with extreme positive karma, they are sent to me. I will personally see to your reincarnation process as well as discuss with you the boons that you will receive in your next life. So, any questions until here? Mr. Morton explained and then asked Dr. Nord, who shook his head in a negative way. The man then took his keyboard and started typing something on it again. Soon, a printer that was behind Mr. Morton spit a sheet of printed paper. Mr. Morton took the paper and, after reading it for a little, passed it to Dr. Nord. Here is a list of universes available for you to choose from. Mr. Morton said, and Dr. Nord picked the piece of paper and started to read from it. The list was big, and they were all universes that he knew at least a little about. Dr. Nord then read a footnote at the bottom of the page. All universes here listed are not the original ones and may, or may not, contain traces of other universes. As Dr. Nord read that, a wild thought passed through his head. They can be crossovers. As Dr. Nord stood there, thinking about his options, Mr. Morton was preparing and printing another sheet of paper. After he had done it, he stood there, patiently waiting for Dr. Nord to finish taking his decision. 10 minutes later, Dr. Nord took his look from the piece of paper and saw that Mr. Morton was patiently waiting for him. The man then looked kindly at Dr. Nord. So, have you come to a decision? He asked Dr. Nord, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, I want to go to DxD, universe number 7. Dr. Nord said. In the list there were some universes that were repeated. DxD universe was one of them, and had a total of 8 entries, and each one of them was designated by a number. He had chosen the number 7 because of no reason at all. Good choice. DxD universes are, normally, big ones full of adventures and dangers. Mr. Morton said while taking the sheet of paper from Dr. Nord's hands. He then took a pen and started taking notes on the paper that he had printed before while referencing the list of universes that he had taken from Dr. Nord. Soon, he was done and started typing something on his keyboard. Mr. Morton then took another sheet of paper that was spit by the printer behind him and passed it to Dr. Nord. This is a list of boons that can be granted to you in the DxD universe number 7. You can choose 3 of them. Mr. Morton said, explaining the new list to Dr. Nord, who took the list and eagerly started to read its content. The list contained things like race of origin, timeline, origin, abilities and powers, extras and sacred gears. His eyes instantly went to the sacred gear option. There he found a list of sacred gears available in that world with a big note that read, availability depends if the timeline option was chosen. If not, the user will be put on a random time frame when the chosen gear is available. Choosing a sacred gear does not guarantee that the user will be able to activate it. Dr. Nord looked for the gear that he desired and saw it there, in all its glory. He then frowned after thinking that he would not be able to use it to its full capabilities if he was to forget his knowledge. Mr. Morton, do you guys offer a boon of not forgetting the knowledge attained in the past life? Dr. Nord asked Mr. Morton, who smiled at him. If it is available for you in that universe, it is listed in the extras section. Mr. Morton replied to Dr. Nord, who murmured a thanks and went to search for the boon. And there it was. Keeper of the knowledge boon, user does not forget knowledge attained in his past life. Bonus, aids the user to retain new knowledge in a much faster way. Dr. Nord read the description of it. This would be perfect for the combo that he was planning. He looked at the list again, searching for something that would add to his combo. After some time and much deliberation later, Dr. Nord passed the list back to Mr. Morton. So, I presume that you have made your choices? Mr. Morton asked Dr. Nord, who nodded his head in an affirmative way. Yes, I have. Dr. Nord replied. Do tell me, then. Mr. Morton said while taking his pen in hand and getting ready to note down his choices. From the extra section, I want the Keeper of the Knowledge boon. Dr. Nord said, and Mr. Morton circled the option on the list. From the Abilities and Power section, I want the Naturally Talented Body perk. Dr. Nord said again, and Mr. Morton circled the option on the list. And finally, from the Sacred Gear section, I want the Chapter 73, the second beginning. Unknown place. Unknown date, unknown time. And finally, from the Sacred Gear section, I want the Annihilation Maker. Dr. Nord said with finality. In his humble opinion, the use of the Annihilation Maker show in the novel was a very poor one. "Oh. I see what you are doing there," Mr. Morton said to Dr. Nord. He had read Dr. Nord's life on his file and knew of the man's passion about the micro-world and its micro-monsters. Now he really wanted to see what the man that had a huge positive karma for saving billions of lives would do with the know-how of his past profession and the supernatural ability to create monsters from his imagination. Dr. Nord smiled at the man. He was not bothered at all at having his combo being discovered. "You are aware that since you had not chosen the timeline for you to be born, you will be sent to a time where no one was owning the Annihilation Maker, right?" Mr. Morton asked Dr. Nordham, who nodded his head in confirmation. "Yes, Mr. Morton, I am aware," Dr. Nord replied to the manager. "And that because of this choice, you will be, at least, half human?" Mr. Morton asked again to Dr. Nord. "Yes, Mr. Morton, I am aware of that too," Dr. Nord replied. "Good, then let me just note everything down on the contract," Mr. Morton said, and started to write down on the paper that he had printed before. After noting everything down on it, he then passed it to Dr. Nord. "Please, revise everything written on it, and if you agree with it, sign at the designated place on the bottom of the page," Mr. Morton said to Dr. Nord, who took the paper and started to read it. Some minutes later, Dr. Nord saw that everything was as they had discussed and then took the pen that Mr. Morton had offered before and signed on the designated place. After that, Mr. Morton signed as the contracted part. He then took the signed contract and deposited it in a box that read out on it. The contract disappeared as soon as Mr. Morton let it go inside the box. "And that's done. Now come on, follow me. I'll show you off to your next journey," Mr. Morton said, and stood up from his chair, walking to the door of his office. Dr. Nord stood too and followed after him. The duo walked through all the desks where the attendants were attending the other dead people until they arrived at a section of the room that had various red doors with a plaque that read, "Exit Only." Dr. Nord noticed that all the red doors had no locks on them, and while they were walking to the place, he had seen a person walk to the door and just touch it for it to open and then pass through it. Mr. Morton then walked to the side where there was a door that had a lock on it. It was an electronic lock that would only open for the right card. "Here it is, the door that will take you to your next life," Mr. Morton said to Dr. Nord, who stood there, just looking at the red door. "Any questions before we send you off?" Mr. Morton asked Dr. Nord, who then woke up from his daydream. "Actually, yes." "How much can I change?" Dr. Nord asked while turning to look at Mr. Morton's face. "Anything. The universes that we disponibilize, as you have been told before, are not the original ones. Meaning that you can do anything that you want there. Of course, you will end here when you eventually die again and you will have to pay for it, like any other soul," Mr. Morton replied to Dr. Nord, who nodded his head in understanding. Mr. Morton then took his hand and picked a card from an internal pocket of his suit and was going to swipe it before Dr. Nord spoke again. "One last question." Mr. Morton looked at Dr. Nord and nodded his head in agreement. "How was Cure received in my old world?" Dr. Nord asked Mr. Morton. "Well, your stunt of linking your vital signs to the release mechanism in the cloud was very successful. 5 minutes after your heartbeat stopped, all the surveillance footage of your death was released to every kind of press in your world and to the general public too, together with the instructions of how to find the Cure stashes that you had hidden. Initially, the government tried to stop the spreading of the information and recover the stashes first, but it was too late. As soon as the first stash was found, Cure entered the person's body and started to do its work, maintain, reproduce, and spread. In 3 months, Cure had spread through all the globe. It caused a lot of panic initially because it behaved like a virus. But then, people who were sick for all their lives started to heal, and no more new cases of diseases were seen in the hospitals. With those results, you were hailed as a hero by everyone. The people responsible for your death were, basically, dead men breathing. They couldn't step on the sun without being recognized by the people. The pharmaceutical company that ordered your hit went bankrupt. But they were only the first ones. Pharmaceutical companies all around the world that lived on producing medicines closed their doors because there were no more diseases to cure. The ones that survived were those that produced things to treat physical wounds. With the health situation taken care of, the planet would soon enter in a new development phase, having its resources being allocated to new places. Your cure basically started a new era for the planet, a new golden age. Mr. Morton replied to Dr. Nord, who had listened to all with a smile on his face. Mr. Morton then swiped his card on the electronic lock and a beep sound was heard with a LED light on the lock going from red to the green color. He then opened the door to Dr. Nord, who was looking at it with curiosity. Inside the door nothing could be seen. It was all completely white. Dr. Nord approached it and stood by the entrance while still looking at it with curiosity. Seeing this, a mischievous glint passed by Mr. Morton's eyes. "Be careful from where you step," Mr. Morton warned Dr. Nord, who looked at the ground where he was stepping. "What dash?" He tried to said, but was then shoved through the door's entrance by Mr. Morton, disappearing in the white inside of it. Mr. Morton was smiling mischievously as he closed the red door again, with the LED light on lock going from green to the red color signaling its locked state again. "Good luck, Doctor," Mr. Morton said in a low voice while looking at the locked red door. He then turned and walked back to his office. Village without a name, north of Scotland. October 31st, 982, 4:42 p.m. A man was walking from side to side nervously in the lounge of a woodhouse. In the adjacent room, his wife was giving birth to their firstborn. "Calm down, Agner," a tough-looking man said to the one who was paving nervously, now identified as Agner. "How can I become calm right now, Bjorn? You are only telling me this because you never had a child," Agner said to the rough-looking man, now identified as Bjorn, who chuckled at him. "Not that I know at least," Bjorn commented. That had helped Agner take his head out of his woman in the adjacent room. "Ah!" Both men had heard the female yell. It had come from the adjacent room. Agner was looking at the door with a face full of concern for his wife and unborn child. "Yua. Both men were now hearing a child cloud cry. Agner's concern was instantly washed away from his face, and he now sported a wide smile on it. Bjorn laughed loudly at that and walked to Agner. He then clapped a hand on Agner's shoulder and squeezed it. "Congratulations, Agner," Bjorn said to Agner, who smiled even wider at that. "Thank you, brother," Agner said back, smiling like a loon. As the two brothers in arms were having a moment, the door to the adjacent room was opened, making both men look at it. From inside, came a dignified-looking woman who had stormy gray eyes and white hair. She was wearing a deep purple robe and had a sword attached to her waist. "Congratulations, Agner, you are a father," the woman said to Agner. Her expression was unreadable. Agner looked at the woman right in her eyes. "By your expression, I assume that my child is a boy," Agner said. "Indeed he is," the woman said and walked out of the house without saying anything more. "Brother, your mother is scary," Bjorn commented after the woman exited the house. Agner let out a sigh. Sigh. "Valkyrie Gondel was never my mother. She was always my half-sister's mother," Agner said, with some sadness in his voice. At the beginning, he was angry. He had developed hate for her mother, but after growing up and witnessing some stuff, he learned why she acted differently with him than with her sister. It all came to his sex. As a male, he was not a Valkyrie. He would live longer than normal mortals because of the blood that ran in his veins, but not that longer than a mortal. His half-sister, because she was born a female from a Valkyrie, was a Valkyrie too. She inherited all their mother's gifts and would live a very long life. His mother didn't want to attach herself emotionally to him. She had seen friends almost go crazy as they watched their sons wither with the actions of time, and she didn't want that for her. Because of that, he had to pay the price. Valkyrie Gondel had reached to him when she discovered that he was going to be a father. She was expecting a granddaughter, and offered to take care of his wife during the labor. Now that the child was born, and since it was not the granddaughter that she was expecting, she was gone. Agner let out another sigh when he felt Bjorn's hand squeezing his shoulder again. Sigh. Agner then, cautiously, walked inside the adjacent room. There, laying on the bed, was the tired sight of his wife. She was holding a small bundle in her arms and was smiling gently at it. She looked up from the small bundle, at Agner. "Come, husband. Come and meet our son," she said to Agner, who then walked to her side. Agner looked at the bundle and inside it, he saw his son. He had stormy gray eyes, like his, and an orange-reddish tuft of hair on his head, like his mother. Agner was smiling widely at his son, who was looking around with eyes full of curiosity. "What will we name him, Agner?" Agner's wife asked her husband. "I was thinking of Eric," Agner replied to his wife. "Eric, son of Agner and Arya." "I like it. Eric it is," the woman, now identified as Arya, said while looking at her baby, Eric. "Is Valkyrie Gondel already gone?" Arya asked Agner without taking her eyes out of her baby. "Yes," Agner replied to his wife. "And it will probably be the last time that we see her. That is, if we don't have any other child," Agner commented, letting out in his voice a bit of his discontent for the Valkyrie. Arya sighed at that. She knew that her husband and his mother had a complicated relationship, but she had never seen it until now. Suddenly, Eric started to cry and the fired clay jug that was by the bedside exploded in dust, spreading water over it and the ground. Agner and Arya looked at the place that used to contain the fired clay jug of water with shocked faces. Then, Arya's face morphed to one of glee. Her son had the same gift of magic that she had. There, my little wizard," Arya softly said to baby Eric. She then took a breast out of her robe and put its nipple on Eric's mouth. The baby immediately stopped crying and glomped on the nipple and started to suck the motherly nourishment out of it. Arya was looking tenderly at her son while he drank her milk. "Drink it up, my little wizard. Drink it up so you can grow up and be as strong as your father and mother," she said sweetly to the baby in her arms. Agnar, who was still smiling like a loon, just prayed in his head. Prayed that he could stay a little more with his son. He, as a Nordic warrior, was very prone to go to battle, and he knew that not always they could return home. He just wanted time to at least teach his son how to hold a sword. Chapter 74, Childhood. Village without a name, north of Scotland. September 5, 990, 10:03 a.m. In a remote village at the north coast of Scotland, a boy with long orange-reddish hair was seen running through the trails in the field carved by the repeated passage of animals and people. He was running with a smile on his face and a bundle in his arms. Quickly, he arrived at his destination, his house. The boy entered the wooden house and was quickly called attention by a feminine voice. "Eric, what I already said to you about running inside the house." The boy, Eric, turned to the origin of the voice and saw a beautiful woman looking at him with a frown on her face and both hands in her waist. "You said to not do it unless it is an emergency, Mom." Eric replied to his mom, Arya, who nodded her head in agreement. "Good, and is it an emergency?" Arya asked her son, who shook his head. "No, Mom." "I am sorry, Mom." Eric replied to his mother, who looked a little pleased with her son recognizing his mistakes, even if some of them he continuously repeated. But then, again, Eric was a very well-behaved child. Very different from the ones that she had seen around the village. Her attention was then brought to the bundle that Eric had just dropped on the kitchen table. Eric unpacked it to reveal some fresh bread, together with some cured pork sausages. "Eric, where did you get this?" Arya asked her son. She knew that Eric had no money to spend on his own. "I traded them with the baker and the butcher, Mom. I found this place in a nearby grove that had a lot of mushrooms and elderberries. I then remembered that the butcher likes mushrooms with eggs, but had found some difficulty in procuring the mushrooms at this time of the year. Same with the baker, who likes to make a special bread with the elderberries mixed in the dough. So I picked some of each and went to trade with them. I got some bread from the baker and the sausage from the butcher," Eric said, explaining to his mother how he had acquired the thing in the bundle. Arya let out a sigh at that. Sigh. Her son, Eric, was always like that. He managed to get stuff from others by trading them with things that they were missing. How did he know what people wanted? Eric had a very good memory and very good senses. He could hear clearly a person murmur something 50 meters away and still understand what was said. She called it a gift of him, together with their magic, but he just calls it paying attention to the details. Arya then noticed that Eric was separating the stuff that he got into two different piles. One was obviously bigger than the other. "What are you doing now?" Arya asked Eric, who had just finished separating the piles and was now starting to pack the small pile in a bundle again. "I will take some of these for Grandpa Geo. It's too much for just the two of us anyway, and the bread would get old," Eric said to his mother. Arya nodded her head in agreement. It is not good to waste food, and old Geo could use some extra food. "Go then. Don't extend your visit by too much, remember to come home before it gets dark, I want to revise your lessons on magic before sleep," Arya said to Eric. Old Geo was an old hermit that lived in a cave nearby. Nobody remembers when the old man started to live there, but everyone knows that he did live there. The man was harmless, and Eric loved to hear his stories, so she had no qualms about her son visiting the old hermit. Eric hummed in confirmation to his mother. Soon, he had the bundle packed and ready for transportation again. "Bye, Mom," Eric said while picking the bundle of food and walking to the door. "Wait a moment there, mister. Aren't you forgetting anything?" Arya said to Eric, who was almost at the door of the house, making him stop on his tracks. Eric turned to look at his mother with confusion in his face. Then, like he received some kind of enlightenment, his face morphed to one of realization. Sorry," Eric said, sheepishly. He walked to his mother and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Good, now go, and be safe," Arya said to Eric, now with a smile after having received her kiss. Eric then nodded to her with his head and walked through the door. Arya walked to the door too, and watched as her son ran through the trails of the fields. A trace of sadness passed through her eyes. It has been a little more than a year since Agnar left them. It was supposed to be a short expedition at first, but then the time for his return had passed and he had not returned. 8 months later, from the 14 men who parted, only one returned. Bjorn came back and he was missing his left arm. He was carrying some stuff with him, and had a woman by his side. He then went from house to house, telling the families of his brothers in arms what had happened and giving them back something from the deceased. When it came to Arya and Eric's house, he presented the woman by his side as a healer that had pulled him from certain death and as his future wife. Emma was a witch too, just like Arya. Bjorn then told Arya and Eric about what happened to the expedition. About how they had been ambushed at night while they were camping on a beach to gather some fresh water for their ship, and how on odds of 3 for 1, they managed to kill all the attackers, but not without losing everyone. Agnar had died at his side, from a deep cut that he received on his chest and some spear holes. Bjorn had his left arm mangled by a mace attack, and was bleeding profusely too. He only survived because Emma had found him. The vultures flying over warned her that something was not right. She didn't manage to save his arm, but she did save his life after he could at least walk a little. Bjorn, with the help of Emma, did the rites for the bodies of his brother-in-arms. They received the traditional burial rites for their people. That meant the bodies were cremated while sailing a last time on their ship. It had taken a while, but when Bjorn managed to fully recover, he gathered his stuff and started the journey back to the village. Emma, who had captured his heart, and his heart, insisted on traveling with him. It took some time, mainly because of the winter, but they were here now. Bjorn then took something from his package and gave it to Eric. It was a short sword. Agnar's short sword. His main weapon, a bigger sword, had been cremated with him, as the tradition asked, so he wouldn't arrive empty-handed on Valhalla. Eric had taken the short sword in his hands and hugged it dearly. Arya had thanked Bjorn profusely for what he had done. The couple stood in the village for some more weeks, where Emma and Arya had hid very well, mainly talking about magic. Curiously, in one of these talks, Emma asked if it was normal for Nordic warriors to have a long-bottom tool. Arya, while blushing and giggling, confessed that she would not know who to compare with. She had only seen Agnar and Eric's bottom tools, and the last one was a child. That conversation stopped there. Emma had told Arya, too, of the news of some very powerful wizards and witches banding together to found a place to teach children magic. Apparently, the kids' family would receive a visit when they were at their 11th birthday, if they had enough magic inside of them. After that, before winter arrived, the couple had departed. They said they would live more to the south. Emma had some land down there that she had inherited from a deceased uncle and they would build a house and a family together, but they would keep contact. Apparently, some wizards were training owls to carry letters. It sounded crazy, but then again, they were wizards and witches. In Arya's opinion, Eric had taken his father's death very well. At least better than she had. Eric was her anchor now. Eric was running in the direction of the beach. Soon, he arrived at it. The small waves, caused by the cove, were continuously hitting the rocky beach, filling the air with its continuous sound. Eric walked through the beach until he arrived at its end. In front of him was an enormous stone cliff. Cautiously, he walked through a thin trail that went up at about a third of the height of the stone cliff. At the end of the trail was an entrance for a cave, and seated there, on a chair on its entrance, was a very old-looking man. The man had very unkempt white hair and beard, both of them being very long, and he had the most striking blue eyes that anyone had ever seen. They were as blue as the clear noon sky. That man was just sitting there, looking at the sea, admiring it. "Grandpa Geo, I came to visit," Eric said, announcing his presence to the old hermit. It was just a formality, because he knew that the old man had very sharp senses. The old man turned to look at Eric and smiled at him. At least Eric thought that the man had smiled. His mouth was hidden under the beard. "Young ruler. How good to see you," Grandpa Geo said to Eric. He was calling Eric in that way since he introduced himself to the old hermit. It was all because of the meaning behind his name. Names have a power of their own, young ruler. They could not influence who you are, but they can guide you to that path. That was what the old hermit had said to him when he asked why the nickname. Eric had just shrugged it. "I brought you some good food, Grandpa Geo," Eric said while showing the old hermit the bundle in his arms. "Oh. I will have to treat you then with some honeyed beverage," the old hermit replied. Grandpa Geo was the only one in the village who had managed to keep a beehive. The climate in the region was just too inhospitable, and, in the end, the sea wind would kill the beehive. Grandpa Geo said that he could do it because of his cave. It worked as a protection for the hives that he kept on the most harsh days. The old hermit stood up from his chair, with an ease that a person his age would never be able to do, and walked inside the cave. Eric was behind him, following the old hermit. They arrived in the living area of the cave. On one side was the old hermit's bed and half a dozen beehives, on the other side was a pantry-like area that had a table with 2 chairs. Eric walked to the table and deposited the bundle on it, while Grandpa Geo walked more to the back of the cave. When he was back, Eric had already unpacked the bundle of food, and the old hermit was holding in his hands a fired clay pot. Inside it was a golden honey. Eric could smell it. The old hermit looked at the pile of bread and cured pork sausage and smiled. "Oh. It's a feast then," Grandpa Geo said happily. He then took a fired clay jar that was on the clay oven and a clean wooden spoon. With it, he scooped a good quantity of the golden honey and let it drop inside the jar, which was full of hot clean water. Soon after, he added some leaves on it and covered the jar with a lid. The old hermit was making some kind of tea. 15 minutes later, the duo were eating to their heart's content and drinking a sweet honey tea. "So, young ruler, how is your training on your magic going?" The old hermit suddenly asked Eric, who was not surprised with the question. "It's going well, Grandpa Geo. I've been doing the exercises that you told me and I can already hold a stone the size of my fist with my magic alone," Eric said to the old man. "Oh. That's good. Show me," the old man said, while putting, with a thunk sound, a big stone on top of the table that they were using to eat. Eric smiled at the old man and started to concentrate on the stone. Chapter 75, A Letter in Green Ink. Village Without a Name, north of Scotland. November 1st, 993, 9 a.m. Crack. Eric raised his head from the old tome that his mother had given him as a gift for his birthday, yesterday. It was an old tome on magic that, in accord with her words, was passed down in her family. He had heard a crack sound coming from somewhere far from his house, and it was a sound that he had never heard around the village before. Eric put away the old tome and went to the window of the house to look outside. He opened the curtains and looked outside for some time. Having noticed nothing out of the normal there, Eric closed the curtains again and went back to his tome. Some time passed, when he heard the door of his house being opened. "Eric, I'm home." Eric heard her mother, Arya, announcing from the door and breathed out in relief. "And you have a guest." He heard her voice again and he frowned. He never had guests before. Unless. Eric closed his tome and walked out of his room. Entering the lounge area, he saw his mother accompanied by a regal-looking man. He wore deep green robes that had some detailing in silver and had an air on him that yelled, "If you mess with me and it could be the last thing you do in your miserable life. Eric, this wizard has something for you." Eric's mother, Arya, said to him, who raised one eyebrow at that. The regal-looking wizard took that as his cue and started to talk. "Hello, young man. My name is Salazar Slytherin and I represent the Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. It has come to our attention that there is a young wizard in this village, and I came to offer him a place to learn magic." "That young wizard would be you," Salazar Slytherin said to Eric. He then took, from inside his robes, a rough-looking envelope and offered it to Eric. The boy stood there, frozen while looking at the man's face. He then looked at the envelope and back to the man's face. Eric then took a deep breath to center himself again and extended his hand to take the envelope. After taking it, he took a better look at the rough-looking envelope. It was parchment. On its front, his name was written in green ink together with his approximated location. Eric Agnerson. Unnamed village. North of Scotland. Quickly, he turned the envelope over and saw that it was sealed with red wax and on the sealing wax was pressed a big H. Holy effer. Eric swore in his thoughts. Now he knew which universe had spilled over the DxD universe. In front of him was one of the most famous wizards to have ever lived on the sandbox, written by J.K. Rowling, Salazar Slytherin. History tells that he was evil, but then, history was not always precise. The man in front of him looked nothing like an evil wizard. But then, again, the history that he had once read in his past life didn't happen yet. Things could change. After his quick enlightenment, Eric looked from the parchment envelope to his mother as if asking if he could open it. With a smile and a nod from Arya, Eric put his finger under the envelope tab and forced the seal, which opened with a snap. Eric then took the parchment letter from inside the envelope, unfolded it, and started to read it silently. While this was happening, Arya went to the oven area and started to prepare some tea for the guest. 5 minutes later, Eric had read and reread the letter multiple times. As Arya offered a cup of steaming honey tea to Salazar Slytherin, Eric started to make questions to the man. "Okay, Mr. Slytherin, let's suppose that I accept the invitation to your school. Where would I get all these materials listed here?" "Mainly the wand. Mother and I don't use them to do our magic, and we have no idea where to find a wand crafter," Eric asked the man. Salazar Slytherin finishes taking his sip on the honey tea before replying to Eric. "It is formidable that someone so young can do magic without a wand, young Eric. But answering your question, there are 2 places where one can buy the materials listed there. One of them would be the little village that has started to form very near the school. And the other place would be the magical square in Londinium. I would suggest that you visit Londinium. It offers better variety and prices," Salazar Slytherin said, replying to Eric's question. He would be impressed if the boy could perform magic without a focus. If it was true, the boy would need more attention from him and his friends. Eric nodded his head in understanding. He would need to ask about transportation too. "Mr. Slytherin, I read nothing about prices here. A school as big as yours should not be free, of course. Eric asked Salazar Slytherin, who chuckled at the question. So young and already concerned about money. Indeed, young Eric, Hogwarts is not free. But, for those who can't afford it, we usually make an agreement with them. Sometimes, if they come from some family that already has magic on it, we trade knowledge for knowledge. If the student is a first-generation wizard or witch, we trade labor for knowledge. The labor, of course, is paid after the student finishes his studies. Salazar Slytherin said, explaining how they worked with the situation of fees at Hogwarts. After hearing that, Eric looked at his mother. The son-slash-mother duo then started to have a silent conversation. In the end, Eric got from his mother that the final decision was his, and she would comply with whichever it was. Eric looked again at Salazar Slytherin. And what kind of magic would I learn at Hogwarts? Eric asked the wizard. He already had an idea of what he would learn at Hogwarts, but he had to ask. Things would sure have changed in 1,000 years. We teach the basics of magic first. Theory, charms, potions, herbology, history, transfiguration, and defense. Later, as the student studies progress, they can choose between various subjects, some of which are care of magical creatures, runes, arithmancy, divination, and rituals. By the end of their studies, the students have some more advanced subjects that they can choose, like alchemy, enchanting, and warding. But because our school is still young, more subjects can be added to the curriculum as we see fit. Salazar Slytherin explained to Eric, who had an expression on his face of someone that was thinking hard about something. Salazar Slytherin thought that the boy was trying to decipher what the subjects that he had said meant, but he was shown that he was wrong when Eric suddenly stood and walked to his room. Not even a minute later, Eric was back in the lounge area. In his hands was the old tome that her mother had given to him yesterday. He then sat back in his chair and put the old tome in his lap. This is an old tome of magic that I got from my mother yesterday as a birthday gift. My first question is, if this tome is of some use to the school, can you make a copy of it and let me keep the original? Eric asked the wizard. His mother, Arya, had a small smile on her face while watching the scene. That tome was something that she had received from her mother when she was 11, and her mother had received it from her mother too. That Eric wanted to keep it in the family, even at the cost of having to work for the school after he finishes his studies, really warmed her heart. Yes, we can make a copy of it and you can keep the original. Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts, loves books and she, of course, had invented a spell that allows her to copy a book. But, to do it, we would need to first verify the knowledge given by your tome. Salazar Slytherin said. Eric nodded with his head and offered the old tome to the wizard. He had no reason to be wary of the man at this point. As Salazar Slytherin extended his hand and grabbed the tome, his face frowned. Still frowning, but with the tome in his hands, he opened it. Or at least he tried to open it. No matter what strength he used, the front cover of the old tome wouldn't budge. Finally, Salazar Slytherin stopped trying and sighed. Sigh. He then handed the tome back to Eric, who took it with some confusion. Seeing it, Salazar tried to explain. It seems that what you have here is not just an old tome of magic. It is a grimoire. Salazar Slytherin said. He then saw the looks of confusion on the faces of Eric and Arya and tried to explain what a grimoire was. Basically, they are books written by families that contain their magic. Their strong intent while writing the book for future generations is embedded in their magic, and that magic ends leaking and seeping into the pages of the book. With time, the book has so much magic embedded in it that contains the intent of passing knowledge to future generations, that it ends transforming into something else. It turns into a grimoire. From there onward, no person that does not belong to that family would be able to open the book and read from it. That means that the only people who can open the book and read from it are you, your mother, and anyone who shares blood with the two of you. More than that, nobody knows much about grimoires, just that they need time to be made and it is a natural process. Salazar Slytherin says, explaining what grimoires are to the son and mother pair the best that he can. Can I offer my services to the school as a payment? Arya suddenly asks Salazar Slytherin. Mom. Eric exclaims to his mother. He doesn't like the idea of his mother working to the bone so he can study magic. She is already providing for them alone since his father's death. Eric had managed to ease the load on her a little after a while by hunting some game and gathering on the groves nearby. Shush, Eric. It's a mother's pretext to provide for his son until he can provide for himself. Arya said back to Eric, who pouted but went silent. Salazar Slytherin was smiling at the trade between mother and son. It depends, madam. What kind of skills do you possess? Salazar Slytherin asked Arya. Well. I'm good with herbs and infusions. My mother and father were druids, so my magic is more centered around nature herself. Arya said to Salazar Slytherin, who nodded his head. We can use some good hands to take care of the castle's plants. Normally, the students themselves are the ones who take care of them in the herbology classes, but we see ourselves in need of more talented magic people to take care of some plants. I bet that Helga would like the extra help. Salazar Slytherin said, murmuring the last part in a low voice. But not low enough that Eric's sharp senses couldn't hear. Arya smiled at that. She could help her son by paying for his studies, and better of all, she would not be separated from him. Mr. Slytherin, what about a way of transport to the school? I think that we would not need to walk or take a horse there. Eric asked Salazar Slytherin. We would have to apparate to the gates of the school, of course. Salazar Slytherin replied. Apparate. Arya was the one who asked. She didn't recognize the word. Apparition is a means of transportation used by wizards and witches. You use your magic to disappear from one place to reappear in another one. I take that you, madam, don't know how to apparate. Salazar Slytherin explained and asked the woman, already knowing the answer. Arya shook her head. No, I don't know how to apparate. I bet it is a very useful skill to have. Arya said, replying to Salazar Slytherin. Yes, it is. But it can be taught easily. It just needs that the wizard or witch has some more fine control over their magic. That's why we only teach students how to apparate when they are in their last years of studies. Salazar Slytherin said. Can anyone teach Mom how to apparate? Eric asked. He would need to wait for his time to learn, but his mother was already an adult and had better control of her magic. Well, better if not compared to his, of course, but he would not brag about it. I suppose that she can learn how to apparate. Since Hogwarts is the first school that teaches magic in Europe, not a lot of people know how to apparate. This is even more true when we talk about remote villages, like this one. Salazar Slytherin said, replying to Eric, who had a smile on his face. Salazar Slytherin then took another sip of his tea, to water his throat, and asked Eric the final question. So, young Eric Agnerson, would you like to study magic at Hogwarts? A/N, I started to use Grammarly to help with the writing, so my usual way of writing will change a little. Chapter 76, The Thinking Cap. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. September 1st, 993, 6:30 p.m. Hogwarts is, really, a majestic castle. That's what Eric thought the first time he saw it live. He and his mother had arrived in the castle 2 weeks prior. His mother, Arya, since she was going to work at the castle, needed to be here before the students to learn and get used to the work. Eric, as he didn't have anyone other than Arya, had come along with her. Since they would be at the castle for a long time, they had rented their land in the village to a farmer. Leaving the village was not as hard as he had anticipated. His more difficult goodbye was with Grandpa Gio. The old hermit had grown in him during the years and his lessons about how to better the control of his magic were irreplaceable. During these 2 weeks, Eric got to know some of the teachers of the school and some of the students that resided there in a more permanent way for a reason or another that is not the polite thing to ask about. Eric was now in the great hall of the castle. He was waiting, together with a group of around 15 students, for the sorting ceremony. Around him, there were 4 big tables. One for each house of the school. In accord with what he had learned during the 2 weeks, the houses were created to gather like-minded students. The Cunnings, to Slytherin. The hard workers, to Hufflepuff. The courageous, to Gryffindor. The knowledge seekers, to Ravenclaw. He had nothing against any of the houses, even when he received the teaching about them it was a little biased. And if he would admit, he had a little of each house in him, but he valued hard work the most. That's how he got where he was in his past life. The 4 founders of the school were standing on an elevated platform. During his 2 weeks in the castle, Eric had met only with Helga Hufflepuff of the other 3 founders. She was the one that had shown his mother, Arya, where she would work. Helga Hufflepuff was a very nice woman, she had even offered to teach his mom how to apparate. Of the 4 founders of the school, Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor were not at the castle at the time. Rowena Ravenclaw took the front of the group on the elevated platform. Students, we welcome you back to Hogwarts. Today marks the beginnings of a new tradition for our school. Before, we, founders, would spend hours deciding which house would fit the students better, and, sometimes, the talking would get very heated. Rowena Ravenclaw said, addressing the student population. After the last comment, she gave a sidelong look to Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. Both men had the decency of averting their eyes from Rowena's. To avoid such situations again, we had come with a very special artifact. Rowena Ravenclaw said while waving her wand and summoning a 3-legged stool that had something on it that was covered by a dark cloth. She then put a hand above the dark cloth and grabbed it gently without pulling it yet. I present you all, the sorting hat. Rowena Ravenclaw announced while pulling the cloth up and revealing what it was hiding. On top of the 3-legged stool was a wizard's hat, and for anyone looking at it, it was just that, a wizard's hat. The students looked at Rowena Ravenclaw like she was crazy. The woman in question was smiling widely. It was then that something unthinkable for the students happened. 3 indentations appeared on the hat, 2 small ones on the top, and a long one on the bottom of the hat's body. And then, a masculine voice was heard as the indentations on the hat moved, mimicking a face talking. "Hello children, don't be afraid, for I am the finest hat ever made. Put me on your head, and we will talk, with words that nobody can stalk. After that, I will yell your house out loud, so your new mates can celebrate and you, be proud. But don't worry about your secrets, they are safe with me because that's how I was made to be. So what are you waiting for? Come to the front and put on the hat because I am the thinking cap." The Sorting Hat said/sung in his loud masculine voice. It took a while for the students to understand what had just happened, but when they did, they went wild with cheers. Eric was very amused by what had just happened. It seems that this year, the year that he starts at Hogwarts, is the first one with the Sorting Hat. And the hat really had made a rhyme with his speech, transforming it into some kind of song poem. "Now, when Helga calls your name, you will walk to where I am, you will sit on the stool, and put on the hat." "Understood," Rowena Ravenclaw said to the new students, who were standing in between 2 house tables. She then took the sorting hat of the stool by its tip with her hand. "Agnerson, Eric," Helga called the first student. Eric, cursing in his head the Nord custom with family names and the fact that his father's name starts with an walked full of confidence to where Rowena Ravenclaw was standing, with the sorting hat in her hands. Eric took a seat on the stool and Rowena Ravenclaw lowered the hat on his head. Immediately, Eric heard a voice in his head. It was the hat's voice. "Oh, my," the hat said inside his mind. "Hello, Mr. Hat," Eric said mentally, greeting the hat. Unfortunately, when he said Mr. Hat, his mind traveled instantly to his memories of an old adult cartoon that he had seen on the internet in his past life. "Oh, please, don't call me Mr. Hat while thinking about that again." The hat whined as his memories of South Park flooded his mind. "You know I can't do that. The mind is something very tricky. One can't simply choose not to think about something. They would contradict themselves when thinking about something that they should not think." Eric replied to the hat. He then heard a mental sigh. Sigh. "Okay, Mr. Monster Maker, you win," the hat said mentally to Eric, with some exasperation in his voice. "Fortunately, that is a problem that we can easily solve. What is your name?" Eric asked the hat. I don't think I have one. Yet. Let me think about one," the hat said with determination. Immediately, the hat almost regretted saying that to Eric. The boy's mind was inundated with different names that a hat could have. Some of them were even acronyms. "Aha. That one," the hat yelled inside Eric's mind some seconds later, making the boy flinch. "Did you find a name that you like? Because I think I will have a headache tonight," Eric said after his mind stopped ringing because of the yell inside it. "Sorry about that, lad. And thank you. You can call me Avaish," the hat said to Eric while being very proud of his new name. Eric was very amused by the hat's choice of name. "Well, let me be the first to say this to you then, nice to meet you, Avaish," Eric said to the hat mentally. "Nice to meet you too, young Eric," Avaish, the hat, replied to Eric. Both of them just stood there for a few seconds, with no active conversation going between them. How about that sorting?" Eric then asked Avaish. "Oh, that. Well, you already know where you will go, don't you? You have the characteristics of all houses and would fit well in all of them. But you have one that you live for, don't you?" Avaish said to Eric. It used a tone in his voice that you could feel when hearing it that was full of wisdom. "Yeah," Eric replied to Avaish, almost sighing. What he valued the most was hard work. "Then, better be Hufflepuff," the hat said, yelling the house's name out loud for all in the Great Hall to hear. The students then erupted in cheers. Even more, the ones that were sitting on Hufflepuff's table. Rowena Ravenclaw then took the hat off from Eric's head, looked at it, and then looked at Eric while raising an eyebrow. The hat had taken more time than it should have to sort his first student. Eric saw the way that the founder was looking at him and just shrugged. The sorting hat didn't like it when I called him Mr. Hat, so I helped him think of a proper name. In the end, it was his choice. Eric simply said and walked to the Hufflepuff table and, while doing so, he looked at the staff table and saw his mother smiling widely at him. Rowena Ravenclaw was looking at the hat with a face that showed a lot of interest. She wanted to wear the hat herself and talk with it right now. It was Helga Hufflepuff's voice who brought her back to the Great Hall. "Black, Robert." Eric heard Helga Hufflepuff calling and his ears perked at the name. It seems that the Black family is really a very old one. I wonder if they are already insufferable bigots. Eric thought. The boy, who had black hair and gray eyes, was very well dressed and was quickly sorted at Slytherin House. The sorting continued, with Eric's being the longest one of them. The last names came to his attention too. Ravenclaw, Helena. Called Helga Hufflepuff. An elegant girl with long back hair then stepped into the elevated platform. Her semblance to Rowena Ravenclaw was striking. Eric then remembered who she was, or would be in the future. The Grey Lady. Ravenclaw's tower ghost. Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. But that couldn't be right. Helena Ravenclaw didn't have a twin. Eric said internally, remembering that he had seen twin girls waiting with him for the sorting. Ravenclaw. The sorting hat yelled. The girl quickly walked to Ravenclaw's table, while wearing the face of someone who was expecting that result. Ravenclaw, Selena. Called Helga Hufflepuff, and another girl, identical to the anterior, walked up the elevated platform. Eric then confirmed that they were indeed the twins that he had seen. But that was strange for him. Selena Ravenclaw was never a name that was talked about, and Eric quickly thought of two possible conclusions. 1. Her existence in this universe is the result of the spill from one universe to another. 2. She was never supposed to live long enough to have some impact on others and that way be remembered by future generations. Eric didn't know which one it was, or if even was one of them, but he would keep his eyes and ears open. Ravenclaw. Eric heard the hat yelling, and was brought back to the Great Hall. As the last student was sorted, Rowena Ravenclaw waved her wand and disappeared with the three-legged stool and the sorting hat. She then walked to the staff table together with Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin, leaving only Godric Gryffindor at the front. The man, who was richly dressed in red and gold colors, gave the students a wide smile. "This is my favorite part. Let the feast begin," Godric Gryffindor said loudly while raising both of his arms to the Great Hall. At his signal, the tables filled themselves with lots and lots of plates of food and jars of different drinks. The students started to fill their plates and Eric saw, from where he was sitting, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin roll their eyes at Godric Gryffindor's antics, while Helga Hufflepuff just chuckled in amusement. Yeah, Eric had to agree with the three founders, Godric Gryffindor really had some flair in him. Chapter 77, Life at Hogwarts. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. October 31st, 995, 10:18 p.m. Eric was happy. Hogwarts had been an amazing experience for him. His first 2 years had been very nice. He learned about a lot of different magics and got to use most of them on his first try with his wand. By the way, it was a 25 centimeters long piece of applewood with a core made of the purple hair of an unidentified magical creature. The teachers said that his ease with wand magic was because of his ability to do magic without a wand, which when asked how he could do it so easily, he just replied that it was a family secret and was left alone by the adults. Apparently, family secrets were something that was very much respected in the magical world, and it was considered something very rude to ask about someone's family magic. Eric's good results had generated a healthy rivalry with some students. Between them were the Ravenclaw twins, Helena and Selena, and Robert Black. The four students were commonly seen together studying in the library and practicing their magic in the designated grounds. Robert Black, who didn't like being called Bob by Eric, was a very chill guy who was not at all a bigot. One day, when they were talking about their families, Robert Black had revealed that the Black family's motto, Toges Per, meant that one should always keep themselves true to their beliefs, free of any impurity in their minds and souls, keeping them always pure. The Ravenclaw twins, even being almost physically identical, couldn't have more different personalities. Selena was a very curious girl and was eager to discover how things worked. Eric had once, during an astronomy class, said that one day people would be able to step on the moon. Most of his classmates called him crazy, but Selena Ravenclaw had come to him the next day and both started to discuss what should be done to achieve that feat. It was the beginning of their strong friendship. Helena Ravenclaw was a more quiet girl. She liked magic but was not as curious about things as her elder sister. She was very content to just sit in a comfortable armchair and read a good book. Today, October 31, was Eric's birthday. His mother had reunited his friends and professor to a small celebration. Robert Black, Selena, and Helena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff had come to it and they had gotten him some small gifts. But for Eric that didn't matter. Their presence there was the truly important thing. After the celebration, Eric had managed to escape from Hufflepuff's dormitory room and was now at the astronomy tower. He was sitting still on the ground while in deep concentration. All his exercises to better his control over his magic were stagnated and he was sure that he was at a bottleneck. Eric had sent a letter to Grandpa Geo using one of the school's trained post owls, but the letter had come back unopened. Without being able to reach the old hermit, his only option was to keep up with his training. And because of that, he was now meditating, trying to find his internal source of power. But today, while doing it, Eric found something different from the usual while diving in. Checking it out with his senses, he decided that it was not something that would be bad for him and tried to control this source of power. And when he did it, he found his mind being slammed with a book's worth of information. Eric suddenly opened his eyes and started to breathe hard, but strangely enough, he had a maniacal smile on his face. The book's worth of information had explained to him what exactly that source of power was and how he could access it. Eric had just found his sacred gear inside of him. And, boy, he was eager to give it a try. But he ended up managing to hold himself back. He knew that it would be dangerous to summon a monster inside the school, even more, because of its wards. Eric would have to wait for an opportune moment. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. November 5, 995, 9:32 a.m. The opportune moment came to him on the next weekend. Eric had found a window of opportunity and decided to take a walk around the Black Lake alone. When he was at the most distant shore of it, Eric deviated from the pathway and entered the Black Forest, which will be in the future known as Forbidden Forest. Eric walked for a good 10 minutes until he found himself inside a small clearing. He looked around it and decided that it would be a good place for his first activation of his Annihilation Maker. Eric had thought a lot about what he would create first and he had the picture of it formed inside his head. The book's worth of information that got downloaded in his brain was very specific about the instructions. Eric needed to concentrate on the form and purpose of the monster while channeling the power from the Annihilation Maker. Eric then closed his eyes and started to work. 5 minutes later of pure concentration and channeling the power inside him, Eric let out a sigh and opened his eyes. Sigh. It seems that this will be a lot more difficult. Eric thought. He then slapped both his cheeks and his face changed to one of determination. 3 hours later, Eric was smiling like a loon while looking at the small bird in front of him. This was his first monster made using his sacred gear. It was not anything that would inspire fear in people, that's for sure, but the little bird was dead useful. Because of the high prices of the new post owls, they were not a common commodity yet and the ones owned by the school were always full of work to do. The little bird monster created by Eric had two main objectives, seek and deliver. He could too obey simple commands, but his specialty was in seeking people. Eric called for the little bird and it took flight and landed on Eric's shoulder. He then looked up in the sky and saw the position of the sun on it, making him frown. Quickly, he cast a spell to check the time and saw that he should have been back to the castle some time ago. Eric then quickly started to walk back. On the way, he kept talking with the little bird, who he decided to call Pisto. Arriving back in the castle, Eric found his friends and was immediately bombarded with questions from Selena about the cute little bird on his shoulder. And Eric had to admit, he had made Pisto a very cute bird. Having answered the girl's question at the best that he could, telling some white lies here and there, Eric managed to start his studies. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Year 996. Tragedy had struck the castle. Esmeralda Slytherin, Salazar's wife, was dead. She was ambushed by witch hunters after following a tip about a young witch being hunted and was killed. Salazar was devastated. It took the combined efforts of Selena, Helga Hufflepuff, and Godric Gryffindor to stop the old wizard from doing something which he would regret later. The men then turned to investigate where his wife and mother of his two kids had heard this tip. After a lot of time investigating, Salazar Slytherin discovered who the source was. It was an old enemy of his. The men had created a plan to seek revenge against Salazar Slytherin and since he couldn't beat the men, he decided to target his family. He paid someone to plant a tip about a young witch being hunted down and at the same time tip the witch hunters about where a witch would appear. When Salazar Slytherin discovered this, he was furious and immediately disappeared from the castle. 2 weeks later, the men came back. He was not smiling or anything and went directly to his chambers. 3 days later, news arrived at the castle that the mangled body of a man was found in his home, and they could identify the reason for the death, just that he had suffered immensely before finally dying. Eric thought that the right wording of the end of that sentence should be, before he was allowed to die, but decided to keep his mouth shut about the subject. After that, Salazar became very protective of his family and students. Later that year, Eric and Selena had their first real date. They had gone on various outings together before, but they had gone as friends and not with any romantic intentions behind it. But now it was different. Eric had noticed his feelings towards Selena and had confessed to her that he liked her. Selena said that she had felt something different lately when she was in Eric's company but didn't know what it was, but wanted to explore this different feeling. After their date, Selena talked with Helga Hufflepuff, who gave the girl some advice. After the talk, Helga Hufflepuff went to talk with Rowena Ravenclaw, who then talked with Eric's mother, Arya. The trio of women would keep their eyes open to see if the feeling of the teens would develop more. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Year 997. Eric and Selena were engaged. The marriage would occur after they had finished their magical education and Eric would take the Ravenclaw name to be the new lord besides Selena, who was the heiress and lady-to-be. The teens were okay with the arrangement done by their parents. Of course, they were consulted before by their mothers, so that was why they were so chill with the early engagement. The advancement of their relationship seemed to embolden Robert Black, who a week later confessed that he liked Helena to the girl. Helena, different from her twin, didn't have any different feelings for Robert Black but decided to give the boy a chance to court her. At the same time, Eric's training began. Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff had started to train Eric for what was to come after he married Selena. Salazar Slytherin, who was Selena's godfather, joined the trainer's team too after he discovered what the women were doing. Godric Gryffindor, not wanting to be left out, joined them too a week later. It was then that Eric's nightmarish years of training truly began. Eric barely had any time free and was put under a strict study program. "You will thank us in the future for this, Eric." His future mother-in-law, Rowena, said to him one day that he decided to complain loudly. But how would Eric know that what she was telling him was true? For him, those classes were just torture. And he had been a polymath in his past life. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Year 998. Salazar Slytherin disowned his son. The young man had gone to seek revenge by his own hands even after his father had already done that. His revenge was against a family that had nothing to do with his mother's death. They were only guilty of finding a sack containing Esmeralda's necklace while hunting in the forest. And for that, the young man had killed the entire family. Salazar Slytherin had been shocked by the happenings and after his own investigation about what his son was doing after he completed his education ended disowning his son magically from the family. The only comment about it that he had given to the other founder was that the boy had turned himself into a power-hungry bigot and that his mother would be disappointed in him. That year was the year that Helena Ravenclaw finally accepted Robert Black's courtship and their parents got them engaged, but their marriage would only occur after Helena Ravenclaw had gotten her mastery. Chapter 78, Grandpa Gio's Identity. Village without a name, north of Scotland. July 15, 999, 9:02 a.m. It was going to be Eric and his friends' last year at Hogwarts. They had learned how to apparate in the last school year and that had allowed Eric and Selena to travel through the British Isles during their summer break. Eric, with Selena, had gone back to the village that he had grown up in. His main objective there was to visit Grandpa Gio and introduce him to Selena. After greeting some old acquaintances in the village, the duo walked to the rocky beach and to the end of it, where the stone cliffs were located. They walked up the sinuous stone path and, together, arrived at the cave entrance. Immediately, a frown appeared on Eric's face. The cave was empty. He could feel it with his senses. Cautiously, Eric entered the cave with Selena behind him. They walked until they arrived at the living area of the cave. They looked around it, and Eric saw that it was really empty. But the beehives that Grandpa Gio took so much care of were there. Eric approached the beehives and waved his hand over them while closing his eyes. The beehives are magically preserved. Eric said out loud, so Selena could hear him. After their relationship had gotten more serious, Eric had started to teach her his method of training his magic control. Selena had taken the training as a sponge takes to water. Her wand magic quickly improved and she started to train in small feats of wandless magic too. "Eric, I found something," Selena announced from the other side of the cave. Eric turned to look at her and found her staring at the table while her wand was out and pointing at something. He walked to where she was and looked at what she was looking at. It was a closed envelope. It was on top of a small bound letter book and had his name, Eric, written on it. "It's warded against unwanted people," Selena said to Eric, who then extended his hand unafraid and picked the letter up. He quickly opened the envelope and started to read the letter inside it. It was from Grandpa Gio. In it, he said that he had to go. That he was dying slowly for some time already and that there was nothing that could be done to avoid it. He thanked Eric for befriending him, that it had made his last years really pleasant ones. He then explained what the journal contained. That it was a collection of knowledge that he didn't want to see lost. Finally, he finished by asking Eric to take care of his bees and that if he, one day, met with one of his sons or daughters, to tell them that he loved them very much and that he was proud of them, proud of being their father. In his very last bit of the letter, he wrote something that shook Eric's very being. "Take good care of my annihilation maker." Eric read that line, and reread it again and again. Before he could take his bearings back in place, he finished reading the last line of the letter that contained Grandpa Gio's signature. Jehovah. Holy Ephor. And everything went black. Eric, for the first time in this life, fainted. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. July 15, 999, 6:32 p.m. Some hours later, back at Hogwarts, Eric was sitting alone on the top of the astronomy tower. He had given the beehives to the house elves of the castle. He was sure that the little creatures would take good care of them and in trade, they would provide the school with a good supply of honey. Eric had in his hands the journal that he had gotten from Grandpa Gio's cave. Or would it be better to call him God? The thought passed by his head but it was almost immediately put down. Nah. He liked being called Grandpa Geo, and so it is how I will call him. Eric thought again. He still couldn't believe the true identity of the old hermit. But that gave him a sneak peek of the true timeframe that he was now. When he first was born in this universe, he was sad and thought that he had been scammed. He, a man coming from a very technologically advanced civilization, was stuck in the medieval age. But he had signed the stuff and it was his decision not to choose the time frame in which he would appear. Then he saw how his parents treated him. He felt how loved he was by his new parents and decided to live this new life of his the best he could. But now he had an idea of where he was in the supernatural chain of events, and he didn't like it even a bit. He was somewhere between the end of the Great Biblical War and the Devil's Civil War. Meaning that he would not live long enough to punch Issei in the face since the devil pieces would not be invented until the end of the war. But he really didn't want to depend on that. Aside from less than a dozen devils, the ones alive right now are just jerks and he would not like to have a jerk as his boss. Eric was woken up from his internal mumblings by a hot body hugging and leaning on him. He looked at it and saw that it was his future wife. Selena was looking at him with that adorable pair of eyes. Shen then just snuggled at him, resting her head on his chest, trying to comfort him. Eric smiled at that, and suddenly, nothing else mattered to him. He would just live his life as he had decided before. And so, an invisible weight that was pressing on his shoulders without him knowing disappeared. Eric smiled and hugged back Selena's hot body. Noticing the change of mood in her fiancé, Selena smiled on Eric's chest and climbed on his lap, snuggling better on his chest. Soon, her sweet smile changed to a naughty one. She started to move her hips and grind her bum on Eric's lap. Quickly, she heard Eric let out a groan and his tool started to get stiff. Groan. You minx. Eric said to Selena, and with one hand, he took her chin and turned her head to face him. When he saw the look in her eyes and the mischievous smile on her face, he couldn't resist anymore and started a make-out session with her. An hour later, Selena was widely smiling on Eric's lap. They have not had sex, but the things that Eric did to her using his finger had left her with high expectations for their wedding night. Eric, after having a heavy petting session with Selena, decided to open and start to read the journal left by Grandpa Geo. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. July 22 th. After finishing reading the journal, Eric was thoughtful. The journal contained the instructions of how to truly access the power of one's sacred gear together with the insights that he had while making them. It contained God's vision of how the magic in the world worked. How the numerous systems, in the end, were just different interpretations of the same energy. How this new insight of mana had given him the kind of power that made him almost unrivaled in the supernatural world. And that was just the beginning of the journal. From the middle to almost the end, it contained a kind of diary. Grandpa Geo had written about what happened that caused him to lose his divinity. In his fight against the Trihexa, he didn't have enough energy to destroy it and had chosen to seal it away. But his energies were almost all spent at that point and he had to use his divinity to seal it away, which made him lose almost all of his divine powers. He had tried to enter in contact with his sons and daughters in heaven, but couldn't. His own measures that blocked people from the outside from directly contacting the angels and influencing them to fall were keeping him out of reach. In the end, he had relented to live the life of a mortal, and truly speaking, he liked it. He had no preoccupations beyond what he would eat that day. He had found a cave to the north of Britain, near a village of Nordic origin, and had taken up a hobby of beekeeping. But it was lonely. He had his bees, but he was still lonely. He missed his bubbly and gentle daughter. He missed his overprotective son. He missed his family. It was then that, one day that he was walking, he met a boy on the rocky beach. The said boy lived in a village nearby and he instantly had sensed that the boy was different from others around him. And he was not talking about the Nordic blood running in his veins. No, the boy's body was different. It was attuned to magic in the world in a way that no one should have been in this age. And to add to the pile, the boy had one of his gears inside him. Annihilation Maker to be exact. But it was, thankfully, still dormant. And that was a good thing. He still remembered what had happened with the first user of that gear. To a child to awaken the power to give life to his nightmares was not a nice memory that he had, even more, when the event that resulted in the awakening was a traumatic one. In the end, after some months of unknowing terrorizing his village, the kid ended being killed by his parents out of fear. The sacred gears made by him were not designed to be forcefully awakened. That was just a self-defense mechanism added by him to it to help protect its user. The boy ended up approaching him and started to call him Grandpa Geo. He liked it. It was then that he started to teach the boy how to control his magic in a better way. He hoped that the boy, who was named Eric, would, one day, naturally awaken his sacred gear using the right way to do it. His journal ended with a written development of Eric's control over his magic and his hope of the boy being able to evolve himself into a high human. Eric was very curious about that. Evolution was a process that took thousands of years to occur, but, apparently, humans could evolve themselves in high humans. Unfortunately, there were only blank pages in the journal after that. And that brought us to today. Eric was inside the library, searching for the term high human, but he had found nothing. He was in deep concentration, reading what he could about all the ancient races that once lived in this world when he was brought back to reality by a hand being put on his shoulder. Eric turned to look who was the owner of the hand, just to look in the eyes of a furious-looking Selena. He smiled at her. Even furious, she was beautiful. "Hey, honey. Are you ready for our date?" Eric asked Selena, who got even more furious when she heard him. "Date? Do you mean the one that was supposed to have happened an hour ago?" Selena said, and smiled sweetly at Eric, whose face morphed to one of horror. Eric quickly waved his hand and cast the time charm, just to see that he was, indeed, more than 1 hour late. "Oops," Eric said, his face changing to a sorry one. "Sorry, honey. I got so absorbed in my research that I didn't see the time passing," Eric said, trying to appease his future wife. Selena let out a sigh. "Sigh. Not you too, Eric. Mother already locks herself for weeks doing her research, and I don't want that to happen with you too," Selena said to Eric. Her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, had lately taken to locking herself up inside her research room and stayed there for weeks. She hoped that Eric was not taking the same path as her mother. "Don't worry, honey. I will not do that. If I do, you can send the house elves after me," Eric replied to Selena while smiling. Selena nodded at that idea. "That's an idea. Just imagine old Stu bringing you to me while holding you by your ear," Selena said to Eric with a look of someone that was imagining that possibility turning real. She then let out a giggle that made Eric let out a chuckle too. Both stood there in silence, basking at each other's presence. "So, what are you researching with so much fervor that made you forget a date with your hot fiancé?" Selena asked Eric, who smiled sheepishly at the verbal poke. He stood there thinking if he should tell Selena about the true identity of Grandpa Gio or not. But some seconds later, he decided to do it. "Well, you know that the gods do exist, right?" Eric started and asked Selena, who nodded her head. So, apparently, Grandpa Gio was a god that was dying. And in his journal, he mentioned that he was so powerful because of his way of controlling his mana. The same way that he had taught me, and the same way that I am teaching you, Eric said to Selena, who was looking at him with a shocked face. She wanted to say something, but Eric didn't let her. But wait, there is more. On the last page of his journal, he mentioned that he had hopes that I could evolve myself into a high human if I could have complete control of my mana. And that was what I was searching for. But I found no mentions at all about what a high human could be. Do you have any idea about it, Selena? Chapter 79, The Hidden Lemon Message. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. July 30th. It had taken a while, but Selena and Eric did find something about high humans. It was in an old book from Rowena's collection that was so old that if it was not because of magic it would have decomposed itself. But even so, the passage that mentioned high humans was not helpful at all. It only contained speculations that the first man to have ever been created mentioned in the Bible, Adam, was a higher form of a human being. Our research has come to nothing, Eric said one night after their last incursion inside Rowena's library had come to nothing. Calm down, Eric. The information is bound to be somewhere. We just have to find it, Selena said, trying to calm down her fiancé. To add to the calming effect, she stood up from her seat, walked to the armchair that Eric was seating, and plopped on his lap. The result was pretty obvious when she felt Eric's hand snaking through her legs. His touch was doing things to her head that she couldn't describe, and, not wanting to hold back, she jumped at his lips with hers. This impromptu kiss quickly evolved into a making-out session. Things were getting hot between the young adults and hands were sliding under the summer clothes to grope body parts. It was then that the duo heard the sound of someone clearing their throat as a means of getting attention. Ahem. The duo froze in mid-kiss. Slowly, both turned their heads to where the sound had come from, and, to their horror, they saw Rowena Ravenclaw looking at both of them with a disapproving look. The verbal lash that they received that day was legendary. Rowena didn't hold back, just like the duo of young adults didn't hold back from making out in the common room of Ravenclaw's tower. Mid-lash, Selena got fed up with it. We are going to marry in 1 year, Mom. And we are perfectly healthy young adults. Eric has his needs, just like I have mine. If you don't like it, then how do you expect to have grandchildren? Selena said to her mother with a look on her face from someone that got wronged. Rowena made a gesture with her hand like she wanted to refute her daughter's point, but she remembered being young too. Hell, she remembered the stories that Godric Gryffindor used to tell them when he got drunk. Then, she let out a sigh. Sigh. Just don't do it in public and don't do anything that you would regret later, Rowena said to the duo. She then turned to leave the common room just to stop. She had remembered why she was looking for the duo. Rowena then turned back to face the young adults. "By the way, did you both go through my library?" Rowena asked. She had found some of her books out of place when she was searching for some information. "Yes, Mother. Eric and I were searching for a term in it, but we didn't find anything useful." Selena replied to her mother, who nodded her head in understanding. "Can I know what the term was?" Rowena asked her daughter, who turned to Eric and gave him a long look. Eric just shrugged in reply. "Hi humans. Eric found something that mentioned it and we were looking to know more about it. Apparently, it is the evolved form of humans that can only be triggered individually," Selena said, replying to her mother after having turned back to look at her. Rowena made a humming sound and put a hand on her head like she was trying to nudge something inside her head. "Hi humans, I remember hearing legends about them. But I never found anything concrete about it," Rowena said to her daughter and future son-in-law. She looked at them and saw some expectation in their eyes. The legend said that high humans could live forever. It was a gift given to them by magic together with an individual gift particular to every one of them. Some could fly, while some could turn invisible at wish. It's a very irregular legend, and I fear that I don't know much more to tell about," Rowena said again to the duo and then turned and left the tower's common room. Eric and Selena looked at each other and sighed at the same time. "It was not what we were looking for," Selena commented. "But that is a beginning," Eric said, adding to Selena's comment. "We will have to work with it," Selena said to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. February 14th. It was their final semester at Hogwarts for Eric and he was frustrated. "More than 6 months and we got nothing more," Eric said in a loud voice. He was in an unused classroom's office inside the castle together with Selena. This classroom, like most of the other classrooms, had a teacher's office annexed to it with its own fireplace, and the duo of future lovers had taken it for themselves as a private place for their study and make-out sessions. They sure didn't want to repeat the same that happened last July. "Calm down, love," Selena said while closing Grandpa Gio's journal. She was rereading the thing by the nth time. Just to be sure they didn't miss anything. Selena put the journal aside and walked to where Eric was pacing from one side to the other in the office. She then cupped his face with her hands and made her look at him. "Calm yourself down, Eric. You know very well that getting all bothered will not help us solve this mystery," Selena said to Eric, who stopped and looked at his fiancée's eyes. Sigh. "You are right," Eric said, after letting out a sigh. Selena then gave him a big smile. "Of course I am right," Selena said to Eric, who managed to give her a smile of his own. It's just that this thing about high humans is bothering me a lot," Eric said while taking Selena's hands from his face to his hands. "You don't say," Selena said to Eric while making an amused face. Eric just rolled his eyes at that. "Tell me, why did I teach you about sarcasm again?" Eric asked Selena, who giggled at him. "Because you love me," Selena replied to Eric. "Yeah, I do love you," Eric said with a small smile and took Selena's hands to his mouth and gave them a tender kiss. But then, he frowned a little. Her hands had a light smell of lemon to them. "Selena, love. When did you mess with lemons?" Eric asked his fiancée, who cocked her head to the side in a signal of confusion. "Lemon. The last thing that I remember doing that had something to do with lemon was that lemon herb infusion that you made for me 3 weeks ago." "Why do you ask?" Selena replied to Eric. "Well, your hands have a very light smell of lemon to them," Eric explained to Selena, making her take her hands to her nose and sniff them. I don't smell anything. It must be your imagination," Selena said to Eric. The young wizard then took Selena's hands again and sniffed at them, confirming the smell. "Nope, not my imagination. Your hands, definitely, smell like lemon," Eric said to Selena and took another sniff at her hands. "Lemon juice to be more precise," he added. "Well, after dinner I did wash my hands with that soap that you gave me, but they don't have any scent like the corporal one that you gave me," Selena said to Eric. He had explained to her that most diseases were caused by tiny organisms that resembled monsters that entered our bodies through our mouth, eyes, and nose. She doubted him at the beginning, but then Eric had disassembled an old telescope used for astronomy and used its lens to build something that he called a microscope and introduced her to the microworld, as he dubbed it. After that, she had gotten the mania of always washing her hands with soap regularly. The impromptu biology class had been revealing and frightening at the same time to Selena. "After that, I've been with you the entire time here, reading Grandpa Gio's journal," Selena said to Eric, who looked at her and then at the journal which was at a small table by the armchair that Selena was seated. Eric raised an eyebrow at that and a wild idea crossed his mind. It was about an experiment that he had done as a child back in his past life, where he had written secret messages to his father using lemon juice. Eric walked to the journal and took it in his hands. He then opened it and started sniffing its pages. The journal had a very light scent of lemon on it. Eric quickly flipped the pages of the journal until he was on the last pages of it, which were empty. He then sniffed the pages again and hit the jackpot. The smell of lemon on the last seemingly blank pages was stronger. "You sly old man." Quickly, Eric started to move with an objective. He summoned an oil lamp and glass protection for the flame. He ignited the lamp and waited for a little for the glass to get hot. Selena was watching Eric with curiosity, but he didn't say anything. When the protective glass was at a high temperature, Eric took the journal and opened it at the blank pages. Carefully, he started to rub the page on the hot glass. Selena, who was watching it from the side, saw how like magic, words started forming on the before blank pages. "I once told Grandpa Gio how we could send secret messages to other people by writing it while using lemon juice instead of ink. When dry, the stuff written on the paper will be invisible. That is until you heat the paper with enough heat. The lemon juice would have softened the fibers of the paper in that part of the paper, which will then easily burn when exposed to heat when compared to the rest of the paper," Eric said, explaining to Selena what he was doing. "And here we have a secret lemon message revealed with heat," Eric said while taking the journal away from the heated glass. On its page was the continuation of the journal. Eric and Selena were looking at it in amazement. "Amazing," Selena said. "Yeah, it is. Better of all, it doesn't reveal itself with the use of revealing magic," Eric replied and then took the journal back to the glass lamp and continued to burn the rest of the message on paper. Half an hour later, he had in hands the complete journal. Eric looked at it with anticipation, and then looked at Selena. "Wanna read with me?" Eric asked his fiancée, who nodded her head in agreement. He then went to the armchair and took a seat on it. Selena walked to Eric and sat on his lap. Eric then took the journal, opened it, and started to read its contents. The new part of the journal was, basically, a letter to Eric at the beginning where the old hermit was making fun of him by having taken so long to discover the hidden part of the journal. It was like he knew that Eric would get frustrated at the high human thing. He then proceeded to explain what a high human is, what were its gifts of being one, and, finally, how to become one. The base of it was a ritual that the person, after attaining very good control over his magic, could do. In it, the person doing the ritual would summon the creational forces of the universe to judge him. If the person got a pass, he would evolve. If the person didn't, he would die. "You know, this ritual sounds a lot like those Chinese stories," Selena said to Eric when they made a pause in the reading. "Yes, it does. Maybe the stories have some truth mixed on them," Eric replied to Selena. The couple continued to read the journal that had an explanation on how to verify if you were ready for the ritual, how to start it, and how to be sure that you were in a safe place for it because the ritual would bring the attention of the world to the person doing it. Chapter 80, Roller Coaster. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. June 21st. It was Eric and Selena's marriage. The duo had just graduated a week early and they were now marrying. The Eric from his past life would have been flabbergasted by someone marrying so early in life, but now he was another Eric, and by the time customs, they were marrying late. Eric was waiting in an old altar for Selena. Behind him was Robert Black as his mate, and on the other side of him was Helena Ravenclaw as the bridesmaid. The person realizing the ceremony was an old druid that lived near Hogwarts. Some music began and everyone looked to the entrance of the place and they saw Selena slowly walking in. She was beautiful. Well, for Eric she was always beautiful, but today it had something more. Eric thought a little and concluded, it was the dress. Selena's dress was just accentuating her natural beauty. By her side, guiding the bride to the groom, was Salazar Slytherin in the place of the father figure. Selena and Helena's father had died when the girls were still small and Salazar was taking his place in the ceremony as he is her godfather. Slowly, the duo reached the altar and, after shaking hands with Eric, Salazar gave the bride's hand to him. The ceremony went well and was beautiful. The couple exchanged vows, the woman cried, the couple said their yes, and the woman cried even more. The wedding party was a wild one. It had lots of food and alcohol. Godric Gryffindor was being his boisterous self, drinking, flirting with women, even with his own wife present in the party, and getting into fights. Salazar Slytherin was by the side, making company to his daughter, Jade, who, unfortunately for Salazar, had not inherited the magical abilities of her father and mother but had enough magic to become a good potion maker. She had married another potion maker that was not born with enough magic too, and both were owners of an apothecary in Londinium. Helga Hufflepuff was sitting together with Rowena Ravenclaw and Arya. The three women were chatting and trading histories of the newlyweds' childhood, each one trying to make the other laugh more with each history. Helga didn't look good. She had started to feel out of herself 2 months ago and her health situation didn't get better with time, it just got worse little by little. Helena was with Robert. The couple was slow dancing together with the newlyweds and the other guests. Helena would travel to the continent in September. She would continue her studies as the apprentice of a family friend in Greece. While she was doing that, Robert would start to get reins of some of the family business. The young wizard was looking forward to his marriage with Helena. Robert loved Helena very much. The party was over and, after saying their goodbyes mid to the guests' catcalls, the newlyweds disappeared with a crack sound to their honeymoon. Let's just say that Selina was not disappointed at all with Eric's performance. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. August 20th. Eric and Selina were back at the castle for a sad reason. Helga Hufflepuff was dead. The kind woman's health had not recovered and she had passed away in her sleep. The funeral ceremony was a full one. All of Helga's past students who could come to it were there to give their second mother their last goodbyes. In accord with her wishes, her body was cremated and her ashes were spread over the Black Lake. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. August 22nd. 2 days later, Helga's closest friends and those who she considered family reunited again to read her magic will. In it, she had left some stuff to certain people, but all of her most precious belongings Helga had left to the 2 girls who she saw as her daughters, Selina and Helena. In her most precious belongings was the Hufflepuff quarter of Hogwarts Castle. Taking the opportunity that the family was all together again, Helena said her goodbyes to them. As planned, she would be traveling to Greece to further her studies in September. As the night advanced, Eric and Selina were back at their quarters inside Hogwarts. Selina was resting naked on top of Eric's body after a passionate lovemaking session. They were basking in the afterglow of their orgasms when Selina asked Eric a question. "Eric, what do you plan to do now?" Sigh. "Helga's death is really getting to you, isn't it?" Eric said to Selina after hearing her question. The naked woman hummed in an affirmative way to Eric's question. Answering your question, I will, first, put Ravenclaw's business back in order. After that, I intend to begin my advanced studies in magecraft. The area has a lot of potential to be tapped. All that while still doing my exercises to increase my control over magic, of course. Eric replied to Selina, who hummed on top of Eric. I don't know what I want to do. Selina said in a very low voice. But Eric had heard it thanks to his advanced senses. Because of the perk that he had chosen in the Between Lives, Eric's senses were always extra stronger than a normal person's. Since he was 10 years old, he had gotten to do morning runs to work on his stamina, and when he was 15 years old, he started on other exercises to build his body. The result was that Eric was big. He was, since 16, turning the head of most of all females in the castle, and he had even caught Helena taking some looks at his body, much to Robert's despair. After that, he had gained a training partner that hoped to catch the eyes of the woman that he liked. Why don't you just do what you like to do and research magic? Eric suggested to Selina, who perked at that idea and turned to look at her husband's face. You don't have to worry about the coins, I'll take care of everything. Eric said to Selina. Since her father, Lord Ravenclaw's death, the family's vault income has diminished. It doesn't help that Rowena was constantly spending money on her research. Eric hoped to turn the situation around and, even with 2 women in the family doing their research, start to grow back the number of coins in the Ravenclaw's treasure. Really? You would do that for me? Selina asked Eric, who nodded his head and hummed in confirmation. Of course, I would. Eric said decisively. Selina smiled at him and started to give small kisses to Eric's chest. Thank you. Thank you. Selina said repeatedly between kisses. Slowly, the situation evolved with Eric's tool getting hard again inside Selina and her walls starting to squeeze him. Soon, the young wed couple was in another wild session of intense lovemaking. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. March 2nd. Helena had come back from Greece temporarily to party with her sister and brother-in-law. Eric, Selina, Helena, Arya, Robert, and Salazar were celebrating the news of Selina's pregnancy. She was still only a few weeks on her gestation, but it was already confirmed by the healer witch that works at Hogwarts. Sadly, Rowena was not with them. The woman had isolated herself again to do her research in the 2nd week of September and has still not come out. She had done that before, but this one was the longest period of self-isolation until now. Salazar had said that it was because of Helga's death. Both women were like sisters, and Helga's death had hurt Rowena profusely. Even then, Selina had wanted to share this moment with her mother. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. August 28th. Selina was in the hospital wing of the castle. She had received a letter early that day from Greece. But it was not from Helena. It was from Helena's tutor, the family friend, informing her that Helena was dead. She had gone out to do some research and was chased by a brood of vampires. They had used their magic to block her apparition and were toying with her. They chased Helena for an entire night until they tired themselves and attacked her at the same time, draining her of all her blood and killing her in the process. Helena's tutor had found her drained body after she had not come back at the agreed time and followed the signal of the enchanted amulet that she always wears. Selena had gone into shock after reading the news and started to feel pains in her belly. Eric had rushed her to the medical wing, but it was too late. Selena had lost the baby because of the shock. That night, the couple cried to sleep together, mourning the loss of their sister and their unborn child. Helena's tutor's house, Athens, Greece. September 10th. Eric had traveled alone to Athens to bring Helena's body home. But he was going back to Hogwarts with 2 bodies instead of 1. Robert Black had not received the notice of his fiancée's death very well. First, he went into denial about it. Then, he asked Eric how she had died. Eric, as the one who had relayed the news to Robert, told the men what he knew about it. How a brood of vampires had toyed with Helena, chasing her for an entire night, to only then mob her and drain all her blood, killing her in the process. After that, Robert went into mourning. Eric had left the Black Manor at that point because he had a wife to take care of at home. 2 days later, Robert's father asked Eric if he had seen Robert. The men had disappeared from home, and now Eric knew where he had gone. In accord with the local wizards, Robert arrived at Athens a week ago and started to ask questions about the vampires. They said that Robert had a hardened look on his face, a look from a man that was resolved to do something crazy. And he did something crazy. After getting his hands on all the information that he could, Robert marched into vampires' territory as soon as the sun started to rise. He had then gone on a rampage. Robert killed the entire brood of vampires alone. It was a massacre. No thrall or vampire had survived Robert Black's sword and wand. The only witnesses to the one versus all battle were the blood-sack slaves that the vampires kept around their den for a quick meal. Unfortunately, Robert Black had succumbed after the battle had ended due to extreme exhaustion and the injuries he had got. In his last words, Robert asked Helena for forgiveness because he was not there to protect her as he had promised. With a heavy heart, Eric stored both magically preserved bodies and went home. He had news of his friend's death to give to his family, a funeral to plan and another funeral to attend. Robert Black's feat of killing an entire brood of vampires alone traveled far and gave the wizards and witches around the world some breathing space when the church took the opportunity to allocate their resources to battle the vampires in Europe, relaxing a bit in the witch hunts. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. November 2nd. Rowena was finally out of her self-imposed isolation and almost had a heart attack when Eric told her why the castle was in a somber mood. The woman had an emotional breakdown. She, in one day, had lost a grandchild and a daughter. Rowena went into a catatonic state for some hours and Eric thought that she only managed to come back due to still having Selena. After that, Rowena stopped totally with her periods of self-isolation for research and focused on the family that she still had. Sadly for the Ravenclaws, more bad news soon arrived. Due to the miscarriage, Selena's healer said that it would be very difficult for her to get pregnant again. That news had thrown the family in a very depressive mood. Selena was the worst of them. She started to call herself damaged and isolate herself from others, even Eric. It took Eric weeks of assurance, coercion, and talks to bring her smart wife back. 1 year later, Salazar Slytherin died while sleeping. Chapter 81, Small Bite, Big Bad Luck. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. December 1st. The death of Salazar Slytherin had gotten the castle by surprise. The man had passed away while in his sleep from unknown causes, but Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor knew that his wife's, Esmeralda, death had deeply affected the wizard. Some wounds just don't heal. Godric Gryffindor said in a show of scarce wisdom. The founders of Hogwarts were now reduced to 2 alive members. During the magical reading of Salazar, his disowned son decided to show up just to spite his father's name. He had gotten very mad when Salazar had left nothing for him, mentioning only that he was still disowned and that he and his descendants were forbidden to ever take the Slytherin name. And to add salt to his wound, Salazar's squib daughter, Jade, and Selena got everything that the deceased wizard owned, with Selena holding the Slytherin title and Hogwarts quarter. You harlots! You stole what rightfully belongs to me. The self-centered bigot said, yelling to Selena and Jade. He then made a move to take out his wand on the women, but before he could get to it, the people in the room for the will reading saw the self-centered bigot being launched to a wall and sticking to it while upside down. When the offender opened his eyes again to look at who had done that to him, his eyes had a hint of fear in them. Eric Ravenclaw had stood up from his seat beside Selena and was now towering over the self-centered bigot form, who was having some difficulty breathing. He was the sole target of the pressure being caused by Eric's magic. If you touch a hair of Selena or Jade's head, or if you even look funny at them, I will hunt you down, to the underworld and back if necessary, and I will make you suffer a worse fate than the man that caused your mother's death did. Eric said to the man, who was almost suffocating and pissing himself. His stormy grey eyes showed a fury behind them that no one thought was possible to exist. It reassembled the sky just before a great storm would hit. Eric's long hair, which was normally braided in a Nordic style, had loosened itself and was dancing in a wind that didn't exist in the room. Are we understood? Eric asked the trapped man, who stood in silence staring at him. The fear in his eyes was increasing by the minute. When he didn't answer, Eric walked closer to the man stuck on the wall while upside down and waved his hand. The man that was stuck was then dragged through the wall's surface up until his head was at the same height as Eric's eyes. Eric then looked again at the man's eyes and asked again while intoning more strength in his voice. I said, are we understood? This time, the man started to madly nod his head. He would agree with anything, just don't let this monster come near him again. Good. Eric said and waved his hand, releasing the self-centered bigot from the wall. With a dull thud sound, the men crashed on the stone floor of the room. I think that your presence here was already overextended. Executor, does his name appear in any other part of Salazar's will? Eric said and then turned to question Salazar's will's executor. The balding old man, who was accompanied by his son and grandson, negatively shook his head. With that, Eric looked back at the self-centered bigot who was a mess on the ground. Then it's time for you to go. Eric said and snapped his fingers. Snap. To the amazement of everyone in the room, a magic circle started to materialize above the man. The magic circle was emitting a soft blue color and had a big raven on its center. After it finished materializing, which took around 15 seconds, it shone and engulfed the man that was once Salazar's son in bright light. The next instant, only moted of blue light remained around, and that was slowly fading away now. Eric walked back to his seat beside Selena and sat on it as nothing had ever happened. The room stood in silence, with most of its occupants looking at Eric while gawking. It took Rowena Ravenclaw making a sound like she's clearing her throat to stop the people from gawking. Executor, can we proceed with the will's reading? Rowena Ravenclaw asked the old man in a gentle tone that for certain left no room open for discussions. Yes. Let's continue reading the will. For my friend and rival, Godric. The old executor, after getting his bearings back, continued the reading of Salazar's will. Salazar Slytherin had left some other small stuff to friends, but most of the stuff was divided between Selena and Jade. After the reading, Selena and Jade had a talk where Selena said that if Jade ever had magic-wielding son, she would transfer the title gladly to him. Unfortunately, Jade had come to give birth to 3 children. All of them were girls who didn't have the gift of wielding magic. Later, back at Ravenclaw's office, Eric was being glared at by 3 women. Selena, Rowena, and Arya were giving him glares and Eric knew the reason why, but if he had learned one thing about women is that you must not say anything until you know what you are guilty of. Of course that this is only valid to women that can be mad at you, and not any random Karen. What? Eric said while making a confused face to the woman. What do you mean, what? Arya, Eric's mother, said while still glaring at him. Yeah, Eric. When did you complete the Ravenclaw magic circle? Selena said, throwing Arya in a loop, and Rowena was nodding, agreeing with her daughter's question. Eric laughed internally. Selena, definitely, had her priorities set right. I completed it some days ago. Eric said and then raised his hand with the palm facing up. He concentrated a little and a blue magic circle started to materialize on top of his hand. Since it was not shielding any magic formula, the circle was completed in less than 5 seconds. Neat, isn't it? Eric said while smiling. Rowena and Selena were looking at the circle and around it. Wait. That's not what I meant. Arya said with an exasperated tone. The 3 other occupants of the office looked at her strangely. Okay, the magic circle is neat, but that was not what I meant. Arya said, making the trio raise an eyebrow. Then what? Selena asked her mother-in-law. The attack and disappearance of that man. Arya said with her exasperated levels going up by a notch. Oh, that. Arya, you have to see from Eric's perspective. The self-centered bigot had just raised his voice at Selena and Jade, had cursed at them, and was going to pull their wand at them. By our laws, Eric could have killed him without any retribution coming his way. Rowena Ravenclaw said, replying to Arya's doubt. In her eyes, the boy had gotten out easy. Yes, mother-in-law. What Eric did in place of killing him was show off his power while threatening him very clearly. That way he would think 3 times before going after Jade or me for some kind of revenge. Selena said to her mother-in-law, explaining the situation better. In her eyes, the guy had gotten out easy, but knowing Eric the way she knows, he would be doing something about it very soon. She then looked at Eric and another thought passed by her head. That is if he already didn't. Unknown village, somewhere south in Britain. December 1st. A man was mumbling madly while drinking cheap mead from a tankard while sitting on a table from a cheap tavern. It was the self-centered bigot. That damn bastard Ravenclaw. I will show him who is the more powerful wizard. The man continued to mumble not very intelligent things about getting his revenge when he felt a pinch on his neck. Quickly, he got up and turned while drawing his wand just to see an empty wall. Unfortunately, for him, a group of 8 men saw his reaction and started to speak with each other in low voices. Soon, the group of 8 stood up and walked to where the man was drinking alone and surrounded him. "So, wizard, I heard that you can magic us some gold," one of the men said. The self-centered bigot looked up from his empty tankard and immediately had a scowl on his face. "Go crawl back to the pile of shit where you came from," the men said without noticing very well that he was severely outnumbered. The man who was cursed got really angry at that. He looked to his companions and they all nodded at each other. "Let's teach him a lesson." Before the self-centered bigot could react, he felt a heavy hand hitting the back of his head. Things started to get dizzy and it was then that a rain of punches and kicks started to fall on his body. At one moment of the beatdown, he was knocked out. He woke up an hour later, with his entire body transformed into a giant bruise in a way that he could barely move. He looked around through his swollen eyes and saw that he was in a ditch outside the cheap tavern. To do more damage to his already damaged ego, he took a deep breath and was assaulted by the heavy smell of shit. He was in a ditch used to discard excrement from animals and people. Half an hour later, the self-centered bigot was inside a small pond taking a quick bath to remove the repulsive odor from his body. His wand had been broken through the beating and he was now madly rubbing his body with the mud of the pond while continuously rinsing it. It was then that he felt a tremendous wave of pain traveling through his body and he let out a guttural scream. "Erhariha." He quickly took his hands to the affected area from where the pain was radiating, his manly tool, and felt that something extra was attached to it. Fighting through the pain, he managed to yank the thing out of his thing and give a look at the cause of his pain. It was a turtle. An effing turtle had bitten on his manly tool while he was in the pond. With anger in his bones, he threw the turtle away, which meant that it just went back to the pond, and weakly walked out of the pond while still twitching because of the phantom pains. He then weakly laid outside the pond while looking at the sky through the tree's branches that were above him. "How did my luck get so rotten?" he complained loudly, just for a branch of the tree above to break and drop on him. Mother EFF. 4 hours later he woke up again with a broken nose. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. December 1st. Already in his bed with his beautiful wife by his side, Eric received a mental confirmation that the operation had been successful. Since the activation of his sacred gear, Eric had been creating more complex monsters and each time reducing their sizes even more. Right now, the smallest monster that Eric could create was the size of a mosquito. And that was what he had sent on a mission. The mission? Screw with the self-centered bigot. How? The mosquito-sized monster would inject the target with venom from a Malfoy. This particular venom would cause extreme bad luck to the person for a week, and Eric hoped that it would be an unforgettable week for him. With a smile on his face and Selena nested on his chest, Eric went back to sleep. Chapter 82, 2 Ghosts. The next founder to leave Hogwarts was Godric Gryffindor in the year of 1008. The man had passed away alone in his home. His wife had left him some years prior to live with her daughter, who had married into the proeminent House Peveril, which was a house of very famous and talented enchanters. Godric Gryffindor's magical reading was another event. Dozens of people tried to participate in it, claiming that Godric Gryffindor was their father, which could be totally the truth with the way that the men slept with anything that had a pair of boobs, but the instructions on the will were very clear to that, only the listed people could participate. His main personal assets, meaning vaults, lands and possessions, were left for his daughter that he had in marriage. His magic title and his quarter part in the school were separated from his lineage. If one wanted the Gryffindor title, one would have to find his sword, and only by wielding it, one would have his quarter of the Hogwarts castle. The next years were bountiful ones for the school. The education level went up under the watchful eyes of the Ravenclaw family and magic innovation was the word. It was at this time that a first-generation wizard invented the port key. An item that allowed its user to be transported almost instantly to a predetermined location. The first thing that the Ravenclaw family did, in their place as Hogwarts de facto owners, was to equip every student that could be considered at risk with one port key for emergencies. And it worked very well. Just in the first year of its implementation, more than 20 students' lives were saved because of them. Some students even managed to save the family members that were persecuted with them too, and the Hogsmeade village was growing healthy outside of the castle. The school had too received a student that looked very familiar to Arya. One Agner Longbottom. After talking with the boy, Arya visited his parents. It turned out that Bjorn, her deceased husband's sworn brother, had founded a new family with his wife and named themselves the Longbottoms. They owned a very profitable business in medicinal herbs and animal husbandry, and the school would soon receive a second Longbottom if their younger daughter's accidental magic episodes were anything to take into account. But not everything was flowers. In the year 1019, at the age of 61, Arya, Eric's mother, fell ill. Even with all his magical and medical knowledge, Eric couldn't save her. What made him and his wife, Selena, even more sad was that she died without a grandchild, and that sent Selena in another loop of guilt that evolved into depression. She blamed herself for not being able to give Arya and Rowena a grandchild, even if both the women had never blamed her or anything. Even worse, she blamed herself for not being able to give Eric a child. It had taken some great work from Eric and Rowena to pull her out of that depression. 5 years later, the castle of Hogwarts was, for the first time since its creation, under attack of external forces. A self-entitled Dark Lord with his small army of followers appeared one day at the castle's gates and tried to force their way in. Unfortunately for them, the castle's wards were constantly being updated by the Ravenclaw family and easily stopped the attack. When Eric came to the gates to see what had tickled the wards, he came across a group of dark-robed individuals that looked very disheveled and angry. It even made him chuckle. And seeing a wizard chuckle at him, made the new Dark Lord furious. The men started to demand the surrender of the castle, saying that it would be the perfect headquarters for their plans of conquering the world. That made Eric start to laugh openly, infuriating the Dark Lord even more. The men then started to launch a wide variety of curses at Eric's direction, but it was a futile attempt. All curses just splashed on the wards of the castle, and each splash just made the wards stronger by absorbing the magic of the attack to feed itself. When the Dark Lord tired himself, he ordered his minions to attack Eric. The same happened again, and Eric just stood in his place, waiting for them to tire while smiling and probing the mind of the attackers lightly. What he found was just the same history as always. The men arrived at some villages, freed some people accused of witchcraft while doing some flashy magic. The true wizards and witches saw the magic and were impressed. Then came the speech about how they were superior because of magic and should be the one ruling the ones without it, and not the inverse. And people fell for it. They banded together and started to attack villages and small groups that hunted witches. After they boosted their morale, they decided to go big and attack Hogwarts. Unfortunately for them, the castle's wards showed to be a little more powerful than they predicted. When they finally tired themselves, Eric snapped his finger and all of their wands jumped off their hands to inside the wards of the castle. Harry had hit all of them at the same time with a disarming hex, and that had scared them. Sigh. You guys have no idea of the size of the world, do you? Eric said to the group of phonies. Well, whatever. Are any of you here because you are being forced to be here? Eric asked the group, and 2 of the men raised their hands. He had seen that one of the methods used by the Dark Lord to get support was coercion using the person's family's lives. Eric then separates the 2 from the rest with a wave of his hand after checking them up. The rest of the group tried to protest, but they found themselves temporarily petrified. As for the rest of you, have a nice trip. Eric says, and an enormous blue magic circle materializes under them, and in 5 seconds the Dark Lord and his phonies disappear in motes of blue light. Eric then looks at the 2 individuals that were separated from the rest and makes a shooing motion to them while their wands go back to them. Go home. They will not bother anyone more. Eric says to both the men and turns back to walk to the castle while whistling a merry tune after sending all the remaining wands to Hogwarts treasure. The duo of freed men look at each other and then start to run away from the castle after mouthing their thank you to Eric, apparating away soon after. 4,000 kilometers away from Hogwarts, in the middle of the Sahara Desert, a blue magic circle lightens the sands. Soon, a series of muffled thud sounds were heard. As the light from the magic circle disappears, the sound of a lot of people spit sand is heard. Where the heck are we? One of them mouths out loud after looking around and seeing nothing beyond sand. Luck for them, the moonlight gave them a little visibility. I have no idea, but judging by all the sand around, we are in some kind of desert. Another said while looking around. Does anyone have a wand? Another one yelled. They then started to pat themselves in search of their wands but were not successful. I will kill him. The group heard a disgruntled yell. It was the Dark Lord. Shut up, you fool. Yelled a man. Yeah. It's because of your brilliant idea of taking Hogwarts that we are here, wherever here is. Yelled another one back. Should have listened to Jonas. His elder brother went to school some years after Lord Ravenclaw. He said that his brother told him stories of the man's feats with magic when he was just a student. And look what he had done to us all. A man said. Alone. Another one added. And without a wand. Yet another one added too. The self-entitled Dark Lord was just sulking to the side. He had thought that it would have been an easy job to take control of Britain, but he was grossly wrong. Now he had to go back defeated. But first, he had to survive the journey from here to there, and his chances were nothing good if the way that his minions were looking at him meant something. Needless to say that the group was never seen again in Britain. At the age of 81, Rowena Ravenclaw dies. She passed away peacefully while reading a book inside her quarters. Following her wishes, Eric and Selena had buried her body at a secret location that was as protected as Hogwarts. On her head was one of her most famous treasures, her enchanted diadem. The ceremony was a closed one, only to family and the closest friends. Rowena Ravenclaw's magical reading was a fast one too. She had left everything to her daughter. No exceptions. 2 months after Rowena's death, 2 ghosts appeared in the castle. Being a magically strong place, it was a common occurrence for ghosts to appear there. Of course they could have been forced to leave, but, after making a deal with the owners of the place to help watch the children, they were allowed to stay. But the new arrival's identity froze Eric and Selena. It was Helena and Robert ghosts. "Sister," Selena said and jumped at Helena's ghostly form. Unfortunately for her, she passed right through the ghost. Selena looked back in confusion and then it hit her, Helena was a ghost. She got up and walked to the ghostly Helena. Stopped in front of her and smiled sadly. A single tear escaped from the corner of her eye. At the side, Eric was having his own reunion with his beast male friend. Later, after the quartet had let out all their feelings and the ghosts were put on par with the recent happenings of the castle, came a question that froze the ghosts a little. "So, what do you both intend to do from now on?" Selena asked. Helena and Robert's ghosts looked at each other and then back at the alive couple. "We want to stay at the castle, if it would not bother you both. This was Helena's home, and it was mine too for 7 years. Robert's ghost said while taking Helena's ghost hand in his. "Of course you both can stay," Selena said to the ghostly couple. What she said. "And it helps that a magically strong environment helps you both to not get mad," Eric said and added with a smirk. "Do you want married quarters? I think that we can add a double bed in Helena's old bedroom. Mom had not touched it since your death," Selena said, teasing the ghosts for their horror. Selena and Eric then started laughing at that. "But talking seriously, your presence here will help with the plans that Selena and I have," Eric said while snaking an arm around Selena's waist. Both of them were nearing their 60s, but they didn't look older than they looked in their 30s. Even so, the age was getting to them. The ghost looked curiously at Eric. "Eric and I. We intend to do a ritual. A very special one," Selena said to the ghost slowly. "And what will this ritual do that would be easier with our presence?" Helena said while looking at her sister with squinted eyes. "It will trigger our evolution," Eric replied to the ghosts. Chapter 83, Eric's Ritual. Unknown location. October 31st. Eric was completing 63 years of life today. Selena and him had a small celebration party early in the day where just personal friends were invited to it. Meaning, not a lot of people had come. Today would be the day that Eric would do his ritual to evolve. One of the requisites for the ritual was that it had to be started on the birthday of the person starting it, and for Eric, it was on All Hallows' Eve. He was now naked in the middle of a platform of cut stone. Around him, only grass for kilometers with some small groves here and there. Selena was with him at a safe distance from the stone platform. Eric had tried to assure her that everything was all right and that everything would be okay, but his wife was stubborn and insisted on being near during the ritual. Eric then started his preparations for the ritual. In a bowl made of stone, Eric started by mixing oil and charcoal dust to create black ink. During the mixing, Eric made a cut in his finger and dripped in the mixture some drops of his blood. He continued mixing the black ink while saturating the black ink with his magic. After the mixing was done and the black ink was very homogeneous, Eric took a brush made of a unicorn's tail's hair and gently dipped it in the black ink. He then took the brush and started to draw on the cut stone platform with it. But different from the usual rituals, the drawings were not complex at all, they were very simplistic in nature. 7 concentric circles, with each one adding 1 meter to the diameter of the last one, and an hexagon inside the outermost circle. All of this was drawn using the mixed black ink while pumping magic on it. As Eric finished the drawings, he levitated the bowl with the leftover of ink and the brush outside the circle. He then sat in the center of the innermost circle on his knees and closed his eyes while raising both hands to the sides. "Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance." Eric chanted loudly while pumping his magic and intent in his words. As he finished the chant, the outermost circle of the drawings and the hexagon started to glow in a black and red light. "Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance." Eric intoned once again without losing his concentration and the second outermost circle lit up in the same black and red glow. "Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance." Eric chanted for a third time, lighting up the third circle. Selena, who was nervously watching all of this from outside, noted that the climate around them was changing too. The previously clean starry sky was now full of clouds. Only the application of a spell to help see in the dark allowed her to continue seeing Eric in the center of the cut stone platform. Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance. Eric chanted for a fourth time, lighting up the fourth circle and making the wind start to build up speed. Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance. Eric chanted for a fifth time, lighting up the fifth circle and making the clouds above start to take a circular pattern similar to the drawings of the stone-cut platform, just on a much larger scale. Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance. Eric chanted for a sixth time, lighting up the sixth circle and making the circular patterns on the clouds even more defined. Mother Magic, creator of all. Hear the plea of this son of yours that wants to advance. Come and judge his worth. Eric chanted for the seventh and final time, adding an extra line at the end. When the seventh chant was done, the seventh circle lightened up and the circular patterns that could be easily distinguished on the clouds started to move in different directions. As the final line, the summoning one, was said, the strong wind suddenly changed directions and went up, piercing a hole in the clouds right on the center of the spinning rings formations, showing the clear starry night sky through it that coincidentally, or not, was right above the stone-cut platform where Eric was. It was then that Selena felt something. Something very pure, something very primal, something very powerful had arrived and was there with them. The feeling that she was having right now was that she was small. A grain of sand in the middle of a gigantic desert. So small, so insignificant, but at the same time with so much potential. Then, the next thing that she knew, everything was back to normal. Selena felt that the winds had calmed down to their normal speeds of the highlands. She looked up and saw that the clouds, that were before covering the sky, were dissipating now. Whatever had come and caused that phenomena was now gone. Selena then looked at the cut stone platform and started to panic. On it laid the naked form of Eric. Eric! Selena yelled and started to run to where her husband was laying. She quickly went up the platform and kneeled by the side of Eric. Come on, honey. Don't leave me alone. Selena said in desperation and then casted a diagnosis spell on Eric. The results made her let out a sigh of relief. Sigh. He was just unconscious and severely drained of mana. Selena then took Eric's body and turned it so he was lying on his back. What she saw then put her face into a state of shock. Eric seemed younger. She meant, they both looked much younger than their real ages, the 60s range, but it was 35 years old looks, not 25 like Eric was now. Selena slowly started to touch Eric's face with her hand, admiring the results of the ritual. At least it was what she supposed it was. You did it, my love. Selena said in a low and tender voice full of love. But it was then that she was shook out of her state by the warning going out on her head. The alarm and proximity wards that they both had put up before the ritual had alerted her of an incoming teleportation. It would be there in 15 seconds, so Selena had to work fast. And she did thanks to their preparation. Selena quickly activated a timed special ward for 5 seconds, took Eric in her arms and activated her special port key, one that would send them directly to their bedroom in Hogwarts. As the port key sucked her and Eric away, the 5 seconds were up and a series of things happened at the same time. The discarded bowl with the rest of the mixture of ink and blood went up in white-hot flames, reducing everything in it to ashes in seconds. The brush that together with it was consumed by the white-hot flames too. The drawings on the cut stone platform had already been consumed by the ritual and had left nothing behind, but even so, the entire platform was consumed by white-hot flames, erasing any trace of who was there. Even the traces of magic were consumed. The alarm and proximity wards crumbled too when the temporary ward stones went up on white-hot flames. The last action of the white-hot flames before the time was up was snuffing themselves, erasing completely any proof that could link Selena and Eric to the location. As the 15 seconds passed, 3 magic circles started to materialize around 10 meters in the air. The 3 of them would be identical if not for one of the 3 being made of a slightly less bright yellow that had some traces of black in it. The 3 circles finished forming and with 3 bright lights, 3 people appeared in the middle of motes of light. One of the 3 individuals was flying in the air with the help of his white wings. Other one was flying in the air with the help of his golden wings. And the last one was flying with the help of his black wings. The 3 of them looked at each other and recognition was shown on their faces. Azazel, why am I not surprised to see you here? The individual with golden wings said with a melodical masculine voice to the individual that had black wings. The man who addressed Azazel was tall, had long blonde hair that was freely flowing through his back and shoulders, and had soft green eyes. His face was pretty. His face was as androgynous as one could get. He was wearing long white robes that had details in red and gold with a heavy-looking pauldron made of some sort of golden material with some details in silver. Above his head a golden halo was floating. Oh! If it isn't Michael. And the prettiest angel in heaven is here too. Hello, Gabriel. The individual with black wings, identified as Azazel, said. Azazel was a tall man too. He had short black hair with the front bangs blonde. His eyes were of a deep wine red and he sported a short black goatee with no other facial hair. Azazel was wearing some long black robes. Hi, Azazel. It is good to see you. The individual with white wings, now identified as Gabriel, replied to Azazel. Gabriel had very long blonde hair that flowed freely over her back and shoulders, with sparkly green eyes. She was pretty. Really pretty. And definitely deserved the title that was given to her by Azazel. Gabriel was wearing some scanty white robes that left no space for one to imagine the size of her boobs. They were huge. Melon-sized huge. Gabriel. What are you doing out of heaven? Michael asked in shock. His sister, Gabriel, was, probably, the most innocent angel to ever exist. And he and his other brothers planned to keep it that way. I'm here because I sense the same type of magic that emanated from father, brother, which I suppose is the reason that we all are here. Gabriel said, replying to Michael while raising one of her perfect eyebrows. She loved her brother very much, but sometimes, he and the other could be a little too suffocating. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, show him who rules, Gabriel. Azazel said after laughing at the face that Michael was doing. The golden-winged angel had a face of someone that had just eaten an egg and it was stuck in his throat. He really was not expecting that answer from his sister, Gabriel, who pointedly looked at Azazel with the same raised eyebrow, making the fallen angel stop his laugh. So you guys felt the energy that resembles father too? Azazel asked, trying to change the subject as quickly as possible. Yes. And I doubt that we were the only factions that felt it. Michael said, assuming a serious facade. But it is totally gone now. Gabriel said and flew to the remains of the charred stone platform. Michael and Azazel flew to the same place too, following Gabriel's lead. She got close to the platform but didn't land on it. The heat that remained on the charred stone platform was still high. Gabriel then closed her eyes as if trying to feel something. A moment later, she let out a sigh and opened her eyes again. It gone. It is totally gone. She said while looking around the place, searching for any visual clue that she could get. Yes. Whoever was here made an amazing job of erasing their presence before escaping. Azazel said, adding to Gabriel's findings. Any idea of what had happened here? Michael asked his ex-brother. They could very well be enemies now, but they both had felt in their hearts when God died. It was a shock to both angels, fallen or not. Azazel looked around and started to put the pieces together with the little clues that he had. If I would have to give it a shot, I would say, probably, a ritual had taken place here. The people who made it were prepared to a level that they were expecting others to come and investigate. That's how everything is so clean. Even the fire used just before our arrival left no magic traces behind. Azazel said to the two angels. If Selena or Eric were to hear Azazel's deduction, they would applaud the fallen angel. Sigh. Gabriel let out a sad sigh. She, probably from all the angels in heaven, was the one who most missed their father. We will discover with time what happened here. Anything that could let that kind of energy out will not stay hidden for too long. Michael said, trying to comfort his sister. At least it was nothing evil in nature. That kind of thing tends to leave a mark that is more difficult to erase. Azazel added while still looking around. He had flown to the side of the charred stone platform and was looking at two patches of carbonized grass and dirt. Soon, the trio were finished talking and discussing and transported themselves away. They had not talked much out of the subject of the aura. The last war was still too recent for them to talk amicably. During the next 3 hours, various groups pertaining to different factions of the supernatural world appeared to do their own investigation, but no one discovered anything new that the first trio had not discussed already. While the wave was traveling through the supernatural world, the perpetrators were soundly sleeping on their bed. Chapter 84, High Human. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. November 2nd. It had taken 2 days for Eric to wake up and the first thing that he saw was his wife, Selena's, sleeping face. The witch had slept while using his chest as a pillow. Something that had been a common occurrence. He then closed his eyes again and started to dive inside his mind and body to verify how it was. Immediately Eric noticed that his body was again back at its peak form and some things were different on it. His bones were more durable and his muscles were more densely packed. And that was not all. Every cell of his body now contained its own magic reserve that was strengthening it to a whole new level. Overall, Eric estimated that his physical strength went up from 3 to 5 times. Next, Eric dived in to check his pool of magic, his mana. And it was a shock for him, but one that he was expecting. His personal magic reserves had gone up by 5 times. If before he could cast about 50 siege breaker spells, one of the more taxing spells that exist in this time, now he would be able to cast 250 of them and not be even winded. How could he? You would ask. Well, the speed at which he filled back his reserves of magic has gone up by a lot. He estimated that now he could keep the flight magecraft spell up all the time if he wanted, and that was a demanding spell to keep always on without a flight artifact. Eric's mind was brought back to the outside world when he felt Selena moving on top of him. He opened his eyes and found his wife waking up. Selena had her eyes still half closed when they looked up and saw Eric's stormy gray eyes looking lovingly at her. That immediately finished waking her up. "Eric," Selena said while properly getting up from the chest of her husband and properly mounting him. "Hey, beautiful," Eric said to Selena while smiling, who stopped and smiled back at him. "Hey, handsome," Selena replies to Eric, giving him a smile of her own. "You slept for 2 days," Selena says to Eric. "It must have been my body getting used to the changes," Eric replies to Selena. "What changes?" "I mean, I can see that your body got younger, back to its peak, but aside from that, I can't see anything more," Selena says to Eric, while touching his chest, caressing it lovingly. I suppose that you would not be able to see it. What happened to my body is." Eric then started to tell Selena about all the changes that he had found in his body. To demonstrate, Eric cast the flying magecraft spell and started to float above the bed with Selena still on top of him. "And I'm feeling no strain at all. It's almost as if the flying magecraft spell was made to be used freely by high humans because of its cost," Eric finished saying and floated back to the bed. "By the way, Eric, you are late," Selena said when they landed back on the bed. "Late for what? I thought that we had been sure to not schedule anything for the next few weeks in preparation for the ritual," Eric said to Selena in confusion. Selena giggled at that. "You are 2 days late for your duty as my husband," Selena replied in a husky voice while eyeing Eric hungrily. The man's only answer was to smirk at Selena, hug her body closer to his, and invert their positions on the bed. With him now on top and in the middle of Selena's legs, Eric started his attack. 3 hours later, Selena was a puddle in their beds, sleeping in bliss, while Eric was ready to continue his duty. "It seems that I will have to train the control over my strength," Eric murmured while remembering what had happened during the past 3 hours. Later that day, during lunchtime, Selena was already up and the couple was having their lunch in their quarters. "So, what happened after I finished the chanting of the ritual? I remember only some kind of force locking into me, then it's all blank," Eric asked Selena. There was some kind of presence there. I can't describe it with words, but it made me feel so small and insignificant. Like I was just a grain of sand in a gigantic desert," Selena said to Eric, who was listening to her tale with double the attention. "And then, as suddenly as it came, it was gone. The clouds started to dissipate and I ran to you. I didn't have much time to celebrate or investigate after because the wards that we had set up warned me of incoming magic transportation. So I got you, started the timed erasing procedure, and activated the port key back to our room," Selena said, finishing her report to Eric, who nodded his head in understanding. "So the ritual did get the attention of people of the supernatural factions. Any news if the wizards got anything?" Eric said and asked Selena, who shook her head negatively. "No. I checked for rumors or people asking questions after you were safe back here, but no one anywhere felt anything. And it really does not surprise me. The wizards with the tools to notice something don't tend to notice anything, and yet they think that they are the gift of the goddess to the world," Selena said after taking a sip of her glass of cup juice. The scowl on her face was very pronounced, getting a chuckle out of Eric. They continued their lunch, but there was one thing that Eric had left to test. "While you are sleeping, you are welcome, by the way." Eric started with a smirk on his face that made Selena blush like a little girl remembering their lovemaking session in the morning. "I tested my magic and found that in general, my magic is flowing much better through my body. Like it was made to be a conductor to magic. But I have yet to test the effects that the ritual had on my sacred gear, and I plan to test it this afternoon," Eric said to Selena, who nodded her head. Eric had told her about his sacred gear when they were just engaged. The concept of something that is attached to your soul when you are born is still somewhat strange for Selena, and that Eric has one that has one of the strongest potentials is even more strange, but she doesn't love him any less for that. Eric is still Eric at the end. "Do you want me to help you?" Selena asked her husband, who shook his head at her. "It will not be necessary. I will just erect a set of concealing wards somewhere remote and do my tests there," Eric replied to Selena, who nodded her head confirming that she had heard him. After lunch was finished, Selena went back to her research laboratory to continue her research while Eric operated away to start his tests. Unknown location. November 2nd. Eric appeared with a soft crack sound on an open field. He then started to cast the Flying Magecraft spell. Eric took his time with the cast. He wanted to analyze and get the feel of his magic flowing within his body. A thin layer of blue light started to slowly manifest itself around his body, and when the spell was ready, Eric started to float and the blue light around his body had disappeared. He then applied a disillusionment spell on himself and started to fly away in a random direction. And boy, he was fast. Eric calculated that he was flying at around 400 kilometers per hour, and this was not even his top speed. He could feel it. But since he didn't want to get other people's attention, he decided to keep his speed low to keep the disillusionment spell up. After some minutes flying and noticing that he was recovering magic at a higher rate than he spent flying, Eric landed and started to prepare the casting of his set of concealment wards. A minute later, done with the wards, he walked to the center of them and started to concentrate on using the power of his sacred gear. He quickly found that it was way easier to use it now than it was before. Eric started with creating a dumb and big monster. And before the process could be finished, he stopped it abruptly. The Annihilation Maker had just inserted some new knowledge into his head. Knowledge about its next state of power, the Balance Breaker. Eric started to smile like a loon at that and started to channel his power. He spent a good chunk of his magic on it, but in the end, he managed to create what he wanted. A micro-monster. Eric could not see it with his eyes, but he could feel his connection with it through his sacred gear. He was happy. That opened so many possibilities for him. He would have to explore them cautiously. After all, he didn't want to create some kind of hypervirus that could wipe the entire planet's population. Oh, who was he trying to trick with that? Of course, that was the kind of thing that he wanted to create, but he would have to be very certain that his monsters could not be controlled by others, or better, that others could not control him. But first, he had to test how much time his creation would last and how many he could have active at the same time. Chapter 85, Selena's Ritual. Unknown location. February 14th. The couple was again in an undisclosed location, but this time for Selena's ritual. And as Eric, Selena was naked in the middle of a cut stone platform with kilometers of grass around her. She was already starting to mix her ink with her blood while Eric was at a safe distance keeping an eye on everything. He was really keeping an eye on everything. He had a multitude of monsters made with the purpose of surveillance scattered through the plains on top of the same wards used before. On his finger was a very special monster. After reaching his balance breaker and succeeding in creating his micro-monsters, Eric started to experiment with adding special properties to his monsters, and the one around one of his fingers was one of the results of his experiments, a little snake-like monster. This monster was created with a very specific purpose, to hide the nature of whatever she coils around. Right now, if anyone would look at Eric and start doing their scans, they would find nothing. For the scans, Eric would not even be there and only visually he could be seen. Of course, the monster had some drawbacks. For once, it could not maintain this hiding in sight state with only its energy, so it would have to be fed magic to keep its ability up. This new creation would be very useful for what he intended to do today. As Eric was checking the perimeter with his monsters, Selena had already started to draw the same circles that Eric had drawn before while using the brush made of unicorn's hair. 7 concentric circles with a hexagon inside the outermost one. As Selena finished the drawings, she sent the bowl and brush away and sat in the center of the circles. Nervously, she looked at Eric just to see him smiling widely at her. It was like he was telling her that everything would be all right, and like so, all of her doubt and nervousness went away. Selena then gave Eric her own wide smile and started with her ritual. From outside the SUT stone platform, Eric was keeping an open eye on everything that was happening. And just as Selena had told him that happened during his ritual, was happening during hers. The sky went dark with clouds, the wind picked up, circular patterns formed on the clouds, and when the last part of the chant was said, the wind pierced the clouds, making a hole in them, and the presence arrived. It was like Selena had said in a way. Eric felt that he was so small right now, but at the same time, he felt that he was accepted, welcomed even together with the presence. Then something hit his mental shield hard, but it didn't shatter or attack it. It was more like an embrace. And Eric felt in his very being something being said to him. Being asked to him. There were no words, just a feeling that he knew what its meaning was. Yes. She is my partner. My mate. My love. Eric said in a low voice. And then, as quickly as it arrived, the presence was gone. The winds calmed down to normal levels and the clouds started to dissipate. Eric looked around and found nothing out of the normal. He then started to run to the platform where Selena was lying unconscious. He could feel her presence strongly. That's how he knew that Selena's ritual had been successful. He arrived by Selena's side and kneeled. Eric then turned Selena to him and admired her face a little while caressing it lovingly. She was looking younger. The few age lines that had appeared on her face after their 40 years of marriage were now gone. It was then that the wards warned Eric of the incoming guests. Quickly, Eric took a golden ring from his pocket and put it on Selena's ring finger. It was her wedding ring. She had never taken it away, and today was the first time in 40 years that she was not using it. Eric then tapped the ring on her hand, got up, and walked away from where Selena was. The ring then activated and whisked Selena away, back to their room. Eric had warned some house elves that Selena would be transported back to their room while unconscious and they had to tuck her in their bed. It was then that Eric activated the erasing wards and walked out of the cut stone platform. As he stepped out of it, the white-hot fire started to consume everything. Eric looked at it with no change in his facial expression, and as the time for the guest's arrival came, he cast a disillusionment spell on himself and walked away from the charred cut stone platform while the white-hot fire was snuffing itself out. And as Eric's wards had told him, the guests arrived on time. 3 yellow magic circles appeared in the air about 10 meters high. Eric noticed that from the 3, one of them was made of a darker yellow color that had some black spots in it. The magic circles finished forming and 3 forms materialized themselves into the air in the middle of motes of light. As the light faded, Eric immediately recognized the guests. They were Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel. 2 angels and 1 fallen angel. The trio looked around, recognizing the others again immediately. "So you guys felt it again, huh?" Azazel said to the 2 angels, while he started looking around. "Yes. But it seems that we are late again," Michael replied while looking around too. "True. Whoever did these 2 rituals knew exactly how to avoid our detection for enough time to clean the place and get out," Azazel said again. Strangely enough, Gabriel stood in silence while watching the 2 males talk. While this was happening, Eric was just observing the trio, taking mental notes of their interactions and building an initial profile of them. He had an initial idea of how their personalities were from his past life knowledge, but it was something from almost 1,000 years in the future, and reality tended to be a little different from fantasy. But one thing was true in both reality and fantasy: Gabriel's boobs were huge. The angel in question suddenly snapped, looking in the general direction where Eric was. She stared at the place, looking for something, but when she found nothing, she turned back to look at the work that Michael and Azazel were doing with the charred cut stone platform. Man, that was surprising. A woman's intuition is really a frightening thing, Eric thought after Gabriel stopped looking at the area where he was hiding. Well, the same thing as the last time. No signal whatsoever of who was here before. They cleaned the place thoroughly, Azazel said in a loud voice, informing the 2 angels there that he was done with his investigation. He then got up in the air again and started to charge his magic circle for transport. He then turned to Gabriel and smiled at the angel. "Good to see you again, Gabriel. You are as pretty as ever," Azazel said to Gabriel, who just turned to him and smiled. "Good to see you too, Azazel. I will pray that we can keep having peaceful meetings like this in the last one," Gabriel replied to Azazel. The last meetings that angels and fallen angels had were not peaceful ones, but then, they were at a battlefield. Azazel smiled at Gabriel's antics. He wanted that to happen, but he was just one fallen angel. He could be their leader, but he was not their owner. Azazel looked to Michael, who was watching their interaction closely, and nodded at the golden-winged angel. He then activated his magic transportation circle and got back to wherever he had been before. Sigh. Michael let out a sigh after Azazel teleported out of there and turned to his sister. "Gabriel, you should not have too much interaction with Azazel. He is a fallen for a reason," Michael said to Gabriel, who nodded her head. "I know, brother, but I was just being polite with him. Just as father had taught me to be with everyone," Gabriel replied innocently to Michael, who smiled at her. "Good. Let's get back to heaven then," Michael said and flew to where Gabriel was standing floating. He started to charge his magic transportation circle and Gabriel followed his example, charging hers. Seconds later, Michael disappeared in the middle of motes of bright yellow light, but Gabriel aborted her transportation. Eric, who was watching everything attentively, raised an eyebrow at that. It seems that Gabriel is not done here, Eric thought. Gabriel then turned to look to the area where she had felt something before and kept looking at it. "You can come out now, you know," she said in a way that could be heard clearly by everyone around. Eric smiled a little at that. She is really innocent. Always expecting the better of people, Eric thought, but didn't move from the place that he was now. He had moved from the place that he was before just in case of Gabriel telling the other 2 about what she had felt, and both males started scrutinizing the place. Gabriel made a sad face when no one replied to her. "Please, I just want to talk. Please," she said again, almost tearing up at the end. Eric let out a low sigh at that. He was really a sucker for sad pleas. He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Gabriel, who heard the snapping sound, immediately started to look around, searching for the source of it. Then, what happened following made her let out a little yelp of surprise. The air around the place that she was in started to shift and something akin to a thin film seemed to crystallize. Cracks started to appear in it until they covered all around her. And then, when the cracks had spread completely, Gabriel heard the sound of glass breaking, and the cracked crystallized film around her started to crumble in little pieces and disappear. When everything had disappeared completely, she heard a masculine voice coming from behind her. You know, Azazel and Michael think that they were sneaky when they were installing those monitoring wards, but they were not sneaky enough. Eric said, commenting offhand about the concealed monitoring wards. Both males had done a good job in hiding it, but it was not good enough for when one had hundreds of eyes in the place at the same time. Gabriel had snapped at the direction the voice was coming with some hope in her eyes, but who she saw there was not the person that she was expecting to see at all. It was a young strong-looking man with red blonde hair that was styled like the warriors from the Nordic faction with stormy grey eyes. Eric raised an eyebrow at her reaction. It seems that I'm not who you are looking for. Eric said to Gabriel, who nodded her head. Yes. Gabriel replied to Eric. I see. Who were you looking for then? Eric replied. He had an idea of who she was searching for but had to ask first. I'm looking for my father. We felt some kind of energy very similar to his energy earlier here, but now it's gone. We had felt the same energy some months earlier, but we had not found anything at the time either. Gabriel said. Innocent as always, she had told Eric everything, and he was now nodding his head. He stood in silence for some moments before replying to Gabriel. I see, sorry to disappoint you, Angel Gabriel, but the energy earlier was caused by a ritual that my wife started, and the one some months earlier was because of me. Eric replied. Gabriel's face went again to one of sadness. But now at least she knew who had started the rituals. Her face then scrunched in a pensive look. But then, how can it have generated an energy signature so similar to father's? Gabriel asked no one in particular. Eric was thinking within his head if he should or not show her the journal. After some time thinking, Eric had made his decision. Chapter 86, Panic at Heaven. Unknown location. February 14th. But then, how can it have generated an energy signature so similar to father's? Gabriel asked no one in particular. Eric was thinking within his head if he should or not show her the journal. After some time thinking, Eric had made his decision. Eric took from his waist a leather pouch and opened it. From inside it, he retrieved a tattered journal and attached the leather pouch back to his waist where it went back to be as inconspicuous as any accessory. Eric held the journal in his hands and then looked at Gabriel. Angel Gabriel, in my hands I have a journal of an old hermit that used to live near the village where I grew up. Eric said to the angel, who perked up and was giving him all of her attention. Unfortunately, the old hermit disappeared when I was 17 and left this journal behind specifically for me to read, and he has not been seen again since then. Eric said to Gabriel, who was listening to his history attentively. Seeing that she was not going to interrupt him, Eric continued. The first time that I met the old hermit, he told me that his name was Geo, and since then he was known to me as Grandpa Geo. And all this happened more than 45 years ago. Eric said to Gabriel, whose face showed a shocked expression. But you don't look more than 25 years old. Gabriel said. The man in front of her looked young. And you don't look more than 20, Angel Gabriel. Eric said to her while smiling. Gabriel had understood his point. How a person looked doesn't represent how old they really were. In this journal, I discovered the old hermit's complete name when I read his signature. Can you guess the name that he signed, Angel Gabriel? Eric asked the angel with some enigmatic look on his face. The angel in question's eyes went wide when she thought of the possibility. You don't mean? Gabriel said slowly. The name that the old hermit signed was Jehovah. Eric said, and Gabriel started to breathe hard. It was her father's name. Ideas of ripping the journal from the man's hand started to pass by her head and her breathing became even more labored. Eric noticed that something was wrong with the angel. Her energy was getting more and more chaotic. And then, Eric realized what was happening. Gabriel was falling. Gabriel. Eric yelled at the angel while putting some of his magic in it. That seemed to snap the angel out of whatever was going on her head and, with that, stabilize her energy. Gabriel was panting. The experience that she passed by right now was not a nice one. She was falling and would have if not for the man in front of her snapping her out of her train of thoughts. Thank you. Sorry, but I don't know your name yet. Gabriel asked Eric, who smiled at the angel. You are welcome. And my name is Eric. Eric replied to Gabriel, who gave him a small smile. Well, Eric, can you give me the journal? Gabriel asked, having quickly recovered from her episode. I can, but not the original. Eric said to the angel, who was going to talk again but was interrupted by a hand raising from Eric signaling for her to wait. There are some things here that were written to me specifically and I don't want to share with others. So I will make a magical copy of it for you without the part that was written to me. Eric said to Gabriel, who nodded her head. Of course, Selena had read the entire journal, but she was his wife, a person that he was going to share the rest of his now very long life. Eric then started to prepare the copying spell for the journal while specifically letting out of it some parts like the ritual and the way of training his magic. He didn't want the ritual and the magic training to end in the wrong hands somehow. When Eric launched the spell, an exact copy of the journal started to appear in his other hand. After a little more concentration on his part to put an enchantment on it to prolong its existence if magic was injected into it, Eric tossed the copy to Gabriel, and it gently flew through the air, stopping right in front of the angel. Gabriel looked at it with amazement and gently picked the journal in her hands and hugged it in her chest. "Thank you, Eric," Gabriel said with a peaceful smile on her face. "You are welcome, Angel Gabriel," Eric replied. "Gabriel. Call me just Gabriel," Gabriel said to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement. "You will have to inject the journal with some of your magic if you want to keep the copy existing," Eric said to Gabriel, who nodded back. "And be careful of who you choose to show it to," Eric said to Gabriel, who cocked her head to the side in confusion. "You will understand after you read it," Eric said, adding to his last comment. He then looked around them for an instant. "I will be going now, I have to take care of my wife. And you should go too, Gabriel. Or you will have to entertain the next visitors. Eric said to Gabriel and started to prepare his departure. After the ritual, one of the things that had evolved the most was his sense of magic, and he could feel the magic signature of a group that was approaching fast. Gabriel nodded her head in understanding and watched as Eric waved to her and disappeared in a blue magic transportation circle. Just as he disappeared, a white-hot fire started to burn in the place where he was before, and in seconds it snuffed itself out, erasing any magic signature that could be used to identify him. "Ah. I forgot to ask him how to contact him," Gabriel says out loud soon after, and then she starts to charge her own magic transportation circle. Soon, she too disappears in the middle of motes of yellow bright light. A minute later, a group arrives at the location riding some kind of winged horses. They were a group of armored women that had swords attached to their waists. "Investigate the place." The woman in the front barks the order to the rest of the ones behind her. "Yes, Captain." The rest replies and dismount to start their investigation while under the eyes of their captain, Valkyrie Gondel. 6th Heaven, Realm of Heaven. February 14th. Gabriel was back at her home in the 6th Heaven. Right now she was sitting on a comfortable armchair while finishing reading the journal that Eric had given to her. In her face was a small smile, and on the table in front of her was an untouched cup of tea with an equally untouched plate of biscuits. As she finished reading the journal, Gabriel closed it and a tear escaped from the corner of her eye. The smile on her face was still present, but it was a sad one. She was happy to have something written by her father that said that he missed her a lot, but was sad in knowing that her father was now truly gone. She then took the cup of tea and before drinking it, applied a little magic to get it back to the ideal temperature. Gabriel sipped it slowly while thinking about what she had read about in the journal. If she was not wrong, Eric and his wife had done the ritual that her father had written about and was successful in evolving to high humans. That meant that they would, basically, live forever and be powerful people in the future. And now she understood better what he said about being careful with the journal. Gabriel stood there, thinking about what would happen from now on, and then a thought passed by her head. She got up from her armchair, walked to her bedroom, and stored the journal under her pillow. Then, Gabriel walked out of her house and went out looking for her brothers. Soon, she found Michael talking something with Raphael and she smiled widely. "Brother Michael, Brother Raphael, what can you tell me about bees?" With that innocent question, while smiling innocently, Gabriel plunged the top angels of heaven in panic. How would they know that she wanted to start creating bees to feel closer to her father? Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. February 17th. It had taken 3 days for Selena to wake up from her state of unconsciousness. And just after waking up, Selena ran directly to the school's healer's office. After having the woman swear an oath to keep anything that she learned a secret, Selena asked for a full checkup. An hour later, the healer gave Selena the green light. She was in perfect health. Her body was in top condition. Softly, Selena asked the woman if she could get pregnant and was met with the reply of, "Why would you not get pregnant?" Selena was on the moon with that news. She thanked the healer profusely and went after her husband. After finding him, she immediately dragged him back to their chambers and had some rounds of wild mind-blowing lovemaking. After the deed was done, high in the hours of the day, Selena explained to Eric that she was healthy again and the couple went again in another celebratory mood. Later, Eric told Selena about what he had heard from Michael and Azazel, and how his talk to Gabriel had gone. She agreed with his decision of handing the angel a copy of the journal and commended him about restricting some of the information that would be dangerous if the wrong sort of people had their hands on it. The couple then had a serious conversation about what they would do from now on since they were, basically, living forever. "I want to see the world," Selena said to Eric, who smiled at her enthusiasm. "And so we will, love." We just have to let stuff in working order here at school so we can travel without worrying too much, because I bet that you don't want to come back every week to put out some kind of fire here. Eric replied to Selena, who nodded her head in agreement. It's time to train some people then. Selena said to Eric. You do that, and I will work on the school chart. Eric said back to Selena. For the next 5 years, Eric and Selena Ravenclaw spent training school personnel and writing a rules book to be followed either by the students or by the staff. But their most genius idea was, maybe, the creation of the ghostly Hogwarts Council, with Helena and Robert being the first members of it. They loved the idea of being useful again. It had nothing to do with the special room that only they could enter, not at all. Chapter 87, The Heist. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. July 1st. Have you packed everything you need? Helena asked Selena. Yes. Selena answered shortly. Are you sure? Helena asked again. Yes. I made a list, you know. Selena replied a little snappish. Today Eric and Selena Ravenclaw were leaving Hogwarts for their travel around the world. For the last 5 years, the couple has been working hard to put the dots on all the I's and cross all the T's so that the school could run without their constant intervention. Rule books were made, contracts were signed, and personnel was trained. Aside from that, they had Helena and Robert's ghosts keeping an eye on things, so if they see that something is escaping the control of the staff, the two ghosts had a way to summon them back to the castle. Which takes us back to the scene that was happening. On one side, Selena and Helena were talking with each other about what she should see. On the other side, Robert and Eric were having their talk. You know, kids are starting to call you the Bloody Baron. Eric said with some amusement in his voice. The ghost just sighed at the nickname. Sigh. Yeah, I know. I've heard it before. But what can I do? Vampire blood stains. And it's not like I could change clothes. Robert replies to Eric while pointing to his heavily stained robes. So, everything for your alone time with Helena? Eric asked offhandedly. Robert nodded his head and Eric could see that he had a small smile on his face. Yes. Don't worry too much. Selena drilled us for long enough about what to do in any situation. And in case we have to interact with something, we will call a house elf to help. Robert replied to Eric, who was nodding his head. He and Selena had left instructions to the house elves to answer to the two ghosts. Finally, the girls' talks were done and they joined the boys. Selena came to Eric's side, who snaked a hand around her waist. They looked at the ghostly pair, who were joined by hands. Now kids, behave while we are gone. Eric said in a joking tone, which made the ghosts roll their eyes and Selena let out a giggle. He then smiled at them. Well, that's a see you soon, then. Eric said and, before anyone could say anything else, he brought him and Selena out of the castle, letting two hanging ghosts behind. That marked the beginning of the travels of the Ravenclaw family. And while they were traveling, for the rest of the magic community of Britain, the Ravenclaws were retiring after 50 years of service. Atlantic Sea. July 4th. The couple had embarked on a ship yesterday. Their destination is Rome. At first, Selena was afraid of going into the church main territory, but after the reassurance of Eric and the hiding snake monster that he had given to her, the same type of the one that he had used during her ritual all those years back and allowed him to hide from the very powerful beings. But there was another reason that she agreed with their trip to the capital of the Holy Roman Empire. Tell me again, Eric. Why did I agree to visit the capital of the ones that are burning witches alive? Selena asked Eric. The couple was sitting in chairs on the upper deck, enjoying the ship trip. Each had in their hands a book about some random subject of their interest. Eric raised his eyes from the book and smiled at Selena. The book, love, you agreed for the books. Eric replied to Selena and went back to read his book. Yes, books. Selena had only agreed with Rome as their first destination because of all the books that they could find there. During their purges of witches, the church had confiscated all the assets of the purged ones, and between them, it was bound to have been some books of magic. And Selena, being her mother's daughter, could not resist the temptation of getting her hands on those books. Just imagining the huge collection of magic books that the church had gathered through all their purges was enough to put a smile on her face. The smile just wasn't bigger because she knew exactly how they had gotten their hands in these books. Yes. It will be a kind of retribution to liberate all those books from their hands. Selena thought with another smile on her face and then went back to her reading. A week later the couple was disembarking on the harbor of Rome. Rome, Kingdom of Italy. September 10th. Eric and Selena were revising their plan. After arriving in the city 2 months ago, the couple bought a small villa while passing by a just-married couple and had warded the place discreetly as possible while hiding the wards at the same time. They had spent the first month knowing the place and enjoying it. They visited all the viewing spots in the city and nearby it, including the almost destroyed temples for the old Roman gods. After the first month, the couple started to gather information about their target. Well, it was more like compiling the information since Eric's monsters were the ones responsible for the gathering. Their target was a clear one. The church's vault. They had found that all the books that were confiscated by all of their agents were sent to this one place. The problem was that the vault was a heavily guarded place, and that's why they were planning everything so carefully. So, you really want to proceed with this plan? Selena asked again to Eric, who nodded his head. Yes, Selena. We already discussed the same thing a lot of times. It will work, trust me. Eric replied to his wife. I really doubt that. Selena said, full of doubts about the plan. 5 hours later they were inside the church's vault. See, I told you that it would work. Eric said to Selena with a smirk on his face. Sigh. Yes, honey. Yes, you did. Selena replied tiredly. It was the third time that Eric was saying that. Who would have thought that some mosquitoes could deliver a concentrated type of confounding potion so efficiently? After they had just to dress as members of the Inquisition and enter the place while pulling a big chest. The guards didn't even check the chest contents after Eric had asked if they wanted to learn witchcraft. The wards on the place were avoided by the combined use of magecraft and Eric's hiding snake monster. The little creature's ability was really handy. The couple was now walking through a path that was filled with chests by both sides. The couple then deposited the chest that they were bringing to the side, free of any obstruction, and started to leave the place. They quickly exited the vault, not even greeting the guards on the way back, just like they had seen a lot of people do while monitoring the place. Back home, after taking off their clergyman clothes and taking a bath, the couple prepared themselves for the second part of the job. The one that would be the heavy work. Eric and Selena walked down to their basement, and there they saw a big magic circle carved on the floor. They walked to it, stopping right in its middle. Are you ready? Eric asked Selena, who gave him a nod of her head in confirmation. He then started to pour his magic into the magic circle, which lit up at the moment that it started to receive magic. Soon, the couple was engulfed by a bright light and both disappeared from the basement of the villa. In another room, this one covered by wood on all sides, the ground suddenly lit up with a magic circle on the wooden floor. When the light faded, two figures stood in the middle of the room. They were Eric and Selena. See, no problems. Eric said by the fourth time with a smug look on his face. Okay. Your plan worked. I get it. You don't need to keep rubbing it in my face at every opportunity. Selena replied, already getting angry with it. Eric smiled at his wife and immediately hugged her, pulling her body closer to his. I know. I just like being right for once. Eric said to Selena and started to give small kisses to her neck. Selena stood quiet but started to squirm at Eric's ministrations. Slowly, he got to her ear and lightly bit it, getting a moan out of Selena's mouth. Stop. Stop it. Selena said with difficulty, and Eric stopped. We have work to do. And if you continued doing what you were doing, we would never get to finish the job. Selena said while trying to recover her breath. Eric nodded to her and let go of her waist. He then walked to the only apparent exit of the room, a staircase going up that ended at a trapdoor. Eric walked up the stairs and stopped waiting for Selena. He didn't have to wait much, as she soon joined him. Eric then, after looking at Selena and receiving a go-ahead nod, opened the trapdoor to the inside just to reveal another trapdoor. But this one was different. It had a half-cylinder shape and was covered with some kind of cloth. If one decided to pay more attention, he would notice that the outside of the first trapdoor was too covered with the same cloth material, just like all the space between the trapdoors. Eric put his hand on the second trapdoor and a click sound was heard. Then he slowly pushed it, silently starting to open it. When the trapdoor was completely opened, Eric started to climb through it. Outside, he waited for Selena to exit the trapdoor too. When she was out, they looked around and found themselves exactly where they should have been, in the middle of the church's vault. Behind them, with its lid opened, was the chest that they had brought in earlier. The chest had an altered space inside it that allowed magic transportation in and out only through its engraved magic circle. That was done to circumvent the wards of the place that prohibited any form of magic transportation in and out of the vault. The best of it was that if other than a Ravenclaw were to open the chest from the outside, it would only show a normal chest on the inside with a lot of books in it together with some fake ones. And just like that, the couple now had a hidden way in and out of the vault. They looked at each other and smiled widely. It was time to pillage a vault. Chapter 88, Greece. Rome, Kingdom of Italy. September 18th. Eric and Selena spent an entire week pillaging the church's vault. They took such a long time because of the sheer quantity of books stored in the place. Eric had to make 2 more of his initial 3 chests with extra space inside to store all the books. And when the heist was over, Eric and Selena found themselves with a new dilemma. What to do with all these books? It was then that Eric made a comment that put Selina on a new path for her research. It would be really useful if we had an index for all of the books. Eric commented while looking at the 5 chests filled to the brim with books with the most varied subjects. An index for all of them. Selina asked absent-minded, already putting together in her head how she could do that. Yeah, an index, you know. That list that we can find at the beginning of most books that have the chapters and subjects listed by page. But I'm talking about one that indexes an entire library. Eric said while still looking at the books. He was remembering the modern libraries that they had in his past life and didn't see the look on Selina's face when he had commented. Tell me more about this idea of yours, husband. Selina asked Eric, who finally looked at her face and saw the hungry look on it. If he was right, that meant that Selina would not stop until she managed to make something like that. Eric let out a sigh but ended up answering his wife. Sigh. Imagine Hogwarts library or any library for this case. Now imagine you entering it, going to a lectern, opening a book on it, and searching through a list in it for the subject that you want to. After finding it, you read on it the name of the books, where to find the subject, the number of the pages that have it, together with the position of the book inside the library. Then you would just go to the shelf and retrieve the book. Eric explained to Selina the better that he could without having to involve technology. With that, you would not need to spend so much time searching for something through so many books. Just the time saved would be enormous. Selina said to Eric while dreaming about such a magical situation. Eric nodded his head in agreement with her, but he already knew what was coming. That's it. That will be my next project. I will create an index capable of indexing an entire library. Selina said with conviction. Eric smiled weakly at that. Sure you will, baby. But first, we have some good and long vacations to take. Eric said to Selina, remembering the excited why they had left Hogwarts in the first place. Selina smiled sweetly at Eric. Of course, darling. I will surely need as many reference materials as I can for such a project. I read somewhere that the original Nordic and Egyptian runes are very easy to mold to your needs. Selina replied while mentioning in a low voice something that she had read some time ago. Well, I had plans for us to visit Africa. It seems that it will be one of our next destinations after we are done here then. Eric said to Selina, who looked back and jumped at him, passing her arms around Eric's neck. I know that I could count on you. Selina said happily, giving Eric a hot kiss after. Rome, Kingdom of Italy. January 5th. Eric and Selina were again embarking on a ship. This time, their trip would be a short one. The ship was going to take them across the Mediterranean Sea and into Greece. They had hidden their villa using even more magic while at the same time putting a preservation spell over it. Of course, the basic alarm wards were installed too, together with a more sophisticated and stealthier one. After all, their back door to the church's vault was still in the basement of their villa. Deactivated, of course, but still there. Athens, Greece. January 10th. Eric and Selina had arrived in Athens 2 days ago and were now looking around their new villa. The persecution against magicals was much less here in Greece, even with them being technically neighbors to Italy, so they could go crazy with their new home protections. They planned to tour around the country for some months and after that take a ship that would take them to Egypt. Athens, Greece. January 24th. The couple had visited a lot of places around the city of Athens, and they were now at one of the old temples dedicated to one of the Olympian gods. Who? They were not sure. It was not like tourism was a developed industry in these times and a guide could be found anywhere. Guides sure could be hired in these times, but most of them were some kind of trap for travelers, so Eric and Selina opted by exploring the place on their own. So, which one is your favorite? Selina asked Eric, who cocked his head to the side. Favorite? You mean from the Olympians? Eric asked Selina, who nodded her head back to him. Yes. Selina replied and Eric got a thoughtful look, even caressing his chin with his hand. It's a difficult question to answer, but I would say that it would be a draw for me. I can't decide between Hestia and Hecate. And you, which one is your favorite? Eric replied to Selina and asked her the same question while they looked at some old engravings at the walls of the temple. Hecate, for sure. Selina replied fast. Really? Hecate? I thought that with you being a Ravenclaw and all, you would be an Athena fangirl. Eric said while taking notes on some of the engravings. They had some runes on them and were teaching their link to the gods. Nope. I mean, Mother was an Athena follower and tried to get us, Helena and I, to follow her too. But after we got to the age where we could read independently and could have our own thoughts, we moved to Hecate because of certain stuff that she had done in the past. Selina explained to Eric while trying to understand other engravings. You mean like the stuff that she did with the Gorgon sisters? Eric said while still taking notes on the same wall engravings. Selina nodded her head. Exactly. I mean, a woman gets attacked inside of one of her temples by her uncle, who is known to have attacked other women before, and she blames and punishes the woman for it. No. Thanks, but no. After we understood what happened, Helena and I became followers of Hecate. Selena explained to Eric. Yeah, I understand. But I think that there was something more happening behind the scenes there. I mean, she is the goddess that represents wisdom. She could have not been so blind about it, right? Eric said, and Selena agreed with him, nodding with her head. And you, husband? I can understand Hecate, but Hestia? Why? Selena asked Eric. Well, most tend to ignore this, but she is the oldest of the Olympians, and being the eldest, I believe that she is the one who has more power from them all. After all, she is the one that stood inside their father's prison for the longest. And she was alone there too until Demeter arrived. Eric said, turning to Selena. In my opinion, that's why she ended up getting the family divinity, because she knows how it is to be alone and how to value family. I mean, when Dionysus was offered a spot on their council, she gave up on her place to keep her family from fighting. Eric finishes, and the couple continues with their tour of the temple. Unknown to them, a group of gods was listening to their conversation from the beginning. Visitors to one of their temples were a rare thing these days. Respectful ones, even more. It started when Hecate felt someone entering her temple. She started to observe the couple and called for some of her colleagues from the same pantheon. They had talked between them about some people visiting their temples in the old Athens, so she was alert to their possible visit. Have you discovered something, Hecate? A voice came from the door. Hecate turned to see the arrival and saw that it was Athena, and she was accompanied by Hera. The two goddesses walked into the room and joined Hecate by the side of the water mirror. No. They have just arrived at the temple and are looking through the engravings with lessons about magic. Hecate replied and went back to look at the water mirror. It was a very useful device to scry normal people, but, for some unknown reason, the couple could not be found when they were not inside one of their temples. On the waters of the water mirror, the image of Eric and Selena looking at some of the engravings could be seen, with the last one taking some notes. Oh my! Hera exclaimed after seeing the couple with her own eyes for the first time. What is it? Athena asked from the side. Their bond is strong. Their marriage bond, I mean. I can see it very clear. They have been married for some time too. At least 40 years. Hera said while still observing the couple. That kind of strength in a bond was not something easy to find, and she already liked the couple. 40 years. But they both don't look older than 25. Athena said from the side. At that, Hera raised one of her eyebrows and looked at her stepdaughter. Are you really questioning what I am saying about the age and strength of a marriage bond? Hera asked Athena with some edge in her voice. Athena almost paled at that. Her stepmother had some fame when she felt wronged. For some, she was known as the Grudge Queen because she knew how to keep one. Of course not, Hera. I mean, look at them. They seem very young to be married for 40 years. Athena replied, trying to save her skin. Hera harumphed and turned to look at the water mirror. Athena let out a silent sigh at that and too turned back to watch the water mirror. Then, Selena started the conversation about the Olympians and the goddesses' focus was doubled. Some small things like that could mean braggart rights to the gods. Yes, they were at that level of boredom. Eric then replied with the names of Hestia and Hecate, who had gained a small smile while watching. Then it was time for Selena to answer the same question, and Hecate's smile got wider after hearing her answer. Their discussion then went on the why, and Athena and Hecate gasped together when they heard the couple's family name. Gasp. Hera looked at them, and made a silent question of what? So they are the Ravenclaws. Hecate said, now understanding a little more of why they had chosen her, making her smile get wider. Hera now understood why the other goddesses had gasped. It had something to do with their family. The talk then went on what Athena had done to the Gorgon sisters, making the goddess of wisdom blush. I admit, it was not one of my brightest ideas. But it had to be done. The three of them were turning into a threat to us. Athena replied with some ice in her voice. The other two chose not to reply to that. Hecate, being not an original Olympian on her own, had suggested inviting the three budding goddesses to join their pantheon, but, even with the support of some other gods, with Hera being one of the supporters, her suggestion was denied by the council. The three sisters' fate ended with the story that is known by all. The three continued listening to their conversation and listened to the reasons why he liked Hestia. That had the three goddesses quiet by a while. It helped that the couple's conversation went to some things of no importance, like what they would have for dinner. So, who are these people? I understand that they are part of the Ravenclaw family. Hera finally talked, asking the other two goddesses about the identity of the visitors. They are not part of the Ravenclaws, they are the Ravenclaw family. Hecate replied, correcting Hera. To my knowledge. Eric and Selena Ravenclaw are the last two people with the Ravenclaw family name alive. The last lady of the family, Rowena Ravenclaw, passed away from old age some time ago. And Selena's twin sister, Helena Ravenclaw, was murdered by vampires here, in Greece, some 40 years ago. You must remember that episode where an entire nest of vampires was decimated by a single person. Hecate said, and Hera nodded her head. She remembered the incident. I was the talk of the Pantheon for some days. The man who did it was Helena Ravenclaw's fiancé. He did it to avenge his loved one. They were going to marry when she came back from Greece, but, unfortunately, she was killed by the vampires while she was finishing her studies on magic. Hecate said to Hera, who nodded her head. For her, the goddess of marriages, it was a shame that it had happened before their union. But it showed how much the man loved the woman. Back to the Ravenclaws. They are a family of powerful magic users. One of the 4 founders of the first school exclusive for magic wielders who accepts anyone. Hecate replied to Hera, resuming what she knew about the Ravenclaws to the queen of their pantheon. But that doesn't make sense. They are supposed to be in their 70s. Athena added from the side. She always kept tabs on the names of powerful humans, and from the magic community in Britain, the names of Eric and Selena Ravenclaw were at the top of her list with no one under them. The power gap between them and the supposed third place was just that big, making the rest of the names in her list useless. Maybe they are using some magic to keep their appearance young. Tried Athena. But Hecate shook her head. No, the only magic that they are using is something to hide their gifts. Even now, with them being inside my temple, I can't see their magic. It's like they are perfectly normal humans without a drop of it in them. Hecate said. The 3 goddesses kept talking a little more until the Ravenclaws left Hecate's temple, when the water mirror went completely blank again, indicating that it could not find the couple again. Well, thanks for the company, but I'm going back now. I have some things to do. Hera said to Athena and Hecate and walked out of the goddess of magic's house. Her destination now, Hestia's house. She had to talk with her elder sister. Chapter 89, Unexpected Visit. Athens, Greece. January 28th. Eric and Selena were returning home from another trip around the country when Eric stopped at the doors of his villa and got a frown on his face. What is wrong, Eric? Selena asked from his side. We have a visitor. Eric replied simply. Selena, who was hugging one of his arms, got a shocked expression on her face. A visitor? How is that possible? Our protections should have blocked anyone. Selena said to Eric, still with a shocked expression on her face. Yes, they are strong. But not perfect. The only way for one to enter without alerting us would be by being welcomed here and not having ill intentions against us. Eric replied while readying himself for a possible fight. Or being immensely powerful, I know. Selena added. Her question was not really a question. It was more of an expression of her shock. Eric nodded his head. Yes, but I doubt that a being so powerful would care about not tripping our security wards. Eric added. Selena then let go of Eric's arm and prepared herself too. With a nod from her, Eric slowly opened the door. The couple entered the villa cautiously, looking around with their eyes and spreading their senses to locate the intruder. Almost simultaneously they found the intruder with their senses and got a feel for his power. The intruder was in the kitchen and its power was great, but it was warm, welcoming, even. Eric's memories were immediately thrown back to a time when he was just a little kid, where he had spent the entire day out of the house playing, training, or both, and when he came back, his mother, Arya, was there to welcome him back. Selena was having a similar flashback. She was 7 and had spent the weekend at the house of her grandparents together with her sister, and when she came back home, her mother was there to welcome both of them. That was the feeling that the power of this intruder passed to them. It was welcoming them back home. The couple relaxed almost immediately and slowly walked inside their kitchen. When they entered it, they saw a beautiful girl sitting by the hearth of the kitchen while stroking the fire in it with a long pointy stick made of iron made for that only purpose. Hello. Welcome back. The woman said to the couple while turning to look at them and smiling. She had long curly red-brown hair that reached the middle of her back and fire-red eyes that seemed that it could look at the depths of one's soul. She was wearing a white toga and didn't seem to be older than 12 years of age. I'm home. Eric and Selena answered at the same time automatically, making the girl smile at them. The couple looked at each other and some realization of the girl's identity came to them after a very brief silent conversation. They were, probably, in the presence of Hestia, firstborn of Rhea and Cronus, the eldest of the Olympians, and the goddess of the hearth, meaning home, family, and fire. Eric then walked to one of their cabinets, as nothing strange had happened, and started to get some utensils from it. Then he walked to their kitchen sink and opened the faucet, starting to fill a copper kettle with water. He walked to the table, where Selena had already taken a seat, and, with a wave of his hand, the utensils that he had prepared earlier floated to the table and the copper kettle started to emit some water vapors. Eric then put some leaves on a ceramic pot and gently filled it with the hot water from the copper kettle. They stood in silence, like proper English, even if the etiquette for it was not created yet, and waited for the tea/infusion to be ready while putting a little bit of honey inside 3 cups. When it was, Eric poured the tea into 3 cups and, after floating 2 of them for Selena and Hestia, he took a seat by his wife's side, and sipped his tea calmly, enjoying its taste. Quality tea was difficult to get in these times. It was much later when commercial routes would be better established with some Oriental countries that tea would become more popular and better leaves would be found. Hestia sipped the drink with a small smile on her face. She expected to be bombarded with questions immediately, but the couple, by what she could observe, already had an idea of who she was. It is good to be surprised sometimes. The goddess thought. Godhood could be a boring thing sometimes. First, I would like to welcome you to our home, Goddess Hestia. I would ask how you managed to get in without setting off any of our alarms, but I suspect that it has something to do with one of your divinities. Eric said. He had plenty of time to think of how the goddess could have gained access to their home while preparing the tea. Thank you. And yes, you would be right about the how. Good tea, by the way. Not near enough to the ones that a Matarazzo prepares, but good anyway. The girl replied to Eric. Yeah. There would be no way for me to prepare something of the caliber. Yet. I just have to get my hands on some seedlings or seeds for the different tea leaves. Eric replied to the goddess while giving his own small smile back. Hestia let out a giggle at that. Good. Hestia said back. I will talk with Amaterasu about it the next time that I see her. But the honey is perfect. Hestia added and sipped some more of her tea. The trio stood in silence while appreciating their tea. So, Lady Hestia. To what do we owe the visit? Selena was the one to ask this time. I just wanted to meet the couple that became the talk of Olympus in the last weeks, and meets the person who had chosen me as his favorite Olympian. Hestia replied to the couple with a smile on her face. Eric and Selena had a shocked look at that. Their heads ran a kilometer per instant trying to find how they were found. They had some security measures in place to avoid a scenery just like that one. It was then that some light shone on Selena's thoughts. Of course. The temples. She said and turned to Eric, who was looking at her. The changes in his expression told her that he too had now worked on how they were discovered. We visited a lot of temples while we were here in Greece. And the temples, even if some of them are in ruins now, can still be an extension of your domains. Selena said, finishing her line of thought. Hestia nodded her head at that. Yes. That's exactly how we noticed you both. Respectful visitors are somewhat rare in these times. Hestia said with a sad smile on her face. That made Selena want to get the girl on her lap and hug her sadness away. And we, in our infinite boredom, decided to keep an eye out for when you both visited the next temple because we couldn't seem to find you anymore the moment you exit them. It was 4 days ago when you both were visiting Hecate's temple that she, together with Athena and Hera, found out who you two are because of your conversation. Hestia said to the couple. She could still remember clearly the heart-to-heart talk that Hera had with her. Her little sister had come to her home, hugged her, and started to say thank yous while crying. It was a sweet family moment that filled her being with happiness. And after she had calmed down, Hestia had managed to get the entire history of what happened from Hera and felt the need to meet this person who she felt could understand her. Eric and Selena nodded their heads in understanding. There was nothing that they could have done in this case because they did, technically, enter a god's home. So, Lady Hestia, do you want to stay and have dinner with us? Eric is cooking and he has a very good hand at it. Selena said, inviting the goddess of the heart to have dinner with them. Eric sneered at that. Like you could cook anything. Eric commented in a low voice, but being in the presence of another high human and a goddess, he was heard by both women. Humph. Selena harumphed and turned her face to the other way, not denying Eric's words. She indeed couldn't cook well. She was an excellent potion mistress, but cooking edible food? Nope. There was something to it that made her sabotage her own food in some way or another. Hestia giggled at the couple's banter. Sure, I would like to have dinner with you both. Hestia replied, accepting the invitation. With that, Eric took and walked back to the cabinets and started to retrieve some ingredients from them, organizing them on the table near the stove. Almost 3 hours late, the trio was enjoying some dessert that Eric had made. It was a cold cream of fruit that he called ice cream together with some honey cookies. It was a perfect finale for the wonderful beef Wellington with baked potatoes and steamed veggies that he had made for the main dish. Hestia let out a moan while enjoying her ice cream and cookies. The softness, the coldness, the sweetness, and the fruit flavor mixed in perfect harmony while melting inside her mouth. This was definitely a favorite of hers now. The entire dinner was delicious. The meat with a perfect crust of bread around. The golden baked potatoes with butter over them. Even the vegetables that were cooked over the steam were perfectly cooked and seasoned. Everything was perfect for her. After having her 5th serving of ice cream, Hestia let out a sigh. Sigh. Everything was so good. Hestia said, reaffirming what she had already thought about. I know, right? Eric is a very good cook. You have to try his other sweets anytime. They are to die for. Selena said to Hestia. She was a huge enthusiast of Eric's sweets. Sedman was smiling while enjoying the compliments from the goddess and his wife. These were common recipes from his past life, but he had to adapt some of the ingredients. Sugar, for example, was something that could not be found, so he had to change it for some equivalent to it, like powdered honey or fruit sugars. The meat of the beef Wellington. It was boar's meat since cows were more of a milk animal this time. Some receipts worked, while others don't. It was a trial and error procedure to find the right substitute. It's better that I go now too. Time to let the couple enjoy their life. Hestia said with a content smile on her face. During the dinner, they had talked a lot about a lot of different subjects, and Hestia could say for sure that, if it depended solely on her, she had gained 2 new friends. Eric smiled at that and waved his hand, sending all the dishes to the sink, where a scrub started to clean all of them automatically. He then stood up and started to prepare some extra stuff. In 15 minutes, while Selena talked a little more with Hestia, Eric had prepared 2 extra ceramic jars with lids filled with a new batch of ice cream and extra cookies that he had already prepared. Thanks, magic, for the freezing spells. He then put the 2 lidded ceramic pots in front of Hestia, who cocked her head to the side in confusion. I noticed that you liked it very much, so I prepared some extra ice cream for you to take home. There are some honey cookies too. You just have to keep the freezing spell with enough magic to keep the ice cream frozen. It will lose its softness if you let it melt and freeze again from now on. Eric said to Hestia, explaining to the goddess how to keep the treat in perfect condition to consume. Hestia seemed to have started in her eyes and did something that surprised the couple. She jumped from her chair and hugged Eric. Thank you, she said, thanking him for the gesture. No problems, Eric replied to Hestia while hugging her back. She then let go of Eric and went to Selena, hugging the witch too. I have to go now, Hestia said, letting go of Selena and taking the pots with her treats in her hands. Have a nice return, Hestia, and remember, you are always welcome in our home. Any of them, Selena said to Hestia, who gave the couple a big smile and soon disappeared from the place where she was standing. Chapter 90, New Home and New Visitor. Village without a name, north of Scotland. May 2nd. Eric and Selena were on a pause. After their time in Greece, they traveled to Egypt via ship, where they visited a lot of different places and bought every piece of magical knowledge that was available. Even so, some knowledge could not be bought, but the owners accepted an equivalent trade. Lucky for them that they had a very big library. After Egypt, they visited some of the countries in Africa that made borders with Egypt, focusing on the east and west countries since most of the countries in the south didn't have a centralized government, being mostly tribal communities at this point in time. They had some encounters with bad people, but they were nothing that Eric and Selena couldn't handle. But the worst of the encounters was not really with a bad person. He was more likely an entitled one. A sultan from one of the merchant cities of the desert had put his eyes on Selena and, enamored with her beauty, wanted her as one of his concubines. Needless to say, he was firmly rejected by Selena, but being an entitled person like he was, the Sultan ordered the capture of Selena and the imprisonment of Eric. The Sultan's guards were not successful in following any of the orders. They had tried, but every person with ill intentions that approached the villa where the couple was living turned back after forgetting who they were and what they were doing for an entire day. Even after a week of having every guard that he sent after Selena and Eric turn amnesiacs didn't teach the Sultan a lesson, and Eric had to act. He had tried to be civilized at first, but the Sultan didn't understand no as an answer. During the silence of the night, Eric visited the Sultan in his chambers and had a man-to-worm talk with him. Selena didn't ask what happened, but the next day a guard appeared by their place to ask her forgiveness in place of the Sultan and gifted her with some jewels, some rare scrolls on magic that he had gotten from travelers, and a carpet that was said to be enchanted to fly. It turns out that the carpet was really enchanted to fly, but a string had been pulled from it and misaligned the woven magic runes that made the core of the enchantment. After a quick fix, the couple followed with their travels while now flying on their new magic carpet. Lucky for them, they had not had any more encounters with gods. After what had happened in Greece, the couple had doubled their caution. They were strong, but not that strong yet to ignore the top powers of the world. If compared with devils, Eric would be in the middle of the ultimate class, mostly thanks to his sacred gear's balance breaker, while Selena would be at the top of the high class. They had spent the last 2 years traveling and now they needed a vacation from the vacation. Eric planned to build a house for them. Until now, Hogwarts had been their home, but to keep living in the castle would be against their purpose of letting the school run without their interference. And for that, he decided to build a new house for them. He already had the plans for it drawn, and just needed to find a place that was liked by him and Selena to start building. Selena's plans were tamer in comparison to Eric's. Or not. She had her head full of ideas for the index and felt the need to start it before her head would be too jumbled with ideas that they would end up mixing. And for that, she needed a place to start putting her theories to the test. And that was what they were doing now. Eric and Selena had flown over a lot of places in the last few days, but none were of their liking. Finally, they agreed on a location, north of Scotland, more precisely, where the village in which Eric was born was once located. The village itself was a temporary settlement for Nordic warriors and their families and had been dismantled some decades ago, with the families returning to their ancestral land. The place was a perfect location for their first house. It was isolated, had its own beach, and the stone cliffs around helped to protect the place from the harsh storms that sometimes happen in the region. A tent had been raised as a temporary shelter for the couple, and it had all the necessary commodities inside its hugely expanded interior. They would live well during the summer while Eric was building their home. The material for the house was collected by Eric in person. He mined their own stone from a quarry, chopped their own wood from the borders of the Black Forest, crafted his own nails from iron, shaped and fired his own roof tiles from clay. Magic turned this process so much easier that, in a month's time, he already had the house almost ready to live. From a foundation using Roman cement, to the outer walls using stone and beams made of treated wood. Everything was put together in a month's time with the use of magic to help. The house was rustic. It had 2 floors. The second floor consisted of only bedrooms. 6 bedrooms in total, and each one with its own bathroom. The rest of the house's rooms were on the first floor. A communal bathroom with bath space, a large kitchen with a big hearth and dining table, a big lounge room with a big fireplace, and a huge office that worked as a library too. But the star of the project was really the underground facilities. It had a refrigerated pantry, a training room, a research room, a potions lab, a ritual room, and more. The underground levels were huge. If the house had 2 floors above the soil, it had 5 under it. Eric had made it that way so it could pass as an inconspicuous home. Selena was enamored with the place, and she had a lot of fun while choosing furniture for all the rooms. The house elves from Hogwarts had helped a lot with it, giving her ideas for furniture life while using their amazing woodworking skills. Her favorite feature of the house was not even the huge library space. It was the bathrooms. Eric had used his ideas from his past life and crafted showerheads using copper, bathtubs using white marble, and toilets using marble too. Everything was enchanted. Faucets that gave hot and cold water on demand, and toilets that cleaned themselves after each use. It was a dream for her to just soak in the bathtub while being massaged by jets of water after a tiring day of research. It was the beginning of July when they finally moved in. They had sent a message to their friend, Hestia, to come by and visit their new home. The little goddess was giddy when she arrived and saw their new and more permanent home. She even blessed their house, adding to its own fort-like protections. The wards that Eric and Selena had put together to protect their house were ridiculous. They estimated that it was 3 times stronger than Hogwarts wards while in siege configuration. Hestia stayed with the couple for an entire week. It was her own vacation, and when she went back to Olympus, she had a shrunk package under her arm. It had a full stock of sweets and her own bathtub made out of white marble that was fully enchanted, of course. Hestia had been spoiled rotten by the massage function of the bathtub while in Eric and Selena's house. It was a year later when Selena had her first great enlightenment about the library's index. She had finally put together a mix of a ruined room together with a book of records, like the one that her mother had made for Hogwarts, and a book enchanted to have endless pages. She would have to keep evolving the index, but for now, it would be good. Selena had carved the runes over the entire library of their new house and linked them all together with a magecraft spell of her creation. It had taken an entire week for the index to be made, and it had drained her magic 3 times, but in the end, all worked well. The index would work together with the carved runes and the book of records to store all the information that the library had inside it. Using a quill and ink, the person could write the subject down, and the index would then list all the books that had that subject together with where in the library it was stored. The cons of the actual system were that it took too much time indexing the books, and to add a new book to the collection was a bother. Resuming, it would need more work. Their personal strength never stopped growing. Eric and Selena continuously exercised and had mock battles together. All to get more strength and live a more peaceful life together. Ravenclaw's home, north of Scotland. October 31st. A little more than 2 years later, during Eric's 73rd birthday, they received an unexpected visitor. An armored woman that had white hair and a fearless look came knocking on their doors. Eric could feel her strength from the moment that she crossed their ward's line while riding a gray-winged horse. And since the wards didn't react to her presence and she was much weaker than him or Selena, Eric decided to see what the woman wanted. Knock knock knock. The sound of the woman knocking on the doors of the house echoed through its corridors. It was an inconsequential little enchantment that made the sound of someone knocking on the door echo through all the first floor and second floor of the house. Just an add-on to make the house look more normal. Eric walked to the door and opened it. He looked at the armored woman in person for the first time and felt something from her. Yes. Eric said while giving the armored woman a second look. Aside from the white hair and armor, what got Eric's attention was her eyes. They were gray, a stormy gray. Not really like his own eyes, but very close to it. The woman stood there at the door, silently looking at Eric. Lady. Eric talked again, snapping the woman of her stupor. Hi. I'm looking for Agner and his family. I believe that they used to live in a village here. And since you are the only one living anywhere near it, I wanted to know if you know anything. The woman said to Eric, whose thoughts were running at a very fast speed. Of course, he knew about his father's side of the family and their origin, but since they had never come to visit, he didn't know anyone from that side. And he couldn't care less about it too. The village was dismantled and abandoned some decades ago, and Agner has been dead for 66 years. Eric replied to the woman, who got a frown on her face. She was not expecting that. And how about his family? Do you know anything about his wife? I believe her name was Arya. The woman asked Eric again, who raised an eyebrow at that. And you are? Eric asked the woman without answering her question. The frown on the woman's face deepened at that. My name is Galden. And I am a Valkyrie. Agner was my half-brother. The armored woman, now identified as Galden, said to Eric while stuffing out her chest while saying what she was with visible pride. That made Eric roll his eyes inside his head. But the woman was, technically, his aunt, so he answered. Agner's wife, Arya, is dead too. She died 36 years ago. Eric replied shortly. The woman could be his aunt, but she does not have his respect. Galden visibly sighed at that. It seemed that she had hit another wall in her search. A month ago she had discovered through gossip that her mother had had a son before her. She confronted her mother about it and she had found out that it was true. Her half-brother was a warrior that had married, settled in a little village in the north of Scotland, and the last time that she had seen him was more than 70 years ago, during his son's birth. When Galden asked to know more, her mother confessed that she didn't know anything more. She had left before the child was even named. Gandalf was not happy with her mother's actions and the two had a heavy discussion about it. And wanting to meet this lost part of her family, she started to search for them. Unfortunately, she had a mission starting and had to postpone the start of her searches. I heard that they had a son too. Do you know anything about him? Chapter 91, Aunt Gandalf. Ravenclaw's home, north of Scotland. October 31st. I heard that they had a son too. Do you know anything about him? Galden asked Eric, who squinted his eyes at her. And if I do, what do you want with him? Eric asked the Valkyrie. I don't think that is really your business. Galden replied while releasing a little of her power's pressure, trying to scare the men into telling her what she wanted to know. But to her dismay, the men just chuckled at her. Your attempt at intimidation was cute, but if you really want to intimidate someone, you have to do it like this. Eric said to Galden and released all his magic power pressure at once around her. She immediately felt like she was drowning. The Valkyrie's perception of time slowed down and she felt her body heavy. Very heavy. Her lungs seemed to have stopped working and her heart was having difficulties doing its next beat. Badump. Galden then heard her heartbeat and she was not drowning in air anymore. She then went to her knees and started to gasp for air to refill her lungs. She was sweating heavily. The man in front of her was a monster in human skin. Galden looked up slowly and saw cold stormy gray eyes looking at her. She then gathered all her strength and slowly got back on her feet. Please. I just want to meet the rest of my family. I just discovered a month ago that I had a half-brother. The Valkyrie said weakly, almost pleading for the information for the men in front of her. Oh. So Valkyrie Galden didn't tell others that she had a son, huh? I guess that was to be expected with the way that she used to treat father was anything like mother used to tell me. Eric commented, sending the Valkyrie's head into a loop. Eric then let out an audible sigh. Sigh. It's better that you enter, Aunt. Our talk can take a while. Eric said to Galden, walking a little to the side and making space at the door for her to enter. The Valkyrie blinked slowly for some time, trying to process what she had just heard. When she finally understood what he had said, Galden replied to Eric. Thank you. Galden said with a small smile on her face. She then entered the house. Before closing the door, Eric looked out of the house, more specifically to Galden's winged horse. The creature was slowly walking to the garden where Selena had planted some exotic flower seed that she had gotten in Africa. Hey, you. Eric said in a loud voice. The winged horse stopped in its tracks and looked to Eric. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Stay away from the flowers. There's an apple tree that way, Eric said to the horse and pointed in another direction where a tree of medium size could be seen full of fruits. The horse neighed and Eric squinted his eyes. It's your choice, but I have to warn you that some of those flowers are highly poisonous. And if you ruin the flower bed and survive the poison, then I will kill you and use your leather to craft a drum, Eric said, warning the winged horse. He then turned, entered the house, and closed the door behind him. The winged horse, who was looking at Eric, thought about the treat that it had received, looked at the flowers, then looked at the apple tree. It neighed again and trotted to where the apple tree was, deciding to stay away from the poisonous flowers. Inside the house, Eric guided Gandalf to the lounge room, and asked her to wait a moment while he got them something to drink, and went to the kitchen. Gandalf stood in the lounge room alone, thinking about her possible nephew and looking at the decoration of the place. The furniture was well placed around a small low table. In one of the walls, a big fireplace could be found. It had a mantel made of solid wood and was covered with red bricks that were artistically engraved with depictions of numerous animals, magical or not. On one of the walls stood 3 lifelike paintings. The one to the left depicted an enormous stone castle. The stone structure looked majestic. The painting in the center depicted a couple. She recognized the man in it as being the one who was possibly her nephew. He was hugging a beautiful woman that had long black hair and was wearing a blue long dress. The couple was happy in the painting, she could almost feel it when she looked at their painted smiles. But she then noticed that he looked older in this painting. Maybe 20 years older. She then looked at the last painting. It was one of a bigger family. In it, Gandalf recognized the same couple from the central painting, but it was their younger versions. With them were 3 more women. One of them had an identical face to the woman at her side. Twins. Gandalf thought and looked at the other 2 women. The other 2 were older. One of them looked very much like the twins, while the other had hair very much the same color as the men in the painting. She was there, looking at the painting when Eric came back. In front of him, a tea set was being levitated in a tray together with another tray that had some honey cookies on it. Gandalf turned when she heard him enter the room and saw his feet in magic. Eric deposited the trays on top of the central table and looked at the Valkyrie. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Eric Ravenclaw, previously known as Eric Agnerson, Eric said to Galdin and then looked at the painting that she was looking at. That was painted on the day of my wedding. The beauty by my side is my wife, Selena Ravenclaw. The one who looks exactly like her is her twin sister, Helena. The older ladies would be my mother, Arya, who is sitting in front of me, and my mother-in-law, Rowena Ravenclaw, who is sitting in front of my wife, Eric said while serving the tea that he had prepared in 2 cups. He then took a seat in an armchair and waited for Gandalf to sit. The Valkyrie walked from where she was looking at the paintings and took her seat in front of Eric, in another armchair. She sipped the tea from the cup prepared for her and looked at Eric. You are my nephew then? Galdin said while looking at Eric. I suppose so, Eric replied. But how? Galdin asked while showing a bit of confusion on her face. Eric raised an eyebrow at her question, smiled internally, and replied with the most perfect serious face. Well, when a woman and a man love each other a lot, they marry. My father loved my mother a lot, so they married each other. Later, I was born, Eric replied with a serious face. Galdin was looking at him with wide eyes while hearing his answer. She then groaned. Groan. That's not what I meant to ask, the Valkyrie said heatedly. Eric smirked a little at that. Then, would you please be more specific with your questions? Eric said and sipped his tea. It was not a good tea yet. Hestia had got some seeds for him when she visited Amaterasu. It had been his birthday gift from her last year, but the tea plants were not mature enough for harvesting yet. Galdin rolled her eyes at his request but relented because her question had been very vague. How do you look so young? Mother said that she helped during your birth, but that was 70 years ago. How can you look no older than me? Galdin asked. This time she had thoroughly asked her question without a place for misunderstanding on Eric's part. It's complicated. It had to do with a ritual in which I participated. And I am 73 years old, Aunt Galdin. Eric replied to Galdin with a smirk on his face when he called her Aunt. Eric didn't elaborate on the ritual because he didn't want to spread it to anyone more. In his opinion, the fewer people learn about it, the better it would be. This was his wife's opinion on the matter too. So you are immortal now? Galdin asked Eric while ignoring the part where she was called Aunt. Eric shook his head at her question. In this world, Aunt Galdin, only 2 beings are truly immortal, Great Red and Ophis. Others are just very long-lived or ageless ones. Eric replied to Galdin, who frowned at his reply. But the gods are immortal, she said, and Eric shook his head. She knew that Valkyries, like her, lived very long lives. Not really. Tell me, are there myths of gods being killed? Eric asked and she nodded her head. Inside her faction, there were such myths. Will a god, for example, Loki, die if they got their head chopped off or their hearts pierced? Eric asked again and the Valkyrie nodded her head again, this time while smiling at the image of Loki having his head chopped off or his heart being pierced. The trickster god was, maybe, the less liked god of her faction. Oh, who was she trying to trick? He was the most hated god of her faction. Well, since you agree with me that they can be killed, then you have to agree with me that they are not immortal. They are mostly ageless or very long-lived individuals who developed some kind of divinity. Devils and Valkyries are two very long-lived races too, but they are not immortals. To the eyes of normal humans, their long lives and immunity to their weapons can be interpreted as immortality, but if they meet someone with the same level of power, they can be easily killed. Angels and fallen angels are two examples of ageless races. They are forever in their prime form. Now, the Dragon of Dream and the Dragon of Infinity, these two, are really immortal ones. Even if someone, somehow, manages to kill one of them, they will soon come back to life. While their concepts exist, they will continue to exist. That's what it means to be immortal. Eric said, finishing his explanation about the difference between the three types. Golden stood there, in silence, thinking about what she had just heard. It made a lot of sense. But then, how about you, Eric? Which one are you? Golden asked. She was curious about what her nephew had managed to do. Eric smiled a little at her and replied. By the results of the ritual, I'm the ageless type. After the ritual, my body had gone back to its prime. Can I still be killed? Of course, I can. But it will be a very difficult task and you can be sure that I will not be going quietly if someone tries. Eric replies to Golden with a big grin, almost maniacal, appearing on his face. Chapter 92, Siege at Hogwarts. Ravenclaw's home, north of Scotland. May 15th. 5 years had quickly passed. After the first visit, Gandalf continued to periodically visit them. She and Selena had hit well and were now very good friends. Gandalf had even helped Selena with some lessons on Nordic magic in trade for lessons on magecraft. Gondal, Eric's grandmother, had tried to contact him during this time but she was refused a visit. Gandalf had tried to convince Eric to meet her, but Eric had said that she had her chance when he was born and walked away when she discovered that he was a male. That certainly strained their relationship with Gandalf, but the Valkyrie understood where Eric was coming from. Eric and Selena's peace was interrupted when they felt a bell resonating with them. It was Hogwarts' summon system. The school seemed to be in danger. And by the urgency of the summon, a very grave danger. Not wanting to waste time, Eric and Selena immediately transported themselves to the school's Great Hall. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. May 15th. The castle's population was in panic. At the beginning of the night, alarms started going off around the school. The professors acted quickly to calm the students while the headmaster and its deputy went to see what had caused the alarms to go on. When they reached the borders of the castle wards, they had an unbelievable vision. An army of around 5,000 things were surrounding the school. The ones at the front of it were clawing at the wards constantly, trying to brute force through them. Behind the army stood a group of 5 black-cloaked individuals. When they saw the headmaster and his deputy, they demanded the school to surrender peacefully or suffer the consequences. Of course they didn't surrender. They had faith in the school's wards. Do you even know what you are attacking? The headmaster asked the group. A magic castle that would be perfect as our new lair. One of the people from the group replied. The headmaster and his deputy started laughing at him. The morons don't even know what they are doing. The deputy commented. Yes, but their numbers are a danger for the population of Hogsmeade. Send a quiet message and then have them move inside our wards. The headmaster replied quietly to his deputy to not give away his move. Unfortunately, the attacking group had noticed something amiss and sent a pair of the group to check on Hogsmeade. They had taken the village as irrelevant and had solely focused on the castle. They found the deputy headmaster finishing the evacuation of the village and attacked the men fiercely. The deputy was gravely injured while defending the last people escaping inside the wards and was now receiving treatment in a bed inside the infirmary of the castle. The castle's population was now reunited inside the Great Hall together with the villagers of Hogsmeade that took refuge inside the castle. They were having lunch when the chime of a huge bell was heard. All of the students, villagers, and most of the staff showed a face of confusion at the sound. They had never heard that bell chime before inside the school. But the headmaster and the more senior staff of the school had a smile on their faces. The Ravenclaws were coming back. 10 minutes later, a white magic circle appeared at the end of the Great Hall, shocking the students and villagers. In the middle of it was the school's shield. The magic circle shined brightly and most of the people turned their faces away from it. The headmaster was standing by it when it started to fade, revealing the image of 2 people. They were Eric and Selena Ravenclaw. Lord and Lady Ravenclaw. I welcome you back in the name of the castle's population. The men said, giving a bow to the couple. Thank you, headmaster. But please, let's leave the pleasantries for later. I understand that we have a situation at hand. Eric said before the headmaster could continue. Of course, Lord Ravenclaw. The situation is as follows. The headmaster then explained the entire situation to the couple. And now the poor Hilbert is in the medical wing and the healers don't have much hope for him. The headmaster finished reporting. Earlier, the healer had talked to him and said that if Hilbert, his deputy, could make it through this night, his chances of surviving would go up. Eric stood in place thinking about their next steps for a time. He then turned to Selena. Selena, please go check on this army of them. I will first go to the infirmary to check on our deputy. We will plan better after we have all the information in our hands. Eric said and Selena nodded her head in confirmation. She then glowed blue for a brief second before starting to float above the ground. Selena quickly flew out the Great Hall to observe the army of this group, applying a disillusionment charm while flying. The students were watching the incredible feat of magic with open mouths and wide eyes. Eric smiled at that and walked out of the Great Hall while hearing one of the teachers, the one who taught the basics of magecraft he supposed, explains to his students that what Lady Ravenclaw had used was a magecraft spell to fly. Eric walked through the corridors while mentally checking on the state of the wards. They were still at full strength and showed no signals whatsoever of weakening. And that was good, but Eric was already planning on how to add some new stuff to them and keep all working in perfect sync. Arriving in the infirmary, Eric entered and encountered the healer going one more time over the sleeping body of a man who was heavily bandaged. Eric approached the healer and after greeting her, he asked to take care of the wounded men. The healer, who was one of the more senior staff of the castle and still remembered who Eric was, allowed, and Eric then started to do his own scans on the men. Corruption. The wounds were heavily laced with corrupted magic and were eating away any source that tried to heal the deputy. For a normal healer, this would be a challenge, and even so the deputy would have to live with heavy scarring that would affect some of his freedom of movement. But for Eric, these wounds were no problem. First, he created a handful of micromonster. The quantities were so big that they formed a white blob above Eric's hand. Of course, Eric had made a show of casting some unknown magic to cover the existence of his sacred gear. He then slowly lowered the white blob into the man's bandaged chest, which quickly disappeared through it, entering the man's body. Their objective, to refine corrupted magic. If the corrupted magic was fighting magic that tried to heal him, Eric would start by removing it from the equation. The result was immediate. The deputy's wounded body started to convulse and some faint black vapor started to seep out of his body. Eric quickly started to charge a healing magecraft spell and barked to the healer to have some potions on hand together with anti-scarring cream. The healer scrambled to fulfill the orders and when he was back, Eric's healing spell was already doing its work on the deputy. 5 minutes later, the spell was finished. He had managed to treat and close all of the man's wounds and his micro-monsters had already finished their job and left the body to finish refining the corrupted magic that they had eaten. Eric left the deputy in the hands of a baffled healer to finish the treatment and walked back to the Great Hall. On the way to it, Eric met with Robert's ghost. The two old friends talked a little while walking/floating to the headmaster's office, where he would wait for Selena. He and Helena had been the ones to call for them. Greg, the guardian gargoyle statue, moved away to give passage to Eric when he arrived in front of it. Eric then entered the office just to find it exactly like he had left it, except for some personal additions made to it by the current headmaster like the items above his desk. Robert had floated away to see if the other ghost had any additional information on the attackers, leaving Eric alone in the place while he waited for Selena. Eric looked around the office with some nostalgia. In one corner of it was an old friend of his. He walked to it and took it in his hands. "Hello, Avaish," Eric said in a low voice and put the sorting hat in his head. "Well, that's a surprise." "Hello to you too, Eric. Or should I call you Lord Ravenclaw?" The hat said in Eric's head, making the men smile. "You can call me whatever you like, Avaish. You are a friend, after all." Eric replied to the hat. "I see that you had some adventures along the years," Avaish said while browsing through some of the most recent memories of Eric. "Yes, Selena and I traveled a lot. We settled for a little rest, but we will be continuing our trip soon. I was thinking of going east," Eric replied, talking a little about their next travel plans. "Yes. I can see that. But you came back to help the school," the hat said while looking at the very recent memories of Eric and the reason for his return. "Of course that I came back to help the school. I will always come back to help the school," Eric said firmly. His resolve was shown in his voice and Avaish could feel it too. "But only when they really need it?" the hat asked. "Only when they really need it. Like now. If I would come at every little thing that happens, the magical community would not grow up and always depend on me or my wife to save their arses," Eric replied. He knew that it was a problem with all humans. They tended to flock to people with power to solve their problems, and he didn't want that to happen with him or his wife. Agreed. In that case, you will need this, the hat said while nodding his imaginary head. Eric was confused about what Avesh had said to him and was going to ask what he had meant, but felt something heavy hitting his head. Ouch! Eric exclaimed and took the hat off to see what had hit his head. When he did this, he saw something shining inside the hat. It was made of silver and had a big ruby encrusted to it. Eric's eyes went wide. He knew what that was. Eric quickly grabbed it and swiftly pulled it out of the hat. And he was right in his guess. It was Godric's sword, the sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 93, A Fire to Burn Them All. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. May 15th. Immediately, Eric felt something change within the castle's wards. If before they recognized him as the admin user, the wards now recognized him as its new owner. He stood in place with the sword in one hand and the hat in the other while thinking of the repercussions of what had just happened. Since Godric Gryffindor's death, the Ravenclaws had been the sole owners of Hogwarts, but it felt incomplete. After all, 3/4 didn't make a whole, and Eric and Selena always feared that people would use that against them to try and meddle with the school. But now, with Eric pulling the sword out of the hat, literally, he was the owner of Godric Gryffindor's part of the castle, and with he and Selena turning into high humans, the Ravenclaws would always be Hogwarts' true owners. Eric snapped back to reality and quickly put the hat on his head. Some questions had appeared in his head. Congratulations, Eric, the hat jovially said in Eric's mind. Okay. Explain, Eric said shortly to the hat. Very well, but it is very simple, really. Godric asked me to hide his sword and only give it to those I judged worthy within his parameters. The person should be brave, courageous, strong, not afraid of fighting but not seek them out, and be in the defense of Hogwarts. The hat explained to Eric, who was thinking about all those parameters that Godric Gryffindor had set. It was just like him, less the not seek them out part, of course. The men would go to the tavern and provoke people there just to fight. Yes, definitely not like him. And seeing that you filled all those criteria and had come back in defense of the school, I decided that you were as worthy as one could get and gave you the sword. Avesh said, finishing its explanation. It was really simple, at least for Avesh. And don't worry too much about it, Eric, or you will end up getting expression marks even while being a high human now. Avesh said again to Eric and did a mental chuckle. Did you just make a joke? Eric asked the hat. Yes. Kinda off. Was it any good? Avesh replied to Eric. No, but you are getting on the right track, Eric said back to the hat. It was then that Eric felt some presences approaching the headmaster's office. He quickly took off Avesh from his head and put it back where it was, but stood with the sword in his hand. Soon, Selena entered the office while being followed by the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Selena looked at her husband, smiled at him, and froze in place when she saw what he was holding in his hands. Is that? Selena said, starting a question but not finishing it. Godric's sword. Yes, it is. Eric replied shortly like it was not something important. And it was not if one would consider their situation. You found it? Selena asked again. Her demeanor changed quickly and she walked to where Eric was while keeping an eye on the sword. Eric raised the sword, pointed up and parallel to his body, and rotated it in a way that the engraving of Gryffindor on the blade's side could clearly be seen and read. It looks like that, doesn't it? Eric replied while smirking. Selena pouted at that and slapped Eric's arm in a form of indignation. Oblivious to the couple or not really caring about it, the current headmaster of Hogwarts was watching all of this trade between them. And the man was not bothered by it. He had known the couple since he was a student at Hogwarts and was already numb against the couple's interactions. But Lord Ravenclaw's find was big. It meant that the Ravenclaws now owned the whole of Hogwarts. Well, not like anything will change, the man thought. So, have you seen the army and the people who command them? Eric asked Selena, who nodded her head in confirmation. Yes. They are all corpses. Walking abominations. And the commanders are a group of vampires that had dabbled in necromantic magic too much, Selena said, answering Eric's question. That explains the kind of magic that was festering in the deputy's wounds, Eric commented. Is Hilbert going to be okay? The headmaster asked from the side. He was very concerned about the health of his friend. Yes, he will. Not immediately, of course. I had to get rid of the corrupted magic that was blocking any attempt to heal him and has healed his major wounds. He now needs rest above all, Eric said, replying to the headmaster's concerns. The men smiled in relief after hearing that piece of news. So, love, are you ready to hunt? Eric asked Selena, who gave him a wide smile. Why, husband? I thought you would never ask. Selena replied and summoned her own sword. The Slytherin sword. For the first time in decades, these two swords were together again. Green and red. Emerald and ruby. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Ready to defend Hogwarts side by side again. The couple didn't talk anymore. It was not necessary for them. They walked to one of the windows of the office, which was big enough, and opened them. A quick spell later, Eric and Selena were floating in the chill air of the night, flying to the ward's borders where the army was gathered. Can you handle it alone? Selena asked Eric while seeing the high number of raised undead. Eric raised one of his eyebrows at that comment. Can you keep the group of vampires from fleeing? Eric replied to Selena. Point taken. The witch replied, applied a disillusionment spell over her, and flew away in the direction where she had felt the group was staying. Eric gave Selena a little time before he started his participation in that show. His right hand was raised, with the palm facing up, to his front while his left one kept hold of the sword of Gryffindor by his side. In his palm, a spark of red fire lit up and started to grow in size quickly, and the heat that it was emanating was tremendous, but it didn't faze Eric. When it was the size of a dragon egg, Eric let go of the miniature sun. It slowly fell from the sky, meter by meter, until it reached the ground and touched the sea of raised undead, where it exploded sideways, quickly spreading its reach and encompassing the entire army in mere 10 seconds. The spell that he just cast was not fiend fire, but it was something really similar to it. Something that Eric created while having the hungry fire in mind. While fiend fire was very hard to control and would eat away anything in its path, Eric's fire spell was not. It would still eat away everything in its path, but only what it was specified to eat. And in this case, it was dead bodies. The heat emanating from the fire was tremendous. So much that Eric had to cast some protections around him. 30 seconds later, the fire started to die down. And when it went completely off, nothing could be seen besides ashes. And under that layer of ashes was charred soil. Even if the fire's purpose was to consume only dead bodies, the heat emanated by it was enough to burn away the plants near it and char the ground under them. After admiring his work, Eric felt where Selena was and operated near her side. He found his wife fighting against two dark-cloaked vampires when he looked around. She was having fun with them while being very wary of the sword in her hand. Eric could see it clearly. He too felt the barrier and wards that she had raised. Barriers to prevent physical passage and wards to prevent any form of magical transportation out of it. Honey, how nice of you to join us. Selena said while dodging a clawed attack and slicing in the middle a spell launched at her with the sword of Slytherin. It was then that the group noticed Eric's arrival. They had felt the heat coming from their army's direction, but when they tried to go see what was happening, it was too late. The group of vampires found themselves trapped inside a barrier with no way out of it. It was then that Selena revealed herself, saying that she wanted to play a little while her husband disposed of their abominations. Yes. They are all ashes now, but I will have to treat the area from its corrupted magic, or it will start to fester in the place and attract all sorts of bad things. Eric said while not bothering with the looks that he was receiving from the other three vampires. Love, can you stop playing with them? I feel like wanting to take a dip in the Black Lake. All that heat from the fire made me sweat a little. Eric said to Selena. He had indeed sweated a ton from the fire, but a quick cleaning and drying spell had his body and clothes almost pristine. Almost. The sensation was still stuck with him. But he had said that out loud just to trigger the group of vampires. Since Helena's death to a group of vampires, Selena had developed a strong hate for the type, and the poor sods had to attack Hogwarts of all places. With a quick movement of her right and left hand, one of the vampires that she was fighting found itself without a head while the other had a wooden stake made of blessed wood sticking from its chest exactly where its heart was. Selena then turned to Eric and pouted. You never let me have fun. Selena said to Eric and threw a ball of fire to the body of the headless vampire while the one with the stake sticking in his chest dropped back, dead too, with a look of incredulity on its face. Soon, another ball of fire was launched in its body direction, starting to consume it too. The other three vampires were looking at the scene with wide eyes, and when Eric saw it, he chuckled at their faces. You have no idea of who you attacked, do you? Eric asked the vampires, who were now looking at him with fear in their eyes. Eric let out a sigh at that. Sigh. Why does everyone that has some modicum of power get so entitled because of it? Eric said in a low voice, but the vampires had heard it. You guys have attacked the castle of Hogwarts. I don't know what kind of education your lot received about the other powers of the world, but let me explain to you before my wife detaches your heads from your necks or something like that. Eric said to the vampires, making them gulp in unison, and one of them put its hand on his neck. Selena smiled wickedly at that. She loved when Eric used what he called psychological torture. It did damage to the psyche of the opponent, damage that could not be easily healed. Hogwarts was founded by 4 friends who were powerful magical users. Their objective was to teach the next generation of magic users, leveling their knowledge about magic. They were, of course, not the first ones to think about doing it, but were the first ones to have enough power to trample the resistance against the idea. I'm one of their cherished students, one who kept their teaching at heart and continued to grow in power and knowledge after graduating. My wife is another one of their cherished students and the daughter of one of the 4 founders. So, you lot attacking the place created by her mother and our teachers is a big no-no. Eric said while making a no signal with his finger, waving it from side to side. Oh, and it doesn't help your case that her twin sister was killed by vampires in Greece, just short of her marriage. So, though luck to be you. Eric said to the vampires, who had some looks of horror on their faces. The Greek Coven massacre was a well-told history between them that had happened some 50 years ago that still sent shivers down their spines. Selena was looking at them with a wicked smile, basking in their feeling of horror. Selena, keep one of them alive. We need some answers. Eric asked Selena. He wanted to interrogate some of them to see if the attack was planned or not. Of course, his interrogation would not be in a conventional way. I will try to, love. Selena said in a sing-song voice and jumped at the nearest vampire while brandishing her sword. Chapter 94, Young Masters. Ravenclaw's home, north of Scotland. May 30th. It turns out that the attack had not been premeditated by any third party. It was just a small group of young vampires that knew nothing about the world and felt that they were the top power in it. The member of the group that revealed that to them didn't have a good time. He was thoroughly searched by Eric and Selena with the use of the mind arts. As a reward for his cooperation, Selena had given the poor sod a quick death. It was a reward in Eric and Selena's eyes if compared to what Helena and Robert wanted us to do with him. Let's just say that even as ghosts the duo was very creative in describing ways to keep a vampire alive. It had given their vampire guest the chills and he begged Eric and Selena to be quick with his death. But one thing did bring concerns to Eric and Selena and it was from where the group of vampires had gotten the necromantic knowledge. A devil. The group had met with a young devil that was chilling out in the human world because the tensions were high in the underworld and managed to kill him through backstabbing and looting the devil's belongings. Between it was a collection of 3 books that contained the necromantic knowledge that the group had used to amass their undead army. And for the corpses needed for it, they had raided some dozens of small villages and used the bodies of the villagers, so no fights were coming from Selena and Eric's side to keep the guest alive when his usefulness had reached its end. Eric and Selena had spent a whole week going through the knowledge of the 3 books, after Eric had spent a week cleansing the charred field from the corrupted magic that seeped out of the army of the dead, and agreed that the knowledge in it should not be passed forward. The 3 books were stored inside their family's most secure vault. One designed specially to keep this kind of thing out of the reach of anyone. And it was not the first book that the couple had stored away. During their life and travels, they would occasionally find books with such knowledge and would store them away in the vault. Of course, some of the knowledge in the books were very useful and not harmful, so Eric or Selena would transcribe those parts to a new book and store those in their libraries. The 3 books in necromancy had such knowledge about anatomy and it was much more detailed in comparison with the books available nowadays. They had even sent a couple of copies to be available at Hogwarts Library. Eric was sitting in the lounge room of their house thinking about the situation when Selena entered the room and took his lap as her seat. Eric smiled at her and passed his hands around her waistline. What got you in such a mood? Selena asked Eric. Something that the vampire had said is bothering me. Eric said to Selena while adopting a thoughtful look. About what? Selena asked Eric. About the devil that they had met. He said that the devil was here on the human world to chill out. Eric said, informing Selena of what part of the information that they had got was the one that got him thinking. And? Selena asked again, not really getting why that would be any reason for concern from Eric. Being creatures of sin, don't you think that they would have a place to do that inside the underworld? Eric asked Selena, who went into thinking mode. Soon enough she was out of it. Yes, it makes sense. Your point. Selena said slowly. I think that something is happening in underworld that is making even the devils to be on their toes. And it is grave enough that a devil would risk a chill-out trip to the human world to relax. Eric said, explaining to Selena where he was going with his line of thoughts. He knew from his past knowledge that the devils had a big civil war sometime after the Great War, but he didn't know when it would happen, and he couldn't say that to Selena. She frowned after hearing that. Maybe another great war is brewing. Have you got anything relevant with your spy monsters in Rome? Selena commented and asked Eric. Her husband had left spy monster cells in each important place that they have visited, and Rome had a lot of them. They are not spying monsters. They are surveillance monsters. Eric said, making Selena roll her eyes at him. How do you say it again? Potato, potato. Same thing. The point is, did you get anything from them? Selena said again. The expression that she used was something that Eric used a lot during their years at Hogwarts. She didn't know what it meant in the beginning, but after having him explain to her, she liked it. Two ways of saying the same thing, with the same result. While not useful in magic, which required the right pronunciation of the spells until you managed to do them silently, it was very useful for their day-to-day lives. In this case it is different. A spy would go after the information, while someone doing surveillance would wait for the information to go where they were. Eric said, making Selena roll her eyes again. And no. They didn't report anything unusual. Just the usual church's shenanigans. Eric said to Selena, who took another thoughtful pose on Eric's lap. So if it is not a conflict brewing with heaven, then it is with another faction. Selena concluded. Or, it could something internal. Some rift between the devils. Something that would let a young devil think that the underworld was not a safe place to relax anymore. Eric said. By the way that things were going, the devil's civil war was going to start. And it was the war that brought up 4 brand new Satans for the devil race. If I at least had some surveillance in the underworld. Eric mumbled, making Selena pinch his waist with strength. Ouch. Eric said while looking hurt at his wife. Too dangerous. We are strong, but not strong enough. Selena said to Eric, giving him her angry face. Eric let out a sigh after that. Sigh. Agreed. Eric said shortly. He had to agree with his wife. He was strong, but not that strong. Yet. Eric thought. Magically speaking, his strength could be classified in the middle to high ultimate class of power, but his body was going up slowly. If he had to classify it, his body would be of high-class power. Tuki. Tuki is the answer. Eric thought again. If he learned how to control his vitality energy, also known as his Tuki, he could bet that his body's power would get a huge boost. But for that, he would have to get his hands in reading material about it or get someone to teach him about it. So, vacation. Eric said after a time of thinking, changing the subject of their talk. Selena smiled at him. Vacation. Where to? She asked Eric. Europe had not much to be seen right now and they had already traveled a good part of Africa. I was thinking that we could go to the east. Eric said. If there was a place where he could learn about Tuki, it would be in the east. The Orient, huh? Selena said while thinking about the idea. She had read a lot of histories about the East and their methods of using magic and she had to admit, she was very curious about it. Eric nodded at her. Okay, love. I'm buying it. But why do you want to go to the East? Selena said. After years of friendship and marriage, she could tell when Eric was trying to lead her to something. I want to learn how to manipulate my life energy, in other words dash. Eric replied promptly to Selena before being cut by her. In other words, you want to learn Tuki. And the best information about it is in the East. Selena said and Eric nodded his head, agreeing with her. Exactly. Eric said shortly. Selena thought a little about it before replying. To the East, it is then. Selena said and Eric beamed a smile at her. We just have to decide one thing before we go there through sea or land. In the end, the couple decided to go there by land. That way they would see more scenarios and met new people, even if the trip would take much more time. And time it took. 5 years to be more exact. But it was not because the route was bad or anything like that. It was because the couple had taken their time in seeing everything that had to be seen on the way there. Sometimes they would stay in big cities for weeks, and other times they would diverge from the route to do their own exploration, which resulted in their greenhouses having to be expanded due to the high number of different seeds and seedlings that they had picked up, most of them of magical origin. And Goddess blesses the house elves for existing. Without a small group of them to take care of their house and greenhouses, they would not have time for their travel. In the beginning, Eric had a foot back with the servant state of the house elves, like every normal person that had lived in the 21st century, but after some heavy research, he had learned where the little race of magical beings that were eager to serve had come from. They were descendants of elves that had been banned from their realm, Alfheim, for some crime that they had done. Without the magic of their land to nurture them, their fate was to die slowly. But some elves managed to survive enough to procreate with other survivors. With time and a lot of inbreeding, a new race of little deformed elves was born, but they still couldn't use magic. It was then that they discovered how to have access again to magic. They would ask to take a little of it from another magical being that was compatible with them. And in Midgard, also known as the human world, it was humans. But the humans that had magic would not give it for free, and it was then that the first house elves came to be. They would trade their service for a little of the magic from their masters. In some generations' time, their mentality changed to the devoted one that could now be found in every big magical family's house. But the travel had been worth it. After arriving in the area that would one day be known as the People's Republic of China and the Koreas, the couple found an area divided into a lot of dynasties and kingdoms. Due to the chaos in the area, and some well-applied illusion magic, the couple explored the area without many problems. The only thing that had tickled their internal dragons was the entitled pieces of excrement that the couple would occasionally meet. Or like Eric liked to call them, the young masters. They were usually the sons, nephews, grandsons, or brothers of someone important in the region and were raised with a gold spoon in their mouths. Because of that and the abnormal quantity of servants that followed them through everywhere ready to do anything for them, they walked through the place as they owned it. Eric had to put some sense in half a dozen of the type, while Selena had been more thoroughly with her punishments for the ones that tried to touch her. Let's just say that they would not be passing their genes to the next generation, and if they ever had one, it would be because of a green hat that they got from their wives. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Monkey See, Monkey Eat. Somewhere in the Tibetan mountains. January 21st. After 3 months in the region, Eric finally had gotten his hands in some information about vital energy manipulation. He had found it inside the treasury of one of the many small sects of the region. The sects were a gathering of like-minded people to train and share martial knowledge. Some of the most famous ones were a few generations old and had entire clans living inside them. That is when the sect didn't end up turning into a clan itself. With the reunion of so many talents, knowledge was bound to be gathered too, and taking advantage of this, Eric would go to a stroll inside of their treasury and copy all the knowledge that he found was relevant, which means everything that he would lay his eyes on. Not that he didn't respect their privacy or anything, but these older sects were the main source of young masters too. What he had found was an old book written in a journal style that described the day-to-day training routine of a very talented martial artist. But while reading it, already at his home away from home, he noticed some points of it that seemed strange and, after a lot of more reading and pondering, Eric concluded that the person who had written the journal was not human. When he showed it to Selena, pointing to her what he had found while reading in his line of thought, she agreed with him. The writer was not human. And that was great, in Eric's opinion. Non-humans tended to have much more ease with their vital energy manipulation and had, too, an easy time explaining or writing it. After completing the reading, Eric, finally, started to train and try to manipulate his vital energy. And Selena loved the process of it. Eric was training almost naked in their courtyard for extended periods for the delight of Selena's eyes. And it was during one of these sessions that Eric felt it for the first time. A huge well of energy lying deep inside his very being, slowly feeding his body and keeping him alive and healthy. But finding his vital energy is not the same as controlling it. His vital energy was resisting his pull. Very different from Eric's experience with his magical energy. It was like a stubborn donkey that would not move. Eric persevered. He continued to try and control it while keeping up with his training. Eric had even managed to convince Selena to train with him and was guiding her in the process of locating her vital energy. Ultimately, Eric concluded that it had something to do with him being a high human, but the why, he had no idea at the moment. It was during one of their tours in one of the many mountains of Tibet that Eric smelled the fragrance of something sweet in the air. And it was mixed with alcohol. Curious to who was drinking in such a dangerous trail, Eric followed his nose to the origin of the scent with Selena right behind him. The couple became alert when they felt themselves passing a magic barrier. Selena looked at it for some instant before saying that it was a type of power barrier that blocked the passage of low-powered beings, like normal humans. Whoever was drinking on the mountain was from the supernatural world. And they were right. After a little walk inside the barrier, in a little plateau of the mountain, the couple found who was drinking the fragrant alcoholic drink. Sitting on a stone while looking at the scenery in the distance while holding a gourd in one hand and a long pipe with the other was a small creature in height. It had a little more than a meter in height and fur over all its body that was in a brown-golden color. But even being of small stature, his body radiated strength, and by his side, resting on the boulder, was a red staff with golden caps at its ends. Eric had a very pretty idea of who they had just found. Sun Wukong. A monkey yokai who was the first monkey king. He was also known as the great victorious fighting Buddha and the great sage equaling heaven. And it was their luck to find him. Or not. Whatever it was, Eric didn't want it to turn into the second option. Selena was going to say something, but Eric signaled her not to. But the place was a perfect one for some tea, and Eric could use that as some icebreaker. Sun Wukong was certainly the most knowledgeable person about the manipulation of vitality energy alive at the moment, and he would be very lucky if he could learn something from the Monkey King. Eric walked to the side of the little plateau with Selena, giving the old monkey his space, and snapped his fingers. In front of them, a two-people couch materialized together with a low round table. With another snap of fingers, a tea set appeared on the low round table. Conjuration and summoning were that useful, and no one could deny it. Selena took a seat on the couch while Eric started to prepare their tea using some of the leaves from their trees at home. They had found some good tea leaves in the area, but nothing until now was better than the leaves given by the seedling that Hestia had given Eric years ago as a birthday gift. The tea was poured, and with a bit of honey later the couple was enjoying the scenery while sipping their tea in the company of one of the stronger martial artists to ever exist. It hadn't taken long for the attention of the Monkey King to go to the couple. In the beginning, he was not really interested in them, and since they left him alone to enjoy his wine, he would leave them alone too. But then, after they had started to drink tea, the man took out of a leathery bag a pot filled with some snacks. They were round, had a soft brown color, and smelled like honey. The smell. The smell alone was making his water mouth. Sun Wukong couldn't resist any more. Will you not offer some snacks to an old monkey? Sun Wukong said while still enjoying the scenery in front of him. Eric smiled internally at that. I didn't want to interrupt your moment. You seem to be really enjoying the scenery. Eric said and snapped his fingers again for a comfortable armchair to appear near them. Another snap later, another cup of tea had appeared on the low round table. Mister, would you like to have some tea and cookies with us? Eric said, inviting Sun Wukong's seat with them. Before Eric could even blink, the Monkey King had appeared sitting on the armchair that Eric had conjured in an incredible feat of speed. I will accept your invitation. Sun Wukong said and waited for Eric to serve him tea, which he did and offered the cup to him. His gourd with wine had at some point returned to his waist and the red staff with golden caps was now resting by the side of the conjured armchair. Sun Wukong sipped the tea and his eyes went wide. Good tea. He said loudly and sipped it again, enjoying the flavor of it. Good that you liked it. They are leaves raised at my home. Eric said while sipping his tea. The trio stood in silence, enjoying the scenery and the tea. Sun Wukong then started to attack the honey cookies. The Monkey King almost let out a moan after the first bite. Luckily for him, he didn't. Ah. Thank you for the food. Sun Wukong said when he finished the cookies in the pot. Eric smiled at him and snapped his fingers again, making more cookies appear inside the pot. That's some neat magic that you have. Making delicious snacks appear whenever you want. Sun Wukong said and restarted his attacks on the honey cookies. Eric shook his head at that. The cookies are already ready in another place. I just used my magic to bring them from there to here. We call it summoning. Eric explained to Sun Wukong, who looked at the cookie that he had in his hand for a little while before taking a bite of it. So it's not the same as the chairs? I can feel that they are really not here. Sun Wukong said after eating the cookie. Eric nodded his head this time. Yes. The couch, the armchair, and the table are constructs made of magic and will disappear when the magic holding it together ends. We call in conjuration. Eric said again, explaining a little more to the Monkey King, who nodded his head already with another cookie in his hand. I'm Sun Wukong, by the way. The Monkey King said, introducing himself to the couple. Nice to meet you, Sun Wukong. I am Eric Ravenclaw, and this beauty by my side is my wife, Selena Ravenclaw. Eric replied, introducing him and Selena to the Monkey King. Selena smiled and bowed her head a little at Sun Wukong when Eric introduced her, and the Monkey King nodded his head in acknowledgement. I'm not going to lie to you, Sun Wukong, but we had a good idea of who you were when we first saw you. Eric said. The Monkey King smiled at that. Oh. And what gave me away? Sun Wukong asked in an amused tone. The power radiating from your body and the staff. Eric replied while pointing to the red staff with golden caps with his eyes. The Monkey King smiled at that. The both of you are weak too. My instincts are telling that you both are strong on yourselves and I can feel my instincts warning me about you, young Eric. But I can't feel anything more than that. Sun Wukong said. Eric smiled knowing that he could even escape the senses of someone like Sun Wukong, but he knew that there was nothing that he could do about his instincts. The old monkey had millennia of experience ahead of him. And that's how we like to be, Sun Wukong. We are here to enjoy the place, and not to get in trouble. Eric said, not explaining more about his way of hiding from Sun Wukong's senses. Selena let out a snort at that. You go and try to explain that to those young masters. Selena said with a scowl on her face. Eric sighed at that and Sun Wukong started to laugh. Sigh. Ha 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 ha. So you both already met the infamous young masters? Sun Wukong said after laughing for a while. Eric nodded his head weakly and the scowl at Selena's face got more pronounced. Selena harumphed and turned her head to the other side, making Sun Wukong laugh even more, to the point of making small beads of tears appear in the corner of his eyes. Yeah, we met some of them. The ones who kept their distance are okay, but the majority of them received their appropriate punishments. Eric replied to Sun Wukong, who nodded his head in agreement. He was a very chill-out guy now that he was older. But if someone stepped on his toes after being warned not to, he would not lose his sleep over the punishment being given to them. So, aside from sightseeing, what are two Westerners doing in these lands? Sun Wukong then asked, curious about the couple's other motives. Nothing much. My wife is a magical researcher, so she likes to get knowledge from every side to broaden her horizons. Me, while I like to do my own research too, I came searching for a way to better train my body and learn how to manipulate my vital energy. Eric replied to Sun Wukong. He felt that being honest with the old monkey turned Buddha was the best policy. And he was right at that. Sun Wukong would know if he was telling a lie or not. He nodded his head in understanding what Eric had said. And how are you doing with it? Sun Wukong asked Eric and took another sip of the tea. Eric sighed at that. Sigh. Not very well. I mean, I did find my well of vital energy, but I can't manage to make it follow my instructions. It's like I'm talking to a deaf person while asking it to move. Eric said in an exasperated tone. He was starting to get frustrated with his lack of improvements in that field. Sun Wukong nodded his head at that. The boy had some talent if he could already find his well of vital energy. And how are you going at it? Sun Wukong asked. He didn't mind giving Eric some pointers at his training since the tea and snacks offered to him were so delicious. Well. Eric then went in an explanation of all the steps that he had done in his training, and Sun Wukong, who was listening to it with a lot of attention. The method used by Eric was very similar to the one that he had used in his youth. And where did you learn this method from, young Eric? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity in his eyes. I read it from an old journal that I found. It was laying forgotten inside the treasury of a young master sect. Eric replied promptly. Sun Wukong's eyes went wide with that answer. Can I see this journal? Sun Wukong asked Eric, who shrugged and took the journal from inside his moke skin pouch and offered it to Sun Wukong. He didn't care that much about the journal because he had already decorated the entire thing. Sun Wukong took the journal in his hand still with wide eyes. He slowly opened it on the first page and caressed it gently. It has been so many years. He said in a low voice. This is my journal. I wrote it during the years that I was starting my training, but I had lost it some long time ago. Sun Wukong said in a low voice while remembering his past. Thank you for bringing me back these memories, young Eric. Sun Wukong said while turning to look at Eric. One could see that the old monkey was really happy about finding his lost journal. No problem at all, Sun Wukong. Eric replied to the Monkey King, shrugging the loss of the training journal. Sun Wukong then tucked the journal inside his robes and sipped his tea while thinking about something. After a while, he announced to the couple. I have reached a decision. I will train you with your vital energy manipulation, young Eric. Chapter 96, Polygamy for the Polymath. Somewhere in the Tibetan mountains. January 21st. I have reached a decision. I will train you with your vital energy manipulation, young Eric. Sun Wukong said in a definitive tone. The invitation came as a surprise to Eric, but a welcomed one. Eric looked at Selena for an instant, received a small nod from her, and turned back to Sun Wukong. I accept your lessons. Eric said and then bowed to Sun Wukong. Student greets teacher. Eric said again to Sun Wukong, who started to laugh at Eric. Ha 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 ha. No need for all this stuff. Just call me teacher while I am teaching you and we are good. Sun Wukong said while taking another honey cookie to eat. Eric smiled at that. He was not a guy for formalities but understood when it was needed and why. And so it began Eric's journey to learn vital energy manipulation from the former Monkey King. Eric spent 6 entire months learning from Sun Wukong. During the first lesson, Sun Wukong asked Eric to drop the energy masking that he was using and try to manipulate his vital energy the way he was doing before. Sun Wukong observed closely Eric's ways and ended up finding why he was having so much difficulty doing it. You are too weak. Sun Wukong said to Eric, who looked at him strangely. He was weak if compared to him or other top powers of the world, but he was not weak. I mean, your body is too weak for the size of your well of vital energy. The way I see it right now, it is like you are trying to stir an ocean while using a stick. In this case, the ocean is your well of vital energy and the stick is your body. The normal is to build up your well of vital energy at the same time with you do it with body strength. But in your case, your well of vital energy is already enormous, so you will need to build up your body strength more if you want to manipulate your vital energy more easily. Sun Wukong said, explaining the situation to Eric, who immediately linked the size of his well of vital energy with him being a high human now. Since high humans didn't age after their prime, they would need to have huge reserves of vital energy to keep with their bodies. It made sense in his head. From that day on, Eric exclusively trained his body under the eyes of Sun Wukong. After each day, he would sit and try to manipulate his vital energy. It took 6 months. 6 months of arduous and body-breaking training for Eric to manage to stir his well. After that, what followed was 3 more months of mind-blowing control training. Sun Wukong only let Eric out after he could successfully maintain his entire body coated with vital energy and fight that way through an entire spar with Sun Wukong. It was a rough time for Eric, but Eric managed to do it successfully in the end. As a bonus, having to spar daily with a martial expert like Sun Wukong had honed Eric's own close-quarters combat capabilities. While Eric was doing his training with Sun Wukong, Selena was doing her own research on new spells at her laboratory back at home thanks to Magecraft transportation spells. Eric had tried to convince her to train with him, but just seeing Eric exercise had made her tired. It was not that she didn't like to do it, it was just that the level of the things that he was doing was too extreme for her. Unfortunately for Selena, that decision was the beginning of her huge disadvantage against Eric in bed. 6 months after the beginning of his training, she started to pass out during sex with him. Eric's stamina had gone through the roof and she was not able to satisfy her husband completely anymore. It was then that she made a decision that would change their lives forever. Selena decided that she needed backup to handle Eric. But it would have to be someone that she accepted too. They were ageless humans and she didn't want to have to share Eric with someone that she doesn't like. It was with that in mind that she pulled Eric for a serious conversation one night. "Eric, we need to talk," Selena seriously said to Eric and pulled him to sit on their bed. Eric looked at Selena with some concern in his eyes. In his experience, nothing good came from a conversation that started with, "We need to talk." Eric's mind immediately started to work trying to find what he had done wrong to find a way to fix things. "Eric, I can't take it anymore," Selena started saying, and Eric's heart immediately sunk. "You are demolishing me every day in bed. It has been wonderful for me, but I know that you are not getting satisfied completely anymore," Selena said, throwing Eric into a loop. He was not understanding a thing that was happening anymore. "What?" Eric intelligently said. "What I am trying to say is that you need to get a second wife. I'm not managing to handle you alone anymore, love," Selena said to Eric, who, at this point of the conversation, was making a very accurate imitation of a fish outside the water. You want me to get another wife?" Eric asked Selena, still not believing what he had heard. Selena shook her head at that. "Not other wife. A second wife. Not the same thing. I will still be your wife, silly. It is just that I need reinforcements," Selena said to Eric, but seeing his still ongoing fish imitation, she continued after a sigh. "Sigh. Since you started training your body heavily, I noticed that you had been lasting more and more during sex. And you are lasting even more after you managed to control your vital energy," Selena said with a tired tone. "Tell me the truth, Eric." "Forget that, you don't need to tell me, just answer this question to yourself. Are you feeling satisfied after our sections in bed?" Selena asked Eric, who got a frown on his face. Eric started replying to Selena's question but stopped in the middle of it. He really wanted to say that he was totally satisfied with only her, but he had been feeling the itchy much more stronger lately, and Selena, while she was a marvelous scratcher, has not been being enough to take care of it completely. Sigh. Eric let out a sigh in defeat. He then looked at his wife and saw the smug look that was planted on her face. "Okay. But how do you want to tackle this?" Eric asked Selena, who was now looking at Eric in confusion. "What do you mean?" Selena asked Eric, who raised a single eyebrow at her. "Did you think that I would just choose a woman and be done with it? No. I want your input in this. If another woman would start sharing our lives," Eric said to Selena, who smiled back at him. She then moved in the bed and snuggles at his side. "Okay, if you insist, then I will help you choose a second wife, and while that doesn't happen, I will continue to train my body. But don't expect me to be crazy about it like you," Selena said to Eric, who smiled at her wife's antics. "But another woman, huh?" Eric thought before attacking Selena for another night of lovemaking. Somewhere in the Tibetan mountains. December 2nd. Eric and Sun Wukong were finishing another session of sparring. The man was heavily panting when they stopped trading blows, while the Buddha didn't even look winded. It was a lie. Sun Wukong was very tired too. It was just that his control over his vital energy was so great that he could make it look like he was not tired from the spar session. Eric had been increasing very fast in martial arts and was giving Sun Wukong the run for his money at each session. "Okay, that's enough. Let's end our classes," Sun Wukong said, stopping in place. Eric immediately sat on the ground while panting hard. Ah. Thanks, teacher," Eric said and conjured a mug full of cold water for him to drink. Sun Wukong watched the scene with a small smile on his face. "Your control over your magic still wonders me, young Eric," Sun Wukong said. Eric's control over his magic was something that he had never seen in another person. He didn't even need to make gestures to do it. Once, after one of their sessions, he had asked Eric why he snapped his fingers or waved his hand to do magic if he didn't need it, and he still remembered the young man's answer. Psychology. What would make you feel more at ease with a person who could make magic at will and without any gestures? Or a person who needs to point, wave, or snap his fingers? People tend to relax more around you if they think that you need to move your arms to make something happen. That, and having your enemy underestimate you, is a very good ace. Sun Wukong chuckles while remembering that conversation. He then looked at the young man in front of him, already recovering his breath. "That was our last session, young Eric. Your training ends here," Sun Wukong said, announcing to Eric that he would not train him anymore. Eric smiled sadly at that. He was conflicted with that announcement. He was happy that his teacher had seen good enough to end his training, and he was sad because the training session was over. During the months, Eric had come to like the old monkey. It was like having an uncle. A very hairy uncle. Eric nodded his head slowly. It's the end then. Eric said, just to be bonked in the head by Sun Wukong divine weapon. Bonk. Ouch. What the hell? Eric yelled while putting his hands on his head and glaring at Sun Wukong. That hurts, you old monkey. Eric said again while massaging the already forming bump on his head. Sun Wukong started to laugh at Eric's face. Ha 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 ha. Now at least you are not all depressive. Sun Wukong said to Eric while still laughing. Realization then came to Eric. Sun Wukong had done that to get him out of that mood. It had worked. It hurts, but it had worked. And it is not the end. You are just strong enough to not be bullied by anyone now, and you still need to improve your control more. The path of self-improvement only ends when one is dead. Sun Wukong said again to Eric, managing to put a smile on the young man's face. And you still need to get a second wife. Now go. Sun Wukong said again, teasing Eric for the ongoing situation with his wife. Sun Wukong had passed for something like that while he was the Monkey King but didn't have a wife to help him out, just a lot of female monkey yokai eager to help their king. It was full-blown out orgies. Good times. Sun Wukong thought while remembering things from a time when he was younger. Chapter 97, Land of the Rising Sun. Unknown place, east coast of Asia. February 20th. Eric and Selena were at the top of a cliff looking at the stretch of sea in front of them. So, our next place to visit is on the other side of this sea. Selena asked Eric, who nodded his head. Yes. Eric answered shortly. And it is the land ruled by that goddess who is Hestia's friend. Selena asked again and Eric nodded his head. Yes. Her name is Amaterasu. She is the goddess of the sun and, in a way, the universe in their pantheon. She is the chief goddess too and rules the pantheon with the help of her brothers Susanoo, god of storms, and Tsukimi, god of the moon. Susanoo is Amaterasu's twin brother. Eric said, explaining to Selena a little about the rulers of the next place that they would visit. Some days ago, when they were back at their home in Scotland for Selena's birthday, they had received the visit of their friend Hestia. During their talk, Eric commented that the next place that they would visit would be an island to the east of where they were right now that the natives called Neon. At that, Hestia, who was munching in a new treat made by Eric using a spice that he had got on an island south of the place they were visiting, got her eyes wide. That's Amaterasu's place. Hestia said to the couple. Eric nodded at that information. I imagined that. I heard stories about the sun's goddess from that place. Eric said and sipped on his tea. Hestia finished munching on her treat and started to cutely lick the tip of her fingers. So good. The goddess said while enjoying the aftertaste of the treat. It's good that you like the cinnamon rolls that Eric baked, Hestia. Selena said to her friend with a smile on her face. She was skeptical when she had seen Eric strip some trees of their barks and gather some seedlings of it, but her mind had changed in an instant when Eric grounded the dry bark in a fine powder and used it to create a lot of new recipes. Cinnamon, as the people of that island called it, was a spice that had very good potential. If used in small quantities, of course. They are divine. The goddess replied, making the couple chuckle at the choice of words. Anything that you can tell us about the place that your friend Amaterasu rules? Eric asked Hestia. Information was power, after all. Not much. We really don't talk much about work when we are together. But I do know that they don't meddle too much with the normal population anymore and even the yokai are governed indirectly by them. Takamagara has 5 blessed clans that do the spiritual work too, but last time that we had tea Amaterasu complained that their behavior was getting unruly since they stopped meddling with normal people. Hestia said while munching in another cinnamon roll. An imaginary sweat drop went down the couple's forehead. For someone that Hestia said didn't talk much about work, she talked a lot about it. Hestia finished munching in another cinnamon roll and started to lick the tip of her fingers again. I will tell her that you are going to visit their land. Peacefully, of course. She will be able to keep an eye open for trouble going your way if I tell her that you were the one that made the cookies that I brought to our last meeting. Hestia said with a small smile forming on her face. She had Amaterasu hooked on Eric's honey cookies the last time that they had tea. Eric smiled at that. It seemed that most women had an addiction to sweet things and goddesses were not immune to that universal truth. Oh, then please do, Hestia. I'll prepare some extra cinnamon rolls for you to eat with her when you both meet again. Eric said to the goddess and he could swear that he saw Hestia's eyes shine with a vibrant red flame on them. Back to the present time, the couple was still looking at the stretch of sea in front of them. So, how we are going to do it? Selena asked Eric, who hummed and replied. We could get there by ship, sailing through the sea, but it would not be quiet as a lot of people would see two foreigners arriving. Or. Eric said first. From what he could get from the information he had gathered, Neon was not a good place for foreigners due to the numerous wars that they had with the people living on the continent. Eric then snapped his finger and summoned their flying carpet in front of them. We can fly over the sea and disembark anywhere that we want and mix with the locals. Eric said to Selena. His idea was to cast over them a spell to make the locals ignore their looks. Something that would have been difficult to do properly if they arrived in the place in a foreign ship. Magic was that strange sometimes. Let's fly then. Selena said and hopped on the unrolled magic carpet. Eric smiled at her and hopped on it too, sitting by Selena's side. He then took control of the carpet and started to fly them to their new destination. The trip took less than an hour due to the speed of their magic carpet. During their last vacation from vacation, Eric had taken some time to reverse engineer the enchantments and spells are woven into their magic carpet. The result was an improved magic carpet that could fly more than 4 times its original speed, reaching whooping's 300 kilometers per hour. It could go fast if more magic was pumped into it, but it had the risk of damaging the enchantments woven in it. The couple looked at the stretch of land in front of them with anticipation, imagining what new things they would see in that place. During his last life, Eric had visited modern Japan a few times, but this would be a totally new experience for him. After all, he had someone to share the experience with now, and it would be a medieval Japan. Eric maneuvered the carpet through the air following the shoreline in search of a quiet place to land that was, at the same time, near a city or big village and hidden from the view of others. He was not concerned about people seeing them from the ground because of the protective spells that he could turn on when the speed of the magic carpet was lower. Finally, they found such a place. It was near a city that had a big harbor which was mostly dedicated to fishing boats but had some warships on it too. The magic carpet landed inside a small forest near the city, in a clearing that only had short grass growing on it. Eric was the first one to disembark and immediately spread his scents around the place. To his relief, aside from some small animals, they were alone in the place. Selena jumped off from the magic carpet and into Eric's arms, who sent the magic carpet away with a snap of his fingers. Taking Selena's arms into his, the couple calmly walked out of the small forest and into the city. It was almost lunchtime and they had some stuff to cover before they could have lunch, like which form of currency they used here. The initial investigation was a quick one due to them being already used to doing that same procedure in every new place that they visited. And, after trading some gold, silver, and precious jewels with some merchants, the couple went to enjoy their lunch with some of the various street booths available in the city. Unknown to them, a black-haired beauty was watching their every move while sitting in her throne while munching a cinnamon roll that she had gotten from her dear friend in her last visit. Eric and Selena Ravenclaw, Hein. The black-haired beauty, Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, murmured in a low voice. Hestia had forgotten to tell them that her friend could see everything in her domain which was touched by the sun's light. The goddess of the sun had seen the couple enter her lands using their magic carpet and concluded that they were the other friends of her dear friend, Hestia, and the ones to bake all those sweet treats. Amaterasu-sama. The goddess was taken out of her thoughts and observation by the voice of one of her subordinates. The woman was waiting for her to answer at the door of the room with a pile of papers in her arms. Amaterasu almost let out a groan seeing that. "You can enter," Amaterasu said to her subordinate. It seemed that her break was over and more paperwork awaited her. Weeks quickly passed by and Eric and Selena got used to the new place's customs. Both of them were living in an inn, but Eric already had his eyes open and looking for a good location where he could buy and build them a new home away from home. Usually, he was not picky with the location of it, but for some reason, Selena thought that he was being extra picky about their place on the island. "Why are being so picky about it, Eric?" she asked her husband one day. "Oh. Is more about what the location can offer us. The last places which we had bought land did not have that many variables to take care of, but here, the things are different. Neon is a volcanic island, meaning that it still has a lot of active volcanoes around. Both in the sea and on land. So, our new place can't be too close to the ocean that it would be washed away by a giant wave, or too close to a volcano that could explode under us." Eric explained to Selena why he was taking his time to choose a new place for them. She had not thought about all that variables before and was happy anyway that her husband was thinking about their future. He can be so dependable. Selena thought to herself. She would have coughed blood if she knew why Eric was really holding back and putting some effort into this particular piece of land. He wanted to have a particular natural hot spring. Chapter 98, Devil's Civil War. Ravenclaw's House, Neon. December 20th. Time continued to flow for the Ravenclaw couple. Eric had managed to find a perfect location for their house in Neon. It was in a mountainous region that had a dense forest on it, complete with its own spring river that flowed from the mountains and a fountain of natural hot water that flowed from the depths of it too. Eric used the location to build their new home in a Japanese style. And he had to admit, the local woodworkers could do wonders with the wood. It had taken him 3 entire years just to learn all their techniques to then start building his Japanese home. After finishing it, Eric had compiled the woodworking knowledge that he had learned in a book and sent a copy of it to the house elves in Hogwarts. Selena had loved their new house too. Her favorite spot of it was, without a doubt, the natural bath that Eric had made using the natural fountain of hot water. Their first guest in the new home was, as always, Hestia. The goddess of hearth loved to visit their new homes. That Eric always had a hearth in them enchanted to always burn safely with her symbol on the bottom of it was all the invitation that she needed to come. And that this new home was in her friend's territory was just a bonus to her. Their second guest was a surprise to them. Hestia had dragged Amaterasu from Takamagara to have tea and eat some sweet treats with the couple. "I hope I'm not intruding," Amaterasu said in a polite voice to Eric and Selena. "Not at all, Lady Amaterasu. Any friends of Hestia are our friends too, meaning they are welcome in our house," Selena replied to both of them. Right now, Eric was busy in the kitchen finishing some baked goodies. When he entered the room, Eric saw 3 women talking amicably with each other, but the fragrance of the contents in the tray floating in front of him made the 3 women snap their heads in his direction. Eric held his chuckle for his own health benefits and calmly served the tea and the baked treat to the women. He really thought that only his presence in the room was holding back them from letting out moans from eating the baked sweets. The 4 of them had then a friendly talk where Amaterasu got to know the strong couple of humans that was visiting her lands. And, after seeing for herself that they had no ill intent here, she turned to enjoy the company fully. It was a rare occasion for her, as a chief goddess, to just relax and have a friendly conversation with others where there were no hidden agendas. After staying in Neon for some more months, exploring all the places they could and meeting new people and yokai alike, Eric and Selena opted for continuing their trip. Between building new homes in new places and their trips, 80 years had passed as quickly as they could, and the couple continued with their travel around the world. Eventually, they got the news that the tension that was building in the underworld, with the devils, escalated and transformed into a full-blown civil war. The number of devils fleeing to the human world has grown exponentially, making them more common to be seen in places that no parent would let their children near it. Their first encounter with such a type was during one of their trips through where Russia is now. The crazy devil tried to attack them just for the fun of it, but was sent flying back by a punch in the face coming from Eric. That had made the devil lose most of his teeth and have a broken nose. After that punch, the devil had no strength to flee and was dispatched quickly after Eric and Selena had made him answer some of their questions, of course. The devil was a mid-ranking soldier from the losing side of the Civil War that, after seeing that the old Satans had no chances of winning, decided to flee while he could with his life intact. He was having a blast in the human world since then. Just the things that he had done in the last week were enough to make anyone want to end him for good, so Eric and Selena had no doubts when doing it. Such cases of devils fleeing the Civil War to the human world were turning common through the world. But where there were defecting unruly soldiers, there were devil civilians too that just wanted to live their lives without worrying if they would live to see them tomorrow. Such an example was a family of 3 that Eric and Selena had met when they were back in Britain. They were 2 adults with an infant son that had fled the underworld because the battlegrounds of the Civil War were getting too close to their home. Sebastian, Jerry, and Alastair were a young family of 3. The couple, Sebastian and Jerry, had married some years ago and had Alastair soon after. It was a blessing for them since the devils had such a low birth rate, so when the war got close, they fled to keep their families whole. The male devil was a farmer. He used to work taking care of some special plants that could only be cultivated in the underworld. His wife, Jerry, was a seamstress. Not a very skilled one since she had only started to learn the trade and had now to look after their young son, but she had some potential for it. In a spur of a moment, Eric gave the couple a place to stay. He warded a good piece of land to keep the family's devil energy masked and some seeds of magical plants to get the men to start his own business. It was the right decision. Sebastian had a gift when tending to magical plants and with time became the person to go for fresh potion ingredients in Britain's magical community. Such cases were common, and Eric and Selena helped whoever they could that wanted only to live in peace and took care of the bad apples that tried to stink the place. And it was because of that that the couple met the one who would become a friend, and later family for the first time in the year 1152. Londinium, Britain. November 12th. It was raining again in the city, something that was very normal for the place, but it was bad for some reason as the chilly air of November seemed even chillier. Eric and Selena were in the outskirts of the city, talking with a devil couple that they had helped some years ago. They had settled 1 year ago and the man was working at home by making a copy of manuscripts and books manually. He was doing good money by applying some magic to quills and making it do all the work for him. It was just a routine check on how the new wards were holding up. These new wards were designed specifically with devils in mind, and their objective was to nullify the impact that their negative energy had on the environment. Even by masking it, their energy was still there, and it could have a negative impact on the environment around where they were living by causing flora mutation and attracting the wrong sort of magical creatures. Their talks were interrupted when Eric and Selena felt a strong magical signature approaching them fast. The couple went immediately on high alert, which made the devil couple go on high alert too. Eric signaled them to not move, and soon after, they watched as a devil pursuing another devil flew over them without noticing anything amiss on the ground. Eric, for sure, recognized the devil who was pursuing the other one from his past life. It was Seraphal Leviathan, the magical girl Satan. The devil couple had recognized her too. That was Seraphal Citri, one of the leaders of the group that rebelled against the old Satans. The man of the couple said with his face as white as a sheet. "You mean the woman pursuing the other devil?" Selena asked him, who nodded his head in confirmation together with his wife. "Yes. I got information yesterday from a friend that stayed in the underworld. They are saying that the war is over, and Seraphal Citri together with the other 3 young leaders are the most promising candidates to take the manto as the new 4 Satans. Talk is that she will get the Leviathan name." The woman of the couple said in a rush tone like it was some big secret. Unfortunately, Eric couldn't confirm that. After all these years, he had yet to manage to plant some surveillance in the underworld. Different from the human world, the underworld's power scale was much different, and he preferred not to take too many risks with it. "Well, at least we saw that the wards do work well," Eric said, trying to dissolve the heavy atmosphere that had taken place. The devil couple smiled at that. Indeed, if that barrier had worked against a powerhouse like Seraphal Citri, it would work with others. The talk was quickly finished and Eric and Selena departed from the devil couple's house. Outside the wards of the house, Selena stopped and looked at Eric. "What are you thinking of doing?" Selena asked after seeing the look on Eric's face. Something possible dangerous but that can benefit us in the long run," Eric replied to Selena. "You are not thinking of talking with that devil, right?" "Right." Selena asked Eric and repeated the last word in a higher voice when she saw that talking with that devil was exactly what he was thinking of doing. "Love," Eric started saying and pulled Selena in a hug. "I know what I am doing. Trust me," Eric said to Selena. "I don't like it. If anything of what they said is true, her strength is not something that can be easily batted away." Selena replied to Eric, exposing her concerns. "Don't worry, I have my aces. The fight will be over before it even starts. That is if we had to fight at all," Eric said with confidence in his ways and kissed Selena slowly. "I still don't like it," Selena mumbled. "I will take care," Eric reassured Selena, giving her another series of kisses. "Yes, you will. I'm too young to be a widow," Selena joked. But she was, in a way, serious about it. She didn't know what she would do without Eric by her side. With a final kiss, Eric separated from Selena and, after applying some illusions over him, took flight in the same direction that Seraphal Citri went earlier while pursuing the other devil. Selena watched with apprehension her husband fly away. Chapter 99, Seraphal Citri. Londinium, Britain. November 12th. It didn't take long for Eric to find Seraphal Citri. He had just to follow the trail of ice. Seraphal Citri had an illusion barrier up and was interrogating the fleeing devil with very creative use of ice magic. "Where are the others?" she asked the devil while slowly covering one of the devil's hands with ice. "I don't know," the devil replied while shaking. Eric was not sure if the shaking was because of fear, the ice, or both. "You deserted from the old Satan's army together with another 8 devils. Tell me where are the others or I will slowly freeze you to death," Seraphal Citri asked again in a no-nonsense tone that was very strange for Eric. That was a very different Seraphal than the one portrayed by the show in his past life. "I swear I don't know. I lost contact with most of them some weeks ago. The last time we got together was a month ago, and 2 of them didn't come that time too. Word on the street was that there were someone hunting devils." The devil replied almost crying. The despair in his voice was very clear for anyone hearing it, and if anyone saw the ice climbing his hand they would understand why he was so desperate. But Seraphal Citri didn't believe in him. "I don't believe you," Seraphal said with a cold facade and started to increase the speed of the ice covering the devil, who started to yell desperately, swearing in Lilith's name that he was telling the truth. Seraphal Citri didn't stop. The ice continued to climb the devil's arm and he continued to yell in despair. Seraphal's facade continued blank. Eric finally couldn't take it anymore and with a quick motion, conjured an iron spike and banished it to the yelling devil's head. His aim was true and hit dead center in the target, killing it instantly. Seraphal Citri could react in time to the silent attack and could only watch as the devil died in front of her. She quickly turned in place and started to look for where the attack came from but couldn't see anyone. Even her senses could not feel anyone around her. "Come out from wherever you are," Seraphal Citri said and started to ramp up her demonic power. Eric sighed silently at that. If she continued to do that, Londinium would turn into a block of ice. He could already see a snowstorm forming. Eric then decided to activate the measures that he had put into place earlier for his safety. With a mental command from Eric, Serafal's body went limp and she fell on the ground like a marionette having its strings cut. The only part of her body that she could move was her head. Serafal Citri tried to power through what was causing that to her body, but she couldn't even mobilize her demonic energy anymore. She was trapped in her own body. You know, for one of the leaders of a group of devils who want to reform the underworld and get rid of the war-loving old Satan's faction, you are just behaving like them. Serafal Citri heard a masculine voice behind her. Her body was then levitated into the air and deposited in a comfortable armchair. Serafal Citri then saw who had done that to her, and her first impression was that her assailant was weak. That's right. She couldn't feel anything coming from the handsome man sitting in another armchair in front of her. Between them was a low wood table that had a set of tea on top of it from where the man was calmly serving him a cup of tea. I'm nothing like that old scum, Serafal Citri said heatedly. The man's comparison of her with the old Satan's faction had bothered her immensely. The man just raised an eyebrow at her comment and finished serving his tea. He slowly sipped it, savoring the beverage, and then looked at her. Really? Then look around you and tell me, what do you see? He said to her and sipped his tea again. Serafal Citri did that and looked around. The location where she was standing before was frozen. That was normal for her. She was an ice magic user after all. I don't see your point, Serafal Citri said to the man in front of her, who raised an eyebrow again. Really? Then how about you calm yourself and look around again? He said and snapped his fingers. Serafal Citri then felt some sort of a wave going through her body that forced her to calm down. She then looked around again, and what she saw this time shocked her. Outside the barrier that she had earlier raised, a snowstorm was starting to slow down. Chunks of ice could be seen where before were puddles of rainwater. The humans outside the barrier were shivering while huddling together, trying to keep themselves warm because of the sudden change in the weather. Her face slowly went from the blank facade to one that showed some horror in it. She could bet that some less vulnerable people had died from the temperature change caused by her. See what I meant now? The man said, and Serafal Citri slowly nodded her head absent-mindedly. What have I done? She mumbled while still looking around. Don't worry too much. I stopped you before things could get really ugly, the man said to Serafal Citri, and she turned back to look at him again. More calm now, she paid better attention to the man in front of her. He had sharp facial features, stormy gray eyes, and red blonde long hair that was braided in a Nordic style. Who are you? Serafal Citri asked. My name is Eric, and I was near here and saw your little pursuit. Eric replied to Serafal Citri and sipped his tea again. He loved to do that kind of mental game. What have you done to me? Serafal asked again. Her mobility and sense in her body had still not come back. Eric smiled at that. Inside Serafal's body was a group of his micro-monsters. They were around her spine, around the neck region, blocking any electric signal going down to her body that was not to keep its basic functions running. But of course that he would not tell her that. I paralyzed you so you don't turn Londinium into a gigantic block of ice, Eric simply said. I can give back your movement partially if you promise me to behave, Eric said again to Serafal Citri like he was talking with a child. Serafal nodded her head at that, and Eric snapped his fingers for theatrics while sending a mental command to his micro-monsters inside her body. Immediately, Serafal felt her sense coming back to her body. Slowly, she tried to move her fingers and then her arm. She then sighed in relief. Sigh. It had been a bad experience for her to be a prisoner in her own body, one that she didn't want to repeat. So she would behave to not feel like that again. She then saw Eric start to serve another cup of tea. When he was done, the cup floated in front of her. In calm movements, Serafal took the cup from the air and brought it to near her nose. She then whiffed the contents of it and closed her eyes in reflex to savor the fragrance coming from it. Serafal let out a short hum and sipped the contents of the cup. She knew that it would not be poisoned. Not because Eric was drinking the same thing, but because someone that could do that to her once without her noticing, could do that a second time and would not have the need to poison her. Good tea, Serafal Citri said. She had identified the hot beverage when she whiffed it. Eric smiled at that. Thanks. It is a personal leaf grown in my home, Eric replied and snapped his fingers again, this time conjuring a pot that was full of honey cookies. These are made by me too. People who ate them all loved it, Eric said, taking off the lid of the pot and grabbing one of the cookies in his hand. He bit down on it and savored the weak taste of honey on it. Eric was looking forward to the day that he would find some cacao trees so he could make some chocolate and increase his repertoire of sweets. That and white sugar. Serafal took one cookie from the jar and slowly bit down on it too. The sweet taste that invaded her mouth was amazing. Quickly, she started to munch in the rest of it and, without knowing, let her blank facade slowly melt away from her face. Eric had his ideas of what happened to turn that bubbly woman into this cold torturer and vice versa, but chose to keep it to himself. He was telling the truth, you know. Eric suddenly said, making Serafal stop her nibbling and look at him. He didn't know where his companions were because I have been killing a lot of devils in these last months. Eric said, making Serafal frown at that. Only the ones that don't behave, of course. Those that only want to live in peace, away from your war, are alive and well. Eric added. What do you mean by don't behave? Serafal asked after swallowing the bit of cookie that was in her mouth. If they start attacking normal people, that means killing, raping, robbing, etc., I kill them after taking any useful information out of them. Simple as that. Eric replied, making Serafal scowl at that. And you were berating me for interrogating that devil? Serafal said. No, I was berating you for not paying attention to your surroundings and not controlling your aura. And maybe because you were just toying with that devil too. You must have magic to tell you if someone was telling you the truth, don't you? And my interrogations are all painless when they are not on a more personal level. Eric replied while remembering what happened the last time that he and Selena had found vampires. Humph. Serafal humphed at that, and Eric could see a glimpse of that bubbly magical girl Satan under the blank killer created by a civil war. Serafal had indeed forgotten to cast her magic to verify if the devil was telling her the truth. She was just so tired of all the killing. And now that the war was finally over in the underworld, she was sent to hunt down the devils from the enemy's army that had fled to the human world. Serafal and her team had decided to divide into groups to cover more terrain, and she had been the one to go alone and hunt down the devils in Britain. She had not found too many of them. In fact, Serafal had only found one devil, the one that she was pursuing early. But if the men in front of her, Eric, was telling the truth, the bad ones were already dead and she could live with that. Serafal then started to eat another cookie. And what are you? Serafal asked Eric. Me. I am human. Eric replied, making Serafal roll her eyes. That I can see. I meant, what faction are you from? Serafal asked again, better phrasing her question. I am not part of any faction. Eric replied. Someone, as strong as you, is not part of any group. I don't believe it. By your looks, I would say that you are part of the Nordics. Serafal said, and Eric shrugged at that. My roots come from there, but I'm not part of them. Eric replied truthfully. I have friends there, but then, I have friends in other pantheons too. Eric said again, not caring about what he was telling. It was not like he was giving her a lot of information to work with. And when are you planning to let me go? Serafal asked Eric, who turned his head to the side in confusion. Let you go? What do you mean? You are not a prisoner here, Serafal Citri. Eric replied, revealing to her that he knew who she was. Chapter 100, The Soon-to-be Satans. Londinium, Britain. November 12th. How do you know my name? Serafal asked Eric. She had gotten famous inside the underworld during the last years, but Eric was a human, and humans should not have knowledge of the underworld. I told you earlier that I interrogated those misbehaving devils, did you forget? Eric replied without a problem to Serafal, who looked to the side to avoid looking at Eric's face. He could swear that there was a very light shade of pink on her cheeks. To avoid more embarrassment on her part, Serafal took another cookie and started to nibble on it. Eric smiled internally at that. Yeah, she is still there. Eric thought about the bubbly personality of the future Satan in front of him. If I'm not a prisoner, why am I being kept as one? Serafal Citri mumbled while still nibbling on the cookie. Eric raised an eyebrow at that question and decided to tease the devil a little more. You mean to tell me that prisoners in the underworld drink tea and eat cookies with their captors? Eric asked Serafal with amusement written all over his face. Serafal froze at that question. She looked at the cookie in her hand and to the cup of tea over the low table and decided to not answer Eric's question, ignoring it like it was never asked in the first place. Can I go then? Serafal Citri asked Eric, who nodded his head. Yes, you can. Eric replied to Serafal, snapped his fingers for theatrics, and sent a mental command to his micro-monsters inside Serafal to release her. Snap. Serafal then felt something change inside her. It was her devil's energy. She could feel it again. You can transport whenever you want. Just behave yourself. Eric said to Serafal, who got up from her armchair and walked over to the side. She raised her hand and flexed it while controlling a little of her magic to verify his claim. Serafal looked back to Eric and then to her hand. The idea of attacking him passed by her head, but she threw it away very quickly. How do I contact you? Serafal asked Eric. A person as strong as him who was seeming to defend an area was always a good contact to have. Eric smirked internally at that question and decided to play a little prank on Serafal. Not that she or anyone would know the meaning of it, but he would, and that was what he wanted. It's very simple. When you are alone, repeat my name 3 times while looking at a mirror and I will appear to you. Eric said to Serafal and had to exert all his will to not start laughing. He was really pulling a Bloody Mary over a future Satan. Serafal strangely looked at him but chose not to comment anymore and just nodded her head. She then started to charge a transportation magic circle and it appeared under her feet in an ice blue color. With the transportation magic circle fully charged, Serafal looked at Eric the last time. Bye, then. Serafal said, but one could see a mischievous glint in her eyes. Like one of the children who was going to make something naughty. Goodbye, Serafal. Eric replied to Serafal and watched as the she-devil activated the magic circle and, with a quick pull in her magic, summoned the pot with the rest of the cookies to her hands, disappearing in the middle of motes of blue light with a look of pure glee on her face. Eric watched all that with an amused look on his face and chuckled when she was gone at the childish behavior that the she-devil showed. Eric waved his hand and made everything that he had conjured and summoned disappear back to where it had come from. Eric then left the place in his transportation magic circle after setting up timed wards to erase his magical signature. Even after reaching the level of strength that he had now, Eric was still a little paranoid with people peeping after him. He could do that to others, but others couldn't do that to him, or Selena. After Eric disappeared in motes of blue light from his transportation magic circle, a white fire started to burn anything left behind, be it the lingering magic from him and Serafal, or the body of the devil that was being tortured by Serafal. Lilith City, Underworld. November 12th. Serafal was back to the Underworld. Under her arm was a ceramic pot full of cookies from where, from time to time, she would retrieve a cook from it to munch. This would not be a problem at all if not for the place where she was right now. Sitting around her, watching Serafal as she munched a cookie, was 3 other devils. They were Surzex Gremory, Ajuka Astaroth, and Falbium Glaciolabilas. Continuing with the agenda, the Elders' Council want to dash. Crunch. Surzex Gremory started saying but was interrupted, by the nth time, by the sound of a cookie being eaten. He looked at Serafal Citri at the corner of his eyes and tried to continue talking. The Elders' Council want to give us the tit dash. Crunch. Tried being the word. The sound of a cookie being eaten again interrupted the redhead devil. He sighed in defeat at that. Sigh. Serafal, do you have to eat right now? In the middle of the meeting. Surzex Gremory said to his friend. Serafal just finished eating the cookie that she had in her hand and looked at Surzex. But they are so good. Serafal Citri said, replying to the redhead devil and making the other 2 in the meeting room chuckle. If they are so good, why are you eating them all now? Wouldn't be better to eat them at home while relaxing? Surzex said to try to finish their meeting. Serafal eyes shone at that and she nodded her head while putting the cookie pot away. Where did you get that anyway? I never saw ones like that being sold in the underworld. Ajuka Astaroth asked Serafal. Surzex Gremory's eyes rolled inside his head at that. It seemed that the meeting would not end as soon as he wanted to. I got it after doing my mission in the human world. Took it from a guy after he defeated me and let me go. Serafal said nonchalantly like being defeated was a normal thing. The other 3 devils got alert at that. Serafal was one of the strongest devils in the underworld, and she was defeated and let go. They needed to dig more at that. Any being that could defeat Serafal Citri could mean a threat to the underworld. Tell us more, Serafal. Better saying, tell us everything about your mission in the human world. Ajuka Astaroth said, with Surzex Gremory and Falbium Glaciolabilas nodding their heads, agreeing with him. Serafal then started the report of her mission in the human world. She told then how she and her group decided to separate to cover a greater area and she got to go to Britain, how she found one of the targets after some searching, how he tried to flee and she pursued him, how she subdued him and started her interrogation. Just to have the interrogated killed right in front of her. I then lost all the strength and sense from under my neck. I couldn't even feel my magic and was a sitting duck to anyone that could hold a pointy or sharp object. I think, for the first time in a while I felt vulnerable. Serafal Citri said to her devil friends, who were hearing her tale with rapt attention. And them, what happened after he got you? Surzex Gremory asked wanting to know what had happened after. He then made me float in the air with the use of magic and then. Serafal said while building tension. And then. Ajuka Astaroth said, wanting Serafal to continue her tale. He then put me into a comfortable armchair and make me calm down. Serafal said while fishing another cookie from the pot and starting to eat it. The other 3 devils in the room were not expecting that. He floated you to a comfortable armchair. Falbium Glaciolabilas started. And made you calm down. Surzex Gremory finished saying and Serafal nodded with her head while continuing to munch her cookie. Please, Serafal. Explain this better to us. Ajuka Astaroth asked. Serafal Citri nodded with her head again. Okay. Well, you see, when I started to interrogate the target I ended up losing my temper and let my energy go loose, starting a snowstorm in the middle of the city of Londinium. It was then that this human came from nowhere, killed the devil that I was interrogating, and subdued me before I could react or do anything. Serafal said. He then started to serve him tea while we talked. He forced me to calm down with some sort of magic, and then I realized that I almost killed an entire city by transforming it into a giant cube of ice. Serafal said and finished munching her cookie, frowning soon after. These cookies were lasting too little in her opinion. He then gave me back my movement and served me some tea. And it was a good one too. He said that he had grown it in his place. Serafal finished saying. What more did he say to you? Ajuka Astaroth asked. Serafal got in a thinking pose before replying. That the devil that I was interrogating was telling me the truth and that his friends were probably all dead already. Serafal said and fished another cookie from the ceramic pot. Dead? Sirzex Gremory said in an asking tone. Yes. He said that he had been killing all the misbehaving devils that he had found. Serafal replied while munching into her new cookie. He has been killing the misbehaving devils. Sirzex Gremory asked again like he was some kind of broken record. Yes, that's what he said. He killed the ones that turned out to be naughty. The ones who killed, robbed, raped, etc. Basically, the old Satan's lot, you know. The ones who just wanted to continue living their lives in peace, away from the war, he did nothing against. Serafal said again while finishing her cookie. Did he give you a name? Ajuka Astaroth asked Serafal, who nodded her head. Yes. He introduced himself as Eric. Serafal said. Eric? A Nordic? I don't know of any Eric in the Nordic faction. Ajuka Astaroth said again. He had some knowledge of the important and strong people in the other pantheons but did not know of anyone called Eric. And someone with enough strength to subdue Serafal was bound to be famous. At least that was the logical thing in Ajuka's head. I thought so too. He looked like a Nordic warrior, but he said to me that he was not part of any faction, even if his roots came from the Nordic pantheon. Serafal said, replying with the little that she had got about the men. A demigod? Falbium Glaciolabilas asked. It was a well-known fact that the male gods from most pantheons tended to sleep with mortals and sire demigod children. The ones that managed to survive to adulthood became powerful people. No, he was totally human. Serafal replied. A strong human called Eric. Ajuka Astaroth mumbled while thinking. After a time he talked again. There was one around 100 years ago. A wizard called Eric Ravenclaw. He married into the Ravenclaw wizarding family and was recognized as strong as Merlin by all wizards. His wife, one Selena Ravenclaw, was not weak too. The talk was that she had surpassed her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, in feats of magic before she reached the age of 40. The last I heard about them was around 90 years ago when a group of vampires tried to take over the school that they own with an army of around 5,000 undead. He wiped the entire army of undead with a single fire spell while his wife wiped the ground with the 5 vampires. Needless to say that the vampires were not spared. Ajuka Astaroth said, telling the other devils what he knew about this Eric Ravenclaw. But he would be what? 150 years old. The Eric that I met didn't look past his 25. No human can live that long without showing any signs of aging. Serafal Citri said. True. Unless he is not human anymore. Falbium Glaciolabilas said, putting on the table that possibility. Chapter 101, Cookie Addiction. Lilith City, Underworld. November 12th. True. Unless he is not human anymore. Falbium Glaciolabilas said, putting on the table that possibility. We will have to investigate more to know that, but by the time being, let's avoid any form of contact with this Eric. If he could so easily subdue Serafal, who would say that he couldn't do the same to us? Sirzex Gremory spoke. They had more urgent problems to solve after all than an unknown human, like the situation of the underworld. The other 3 devils in the room nodded their heads at that, but none saw Serafal trying not to be shifty at the mention of contacting Eric. Continuing with our meeting, the Elders' Council wants to give us the title of Satans, naming each of us with the name of one of the Great Four. Their objectives with that are Citri Territory, Underworld. November 18th. Serafal was in a dilemma. Her cookie pot was empty and she wanted more. For that, she needed to contact Eric, but Sirzex had said that they had to avoid contacting him. Serafal didn't know what to do now. Ajuka Astaroth had sent some people to investigate the place that Serafal was subdued but had found nothing. And it wasn't a nothing, no clues, it was a nothing at all. The place was spot clean of any energies. Even Serafal's magic energy that should have been still lingering there was not found. This Eric had used some means to let the place cleaner than a surgery room. It was then that a brilliant idea came to her. Didn't that old coots want to name her Leviathan and put her to take care of foreign affairs? Then that was what she would do. Alone in her room, Seraphol walked to the body-length mirror that she had and stopped in front of it. She took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally, and, with resolution in her face, looked at the mirror and repeated the words to contact Eric. 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 Ravenclaw's house, north of Scotland. November 12th. Eric entered his home as nothing had just happened. I'm home. Eric said in a loud voice and heard the sound of running footsteps coming to him. A small smile appeared on his face and he braced himself for what was to come. Selena appeared from one of the rooms of the house running in Eric's direction. When she got close to him, Selena threw herself into Eric, hugging him in a very tight way. Eric hugged Selena back and started to say calming words in her ear. See, I'm back. Whole and handsome, as always. Nothing happened. Everything is all right. Eric said to Selena, throwing a little joke in the middle of it to try and up her mood. And it seemed to work because Eric felt Selena pinching his waist. Ouch. Eric said mockingly. The pinch had not hurt him at all, it was just to go with her whims. Selena looked up from the hug, at Eric's face. Her eyes were red and for Eric, it seems that she had been crying. So, how did it go? Selena asked Eric, who suddenly took her in a bridal style. Selena let out a yep at Eric's sudden movement. It went well, but we can talk about that later. Now I have to pamper my wife. Eric said and walked to their bedroom with Selena in his arms. 2 hours later, a tired but happy Selena could be seen on top of Eric's body while using his pectoral as a pillow to rest her head. Their marathon had been very pleasurable for her. Tiring, but pleasurable. Eric was still rock hard and ready to go even after filling her up so many times. And Selena could tell that because she could feel him still inside her, filling every corner of her private parts. I need to find another good woman to help me against Eric. Selena thought in her head. It had been almost 100 years after they decided to add more women to their relationship, but they couldn't seem to find anyone good enough. Her first thought had been of inviting Hestia. She was a woman that they both liked a lot and trusted with their lives, but it would not work. Hestia had sworn to stay pure, and she was not the type of person to go back in her word. It simply didn't fit her personality. Amaterasu had come to her mind too. They had the time to know her well during their long stay in Neon and had become good friends with the Shinto's chief goddess, but it would not work. At least not while Eric couldn't for sure crush anyone. Her position as the chief goddess turned things too complicated, but she could see it in her eyes, the longing when Eric showed his affection for her in front of Amaterasu. The other one would be Gandil, but she was Eric's aunt and that was a nest of wasps that neither of them wanted to touch. Half an hour later, Selena was inside their bathtub soaking in the water while slowly rocking on top of Eric's member. Sex in the bathtub was not something that they did with frequency, but one thing led to another and now there she was, slowly rocking on top of Eric. So, love, how it went with the devil? Selena asked Eric. It went well. My ace worked perfectly well against her and we had a nice talk. Eric replied while his hands were on Selena's waist, helping her with the slow motions. A nice talk, huh? Selena said while enjoying the moment. Yeah. A nice talk with some tea and cookies. Eric said and chuckled while remembering Seraphol stealing the cookies pot. What happened? Selena asked after seeing Eric chuckle after his answer. She was almost there. The slow motions were enticing at the same time that they were relaxing. Well, before she left, she stole a pot that was full of cookies and had this look of triumph on her face. I will show you the memory later. Eric said and felt Selena's pussy starting to convulse and squeeze him. He couldn't take it anymore and came fully inside of her, filling Selena's insides. The couple stayed still for a while, basking in the post-orgasmic bliss while snuggling inside the bathtub. After some minutes passed, Selena opened her eyes and slowly kissed Eric. That was wonderful, love. And you do realize that you had just snared another powerful woman, right? Selena said with a curious look on her face. Eric let out a sigh at that comment. You talk like she is already friends with us. Eric said while grabbing Selena's ass with both hands and starting to squeeze them. Maybe you don't realize, love, but your cookies have a huge effect on women. All of your sweets have that same effect. Continue like that and, maybe, I will go for another round. Selena moaned at Eric's ministrations and told him what was her vision of his sweets. Women, mainly the ones in positions of power, tended to hold their desires more firmly and get frustrated. Eric's sweets were like a piece of solid pleasure that helped them to fulfill that hole in a delicious, safe way. Well, I did leave her with a way to contact me, so we will have to wait and see. Eric replied Selena while putting his hands to work on her ass. Soon, Selena's moans were filling the bathroom and her rocking motion restarted. This time with more vigor in it. Ravenclaw's house, north of Scotland. November 18th. Eric was in the kitchen preparing a new batch of sweet treats when he was warned by his micro-monsters that Serafall was trying to contact him. A smile appeared on his face while he conjured a mirror in front of him, made it float in front of his face, and continued to prepare the sweets. Some seconds later, the image of Beauty appeared in the mirror. She was showing an expression of shock on her face. Eric smiled internally at that. Serafall Citri, or it is already Serafall Leviathan. How nice of you to contact me. To what do I owe the pleasure? Eric said in measured words. Thanks to a piggyback ride from Serafall, Eric now had half of a dozen of surveillance inside the underworld. Some of them he had directed personally to important places, like the council meeting room, and the office of some of the more prominent devil families. But now that he had eyes there, it was just a matter of time until he had even more of them all around the underworld. Inside her room, Serafall was shocked. Not because of Eric knowing that she will be named Leviathan, but because the ridiculous way of contacting him worked. In the mirror in front of her, instead of her reflex, she was now looking at the face of Eric. Hi. Serafall managed to say. Very eloquent. I bet that is why they want you as the head of foreign affairs. And hi to you too. Eric said and replied to Serafall, managing to hold his chuckle at his teasing of one of the two strongest she-devils. Serafall's face to that reply was priceless. Hey, that's not nice. It's just so happened because the way you asked me to use to contact you was very unusual and surprised me. Serafall replied to Mirror Eric while pouting adorably. And, officially, I'm still Serafall Citri. Serafall added, receiving a nod from Mirror Eric. Okay then, Miss Serafall Citri. To what do I owe the pleasure? Eric said to Mirror Serafall. Just Serafall is okay, you know. Serafall replied to Mirror Eric and started to fidget in front of the mirror. I want $## C# at %. Serafall said in a mumbled way that was impossible for Mirror Eric to understand. Eric cocked his head to the side in confusion. Sorry, but I didn't understand what you said, can you repeat? Eric said to the mirror Serafall, whom he could swear he saw some crimson on her cheeks. I said, I want more cookies. Serafall managed to say after some more fidgeting. Eric's face assumed an amused form at that. It was time for more teasing. Oh. The cookie thief wants more cookies. Eric said while raising one of his eyebrows. Serafall could hold any more and her face went red inside her room. It was true. She had robbed the last cookies and now was asking for more of them from the person that she had robbed the first from. Thankfully, her brilliant mind came with a perfect excuse. I robbed nothing. They were reparation for the trauma that you made me go through. Serafall replied smartly while pouting and turning her head to the side while crossing her arms under her chest, making them go up and be highlighted. Reparation, huh? Well, that's a shame then. Because I'm preparing a new batch of sweets right now. And since you already took your reparations, I will have to keep them all to myself. Eric replied to the mirror Serafall and almost started laughing at the face that she was making when she heard that her excuse had not gone the way she had wanted it to go. No. I mean. Could you give me some? They are very delicious. Please. Serafall said hastily and then asked in a proper way. Eric smiled at that. How about we have some tea? Maybe you could go back home with another pot of cookies. Eric said, inviting Serafall for tea while dangling in front of her the temptation of more cookies. He watched as the devil went into a thinking pose, and after some time she gave Eric her answer. Okay. Where do I meet you? Serafall said after thinking about Eric's invitation. Last time he had all the opportunity that he could get to do anything to her, but he didn't. So she decided to trust him this time. You can go to the place where we have met before. I will pick you up there in about an hour. Eric replied to mirror Serafall after checking how much time he needed to finish everything in his kitchen. Okay. Serafall replied to the mirror Eric. See you soon then, Serafall. Eric said to the mirror Serafall and closed the connection. As he did it, he called Selena through a magecraft spell. Soon, Selena's face appeared over the small magic circle. What is it, love? Selena asked Eric. He normally wouldn't call her when she was inside her laboratory to not disturb any of her experiments. Do you want to have tea with a future Satan? Eric asked Selena, shocking her a little. Chapter 102, Tea with a Satan. Londinium, Britain. November 18th. Eric was waiting for 3 minutes when he felt the disturbance in the magic around him. A few seconds later, a blue magic circle appeared and with a bright light, a figure appeared in the middle of it surrounded by motes of blue light. When the light faded, Serafall's figure could be seen. And she had come alone. Eric had not asked her for it, but she did it anyway. As Seraphol appeared in the place that they had previously agreed to, she looked around searching for Eric and saw him walking in her direction. Unknown to her, Seraphol let out a small smile when she saw Eric. "Hello, Seraphol," Eric said when he arrived in front of Seraphol. "Hi, Eric." Seraphol replied to Eric. "Are you ready to go?" Eric asked Seraphol, who nodded her head in agreement. "Cookies. I mean. Yes." Seraphol replied, making Eric chuckle at her enthusiasm. With a gesture of his hand, Eric summoned a blue magic circle under them. Seraphol looked curious at it but didn't recognize the shield written in the magic circle, just that it was human magic. Magecraft is a type of magic cast using mathematical formulas to imitate the freedom that devil magic possesses. A second later, the duo was covered in light and disappeared from the place in the middle of blue motes of light. Ravenclaw's house, north of Scotland. November 18th. Eric and Seraphol appeared in another place in the middle of motes of fading blue light. Seraphol looked around and saw that they were inside a garden at the back of a house. The house was not very big, having only 2 floors, but it was built using a style that she had never seen. It was different and pretty. The garden was very pretty too. She saw some flowers that she could identify because of their magical properties, but the others were alien to her. But they were pretty nonetheless. "This way," Eric said to Seraphol, who was looking around in curiosity and gestured with a hand to a path to be followed. They walked very little and arrived into an area of the garden that had a small pond. In the middle of the pond, connect via a small bridge, a gazebo was built using natural white wood and red roof tiles. Inside the pond, big colorful fishes swim calmly, giving the place a very serene atmosphere. This gazebo and the big pond was Eric's first addition to his house after they returned from Neon. He built it using all the techniques that he had learned in that country, including the ponds itself that contained a group of around 30 koi. Eric crossed the small bridge together with Seraphol and was met with Selena and Hestia waiting for them. "Hestia, what a good surprise," Eric said and hugged the small goddess dearly. He was not expecting Hestia's visit today, but it was a nice surprise nonetheless. "I have just arrived and found out that you would be receiving a visit. So Selena invited me to stay too," Hestia said to Eric. "We already said that, Hestia. You are always welcome in our home," Eric said to the little goddess, who smiled widely at that. Eric turned to the stunned Seraphol and chuckled internally. "I think introductions are in order. Seraphol, this is my wife, Selena," Eric said and gestured to Selena. "And this is my adopted big sister, Hestia," Eric said again, this time gesturing to Hestia. "Selena and Hestia, this is Seraphol Citri, soon to be Seraphol Leviathan," Eric said again, introducing Seraphol officially to the other two. Greetings and pleasantries were traded between the women while Eric started to prepare the table for them to have tea. Selena had taken care of the guest and guided them to the table. When Seraphol took a seat, her eyes went wide and started to shine with the number of different sweets that were prepared. She looked back at Eric, who could see her eyes shining. "You made all of this?" Seraphol asked Eric. She had never seen so many different sweets together. Eric nodded at her question. "Yes," he replied and started to serve tea for the 4 of them. "Shame that Amaterasu is always so busy. Those rolls are her favorites," Hestia said offhandedly. She still used Eric's home in Neon when she wanted to visit her friend there. It was now the meeting place of the 2 goddesses. "Don't worry, Hestia. I had prepared a batch for her too," Eric replied while finishing to serve the tea. Seraphol's thoughts were running 1,000 kilometers per hour. There she was, sitting at a table and about to have tea with 2 humans of unknown affiliation and a goddess of the Olympus, and the goddess says that she wished the chief goddess of the Shinto faction was there too. He was not kidding when he said that he had friends in other pantheons. Seraphol thought. It was then that the information that Shuka Astaroth had told them came to the surface in her mind. Eric and Selena. The Ravenclaws. Seraphol looked at Eric, who had just finished serving the tea for them and was now floating the cups to the front of each person. She took her cup in her hands and sipped it. The tea was as good as the one that she had before. "So you are the Ravenclaws, right?" Seraphol said while looking at Eric and reaching for a cookie with her hand. Eric smiled at that. "Oh. I didn't know that our fame had reached the underworld," Eric replied to Seraphol, who was nibbling on a cookie with a pleasured face. "Not really. My friend Ajuka told me that the only strong human named Eric that he knew about was one Eric Ravenclaw, who had married Selena Ravenclaw, of the magical family Ravenclaw." Seraphol replied and nibbled the cookie in her hand before continuing. "But that happened almost 150 years ago," Seraphol said and looked at Eric and then at Selena. "You both look good for humans who are that old," Seraphol said. Eric just smiled at that. "We do look good, don't we?" Eric said and sipped his tea and looked at Selena with a smile, which was returned to him. What more did the future Satan Beelzebub say about us? Eric asked back, giving her the information that he knew a lot of what was happening in the underworld. Hestia was calmly sipping her tea and eating her sweets on the surface, but she was paying a lot of attention to the words said by the two. She didn't know that they would name other people with the name of the old Satans, just that their civil war has ended with the new devil's victory. Nothing much. Just that you were acclaimed as the strongest wizard since Melon, and that you guys hate vampires. Sarah Fall said and finished eating the cookie in her hand. She then started to look at the other sweets on the table. So many options, what to choose? Sarah Fall thought while assuming a thinking pose, with a hand on her chin and all. Eric and Selena chuckled at that, while Hestia started to laugh. Merlin wished he was as strong as Eric. Hestia said, and the attention of the people at the table turned to her. Hecate said that Eric already surpassed Merlin long ago in terms of magical prowess. But strength is not defined just by magic prowess in our world, right? Hestia continued. And Sarah Fall nodded at that while taking in her hands a mini croissant. She gave it a bite and her eyes went wide when the flavor of the heavily buttered pastry hit her mouth together with its filling of strawberry jam. A moan escaped from her mouth at that. And we don't hate all vampires. Just the one that doesn't have any regards to other people's lives. Selena said, replying to Sarah Fall's comment. Which is almost all the vampire population right now. Eric added with a small smile and ate a cinnamon roll. That comment got some laughs from the women at the table. Their tea time continued with the group trading histories and non-important talk. When came the time for Sarah Fall to go back home, Eric gave the future Satan Leviathan a vine basket full of sweet pastries that he had made. With a smile on her face, Sarah Fall was allowed to teleport back home with promises to come again for more tea and fun times. The next years passed quickly with Eric and Selena continuing their trips around the world, meeting new cultures and learning new things. Sarah Fall Citri had been named Leviathan by the Elders' Council of Devils together with her 3 friends who each received a name from the original Satans. For all the eyes looking at the underworld, the 4 young devils were the new leaders of the devils, with Lucifer taking care of home affairs, Asmodeus taking care of the army, Beelzebub taking care of research and technology, and Leviathan taking care of foreign affairs. But in reality, the 4 new Satans could not do anything without the approval of the Elders' Council, giving the group of old coots the true power in the underworld. When Eric told that to Sarah Fall, the new Satan denied, saying that the council approval was necessary so that the new Satans don't abuse their new power. Eric didn't say anything more to her but asked her to pay close attention to what the council was approving and refusing and take her own conclusions. It didn't take long for Eric and Selena to have to comfort a distraught Sarah Fall. She did what Eric suggested and saw the Elders' Council refusing to implement ideas that would bring a lot of good for the low class of devils. She saw them judging a devil who defended his daughter from the abuse coming from a son of a noble be sentenced to death. In her words, while bailing her eyes out to Eric and Selena, it was the same old regime, just with 4 new faces. And the worst of all, there was nothing that she could do to F with them. That night, Sarah Fall slept in Eric and Selena's home after crying until exhaustion. Unknown to her, the next year was the worst of all for all the members of the Elders' Council. Their members would suffer from occasional bouts of explosive diarrhea that no medic or healer could find the cause or cure for. Ravenclaw's house, north of Scotland. July 20th. Eric and Selena were back from a trip to the south of Africa. They had learned a lot of new things from this last trip. The tribes of the region could be in a constant state of wars, but they had some sacred grounds that no war could be waged on. These sacred grounds were a place where people went to search for magical knowledge and teachings, so it was full of magic coming from the various tribes around all over Africa. Eric and Selena were accepted by them after they contributed to their pool of knowledge with defensive wards that could reach great areas of effect. It was perfect to add to their sacred grounds already existing protections. Soon after they arrived home, Hestia came to welcome them back, and Sarah Fall followed suit some hours later. The Satan had become very good friends with the couple to the point of sometimes accompanying them on some of their trips. With time, she learned from Eric how to better deal with the Council of Old Coots. Her answer to any stupid demand that they came to make to her was to throw in their faces something that they didn't want the public to know. "Oh, you want me to talk with the Greek to get some naiads for you?" "Sure, but before that, you will have to tell your wife about the 3 other women that you are seeing behind her back." "Yes." Blackmail. Sarah Fall had learned from Eric how to use blackmail against the old coots. And if she had to say anything, it was very efficient. Some of the pieces of blackmail that Eric gave her sent chills through her spine. How he got his hands on them was still a mystery for her. Chapter 103, The Fall of Sarah Fall. Ravenclaw's house, north of Scotland. July 20th. While Eric was preparing something for them to eat with tea with the help of Hestia, Sarah Fall and Selena were left alone in the lounge room of the house. The 2 women were chatting with Selena telling Sarah Fall about some stuff that she had learned and Sarah Fall would ask questions at some points. But Selena noticed something was strange with Seraphol. It was like she was holding something back. What is it, Sarah? I know that something is bothering you. Selena asked Seraphol when she could not hold any more, seeing her friend acting strange. Seraphol froze. She didn't know what to say. The thing bothering her was not something nice in her eyes. Come on, Sarah. You can tell me anything. You know that. Selena said again. During the past years, Seraphol and Selena had become great friends. The type of friends that would tell anything to the other. Or so it looked like. I don't know how to tell you this, Sally. Seraphol said. Sarah and Sally were the nicknames that they started calling each other, even if Sally was Selena's second name. How about you go slow then? Selena said back to Seraphol, who nodded her head weakly. So. I know you guys for some decades already. Seraphol started saying. Almost 30 years, Sarah. Selena said, adding to Seraphol's. Right. Almost 30 years. Time sure passes quickly, ha ha ha. Seraphol said. Okay, Sarah, stop stalling. Selena said to Seraphol, having recognized what she was trying to do. Seraphol let out a sigh at that. Sigh. She couldn't let that eat her away anymore. Seraphol took a deep breath, looked Selena in the eyes, and braced herself for impact. Sally, I think I have developed feelings for Eric. Seraphol said at once. Feelings, you say? What kind of feelings? Selena replied with an amused face that was not seen by Seraphol, who had dropped her head. Yes. I think I'm in love with him. Seraphol said to Selena, again bracing herself for impact. But the impact never came. Seraphol looked up and saw Selena smiling widely at her. She then cocked her head to the side in confusion just to be enveloped by Selena in a hug. Finally. Selena said, squeezing Seraphol in her hug. Seraphol said intelligently. Selena let go of Seraphol and continued to look at her with a wide smile on her face. I have been looking for years for a sister, and I finally found one. Selena said, confusing Seraphol even more. Sister? Seraphol asked Selena, who nodded her head positively. Eric and I talked some good years ago, before even knowing you, about him getting another wife. Selena said. Eric wants another wife? Seraphol asked in shock, and Selena shook her head negatively. No, not Eric. I was the one to suggest that to him. Selena said to Seraphol. You. But why? I thought that all women would want their husband only to themselves. Seraphol asked back to Selena, in confusion. That would be true to anyone but Eric. You see, after Eric started learning to manipulate his vital energy, his stamina went through the roof. And it didn't help that the one that taught him how to do it was Sun Wukong himself. Selena said to Seraphol, whose eyes had gone wide. She knew that Eric could manipulate his vital energy just like the most strong yokai, but she didn't know who had taught him that skill. The thing is that Eric had become a stamina freak and I can't handle him anymore alone. It was then that we had a conversation and I suggested him to take another wife. Selena said to Seraphol, who was still in shock, but mostly because of what she had said about Eric being a stamina freak that she couldn't handle alone. Her imagination went wild with images of Selena unconscious in bed with Eric still pounding her from behind. That scene made the Satan blush, even more, when Selena's face flicked to her face for an instant inside her mind. Selena obviously noticed that and a teasing smile appeared on her face. Oh. Sarah is having some naughty thoughts about Eric. Selena said, teasing Seraphol even more to the horror of the Satan. Selena giggled at the mess that Seraphol was. Don't worry, Sarah. You have my blessings to pursue Eric. Just have in mind that you will not be the only one to be with him. Selena said to Seraphol, who nodded her head weakly. That being said, let me teach you how you can seduce Eric better. First, you have to know that Eric is an ass lover, so you will have to flaunt yours for him. This is how you will do it. Selena then started to explain to Seraphol what she could do to better seduce her husband. Seraphol was listening with attention to her words and taking mental notes to all the tips and tricks that her future sister was giving her. It didn't take long for Seraphol to start working on seducing Eric. And it didn't take long for Eric to notice how bold Seraphol had become suddenly. She would show her ass to him at any opportunity, just like she was taking any opportunity to accidentally touch Eric, be it with her hands or any part of her body. It came to a point that Eric had started to avoid Seraphol's presence, and that hurt the Satan. What in the hell do you think you are doing? Selena said one day to him. Eric was confused. What have I done? Eric asked back to Selena. You have been ignoring Seraphol lately, and now she thinks that you hate her. Selena said to Eric, whose face lighted up in realization. He then let out a sigh. Sigh. It's not that. I assure you. But lately, Serafall has been trying to seduce me and it is getting hard to resist. Eric said to Selena with a sad face, just to receive a slap on the back of his head from his wife. Are you an idiot? Selena asked Eric. What? Eric replied and asked stupidly, and was Selena's time to let out a sigh. Sigh. Eric, love, have you forgotten our talk all those years back about you getting a second wife? Selena asked Eric, whose face was now one of shock and realization. You mean to say that Serafall? Eric incompletely asked Selena. Yes, love. Serafall talked to me some time ago and said to me that she had feelings for you. We talked and I gave her my blessing to seduce you. But you have to go and shun her. Selena said, with an angry tone in the last part while glaring at Eric, who now looked ashamed of what he had done to their friend. I'm sorry. Eric replied. It's not to me that you have to say you are sorry. Selena said to Eric. Right. Eric said back to Selena. The two stood in place looking at each other in silence until Selena got angry with Eric and yelled at him. What are you waiting for? An invitation. Go talk to Serafall, now. Right. Sorry. Eric replied and was jolted out of his seat. After that episode, Eric started to take Serafall into dates after imploring the devil for her forgiveness. Some of them were with Selena together with them, while others were only the two of them. It didn't take long for Serafall to join Selena in their battles against Eric at night. Of course that the Satan's first time had been only the two alone, but the next time had been the three of them together. The first time was a little awkward for the three of them, but their horny states helped them to go through it and now they were hooked to it. Serafall would come almost all the nights to their house and Selena and Serafall would spend the night riding Eric to oblivion. Unfortunately, for Selena and Serafall's horror, it didn't take long for them to notice that the two of them, even after tag-teaming Eric, were going to sleep before their men due to tiredness mixed with bliss. One day, when the two sisters were talking alone, they concluded they needed more reinforcements. Serafall's relationship with Eric, as his second woman, was not a secret to the ones who were friends with the trio. The only thing that they asked was discretion until Serafall felt ready to tell her Satan friends about it. Her position as Satan Leviathan of the underworld came with some level of exposure to gossip, and that was not something that any of them wanted Serafall to bait a target off right now. She was already suffering from the constant stream of devils trying to woo her, which was getting on her nerves. It was then that Eric gave her an idea. Serafall liked it so much that she had put it into action the next day. During the whole next week, the underworld was lit with Serafall's announcement. She announced that she would not marry anyone weaker than her. If anyone wanted to try to woo her, they would have to first defeat her in a single battle. Some stuck-up little shits thought that they had a chance at it and challenged Serafall. But on the day of the challenge, in a transmission that was aired to all underworld, they were shown what was the difference between them and a Satan in a humiliating way. Eric and Selena were laughing loudly at it. They had hijacked the transmission and were watching it from their home. But what if another Satan challenges her? Well, too bad for them that the Council of Old Coots had passed a law that forbids a Satan to marry another Satan, permanently closing that path. But what if a hidden powerhouse appeared? Well, then they would have to identify themselves and be put through the scrutiny of the underworld population to have stayed hidden during the entire war. But what about the other pantheons? Couldn't they come and steal Serafall away? Well, no. Serafall had been very clear in her announcement. Challenged would only be accepted from devils and anyone who was not affiliated to other factions. So, no horny god could suddenly appear and whiskey her away without causing a war. Even if they did ignore that, Serafall had been training with Eric during her free time that she was not riding him to oblivion. And that was the beauty of that challenge announcement. Eric could come to the underworld at any given time, issue his challenge and win Serafall under the public's eyes. And that was exactly what Selena had talked with her soon after Eric innocently gave her the idea. He would just have to wait some years for the idea to take root and then issue his challenge. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Eric Goes Wild. Lilith City, Underworld. March 3rd. Lilith City was the capital of the underworld. And as most capitals, it contained the core of the governing body. It was here that all decisions were made since the times of the old Satans, and it was here that decisions were made now, with the new Satans in power. Due to being the capital and core of the governing body, the city had a lot of events happening all the time. The most recent one was the marriage of Surzex Lucifer with Graphia Lucifuge. The marriage of their new Satan Lucifer had put the city in a festive mood for months. But now the city was in a festive mood for another reason. It had been 18 years since Serafall Leviathan's announcement about her accepting challengers to court her, and 16 years since the last challenge was issued with none managing to defeat Satan Leviathan until now, with the last challenger still being traumatized every time that he sees an ice cube. It had been so much time since the last challenge that some people had even forgotten about it in all. That is, until now. 1 month ago, the news stations all over the underworld received a formal letter that issued a challenge to Satan Leviathan for the right to court her. The news stations went crazy with it, just like the population of the underworld. After 16 years, a new challenger appeared to try to win the rights to court Satan Leviathan. The problem was that nobody knew who the challenger was. They only had his name that was signed on the letter, Eric Ravenclaw. The devils went crazy asking everywhere in Underworld who was Eric Ravenclaw. But none could answer, because very few knew of the Ravenclaw name, and the one who knew, chose to not say anything about it after concluding that it was not the same Ravenclaw from the human world. Ultimately, a week before the challenge date, the news stations got wind of a possible identity for Eric Ravenclaw and made sure that the entire population of the underworld knew about it too. And they went into an uproar. The idea of a human, even if magical, challenging a Satan was incomprehensible for them. In their minds, there was no way that a human could challenge Satan and win. For them, this Eric Ravenclaw was just courting death. When the news stations asked Seraphal Leviathan about the possibility of her opponent being human, she just shrugged at it. So what if he is human? I was very clear in my announcement. I would accept any challenger, whatever was his race. One of my only criteria for the challengers was that the challenger must not be affiliated with any other faction. If this Eric Ravenclaw meets these criteria, I have no problem with being challenged by him. Seraphal replied. But what if he wins? The reporters asked the Satan Leviathan. If he wins, I will accept his courtship like I would have done to anyone that managed to defeat me in single combat. If he loses, he loses. Seraphal replied again, putting a final dot on that conversation. No need to say that the population of the underworld went into another uproar. The main cause this time was their Satan Leviathan being true to her word, something that the past Satans would have never done. But, like usual, in the middle of the group of cheering people, there was a little group that was aiming to discredit the new Satan, calling her a traitor for thinking and accepting the courtship of a human, someone that they viewed as a race that was beneath them. The discontent group was quickly shut up by others when they were asked why they have not challenged Seraphal Leviathan on their own. After all, it had been 18 years since the first announcement. And today was the day chosen for the battle. In an adjacent room, Seraphal Leviathan was waiting for the accorded time with a pot of cookie in her hands. She munched at it happily while waiting for the battle. Together with her in the room were her 4 other devil friends, the 3 Satans, Cerzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus, and Graphia Lucifuge. Since their announcement as the new Satans, they had noticed that Seraphal had been in an unusually good mood, but they couldn't find the reason why. That is until a month ago when Eric Ravenclaw's letter of challenge was received. Suddenly, it all made sense for them. From Seraphal's out-of-the-way good mood to her unexpected announcement about accepting challengers to court her. It was all a plot. A very well-planned plot. Since when, Seraphal? Ajuka Beelzebub asked his friend. Seraphal looked at him with confusion written all over her face. Since when, what, Ajuka? Seraphal asked back. Ajuka Beelzebub let out a tired sigh at that. Sigh. Since when are you and Eric Ravenclaw meeting? Ajuka Beelzebub asked again, this time in a more complete manner. Seraphal smiled internally but continued to feign ignorance. I have no idea of what are you talking about, Ajuka. Seraphal replied to her Satan friend, who let out another sigh that was kind of mixed with a groan. He had no chance of receiving a direct answer from Seraphal, and he knew it. Seraphal Leviathan, despite her bubbly fool-like personality, was a shrewd woman when she wanted to be one. And that was the key phrase, when she wanted to be. So this is the same Eric that subdued Seraphal all those years ago. Cerzex Lucifer asked the other Satans since Seraphal would not tell them anything. Ajuka Beelzebub nodded his head. Probably. He replied to Cerzex Lucifer. What do you mean probably? Cerzex Lucifer asked back. It was very rare for his friend Ajuka to not know something. The man was, after all, a control freak. Proof of that was his ultimate move, the Kankara formula that allowed him to control everything around him. I sent people to gather information about him, but they all came back with empty hands. The Ravenclaws have not been seen in the wizarding world since the siege at Hogwarts Castle, 140 years ago. The castle itself was impossible for any of my agents to enter. The place has so much protection around it that I, myself, would find it difficult to breach its defenses. And I doubt that anyone could enter the place if not invited. One of my agents tried to take control over some staff members to gain access to the castle, but even so, it was a futile try. The ward worked independently of the people controlling the castle and barred anyone that is deemed dangerous to the people inside. Ajuka Beelzebub said in a defeated tone. Seraphal was laughing internally. During one summer she, together with Hestia, was invited by Eric and Selena to visit the Hogwarts castle. They were going there to update the wards and decided to invite their friends to visit the place. Hestia loved the atmosphere inside it so much that she ended up blessing the ward stone, making the castle's already impenetrable wards even more impenetrable. What is inside the castle that requires so much protection? Falbium Asmodeus asked. Nothing too important. Just the entire next generation of wizards and the biggest pool of magical wizard knowledge in all world. Ajuka Beelzebub replied sarcastically. He then let out a sigh and explained better. Sigh. Sorry for that, but not knowing something irritates me. The Castle of Hogwarts is the first magical school to be created in the world that accepts anyone coming from any origin as long as he possesses wizarding magic in him. For more than 200 years Hogwarts has been teaching and training strong wizards and witches. But none of them were as strong as Eric Ravenclaw. And as I have said before, no one saw or heard of him or his wife in the last 140 years. Ajuka Beelzebub said to Falbium Asmodeus, apologizing too for his lack of sense. Falbium nodded his head at the knowledge. He too would do anything in his power to protect the next generation of devils from any outside danger. It doesn't matter now, because it's time for the challenge. Seraphal suddenly said, and all the other devils in the room turned to look at her. Gone was the bubbly devil persona and the pot of cookies. In front of them was the devil that froze entire armies during the Civil War. In front of them was Satan Leviathan. Oh, it seems that Seraphal intends to go all out. Ajuka Beelzebub commented as Seraphal had passed by them and was not walking through the corridor to the arena. But wasn't you telling us that they were already dating, probably? Falbium Asmodeus asked Ajuka Beelzebub in confusion. They could be already dating, but that doesn't change anything for Seraphal, right now. The other devils would be able to tell if she gives up the fight or she pretends to do it. That's why she has to go all out against him. Graphia Lucifuge replied. The question had not been addressed to her, but in matters of a feminine hearth, she was the only one that could answer that for them. Inside the arena, in the middle of the wild cheers coming from devils that had come to watch the event in flesh, Seraphal Leviathan entered it and was now walking to her designated position. One could see in her face how serious she was taking this challenge and could feel it too in their skin. The magic being emanated by Seraphal was constantly lowering the temperature of her surroundings. From a cabin in the privileged part of the stadium that housed the arena, a devil was watching everything with attention. The microphone in front of him showed what would be his role in this fight. He was the devil that would be commenting on the fight. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this event. On one side, holding her ground as the challenged in this event, is our dear Satan, Seraphal Leviathan. The devil started doing his job and the crowd went wild again. And the Satans have mercy of the poor sod that challenged her because she is going all out tonight if the cold that I'm feeling right here where I am is any signal. He added, sending the crowd of devils in another huge uproar. And on the other side, we have the challenger. A man that we know nothing about. The mysterious, Eric Ravenclaw. The commentator announced and everyone looked at the opposing entrance from the one that Seraphal used. But, to their disappointment, or not, nobody exited from it. Instead, in the middle of the arena, right into the position that was designated to be the one for the challenger, opposed to the position that Seraphal Leviathan was standing, a blue magic circle appeared. Inside it, a raven in mid-flight with its talons ready to grab something was shown. The light of the magic circle intensified and, from the middle of it, a man appeared between fading motes of blue light, and he was smiling at the serious-looking Satan in front of him. The man was Eric Ravenclaw. That move had some people watching the event frowning. With the protections around the arena and the stadium, any unauthorized transportation magic would be impossible, but this man managed to do it anyway. Here we have, ladies and gentlemen, our challenger, Eric Ravenclaw. The commentator said, announcing Eric's arrival. Different from Seraphal's welcoming uproar, Eric was received by a shower of boos and other more colorful names. But he was not moved by all that because he was already expecting it. Eric just stood in place, looking at the serious-looking Seraphal with a small smile on his face. Seraphal was the first one to talk between the two. She looked at all the people booing and jeering Eric and shook her head in disappointment. She then looked back at Eric. Why don't you make them shut up by showing off your power, Eric? Seraphal said. Since a long time ago, she knew that Eric was the possessor of one of the Longina sacred gears and that he used it to hide his energy completely. But today the objective was for him to show off. Sure, why not? Eric replied and slowly took one of his hands to the other one. From it, he slowly removed a snake-like ring, that in reality was a snake-like monster created by him, and put it inside the side pocket of his pants. The moment that he removed the ring, the most sensitive people in the stadium frowned. If before they could not have a feel for Eric's energy levels, now they could feel that it was there. It was under a tight leash, but it was there. Ajuka Beelzebub's eyes went wide with that and he became very interested in the ring that Eric had removed. Before it, he, even having his Kankara formula by his side, could not perceive Eric's existence. If not for his eyes seeing the man, he would not say that he was even there. But now, the only thing that he could sense was a mass of compressed energies. And when he says energies, he means it. He could feel Eric's vital energy and mana. Both were compressed inside him to the ultimate level. He doubted that he or any of his Satan friends would have that level of control over their energies. Inside his head, Ajuka concluded, Eric Ravenclaw was a monster hiding between the sheep. After storing the snake-like ring inside his side pocket, Eric let his power go loose. Instantly it was like gravity inside the stadium and around it had multiplied by 10. The ground around Eric was compressed down and cracked in a circular shape due to the pressure being emanated by his body. The crowd that before was booing and jeering at him went completely silent, with the weakest devils between them fainting on the spot while frothing through their mouths. Most of the sensitive ones went to their knees, with some of them even vomiting on the ground. Inside the VID cabins, the higher-ups from the underworld, also known as the Council of Elders, were cold sweating, with only the 3 remaining Satans, Graphia Lucifuge, and some others maintaining their composures, but internally, all of them were asking themselves the same question. Where the F did this monster come from? A/N, I would like to use this space to say thank you to all of the people that continues to support my work. Simple comments like, thanks for the chapter, keep the good work, etc., are what incentives me to continue writing despite the mean ones. Thank you, guys and gals. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Eric Ravenclaw vs. Seraphal Leviathan. Lilith City, Underworld. March 3rd. After Eric's show of power, the stadium stays silent without anyone daring to say anything or even move. It took Seraphal's talking to Eric for him to tone down his magic power. Eric, if you continue with this we will never start our challenge. Seraphal said to Eric, who smiled sheepishly at her. Sorry. I will tone it down a bit. Eric replied to Seraphal and did just as he told he would. After retaking control of his magic power and compressing it again inside his body, the stadium slowly came back to normal. Devils that had fainted were being woken up by the ones that managed to keep their bearings, and the commentator continued with his job after receiving a pointed look from Seraphal, who was still in the middle of the arena. That was incredible. Eric Ravenclaw shows to the entire stadium what he is made of. His display of power was incredible. Who knew that humans could reach such heights in power, huh? The commentator says, trying to butter up Eric a little. He at least didn't want to be on the bad side of a powerhouse like that. Now for our main event and the reason that everyone came here today, let me present to you all the places where Satan Leviathan and Eric Ravenclaw will be fighting. The commentator said, managing to recover a little of his previous gas. And as he said that, big magical screens lit up around the stadium and started showing a desolated scenario on them. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where the fight will be happening. Housed in a small portion of the dimensional gap is the arena for our fighters. The commentator announced, getting gasps from a lot of the people inside the stadium and in their homes who were watching the event via magical transmission. The reason for their gasp was simple. Everyone knew that the dimensional gap was a forbidden zone. But it was not forbidden because of some laws. No, it was forbidden because it would kill anyone who ventured there without enough power to protect him. It was told that to resist the dimensional gap's effects one must have the strength of at least a Satan level. And that was to resist it for a limited time only. The corrosive effects of the dimensional gap were that strong. But you all don't have to worry about the well-being of our Satan Leviathan. This piece of the dimensional gap that we are seeing was isolated from the rest of it. Enchantments were put in place too to stabilize its atmosphere and turn it livable. This incredible advancement was created by our Satan Beelzebub. The commentator said, and the devils inside the stadium start to cheer loudly. But the area created this way will not last forever, of course. The corrosive effects of the dimensional gap are so great that it will, slowly but surely, claiming its borrowed space back. But the time for it to happen is far away from now, which means that it can be safely used to house the fight of these two powerhouses. The commentator added. Now, without more delay, let's start this challenge for the rights to court Satan Leviathan's hand. The commentator said again, and a big generic gray magic circle lit up in the middle of the arena, encompassing Eric and Seraphal inside it. During the time that the commentator was riling the devils up again, Eric and Seraphal were having a staring contest in silence. As the transportation magic circle finished charging up, both fighters disappeared in the middle of motes of gray light. Pocket Space Arena, Dimensional Gap. March 3rd. In the middle of the desolated scenario that was the space created by Ajuka Beelzebub, a big gray magic circle shone and two people appeared in the middle of motes of gray light. They were, of course, Eric and Seraphal. The duo stood still staring at each other without a word being said. Everything that they wanted to convey to the other was already said in a talk that they had last night. And just like that, without a word being traded, Seraphal was the first one to make a move. With the rise of her hand, a dozen or so lances made of ice materialized around Seraphal, and, with the drop of her hand in the direction that Eric was, the lances of ice launched at him at high speed. Boom. The sound of the lances hitting the spot where Eric shook the place. Was being the key word here. Before the lances reached him, Eric moved away in a burst of incredible speed, reappearing by Seraphal's side, ready to punch her. Around his body, a light blue aura could be seen. It was the manifestation of Eric's vital energy manipulation. Normally, the light around him would be stronger, but due to his increased control over it, the wasted energy was very little. That move was seen by Seraphol, who immediately turned and prepared her own punch to meet with Eric's. Bam! The sound of the two colliding fists shook the place again. Around Seraphol's body, a light blue aura could be seen too. During the years of training with Eric, Seraphol had learned to harness and manipulate her vital energy, increasing the raw power that her body could produce immensely together with her overall power. With a smile on their faces and the introductory moves done, the two started a frenetic trade of blows, with most of them being dodged or blocked by one or another. The sonic booms together with the impacts of each blow were quickly changing the scenario of the prepared arena to one that resembled the moon's surface. Inside the VID rooms in the arena, the other three Satans, plus Graphia Lucifuge, were watching the magical screen that was showing Eric and Seraphol's fight with open wide eyes. Did any of you know about this? Sirzex Lucifer asked the group. That Seraphol's power had climbed so much in the space of time between the end of the Civil War and now? No. Graphia Lucifuge was the one to answer her husband and master. The strong she-devil was wearing a maid attire even after having married Sirzex Lucifer. Seraphol had once told Eric that Graphia continued to wear the maid's attire because she had a fetish about maids and their masters. That was why she continued to serve the Gremory family as a maid even after having married her master. And when did she learn to manipulate her vital energy? Ajuka Beelzebub was the one to ask this time. That changed things. Before this revelation, the dynamic of the group of Satan was well defined, with Sirzex being the strongest of the four and Seraphol being the weakest. But now? Well, Seraphol was not the weakest one, of that he was sure of. Graphia, it seems that your rival had left you behind. Sirzex Lucifer said to his wife. He knew that the rivalry that the two she-devils had was a fierce but friendly one. With Seraphol stepping ahead of Graphia, he could for sure expect his wife to restart her training routine. Graphia Lucifuge, who was watching the trade of blows between Seraphol and Eric with great attention, nodded her head slowly at her husband/master comment while a fire was being reignited inside her eyes. Inside another VID room, a group of old devils was watching the magical screen with open mouths. How can this be? One said. Impossible. Another exclaimed. This must be an illusion. There is no other plausible explanation. A third one said. They all had the same thoughts inside their heads. How could a mere human contend blow against blow with one of their Satans? A fourth old devil scowled at the reaction of his peers. This was Zakram Baal, undoubtedly the devil that held the most power inside the underworld. You fools. Don't you see? He is just like them. He is an anomaly. An aberration of nature, just like those four that we named Satans. Zakram Baal said, putting some degree of order back to the room. But inside, he was asking himself the same questions. He was old. Zakram Baal was an old devil. He had seen a lot during all this time. He had seen other anomalies being born in the devil race before their current devils, but all of them ended dead before reaching their true potential because they bite more than they could chew. But never he had seen a human that could hold the kind of power that Eric Ravenclaw had. Near it. Sure. But never something that could put him above all the other supernatural races. Inside his head, Zakram Baal was already starting to plot against Eric Ravenclaw without even knowing the result of the fight. Inside the pocket space created by Ajuka Beelzebub, the trade of blows between Seraphol and Eric were going for tens of minutes already. At some point, their trades had gone up by a notch. Now, with each blow, spells were being cast and launched against their opponent. Seraphol's blows were freezing everything that they touched, while Eric's blows were burning everything that they touched. And when both happened to collide against each other, a steam explosion was created together with a new crater. Suddenly, both fighters separated. Seraphol was breathing hard. She was not used yet to the continuous use of her vital energy together with her magic, and it was waiting in her body. Different from Seraphol, Eric showed a calm visage. That kind of trade of blows was what he was used to doing while he was learning with Sun Wukong. The old Monkey King was a true stamina monster and had ingrained one thing inside Eric's head: a lot of fights in the supernatural world were not decided by who was the strongest. They were decided by who got tired first. What was the use of being a glass cannon if you need too much time to recharge after each shot and is useless for the time being? Getting tired, Seraphol? Eric said in a teasing way. Seraphol glared back at Eric. You are the only one with the freakish stamina here, Eric. Seraphol replied while still glaring. True. Eric said, admitting that he had very high stamina. Let's wrap this up then, okay? Don't want to hurt you to the point that would mess with our celebration party later tonight. Eric said after protecting his last words from being transmitted back to the underworld. Sure, it has nothing to do with the punishment that Selena promised if you hurt me too much. Seraphol replied, returning the teasing to Eric, who smiled at that. Let's bring the big guns out then, Seraphol. Eric announced in a loud voice, and a huge blue magic circle with a raven mid-flight in the center of it appeared behind him. Seraphol nodded her head at that and, with a smile on her face, summoned an equally big blue magic circle behind her. In the middle of it was the shield of the Citri family. The magic circles were quickly charged up and were soon ready to be unleashed. Ice Age. Seraphol yelled and released her spell by slamming the magic circle under her. From it, copious amounts of ice started to flow, freezing anything and everything that they touched, transforming the place into a frozen moon surface. As the ice quickly advanced in Eric's direction, the high human smiled at it. Ice Age was Seraphol's ultimate move. She was certainly pouring her everything in this one spell. And what would Eric be if he didn't answer her on the same level? Eric raised his right hand to his front and snapped his fingers loudly. Snap. White hungry flames. Eric announced quietly. From the huge magic circle behind him, a white substance started to pour without end. It poured like it was a giant waterfall and behaved like a sort of heavy gas or liquid, quickly covering a huge area of the destroyed surface of the pocket space. The white substance could behave like some sort of heavy gas or liquid, but in reality, the white substance was, in truth, flames. But when the wave of white fire met the wave of ice, something strange happened. Or better said, nothing happened. No steam explosion happened, no battle for supremacy between hot and cold. The white fire simply consumed all the ice that it made contact with. The white hungry flames were Eric's signature spell. The same one that he had created while being inspired by the fiend fire. The same one that he could designate anything as the target for its hunger. And in this one instance, that he had cast it, the flame's target was only one, ice. That was why there was no steam explosion. Differently from the trade of blows from before, this white flame simply ate away all ice that it made contact with. Quickly, the wave of white flames gained ground over the wave of ice, hungrily devouring it to fuel itself more and more. Seraphol quickly found herself surrounded by the white flames and almost panicked at the possibility of being devoured too. She just stopped herself from panicking because she knew that spell and knew that Eric would never truly hurt her. And so, the white flames covered Seraphol's body, devouring the Satan completely. Snap. Another loud snap of finger from Eric, and the sea of white flames started to die down. Having taken care of all the ice generated by Seraphol, the fire's objective was reached and Eric commanded it to disappear. In front of him, at a good distance, as the white fire disappeared, Seraphol's body was revealed. The Satan was still standing in place but was barely holding herself up. She was breathing hard and her legs were trembling in the effort to keep their owner standing. She looked at Eric and smiled. A wide and happy smile. You win. Seraphol managed to say before having her legs give up and starting to fall on her front. But, before her body could make even half the way to the ground, a figure appeared in front of Seraphol and caught her. In a quick movement, Eric had Seraphol in his arms and was carrying her in bridal style. Welcome to the family again, Seraphol. Eric said in a low voice that could be heard only by the two of them with a smile on his face. The Satan was unaware of all of this, having lost consciousness after declaring Eric the winner of the challenge. Chapter 106, Aftermatch, Part. Lilith City, Underworld. March 3rd. A big grey magic circle illuminated the middle of the arena in Lilith City, and from it, in the middle of motes of grey, a person carrying another materialized. It was Eric carrying an unconscious Seraphol. The stadium was silent. The devils had just seen one of their Satans lose a fight, and to some of them, that was an inconceivable idea. It didn't take long for them to show some movement again. They seemed to be riling up when they were all shut up because of 3 devils that had flown down to the middle of the arena. They were the other 3 Satans of the devil race, Surzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus. They looked apprehensively at Eric, who was holding an unconscious Seraphol. Could you, please, let Seraphol go? Surzex Lucifer asked Eric, who raised an eyebrow to the redhead devil. You want me to drop an unconscious woman in the ground? Eric asked back. Of course that he was just teasing Surzex Lucifer with that. What? No. Just handle her to us. Surzex Lucifer said again, making Eric raise an eyebrow again. How about, no? I don't know who you are. Eric replied to the redhead Satan. I am Surzex Lucifer. I am one of Seraphol Leviathan's friends. Surzex Lucifer said with a smile, introducing himself to Eric, who rolled his eyes at him. I know who you are, Satan Lucifer. What I meant was I don't know you. How could I in my right conscience let my future wife in the hands of a man that I don't know personally? Eric said in a righteous tone that could make a little sense. I would very much prefer to let her in the hands of a family member of hers. Eric said again, and Surzex Lucifer turned to look at a VID room. 10 seconds later, a man and a woman came out flying from the room. When they arrived in the middle of the arena, Eric knew instantly who they were due to the similarities that they had with Seraphol. These are Lord and Lady Citri. Serafal's father and mother. I hope that this met your demands. Sirs X Lucifer said again to Eric, whose eyebrow rose for the third time. Demands? What do you think I am? Some kidnapper that have demands. Eric said again, teasing, even more, the redhead Satan and getting some chuckles from Ajuka Beelzebub. Eric then looked at Lord and Lady Citri and smiled. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Nice to meet you, I am Eric Ravenclaw, your future son-in-law. Eric said to the couple and watched as they had different reactions. Lord Citri almost had a vein in his head burst at being called father-in-law, while Lady Citri just gave Eric a small smile. But Eric had to give his congratulations to the men. Lord Citri managed to keep his cool. Can you handle my daughter to me? He asked Eric through gritted teeth. Of course, I can. She passed out due to almost exhausting her energies. She just needs some rest. Eric said and slowly floated Serafal to the waiting arms of her father, who nodded his head at Eric's words while doing his own checkup on Serafal. And after seeing that what Eric said was true, the men visibly relaxed. As any father would, she was very concerned about his daughter. Even more, after Eric had revealed his level of power. He knew that Serafal was strong, one of the strongest devils alive even, but he couldn't avoid being concerned for the well-being of his princess. Eric smiled at the couple again and snapped his fingers. Snap. Under him, a blue transportation magic circle appeared and started to slowly charge up. The slow process was on purpose because he had already sensed some people moving in the background. I have to go now, but I'm sure that we will meet again in a more right circumstance. Eric said to the couple and made a gesture of who was going to snap his fingers again to activate the magic circle when a loud voice interrupted him. Stop right where you are. Eric slowly turned to where the voice came from and saw a group of old devils walking to him. He looked back to the three Satans and saw that they had some disapproval in their eyes to the actions of this group. Did I even move from this place since the beginning? Eric asked in a mix of confusion and cheekiness. The three Satans smiled internally at that. By the way that Eric answered, they knew that they were going to witness a good show. The group of haughty old devils walked to a distance from Eric and stopped. They looked at him and the leader announced in a condescending tone. You are under arrest. Don't resist and come with us. Eric raised an eyebrow at that. And on what basis are you arresting me? Eric asked the old devil. For hurting Satan Leviathan. The old devil said. Eric looked at the men and started to laugh hysterically at his face. Ha 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 ha. Eric continued to laugh for a good 30 seconds until he stopped and made a movement with his hand to dry a laugh tear from the corner of his eye. And who are you again? Eric asked the old devil. I am the enforcer of the Elder Council of Devils. The old devil replied in a haughty tone. So you are just a puppet from this council? Eric asked but didn't let the enforcer answer his question and continued to talk. Again, let me just put this straight. I come to the underworld to fight Satan Leviathan in a challenge put up by her and you want to arrest me for winning the challenge. Eric asked again while putting all the facts on the table. Is it just me that is seeing something wrong here? Eric asks rhetorically again. He then raises his hand to the group of old devils and puts it in a snapping position, putting the devils around in defensive. I think that 1 month would be enough to teach you guys some humility. Eric says and snaps his fingers before anyone could do anything about it. Snap. Inside all the old devils' bodies from the group, including the ones from the council that were hiding inside their room in the VID area, Eric's micro-monsters started to block their senses to their devil energy, turning them all powerless. Eric was expecting something like that to happen since the beginning and had taken some precautions from the start. When he released his power before the duel, Eric used the time frame to create tons of micro-monsters and disperse them through the stadium. His main target was the old devils from the Elders' Council. In front of him, the enforcer and his group seemed to deflate instantly. They looked around them and they looked at Eric in horror. What have you done? The enforcer asked. I just took away from you what makes you think that you are better than others. In other words, I took away your devil energy. Eric said to the group of powerless devils, making the three Satans' eyes go wide. But don't worry. After a month it will come back. Eric said to them and made a motion to turn to where the Satans were, just to stop in the middle of the movement and look back to the enforcer's group. By the way, just for curiosity's sake. Who had the brilliant idea of trying to arrest a person who has enough power to defeat one of your Satans and still stand straight? He must be a really brilliant guy. Eric said sarcastically, already knowing the answer to that question, and turned to face the three Satans and Serafal's parents. He then smiled at them. I bid you all farewell. Eric said to the group, giving them a small bow. ANS please, Lady Citri, contact me if someone tries to do anything to your family or Serafal. She can tell you how to contact me. Eric said to her future mother-in-law. Use this month wisely. Eric said again, this time while looking seriously at the three Satans. He then snapped his fingers, activating the transportation magic circle that was on hold and disappeared from the arena in the middle of motes of blue light. Later that day, the three Satans were alone in Sirzex Lucifer's office inside Lilith City. This was not his main office, but it was one that was often used by him when he was in the city at work. What are the results? Sirzex Lucifer asked his Satan friends. Ajuka Beelzebub let out a sigh. Sigh. In addition to the Enforcers group, around 80% of the members of the Devil's Council had lost their ability to use their magic. Ajuka Beelzebub replied to Sirzex Lucifer, whose eyes went wide at the number. And the worst of all, I have no idea of how he managed to do that. I sensed no magic at all coming from him when he snapped his fingers at that time, and could not find any magic at all blocking the other devil's magic. It's like he just snapped his fingers and they have lost their magic. Ajuka Beelzebub added. That is some dangerous ability. Falbium Asmodeus said, making the other two Satans nod their heads in agreement. But the strange thing is that he didn't really remove their magic. They still have it inside their bodies, they just can't access it. Ajuka Beelzebub said again, sending the Satans in the room in thinking mode. What about Seraphol? Falbium Asmodeus asked. She is fine. Aside from some minor bruises, it is just like Eric Ravenclaw had said, she exhausted almost all of her magic in the fight and will need some rest. Ajuka Beelzebub replied, making the other two devils nod their heads slowly. The room then went into a period of total silence. So, what should be done about him? Sirzex Lucifer asked his other two friends. Ajuka Beelzebub looked at Falbium Asmodeus at that. From the four of them, Falbium was the one that could analyze tactics better. Nothing at all. He didn't seem to be hostile to devils at all, and seems to want to take Seraphol as his second wife if he calling Lord and Lady Citri in-laws means anything. Falbium Asmodeus said. From my point of view, he is a man that will not attack you first, but will come after you with the 2 feet if attacked. Falbium Asmodeus added, and his two devil friends nodded at that with their heads. What about his parting words? Sirzex Lucifer asked, and again, a predatory smile appeared on the faces of Ajuka Beelzebub and Falbium Asmodeus. With so many members of the council unavailable, it means that it will come to us to make the final decisions in the government body. Ajuka Beelzebub said. And it would be a shame if some of our projects that they were blocking would find themselves approved. Falbium Asmodeus added. Their predatory grin seemed to be contagious because Sirzex Lucifer had one showing 2 on his face. Chapter 107, Aftermatch, Part 6. Heaven. March 3rd. The great Seraph Michael was watching a transmission coming from the underworld together with his brothers and sisters. To his knowledge, the transmission was leaked from the underworld as a means of propaganda for the devils showcasing one of their new Satan strengths. Tell us again, Brother Michael, why are we watching 2 devils fight? Archangel Raphael asked Michael. Transmissions coming from the devil's part of the underworld were normally 2 devils going at it in an arena, and that was not the kind of thing that an angel could call entertainment without falling. Because this time it is not 2 devils fighting, Brother Raphael. It is the new Satan Leviathan and a human called Eric Ravenclaw. Apparently, some years ago their new Satan Leviathan, Seraphol Leviathan, tired from the devil's advances to try and court her, made an announcement. She announced that she would only consider the courting of those who were stronger than her, and for that, they would have to defeat her in single combat. Until now, various challenges were issued, but none managed to even hurt the Satan. A month ago, a new challenger appeared after some time without any. The challenge was issued by Eric Ravenclaw. Michael said, making Raphael's eyebrow rise together with the eyebrow of other angels in the room. Due to that, none noticed Gabriel perking at the mention of a human called Eric Ravenclaw. That was the name of the human that gave her the journal's copy. It had not taken much investigation of their part to know that Eric had married after having gone to the magic school and had taken his wife's family name, Ravenclaw. Unfortunately for her, it was there that her information stopped due to the church having removed themselves from Britain soon after his marriage. When they had come back to the island, the Ravenclaws had already retired from the magical world and no more news was available to them. While Gabriel thought about all that, she was slowly stirring the hot tea in her cup. Because of her interest in bees in the past, Gabriel's honey was a much-sought commodity in heaven. It was considered the best way to sweeten your tea in heaven, and it was very beneficial to angels too, since the flowers that had their nectar collected to make the honey were the ones in the Eden's garden. Gabriel sipped her tea and turned to pay attention to the magical screen that was showing them the start of a fight. Michael had continued talking while the fight didn't start, taking some papers in his hand and telling the other angels all the information that he had on Eric Ravenclaw. It was then that their attention was called to the magic screen. On it, they watched as Seraphol Leviathan entered the arena under the cheers of the devils, followed by Eric Ravenclaw arriving through a transportation magic circle being welcomed with the boos and jeers. It was then that Eric Ravenclaw released his power, making very angel inside the room have wide eyes. They could feel it in their very being, the similarity of his power to the one that their father had. They watched with attention as the fight started and finished, and as the aftermatch happened. To the devil's horror, the humiliation of the enforcer team from their elders' council was aired too. After the transmission finished, the room that was full of angels was silent. The first one to break was Raphael. "He is strong," Raphael said simply, and the other angels nodded their heads in agreement. "Yes. I think that I couldn't win against him too," Michael said, shocking some of the angels in the room that had never gone to a battlefield. "Any chances of bringing him to our team? Can we send some members of the church to try and recruit him?" asked Uriel. The power displayed by Eric Ravenclaw had been very high. "No," Michael said while shaking his head. "You have to remember where he is coming from. Eric Ravenclaw is a wizard. His kind was and still is hunted down by the church for being spawns of the devil. He is the owner of their magical school and had seen children go home for the summer just to not be seen again. Some of them even his colleagues. It was just after he had assumed control of the school that they implemented a way for the students to be brought to safety if they encounter any danger. That being said, there is no way that he would accept the invitation of any member of the church." Michael replied to Uriel, explaining why he believed that Eric Ravenclaw would not join the church. "In fact, I believe that he would not join any faction at all. A person who kept himself neutral until now would not easily link himself with a faction," Michael added. "But didn't he call Satan Leviathan his future wife?" Raphael asked, raising the point that the rights to court Seraphal Leviathan was the objective of the fight, to begin with. "Yes, but I don't believe that he will join their faction. He kept his neutrality for too much time to just throw it away for a woman," Michael replied like he knew everything about humans. Just in his dreams. The meeting continued for some more minutes with the angels trading some other news and speculating some others. When it finished, everyone got out of the room to do their own things, aside from Michael and Gabriel. Michael was organizing some papers when his sister, Gabriel, called for his attention. "Brother Michael." Gabriel called in her soft tone. Michael looked up from his paper with a smile on his face. "Yes, Gabriel?" Michael asked. "I think that I can contact Eric Ravenclaw," Gabriel said to her brother, who looked at her with a more serious face. "And why is that, Gabriel?" Michael asked back. "I already met him once," Gabriel said, and Michael continued to look at her, wanting her to continue talking, what she did. The smile was now gone from his face. "It was almost 140 years ago, during the second time that we went to the human world to investigate that peak of energy and met Azazel. After you and Azazel were gone, I called him out. I had sensed someone watching us for a small instant and decided to make a bet. Eric revealed himself to me and we talked a little. He then gave me something," Gabriel said, and summoned to her hand one of her more precious belongings. It was an old-looking journal. It was her father's journal. Or at least a copy of it. She took the journal, opened it in the page that had her father's signature, and showed it to Michael, whose eyes went wide after reading it. "I didn't tell you before because of the information that father had written here. It would be too dangerous if it, for some reason, got in the wrong hands." The duo of brother and sister continued to talk for hours, discussing some of the things written in the journal. Michael now understood why Gabriel had such a sudden interest in bees. In the end, he agreed to her trying to make contact with Eric Ravenclaw after listing 3 times the safety measures that she would have to take to do that. Grigori Headquarters, Underworld. March 3rd. Similar to the angels, a group of fallen angels was watching the transmission coming from the devil's part of the underworld. They watched in silence as the fight happened. Satan Leviathan was defeated, and Eric Ravenclaw flipped the finger to the Council of Elders. When the transmission finished, the talk started. "He is dangerous," Barakiel said. "Ha! You are the weak one, Barakiel," Kokabeel said, trying to provoke Barakiel. "Want to spar with this weak one after the meeting then?" Barakiel replied while raising an eyebrow. He knew why Kokabeel was doing that and decided to humor his brother. "Sure, let's go at it," Kokabeel replied with a grin on his face. "Okay, you two, that's enough," Shemhazai said, managing to shut up both cadres. "What should we do about him?" Penemu was the one who asked. "We will do nothing," Azazel replied while in a thinking pose. Some fallen angels strangely looked at him. "What do you mean nothing?" Kokabeel asked while glaring at Azazel. "We will do nothing because we can do nothing. You saw his fight. How much fallens do you think he can kill before you even manage to land a blow on him?" Azazel asked him coldly. "Do you have the confidence to say that you can kill him in one blow?" "Because I don't. If he could do to us what he did to that enforcer's team, we would be sitting pigs ready to be slaughtered," Azazel finished saying coldly, shutting up Kokabeel. He knew that Azazel was stronger than him, so if he was saying that he couldn't do it with just seeing one of his fights, he had no chance of it either. Azazel knew that they had no chance. He knew how brash Kokobeel could be. But he knew too that a man who had kept himself neutral would not throw it away on a whim. If his hunch was right, Eric Ravenclaw would turn out to be one of the wild cards in the supernatural world. A wild card that would be very good to have as an ally or very bad to have as an enemy. And if he had to choose, he would choose the first option. Living Quarters, Asgard. March 3rd. Valkyrie Gandalf was running fast through the streets of the living district of Asgard. She had to arrive fast at her mother's home or she would lose the opportunity of showing Eric's fighting. She jumped the small fence that separated a house from the streets and bolted to the house's door. Hongul arrived at it and started to knock hurriedly. It didn't take long for a frowning Gondal to open the door. "With who is the war for you to be this affected, girl?" Gondal asked after seeing the state that her daughter was in. Gandalf didn't answer and just entered the house. Her mother closed the door behind her and followed her to the lounge area. As she entered the lounge area of the house, Gandalf started to immediately cast a spell. Soon, an oval-shaped magic screen was shown with a transmission from the underworld being aired. On it, was Seraphal Leviathan and Eric Ravenclaw staring at each other. "Good, I made it in time," Gandalf said and took a seat. She had indeed made it in time. Eric had just arrived at the arena and was being booed and jeered by the devils there to watch the show. "What did you make in time?" Gondal replied. Of course, she recognized her estranged grandson on the magical screen, but she didn't know what was happening for him to be fighting a Satan. Apparently, some decades ago, Seraphal Leviathan announced that only someone who managed to defeat her had the right to court her. And this is exactly what Eric is doing. He issued her a challenge and this is the beginning of their fight. Gandalf replied to her mother and both stood in silence to watch the fight. And it was just in time as they watched Eric make the entire stadium shut up to his aura alone. Mother and daughter watched with attention as Eric traded blows with Satan Leviathan without any signal of weakening. They watched as they traded the last blow and Gandalf cheered as Eric emerged victoriously. They watched too as the aftermatch happened with Eric trading words with his future in-laws and humiliating the Elder Council of Devils. When the transmission finished, Gandalf dispelled her magic and relaxed on her chair. "Wow. Eric is strong. Very strong," Gandalf said with some awe in her voice. Gondal just stood from her seat and exited the room with just a few words as a comment. "Yes, he is. Yes. Her grandson was very strong. Her estranged grandson." The words passed through her head with pain squeezing her heart. It was her fault that he didn't want to even meet her. It was totally her fault. She thought again while a lonely tear flowed from the corner of her eye. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, A White Letter. Ravenclaw's house, north of Scotland. March 9th. It had been 6 days since Eric and Seraphal's fight. Their little challenge had sent a good part of the supernatural world in a goose chase for Eric Ravenclaw. The reason? To win the human powerhouse to their side, of course. Eric, like most days, woke up to the marvelous feeling of his two wives sleeping by his side on his bed. 6 days ago, Seraphal had come back to his house after waking up and they, together with Selena, had the wildest night since they started with their trio nights. Seraphal was very hungry that night. He quickly got up, took a bath, dressed, and, before leaving the room, woke up his two women. His two women. For some reason that sounded very good in Eric's head. While the girls had gone to take their baths, Eric went to the kitchen and started to put together the table for them to have breakfast. It helped a lot that the house elves, even after Eric verbally fought with them, left all prepared and ready for them to eat. He just had to put the prepared meals on the table, which could be made with a wave of his hand, but he liked to do it the non-magical way, just to not get too reliant on his magic. As Eric was finishing the table, he saw something that was not common since he stopped being Hogwarts headmaster. A letter was delivered to him. Eric took the letter after not sensing anything different from it. With it in his hands, the first thing that Eric noticed was the parchment in which the letter was written. Different from the normal parchment color used by the magic community, which was a light yellow, the parchment of this letter was pure white. It was so white that remembered Eric of the paper from his modern past life. Strange. Eric thought and turned the letter to see who had written him in that strange white-colored parchment. Eric's eyes went wide when he read the sender's name. Eric sat on the table and slowly opened the letter with a small smile. He could hear Selena and Seraphal going down the stairs and would read the letter while waiting for them. Eric unfolded the parchment inside the envelope and started to read it. It was like that, reading a letter that Selena and Seraphal found him when they entered the room for their breakfast. "Oh, you received a letter. That's rare," Selena said while she took a seat on the table. "Yes. It was sent to Hogwarts, but the house elves had it delivered here. You won't believe who the sender is," Eric replied to Selena, continuing to read the letter. "Some angel," Seraphal said while taking her seat at the other side of Eric on the table. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. How did you know? Eric asked Seraphol because she was right. The letter sender was an angel. Seraphol just shrugged before replying. Just heaven uses that kind of pure white parchment. Seraphol said and started to serve some of the food on her plate. So, which angel sent you a letter? Selena asked while serving some food on her plate too. Just heaven's most beautiful angel. Eric replied nonchalantly and put the letter down. Seraphol started to cough, having taken some food down the wrong pipe while receiving the news. Cough, cough, cough. Gabriel sent you a letter. Seraphol asked with a little shock on her face after she managed to recover. Eric and Selena were smiling at that reaction. Yes. Gabriel sent me a letter. Eric replied while drinking his coffee. He had hit the jackpot when he found some tribes in the northeast that consumed coffee beans as a medicinal plant during one of their travels through the African continent. Eric made a beeline to ask where he could find more of the beans and took home with him a good quantity of them together with some seedlings of the plant. Of course, he had generously repaid the tribe with many supplies that they were in need, but now he had a small plantation of coffee in one of his greenhouses producing his own coffee beans. And what does the most protected angel of heaven want with you? Seraphol asked. She was curious about that. From the knowledge that she had, Gabriel was fiercely protected and sheltered by her siblings in heaven. She just wanted to talk and asked for a place where she, Michael, and I could talk. They had seen our fight and the angels are concerned about me joining the devils and tipping the balance too heavily for their side. Eric replied Seraphol, who nodded her head. A concern that would lead me to want to talk to you too if I was in their shoes. But it seems that you already know her. How did you meet her in the first place? Seraphol said and asked. Remember how I said to you that Selena and I did a ritual that made us more than humans? Eric asked after sipping his coffee. Seraphol nodded her head in response. After Selena's ritual, she, together with her brother, Michael, and Azazel appeared on the spot of the ritual to investigate the energy peak that they had felt. After they found nothing, both males went away, but Gabriel stayed behind because she had felt someone looking at her. So she called out to me, I appeared, and we had a little talk. After that, I didn't see her again. Eric replied, making Seraphol nod her head in understanding. The breakfast continued with the trio trading some light talk. At the end of it, Seraphol dropped a bomb on Eric. I want to go to this meeting. She said to Eric, who raised an eyebrow at her. Not that I'm denying it, but can I know the reason? To my knowledge, your factions are in war since who knows when. Eric asked and Seraphol nodded her head. Exactly because of that. Since we still are in a technical ceasefire, the war is not over yet, but the other new Satans and I don't want this war to last forever. And since due to someone. Here Seraphol pointedly looked at Eric. The Satans suddenly have more freedom of decision. My friends and I want peace, but we know that it will take time to achieve that. But we have to begin somewhere and this informal meeting could be a way for me to probe Heaven's position about it. Seraphol said, making Eric nod his head in approval of her decision. In almost 1 week without a great part of the Devil's Council barring their reforms, the Satans managed to start some programs that would introduce some very welcome changes for the Devil's community. But the great change would be announced in 2 weeks. In accord with what Seraphol had leaked to Eric and Selena, Ajuka Beelzebub had some big announcements planned before the Devil's Council come back. Eric had a pretty good idea of what this big announcement was about. I will write a letter in response to Gabriel and ask her if you could come two together with why you want to talk with them. Eric said to Seraphol, who stood up, walked to Eric, and gave him a sweet kiss on his cheek. Thank you, hubby. Now I have to go. Have a lot of work to do and I promised Surzex that I would help him this morning with the wording of some of his reforms. Seraphol said and walked to the entry hall of the house, where she transported herself to the underworld via transportation magic circle. Eric and Selena traded some more words and after that, Selena went back to her laboratory while Eric walked to his office. He had a letter to write for an angel. Rome, Kingdom of Italy. March 16th. 7 days later, Eric, Selena, and Seraphol were waiting for their guests inside their small villa in Rome. Eric thought that the villa being inside their territory would put the two angels coming more at ease in having a Satan in the meeting. The clock in the lounge wall hit 8 hours and 10 seconds later a yellow magic circle lighted the entrance of the villa. From it, two figures materialized in the middle of motes of yellow light. As the motes of light faded, Eric opened his arms in a welcoming way and smiled. Welcome to my home away from home, Gabriel, Lord Michael. Eric said to the two angels, who smiled at him. Selena and Seraphol were one at each of his sides. Selena was very calm, but Seraphol was a little nervous. The Satan was raised with the tales from her father from the battlefield, where Michael reaped devils' lives left and right if not fighting someone of his level. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting and for opening one of your houses for it. Michael said to Eric with his almost perpetual smile on his face. No problem at all. Come, let's sit and eat something. I have prepared something for us to eat while talking. Eric said and gestured for the two angels to follow him and the girls to the lounge room. When they arrived, Eric pointed to one of the two 3-seat sofas for the angels to sit while he and the girls walked to the other one of the 3-seat sofa. Between the sofas was a low table that was filled with a lot of varied types of snacks and a tea set. Gabriel was looking at everything with curious eyes while taking a seat together with her brother. Eric started serving tea for the 5 of them while Michael started a light conversation until the mood was right. A very protected home that you have here, Lord Ravenclaw. Michael said to Eric. Just Eric is enough, Lord Michael. And thanks. Selena and I like a lot to have our privacy. Eric replied to Michael. Then call me just Michael too. And yes, I noticed that was the case since I never heard of you two after you both retired from the position of headmasters for the magical school. Michael said and accepted the cup of tea that was passed to him by Eric. Thanks. And why is it that you both decided to retire? From what I heard in the time, you two were doing an amazing job in leading the magical community. Michael asked and sipped his tea. He liked the flavor but felt that it would be better with some of Gabriel's honey. Eric took his seat after passing down all of the teacups. And that was exactly where the problem relied on, Michael. The magical community was getting too dependent on us too, with we having basically taught everything that they knew about magic. So, after we succeeded in the ritual, we decided to retire. Can you imagine the kind of power that 2 ageless wizards would have inside a community with people that aged? That kind of scared us too. It helped to make a decision too that we had lived basically our entire lives inside the castle, and now that we had eternity ahead of us, we wanted to see the rest of the world. Eric said and took a sip of his tea. And so we did. Eric and I trained people to stay in our places, made rules, and we retired from public view, letting the next generation take the reins. Behind the scenes, we still keep some contact with the castle and we still send them care packages with knowledge from the places that we visit during our travels. Selena said, continuing for Eric where he had stopped. Since then we had traveled all around the known world. Actually, this house here was the first one that we bought after we had started to travel. Eric said to the 2 angels. He could see some longing in Gabriel's eyes. And what made you choose Rome for your first destination? Michael asked and took a bite from a cinnamon roll. His eyes went wide with the flavor. This is some good stuff. He thought. Well, at the time the Holy Roman Empire was at his heyday and basically owned most of Europe. So we thought, what other better place to start than with one near home? So we took a ship and sailed to here, where we bought this villa and started to discreetly put out protections around it. After that, with our nest ready for us to rest anytime we wanted, we started to travel around and visit the famous places. Eric said, replying to Michael's question. Michael nodded his head in understanding to their reasons. This is so good. The group heard. Gabriel had her mouth full with one of Eric's honey cookies. Her eyes were closed in satisfaction. This has honey on it, doesn't it? Gabriel said after swallowing the cookie and looking at Eric, who nodded his head. But the one who answered was Selena. Yes. It is one of Eric's first creations. She said. They are delicious. You know, after our last meeting I started to raise bees too. Gabriel said with a proud look on her face. Yes, Gabriel's honey is one of the most sought commodities in heaven at the moment. Michael said. He was proud of her sister's achievements and didn't notice the blank look that Eric had on his face at the moment or the internal struggle that he was having to not let out a lewd joke involving Gabriel's honey. Chapter 109, Evil Pieces and In-Laws. Rome, Kingdom of Italy. March 16th. Eric had won. He had managed to keep himself from making the lewd joke and he could feel that his girls had to hold back too. He would have to give a reward for it to them tonight. Eric calmly sipped his tea with the most painful poker face that he could put up. That's nice. I'm sure that Grandpa Gio would have been proud of her. Eric said to the angels and witnessed Gabriel's smile illuminate the room. He could now understand why her brothers wanted to protect her innocence so fiercely. Eric sighed internally and lost all his will to make lewd jokes. I'm sure that he would. Michael said, agreeing with Eric. After that, the light conversation continued for some more minutes, until Michael called for the subject that made him want to contact Eric, to begin with. So, Eric. Will you join the Devil's faction after marrying Serafall? Michael asked bluntly. No, I will not. I will help them with some projects that I think would be good for everyone, just like I would have helped without having married Serafall or would have helped any other faction with. Eric replied to the great Seraph, who nodded his head in understanding. And what kind of project would that be? Michael asked Eric with curiosity. The kind of project that made Serafall want to start talks with you. Eric replied to Michael while smiling, which made the 2 other angels smile too. Your support would be very welcoming, Eric. Michael said to Eric. Serafall, who was sitting at his left side, hugged Eric from the side at that reply. Yes, Eric. It will be welcomed a lot. Sarah Fall said too. Her hubby would receive some good pampering tonight for that. Any other project that you would want to endorse? Michael asked again to Eric, making the high human FO into a thinking pose. There is some, but I think that they would take some time, to begin with, to be put into action. Hestia told us that her niece, Athena, wanted to restart the Olympic Games, but the tensions between pantheons are too high at the moment. That would be something that I would be willing to help happen. A sports competition between countries that would make wars stop. Eric said, commenting with the group about some things that Hestia had said in one of their teas. Michael nodded his head at the thought of the idea. The idea is good, but I agree with you. At the moment the tension is too high. But I didn't know that you knew Hestia. Michael said. Oh, we met with her some good time ago and we became really good friends. Eric replied while smiling at the memories that flooded his head. Selena scowled at that. Good friends. You basically adopted Hestia as an elder sister. Selena said to them. What can I do if she has that aura around her that yells, elder sister? It helps that she is a very adorable person too. Eric said back, replying to Selena's accusations. The light talk continued for some time until entered the field of why Seraphal wanted to start talks with Michael. Both angels were happy that the new Satans were so willing to put the past behind and reach for peace between their factions. It would take time. A long time at that. But this talk was laying the foundations of the bridge that would allow that to happen one day. It was almost 11 o'clock when the angels decided to go back to heaven. Their talk had been very fruitful, but Michael had a lot of work waiting to be done. As they stood up to exit the lounge room, Gabriel looked longingly to the snacks on the table. It was a look that Eric and the girls had seen. The trio smiled at that, already knowing what Eric would do very soon. And they were right. As Michael and Gabriel were saying their goodbyes, Eric snapped his fingers. Snap. At that, a vine basket appeared floating in front of him. He took it by the side and offered it to Gabriel. Here, Gabriel. A parting gift. Eric said. Gabriel took the basket in her hands with some confusion on her face. She then peeked at the basket contents and her face lit up in happiness. Thank you. She said with a wide smile on her face. Thank you again, Eric. Michael said to Eric. Seeing his sister smiling that way was something that he would be always happy to see. Oh, Gabriel, you must come to one of our girls-only tea. Selena said suddenly. That was something that they had started to do some years back. Selena, Seraphal, Hestia, Amaterasu, and, sometimes, Gandalf, would meet to have tea and talk. Girls-only tea? Gabriel asked in confusion. Yes, it is a meeting with only girls that we have from time to time. We eat snacks, have tea, and talk. Selena said to Gabriel, who perked up at the idea. Have I said that the snacks are all made by Eric? Selena said again. And she hit the jackpot. Gabriel turned to her brother, Michael, and made some of the most heart-wrenching puppy eyes that one would ever be seen on this planet. Michael, who was not made of ice, looked at Selena while trying to keep his composure. Who exactly go to this tea party, Selena? Michael asked. Gabriel was already celebrating her head. She knew that her brother would let her go. Last time there was me, Seraphal, Hestia and Amaterasu. But sometimes, Eric's aunt, Valkyrie Gandalf, appears too when she is not too busy with her obligations. Selena said. They had already discussed Eric's origins during their light talks, so Eric's roots coming from the Nordic pantheon was not new for the angels. Michael nodded at the women involved. All of the respectable ones in accord with the knowledge that he had. He then turned to Gabriel and nodded his head, making the angel smile widely again. I assure you, Michael, that the locations that we choose for the tea party are always as safe as this one here. They are always one of the homes that we have around the world. Selena said again, reassuring a little more the concerned big brother. With their goodbyes said, Michael and Gabriel teleported back to sixth heaven. After they were gone, Eric hooked both of his wives by the waist and walked back to the house. A week later, Ajuka Beelzebub made his big announcement during an underworld-wide transmission. He announced the creation of the evil pieces as a way to boost the devils' overall population that had plummeted after 2 wars. The evil pieces would be given to all devils who would have reached high class in power, and with them, the king, together with its peerage, could compete in the rating games, a competition that would pit king against king, peerage against peerage, in a safe and entertaining environment. In a political maneuver to rile up the population of devils, each of the 4 Satans received their own set of evil pieces and, in a live ceremony/demonstration, Graphia Lucifuge became the first peerage member ever by accepting Surzex Lucifer's queen piece. That action brought a question from one of the reporters in the scene. Lady Leviathan, will you be taking Eric Ravenclaw as your queen piece too? He asked to Seraphal, who shook her head. That would not work, Mr. Serafal replied to the reporter, and Ajuka Beelzebub continued for her. That's not how the evil pieces work. The king must be stronger than his pieces. That is the directive for them to work. No reaction would ever occur if the part receiving the evil piece is stronger than the king who is the owner of it. A chain of command must be kept with the king being the stronger one. Ajuka Beelzebub said, adding to Serafal's answer. That seemed to satisfy the reporters, but it could have gone wrong very fast. Later that day, when Serafal, Selena, and Eric were discussing the evil pieces, Serafal complained that it would be a pain to find good candidates for her peerage, and she, as a Satan, would have been expected to have a strong one. Eric took pity in his future wife's situation, promised to keep an eye out for Serafal and help her to find possible candidates for her peerage during their trips. Citri's territory, Underworld. April 25th. Today was the day for Eric. Serafal had invited him to her home to meet her parents. Officially, that is, because unofficially he had already met them after their fight, but at that time Serafal was unconscious. Eric was being dragged through the big mansion's corridors to the room where Serafal's parents were waiting for them. Finally, they arrived in front of big double-wood doors. Serafal knocked twice on the door, opened it, and entered while dragging Eric inside with her. Inside the room, each sitting in their own armchair, was Lord and Lady Citri. Serafal dragged Eric by an arm while smiling widely to the front of her parents. Mom, Dad, this is Eric Ravenclaw, Lord of the Magic House of Ravenclaw, and my future husband. Serafal said in her unique bubbly way. Her mother smiled at that, but her father. Serafal's father seemed to be ready to explode. There was an angry-looking vein madly pulsing by the side of his temple. Eric could see it. Or it could be only his imagination playing jokes on his eyes. Nonetheless, Eric gave the couple a small bow. Eric, these are my parents. Romulo Citri and Eleanor Citri, Lord and Lady of House Citri. Serafal said, introducing her parents to Eric. Nice to meet you, Lord and Lady Citri. Eric said while giving the couple another small bow. Lady Citri was the first one to answer Eric. She stood up from her place and made a small curtsy to him. Nice to meet you too, Lord Ravenclaw. Eleanor Citri said in a very ladylike manner. She then stopped and seemed to be waiting for something. When nothing happened, she turned to her husband and saw that he was mumbling something inaudible. Eric could swear that he saw her eyebrow twitch at that moment. Dear. Eleanor Citri said in a sickly sweet voice to her husband. And it worked. The Devil Lord got out of whatever state of mind he was with a flinch and looked at his wife. Yes. He said meekly. Romulo Citri knew that something bad would happen when her wife used that tone of voice with him. Will you not greet the guest? The one that happens to be our future son-in-law. Eleanor Citri said while giving him a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Ah. Yes. Romulo Citri said and stood from his seat. Nice to meet you too, Lord Ravenclaw. Romulo Citri said while giving Eric a little bow, which was answered in the same manner. Let's sit and talk, shall we? Eleanor Citri invited and waited for everyone to sit before sitting herself. As soon as they sat, a group of maids entered the room while pushing a trolley car. On it was a tea set and some snacks that were served to everyone in the room. After everyone was served, the maids retired themselves from the room to let the family talk alone. But before they started, Serafal looked at Eric and made some puppy eyes to her. What? Eric said, humoring his future wife. He knew what she wanted, but he just wanted to hear Serafal asking. Eric. Snacks. She said very shortly. Eric chuckled at that and snapped his fingers. Snap. A silver tray with an assortment of different baked goodies appeared in front of him and slowly floated to the small table in front of them. Serafal smiled at that and eyed the tray hungrily. Serafal, is the snacks from our kitchen not enough for you? Don't tell me that you are already pregnant. Eleanor Citri said, making her husband choke on the tea that he was drinking. No, Mom, I'm not pregnant. It's just that Eric's treats are that good. You will understand if you try them. Serafal said before starting her attack on the recently added tray. Chapter 110, Marriage and Floating Home. Citri's Territory, Underworld. April 25th. No, Mom, I'm not pregnant. It's just that Eric's treats are that good. You will understand if you try them. Serafal said before starting her attack on the recently added tray. Eleanor had to agree with her daughter when she tried the snacks, they were the best ones that she had ever eaten. By the end of the meeting, she had convinced Eric to give her the recipe for some of the snacks so their chefs could learn how to do them. Under all chances that spelled disaster to Eric's meeting with his future in-laws, things went surprisingly well. For Eric, that is. Romulo Citri was sulking through the entire meeting, just stopping when his wife, Eleanor Citri, called him to answer something or to get his opinion. And to his chagrin, at the end of the meeting, Serafal and her mother had agreed on a date for the wedding ceremony to be held. 2 months. In 2 months' time, Serafall would be Eric's second wife officially. To say that Serafall was giddy with the idea was an underestimation of it. She was so happy that not even the Council of Old Coots would have a chance of ruining her mood. And may the gods have mercy of their souls if they managed to do it. 2 months later, the mood was a very festive one inside the Citri territory and in part around all the underworld. Serafall Leviathan had married the men who defeated her in a single battle after receiving the proper courtship. Or that was what the great majority of the people thought, because the dearest friends of the couple knew that their relationship was decades old already. The ceremony was a lavish one where the entirety of Citri territory was invited. Not to be there personally, of course, but each city, town, and village inside the territory was sent people to prepare a party in the place. It was a very welcomed event since, differently from most of the devil lords in the underworld, the Citri clan was a very well-liked one by their subjects. While a huge party covered the entirety of the Citri territory, in the capital city the main was going well too. The guests were of a much higher class too. But the star guests would be not the other 3 Satans, but the very small list of guests coming from the grooms. It contained 4 different pantheons. It would have been 5 if the devils were ready to be in the presence of a seraph, but it was too soon. Nonetheless, Gabriel was later sent a magical record of the ceremony with a "Wish you were here" letter attached. But back to the groom's guests, it contained Amaterasu, Hestia, Gul'dan, and Sun Wukong. And being allowed a +1, Amaterasu brought her brother Susanoo, Hestia brought her sister that loved marriages Hera, Gul'dan brought an Einherjar named Tariq, and Sun Wukong brought his battle partner Yulong. And all of these powerful people were sitting at the same table, and, incredible enough, were talking amicably between them. But as a precaution, Selena was there too to remember them that this night was not about them. In the end, it was not necessary. The Ravenclaws, that now had Serafall in the family, was very well liked by their friends, so much that they managed to restrict their more rambunctious +1s for one night. The high-class devils were impressed with the small, but influential, and powerful, very powerful, guest list. Some of the more courageous ones tried to approach them to talk some business but were vehemently denied and told that the night was one for celebration and not a business. If they wanted to do business, they had to enter into contact with them through official means. Not even the assassination attempt on Eric's life by some radical devil diminished the festive mood. Eric had just waved the devil away, knocked him unconscious, and left him for the underworld authorities to take care of. After the party, the newly married couple parted for their first night together. Selena had given them 3 days alone for their honeymoon, and after that, she would join the 2 of them. That is if Serafall survived handling Eric alone for 3 straight days. In the end, Serafall had survived. Selena found the Satan in an almost orgasm-induced coma, but alive. After some recovering time, the 2 women tackled Eric in bed. Years passed quickly for the married trio. Eric's little show of power and influence with the guest list of his wedding had smoothed things a little for him with the high-class devils. Through all the supernatural world, people now knew who Eric Ravenclaw was and what kind of power he had. That had opened some doors for him. Odin, after questioning one of his Valkyries about her presence in a marriage that occurred in the underworld, had, with some pressure of his wife, opened the gates of Asgard to Eric, recognizing him as a Nordic descendant, even if he was estranged with his grandmother. That was all that Selena had wanted, access to a veritable source of Nordic magic and runes. Needless to say that she was a constant presence in the Asgardian library after that. It didn't take long for the couple to resume their trips through the world. The great age of exploration had begun and the powerhouses of the period were eager to launch their ships to the sea in search of new sources of riches. And it was thinking in this great age that Eric decided to build a boat for the family. It had taken 2 years of learning inside shipyards around all Europe for Eric to start building their ship. And when it was ready, Eric brought Selena and Serafall to see it, baptize it, and launch it to the sea. Ravenclaw's Dock, north of Scotland. June 16th. Eric was slowly guiding his wives, Selena and Serafall, by hand through the path that connected their house to the recently rebuilt dock and new shipyard. The small fishing harbor that once existed in the sea bay in the village that Eric grew up was not around anymore. It had succumbed to the time and weather, and from it, only the stumps from its foundation remained under the sea. Eric had cleaned the area from it and deepened it a little more. There he built another harbor. A much smaller one that could only be called a dock. By its side, a big barn-like structure was raised. It was his shipyard. A place he could use to build his ship away from the weather. The trio entered the dock area and slowly walked to the shipyard. In front of its huge double doors, Eric let go of the girl's hands and walked to the huge double doors. Without waiting, Eric pushed the huge double doors to the inside with some strength, making them open completely. "I present you the ship that I built," Eric said proudly. The girls stood in place looking at it in a little shock. In front of them was a slick-looking ship painted mostly in white with some details in dark blue, the Ravenclaw's color. "Isn't it a little small?" Serafall said while still looking at the ship inside the shipyard. "Isn't it missing something?" Selena said too while looking at the ship. Eric smiled at it. It is a new model of a ship. Its objective is to be a recreational ship. I call it a yacht. Eric replied and the girls nodded. Hunter, huh? Selena said while slowly walking inside the shipyard to look at this yacht better together with Serafall. She could feel it. The yacht was brimming with magic. Eric, dear. I'm no expert on boats, ships, or yachts, but isn't it missing the sail? Selena asked while still analyzing the enchantments that Eric applied to the yacht. Eric negatively shook his head. No. It moves through something new that I developed. Eric replied and moved to the back of the yacht, calling Selena and Serafall to follow him. They walked behind the yacht and Eric pointed to the 3 big propellers at its bottom. When in water, that 3 propellers will spin at high speed and push the yacht forward. This way it can move anywhere with no need to rely on the winds. Eric said while making the propellers move slowly with his magic as a demonstration. Even slowly moving, it generated a light wind that moved the girl's hair a little. Selena and Serafall could imagine the effect that the 3 big propellers would have while underwater. And what speed do you think it will reach? Selena asked while still analyzing the enchantments in the yacht. HMN. With all the enchantments that I had put on it, I think it can reach up to 60 knots with the right circumstances. Eric replies to Selena, shocking her. One had to know that right now the fastest sailing ship could reach around 15 knots. So Eric's yacht speed of 60 knots would be very fast. 60 knots. Selena said back, and Eric nodded his head with a proud smile on his face. Serafall was looking from Eric to Selena, and from Selena back to Eric. Confusion was written all over her face. Is 60 knots fast? Serafall asked the duo. Selena looked at her and nodded her head. Right now, the fastest sailing ship built by humans can reach around 15 knots in perfect conditions. Eric's yacht can go 4 times that speed. Selena explained to Serafall, who cocked her head to the side. So it is fast? Serafall asked again, making Selena sigh. Yes, Serafall, it is very fast for a boat. For comparison, it is around 1.3 times faster than a horse, and 10 times faster than a normal human while running. Selena said, making Serafall nod her head in understanding. Serafall then jumped at Eric to hug him. Eric caught Serafall and looked at Selena. Come, let's go on board. Let me show you girls the inside. Eric said and cast his flight spell while holding Serafall. A blue aura shined for a moment around him and Eric started to float. Selena soon followed his lead with a shine of the same blue color, starting to float after Eric. They landed on board the yacht and Eric quickly started to show the girls what he had put on it after letting Serafall back on the floor. On the outside, the yacht didn't have a lot to see. But on the inside, Eric had been very creative with the use of expansion charms and the yacht's interior was 2 to 3 times bigger than their house. Not counting the underground area, of course. 1 master bedroom and 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom that included a bathtub. A lounge room, an office, a kitchen, a dining room, and more. Eric had even added a small gym inside the yacht so they could exercise while on the sea. In general, the yacht was a floating home. I'm still wrapping my head around its speed, but how could you put so many enchantments on wood? Selena asked Eric as the trio floated out of the yacht and back to the ground. Eric smirked at that question. Wood. Are you sure? Eric said and walked to the hull of the yacht. He then conjured a metal hammer and lightly tapped with it on the hull 3 times. Dong dong dong. The sound of metal striking metal resounded through the shipyard, shocking Selena and Serafall. It is metal. The yacht is made of metal. Selena said and looked at Eric in shock. You built a ship made of metal? Selena asked, still in shock. Eric nodded his head. It could not be noticed because of the paint that he had used. Selena had thought that Eric had transfigured the wood to seamlessly fit with each other, creating a slick look and smooth surface. But it is metal. Serafall said, taking the exclamation out of Selena. Eric chuckled at that. So? Eric said, already knowing where this conversation was going. He just wanted to hear the question. Metal sinks in water. Serafall said. And Eric nodded his head in agreement. Yes, it is true. Metal sinks on water. But if the weight of the volume of water displaced by the ship is greater than the weight of the ship itself, then it will float. That is why wooden ships float too. But they too will sink if too much weight is put over them. Eric explained to his wives. This was some modern physics that he was bringing to the past, but no one had to know about that. And you are forgetting something crucial, girls. The yacht has a lot of enchantments on it to prevent it from sinking. Eric replied cheekily. Selena and Serafall sighed in defeat. Sigh. Eric then summoned a bottle of wine from their wine house and looked at the girls. So, let's baptize it and launch it into the water. Eric said with a lot of animation in his voice. And that's how the Helena's Revenge got its name and made its first voyage. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Survivors of a Shipwreck. Unknown location, North Sea. July 2nd. Eric, Selena, and Serafall were lazing off on the main deck of Helena's Revenge while naked. They had been on the sea for 4 days now and were liking every moment of it. And since Serafall had her work to do in the underworld, she would only join them after she was done with it or during weekends, which was the case for the day. Their trip had been a very tranquil one. They passed by 2 ships on these 4 days, but none of the sailors of them could see or detect Helena's Revenge due to the tons of protection that Eric had put on it. I have to concede this one to you, Eric. This metal ship that you built is great. Selena said while basking in July's sun. Serafall, who was by her side doing the same, nodded her head. I know, right? Eric replied and snapped his fingers, summoning to them 3 cold refreshments that he had prepared earlier. Snap. Eric and the girls took the cold drinks and sipped from them, letting out a content sound. Ah. That hit the spot. Serafall said, putting her drink aside and relaxing again in the lawn chair. Where do you intend to go now with this yacht, hubby? Serafall asked Eric. Since she could not stay with them all day and could only join them after her work for the day is done in the underworld, Serafall would see one different scenario each day. She could work with that. South, probably. I want to take this baby to warm waters before the winter hits us here. But we have some time. With the speed that we sail, we can navigate through all of the continent's east coast and still be in African waters by October. Eric replied. So, we are not going to enter the Mediterranean Sea? Selena asked Eric. She really wanted to visit some of the more isolated isles that contain communities that survived the church expansion. We sure will. But I want to test Helena's Revenge a little more on the open sea. And I heard that there is a colony of sea serpents living somewhere near the African coast. I want to see them. Eric replied to Selena. Soon after evolving, Eric had learned about his new gift and made sure to use it at every possibility that he had. When he heard about this colony of sea serpents, he knew that he had to go and talk with them. No complicated reason for it, he just had never talked with a sea serpent. Hours slowly passed. The group had their lunch in the form of some fresh fish that was prepared masterfully in a magic-powered grill by Eric. And as they were preparing to retire for the day, Eric stopped suddenly and looked to the northeast of their location while squinting his eyes. Selena and Serafall noticed that and looked in the same direction. Having not seen anything, they asked Eric about it. What happened, Eric? Selena asked her husband. She knew that he had sensed something that they couldn't. His senses were a lot better than hers of Serafall's. I just caught something in the borders of my senses. I think that it is the remains of a shipwreck. Eric replied to Selena and Serafall. Just the remains of a shipwreck would not cause that reaction on you. Selena said, squinting her eyes while looking at Eric, who nodded his head. There are survivors. 2 of them to be exact. Eric replied to his wife. He normally didn't intervene in things such as this, but their vitalities were very weak and waning with time. But the worst, maybe, was that one of the survivors was a woman, while the other was a child. Having decided what to do, Eric started to run to the yacht's cockpit. Seeing that, Selena smiled and summoned clothes for her and Serafall. Time to wear clothes again. It seems that our husband decided to save the survivors. Selena said to Serafall, and they started to wear their clothes while Helena's Revenge started to pick up speed and turn in the direction of the remains from the shipwreck. It had taken almost 1 hour for the yacht to reach the remains of the shipwreck. During this hour, Selena had to remind Eric to wear some clothes, because he was so focused on sensing that he had forgotten that he was naked. Helena's Revenge slowed its speed as they approached the remains. Pieces of wood were scattered all over the surface of the sea, with some of them still letting out some smoke, while others were just splinters floating lazily with the waves. Eric was on the deck of Helena's Revenge, controlling the yacht's direction remotely while looking at the remains. His vision was fixed on a point more ahead. Selena and Serafall were by his side looking at all the destroyed wood. Eventually, the women would see what resembled to be mangled parts of human bodies, but never an entire one. Selena, at one point, floated a smoking piece of wood to her hands. She took it and smelled the burnt wood, frowning at what she had discovered. Black powder. Selena said, throwing the burnt piece of wood back to the sea. So this was an attack of some sort? Serafall asked while still looking around and received a nod from Selena. Probably. That piece of wood smelled strongly of black powder. It could be a battleship that ended exploding due to ill handling of its powder kegs, or it could be intentional. I could not tell the difference. Selena replied to Serafall, who nodded her head in understanding. Maybe our survivors could tell us more about it. Serafall said, and Selena nodded her head in agreement. At the moment Eric pointed to where a big piece of wood was floating. There. Eric exclaimed. The girls looked in the direction that he pointed and saw a big piece of wood floating on the sea. Around it was some other pieces of wood. Not as big as the first, but big enough to identify that they were parts of furniture. Probably from one of the cabins of the exploded ship. And on top of the big piece of wood, 2 bodies were lying unconscious. One was a woman if the ragged dress that she was wearing could tell anything. The other was a child. As Helena's revenge approached the unconscious duo, Eric snapped his fingers. Snap. From the water, the big piece of wood started to float while holding the 2 survivors on top of it. Eric cautiously floated the big piece of wood over him and the girls and lowered it on the deck of the yacht. Selena, take care of the child. The woman is in the worst condition and needs immediate attention. Eric said to Selena. And, as soon as the big piece of wood landed on the deck, Eric and Selena jumped into action. Seraphol watched the 2 do their work with marvel in her eyes. She had never seen them acting like this in the more than 50 years that she knows them. But then, she had never seen them in this kind of situation before. While the duo was doing their work, Seraphol decided to make herself useful and search for anything that could be salvaged from the shipwreck. She then unruffled her black leathery wings and started to slowly fly around the remains of the ship. Almost an hour later, Seraphol was back while dragging behind her 2 wooden trunks that had, somehow, managed to survive the explosion. She softly landed back on the deck of Helena's Revenge, letting the 2 wooden trunks land too with 2 thuds sounds. At that, Eric came out of the inside of the interior of the yacht while smiling at Seraphol. How are they? Seraphol asked Eric, who continued to smile at her. We got to them in time. The boy is fine and is just really exhausted. His small magic core seemed to have protected him and the woman from the rough part of the explosion in a feat of accidental magic. But the woman was more serious. She had a lot of broken bones, together with some internal bleeding. She would not live the night if we had not got here in time. Selena is now taking care of her. Eric replied to Seraphol. So they have magic? Seraphol asked. Eric had told to her that accidental magic was common within magical children when they were stressed about something. Eric shook his head negatively. The boy is. And, if he was in the Isles, he would probably receive a letter of acceptance in the next years. But the woman isn't. She has some magic inside her, but just not enough to freely use and be called a witch. Eric replied to Seraphol. He then looked at the 2 wooden trunks that she had brought back with her. Oh, it seems that you found something. Eric said and walked to the trunks. Seraphol nodded her head at that. They were floating around. Strangely enough, they managed to survive the explosion. So I thought that they could give us some idea of the identity of our survivors and brought them along. Seraphol said while Eric had put his hand on top of one of the trunks. He smiled, and then put his hand on top of the other trunk. No wonder they managed to survive an exploding ship. They are made of magical wood. Eric said to Seraphol. Magical wood was the wood from a tree that had grown in an ambient full of magic. Through the years, the magic seeped into the tree, turning it into a kind of magical wood. They were different from the wood coming from magical trees, but if used to build something, the thing built with it would show tremendous sturdiness. Hence the survival of these trunks to an exploding ship. No wonder they survived then. Seraphol said, understanding very well what Eric meant with it, who nodded his head in agreement. The first to wake up was the woman. She was still very weak and couldn't talk much, but the first thing that she asked about was where was her son. Selena, who was the one keeping an eye on them at the time, pointed to the bed at her side and explained to her how they had found only the 2 of them alive at the middle of the remains of a shipwreck. With some more ease of mind, the woman introduced herself as a duchess from the Norway kingdom, and her husband was a cousin of the current king, Aquino IV. Jerry, which was the woman's name, said that she and her son, Arn, were coming back from a trip to her parents' lands when they were ambushed. Not strange to her, at least, was the ambusher's identity. Her brother-in-law wanted her husband's title, and for that, she and her son, the actual heir to the Dutch, had to die. After ordering the death of all the sailors of her ship, her brother-in-law confined Jerry and Arn inside their chambers and prepared an explosive charge. After that, the last thing that she remembered was that she hugged her son for dear life. Typical history of a greedy relative. Eric commented to his wives after the woman went back to her sleep to rest. The girls agreed with him. It was a very common thing to see. A greedy relative that was not content with what he had, schemed to get his hands on the fortune that didn't belong to him. And it always ended in death. Be it from the target or of the schemer who got caught. 2 days later, the boy, Arn, woke up. When he looked around and saw Selena, he asked her if he was dead in a very cute manner. Selena giggled at that and answered the boy that he was very alive. She then pointed to the boy's mother, Jerry, who was sleeping in a bed by his side. The boy quickly jumped from his bed before Selena could say anything else and tried to hug/jump his mother, but froze in midair. Careful there, boy. Your mom got very hurt during the incident and you would have ended hurting her. Selina said and slowly lowered the boy to Jerry's sleeping side. The boy was still frozen with what had just happened, but took his mother's hand and started to cry in happiness. That woke up the woman, who saw who was holding her hand and smiled before starting to comfort her son. 3 days later, Helena's Revenge was docking in a port city in Norway. Its magical protections were working in fully, hiding its true form from people's eyes, showing only the illusion of a simple sailing ship. Waiting for them on the port was the Dutch himself together with a small group of loyal soldiers. Eric had sent him a letter written by Jerry with the story of what happened to her and their son, and with the estimated date of their arrival. When the plank was lowered, from the ship came the running figure of Arn that jumped into his father's arms. Behind him, being pushed by Eric while sitting on an improvised wheeled chair, was Arnie's mother, Duchess Jerry. It would take some time for her to recover completely. Even with Eric's magic and knowledge, he could not heal her completely. Some things could only be helped and left to heal by themselves. Jerry. The man exclaimed when he saw his wife coming to where they were being pushed in a chair with wheels. At that, he saw that what happened with his family had been a very serious matter. A/N, yes, I changed the name that I had chosen for the yacht from Raven's to Helena's Revenge. After marinating the name inside my head for an entire day, I decided that it made much more sense than Raven's Talon. And yes, it is a homage to Blackbeard's flagship, the Queen Anne's Revenge. Will we see him in the FIC? Maybe. Chapter 112, Magically Hidden Island. South of the Duke's Castle, Norway. July 10th. It had not taken long for things to wrap up with the Duke's family. Under the testimony of Duchess Jerry and Arn, the perpetrator of the homicide attempt was imprisoned, judged, and executed swiftly. All in 2 days of swift justice. For Eric and his wives, as a reward and as thanks from the Duke's family for having saved, he received a big lot of land south of the Duke's castle. Due to Eric and Selina already having a noble title in another kingdom, which came as a surprise for the Duke's family when he introduced himself as Lord Ravenclaw, the land was the most that he could give to their benefactors. The land that they received was originally owned by the attempted murderer, so it was not too much of a sacrifice for the Duke to give it away, and to compensate them even more, the land was given in perpetuity. Meaning that nobody could take it from the Ravenclaw family. The land was at the coast and encompassed an entire region full of sea cliffs. It was perfect for a home with a view of the sea. And while they were being shown the land by the Duke's family, Eric took the opportunity to breach the subject of Arn having magic with them. Like he had done a lot of times in the past while in Hogwarts, Eric explained to the small Duke's family about the magical community. And that it would be better for Arn to find an instructor by the age of 11. The Duke and Duchess had already noticed some strange things happening around Arn when he was little and was irritated or stressed. Eric then went on the explanation about accidental magic and that it was his magic that had saved him and his mother from the explosion, protecting both of them. The Duke thanked Eric for his honesty with them because of the persecution that anything related to magic was getting these days. He said too, that he would search for local instructors for his son in a discreet manner. Eric offered a recommendation letter for Arn to be enrolled in Hogwarts too, in case he reaches 11 and could not find a good instructor. He would have to travel to Scotland to study, but with magic, the trip would be a very short one. After saying their goodbyes to the small family and putting some protection on their new land, Eric and Selina departed from the land and were back to the North Sea, resuming their slow sailing trip to African waters. 3 weeks later, Eric, Selina, and Serafal were swimming with sea serpents at the coast of Africa after Eric had talked with them and offered a large bribe in the shape of dragon's meat. The magical delicacy was something that they could rarely taste since dragon would very rarely die while flying over the ocean. The older sea serpents of the colony asked for it from Eric because they had tasted it when they were young, and it would be very good nourishment for their young ones. After delivering the meat, Eric, Selina, and Serafal were allowed to dive and swim in the area. After 2 days in the company of sea serpents, Eric and Selina sailed Helena's Revenge through the Strait of Gibraltar and into the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Serafal was back at her work in the underworld, cursing the good-for-nothing young masters who only knew how to get into trouble with other pantheons. Unknown location, Mediterranean Sea. August 26, 1228, Saturday. The trio of lovers was now into Greek territory. How did they know that? Hestia had said it so to them. She had visited the family while they were anchored at a merchant harbor in the south of the Mediterranean Sea and said to them that they would be soon entering her younger brother's territory. Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea and earthquakes. Hestia said to them that if they were in a normal ship, she would recommend them to make an offering to him, asking for safe passage, but, since they were in a floating invisible fortress, it would not be necessary at all. And it was not like Eric couldn't handle anything that sea could throw at them. Helena's Revenge was smooth sailing through the waters when Eric jerked from his lawn chair. His sudden movement caught Selina and Serafal's attention. What happened, Eric? Serafal asked while looking at Eric through the shaded glasses that she was wearing. Since today was a Saturday, she was at home, relaxing with her family. That she was stark naked while relaxing was of no importance at all. I just felt a huge magical barrier at the edge of my senses. Eric replied to Serafall. Oh. A hidden island. Maybe is one from the legends. Selena said, getting animated with the discovery. She too was naked and was wearing only a pair of shaded glasses. Like Circe's Island. Or the Cyclops Island. Serafall replied, already with stars shining from her eyes. That's what I want to see. Eric set course to this magical barrier. Selena said, ordering the captain to change the yacht's course. Eric chuckled at that. Already did, love. I'm curious too about this mysterious island. Eric said and summoned some clothes for the three of them. It had taken 1 more hour of travel for Helena's Revenge to reach its destination. Eric slowly maneuvered the yacht around the border or the magic barrier while the trio analyzed it. 5 minutes later, they all had reached the same conclusions after trading some information. The magical barrier around the island was there to stop anyone from reaching it, be the person magical or not. It was designed to be invisible to anyone too. But it sure didn't take into consideration Eric's abnormal senses. Can you feel the type of energy that was used to make this barrier? Eric asked Selena and Serafall in a quiz-like way. Serafall nodded her head together with Selena in confirmation of Eric's question. Yes. The barrier had a divine origin. Selena said while mentally listing all the possibilities from the stories that she had read for the island's identity. Can we pass the barrier without being detected? Serafall asked Eric. She was very curious about the island too but didn't want to enrage any god from another pantheon in the process of satiating her curiosity. Eric shook his head negatively. We can't. Eric replied, making Serafall deflate her enthusiasm. But Helena's Revenge can. Eric added while smiling. The changes in the face of Serafall were priceless. It went from amused to sad and back to amused once again. She then saw the look that Eric was giving her and pouted. Sister. Husband is bullying me. Serafall fake cried to Selena, who chuckled at the Satan's behavior. Don't worry Sarah, we will make sure to punish him tonight. Selena said to Serafall while smiling wickedly. Serafall got the twist of her word and smiled too at Eric. The man in question just smiled at them. I will be waiting. Eric replied and blew a kiss to them. Come, let's go inside. We need to be hidden while crossing the barrier. Eric said again, changing the subject of the conversation and gesturing for the girl to get inside the cabins of the yacht. They followed Eric to the cockpit of Helena's Revenge and watched through the glass as Eric turned it in the direction of the magical barrier. Both women watched with apprehension as the yacht crossed the magical barrier without even causing a ripple to it. Eric's work at it had been really a work of art. As they put their eyes on the now revealed island, the eyes of the three went wide. Not because of some incredible sight or scenery, but because the island was very normal looking. It was like any typical island. It had a small mountain at its center that indicated the possibility of it being an extinct volcano. It was not high. Around 100 meters or so. Around the island, a sea of green forest could be seen with some big clearings here and there. The island's overall size was not very big, but it was not small too. Eric maneuvered Helena's Revenge silently through the calm waters of the paradise-looking island. Reaching near the shore, at a yet safe distance, Eric dropped the anchor of the yacht, and with a splash, it broke the water surface, anchoring Helena's Revenge in the place. Well, let's disembark. But be careful. Eric said to the girls and with a small flash of blue light, started to float over the deck of the yacht. Selena followed Eric and cast her own flight spell, while Serafall unruffled her wings. Together, the trio of lovers flew over the sea and landed slowly on the sandy beach. They looked around the place, noticing how pristine the beach looked. No debris brought by the sea could be seen on its sands, nor any kind of litter for that matter. This beach is too perfect for an island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. Selena said while still looking around. And she was right. The Mediterranean Sea was a place where storms were a constant, having sunk a lot of ships through the ages. All beaches were prone to have some kind of debris on their sands. Even if it was things from the own island, like dry branches and leaves. But this beach was pristine. Not debris at all. It could be the magical barrier keeping everything away from the island. Debris and storms alike. Eric replied to Selena. But at that, Eric heard some noises coming from the forest in front of them. It was the noise of someone or something running in the direction of the beach, the place where they were right now. Someone is coming. Eric said, warning the girls to be careful. Selena and Serafall assumed a defensive position by Eric's side and prepared themselves for the impact. But nothing could have prepared them for what appeared from the forest. Panting and with her cheeks rosed because of the physical exercise, a pretty teen-looking woman appeared from the forest. She looked at the trio with her almond eyes full of surprise. Together with the almond eyes, was a very long honey-colored hair that was loose at her back, and a very pretty face. Her body was one with modest but perfect curves that were being hidden by a white toga-like dress. The girl/woman stood in place, just looking at the trio, with wide-open eyes while breathing hard to recover her breath. When the panting stopped, Eric decided to break the silence. "Hello," Eric simply said. The girl/woman shook herself from her stupor with that. "Ah. That's not right," she exclaimed for the confusion of the trio. They normally only send a male. Now they send 3 of them with 2 being females. What do they have in their heads? The girl said and started to fume. Calm down. Nobody sent us anywhere," Selena said to the girl/woman, who looked at Selena like she was saying something stupid. "Yeah. Our husband felt a magical barrier and we decided to investigate with our yacht," Serafal said and pointed to Helena's Revenge, who was lazily floating while anchored. The girl/woman looked at them and then looked at the ship. Her eye went wide again. A ship. They had managed to reach the island with a ship. How? She stuttered out. Eric cocked his head in confusion at that question. "How, what?" Eric asked and the girl/woman looked at him dumbly and then at the anchored ship. "How could you reach this island with a ship? The gods had forbidden anyone that they want to reach here. They would normally reach here only when doing some quest and after having their boats sunk by some storm. They would then stay on the island for a time, just to be allowed to get out when I finally start to get feelings for them," the teen-looking woman said quickly with some moisture getting to her eyes. She had lost the count of how many heroes had come ashore, stayed, said word of love for her, just to leave the moment she would reciprocate that feeling. They always promised to come back for her, but they never did. The tears were almost getting the better of her, being held only by her sheer will. "And where, exactly, is here?" Eric asked the teen-looking woman. "You are on the island of Ogygia, of course," the teen-looking woman replied. Chapter 113, Welcome to Ogygia. Island of Ogygia, Mediterranean Sea. August 26, 1228, Saturday. "You are on the island of Ogygia, of course," the teen-looking woman replied. Selena, Serafal, and Eric made an face at that. Now they knew who this teen-looking woman really was. "So you must be Calypso, then," Selena says after recovering from the shock of knowing where they were. The teen-looking woman slowly nods her head in confirmation. "Yes. I am Calypso," Calypso says. "How do you know that?" she asks while looking at Selena. "Oh. You must not receive a lot of news while being alone here on this island. Well. The age of the Greeks has ended a lot of years ago. Like, more than 1,000 years ago. Their pantheon lost a lot of influence and is now just a speck of what used to be in its golden era," Selena started saying, and Calypso listened to her attentively. Their golden age has been gone for so long that the tales of their heroes had become legends. Histories of a distant past. And one of the most famous ones is from a man that once passed by this island, Odysseus, Selena says while observing Calypso's reaction. She got nothing more than a twitch in the corner of an eye. "So that lecher managed to reach his home," Calypso said without much of a change in her expression. Selena nodded her head at that. "The legend says so, but if it is truly what happened or not, I don't know. There is a popular saying from where I came from that says, 'Who tells a tale, increments,'" Selena says to Calypso, still measuring her reactions. And she is not left wanting. Calypso's face starts to morph into one of fury. "Yeah. And what does this legend says about me?" Calypso asks Selena. "Well, they tell that you had held him prisoner here in Ogygia for 7 years to be your husband. Until you could not take any more, and after having truly fallen in love with him, let him go back to his true wife in Ithaca," Selena said and slowly saw Calypso's face getting red in fury. Until she exploded, metaphorically speaking, of course. That absolute lecher of a piece of human trash," Calypso said while fuming. She then let out a sigh and seemed to deflate with it. Sigh. "He told me that he loved me since his first days on this island. I resisted his advance for as long as I could, but in the end, I succumbed to his charm," Calypso started saying sadly. 1 year. It had taken only 1 year for him to get tired of me in this island. Then, after promising the world to me, that he would come back to take me with him, etc., he sailed out of this island and never came back. I kept my hopes up for the first years, but then it hit me. He would not come back," Calypso finished saying sadly. At that Serafal jumped at the teen-looking woman and embraced her, bringing Calypso's head to her bosom. The nigh-immortal goddess, feeling the heat of another person for the first time in what could have been thousands of years, couldn't hold back anymore and started to cry while hugging Serafal back. There. Let it all out, Callie. Let out all that is stuck inside of you for all those years." Serafal gentle said to Calypso, and the goddess did exactly that. Selena gave Eric a look and approached the hugging girls. With one hand, she then started to caress Calypso's back with slow circular motions. Right. I will go and take some supplies from the yacht to prepare us some food. Be right back. Eric said and, with his body flashing a blue aura for an instant, flew to Helena's revenge. He knew that look coming from Selena. He had seen that look sometimes in his life, and it was normally after some female student or teacher had some type of breakdown. What Calypso needed now was a shoulder to cry. A female one that would listen to her and not judge. And Eric would give Selena and Serafal the space to do just that. 2 hours later, Eric was flying back from Helena's revenge while holding a big metallic structure. During these 2 hours that he had given to the girls, Eric was inside his workshop in Helena's revenge building something that he thought was a must-have for a night on a warm beach. When Eric arrived back at the beach, he saw the 3 women talking and laughing together. The pearls of laughter coming from Calypso were a sheer contrast with the crying goddess that he had seen before. Eric smiled at that while landing. Hey girls. I took the time to build something for us to use in our dinner. Eric said, getting the women's attention while putting the thing that he had built in the sand. The 3 women looked curiously at the thing. It was entirely made of metal, with a cylindrical shape with 4 feet that held it horizontally. On its side was something that looked like a handle made of metal that was twisted in a spring format, and, in what would be the top of the side if one took the springy handle, as being the front, was a metal pipe that strongly resembled a chimney. Selena, Serafal, and Calypso looked curiously at the metal invention. And what would that be, husband? Selena asked Eric, who took the metal springy handle and pulled it up, opening the metallic cylinder. Inside it, what the women saw was a metallic grill. This, my lovely wife, is a barbecue grill. Eric said while removing the grill and depositing some charcoal inside it after having summoned it with a snap of his fingers. With another snap, Eric lit the charcoal on fire and, after certifying himself that the fire had been lit successfully, closed the lid of the barbecue grill after putting the grill back in place. Slowly, plumes of white smoke started to get out of it through the chimney in its top side, and without bothering the group, rose to the skies. The 3 women watched in fascination while Eric was doing all this. For them, it looked like some kind of ritual. With the grill starting to warm, Eric conjured a table and summoned some ingredients from their pantry inside Helena's revenge. Cuts of chicken, pig, and ox appeared on the conjured table together with mushrooms, apples, carrots, onions, and different smelling spices, which most of them Eric had gotten during their trips to India and Africa. Calypso watched in fascination as Eric prepared everything with the dexterity of someone very used to doing that. This man who was the husband of the 2 women who had befriended her had very dexterous hands for preparing food. I wonder what more he could do with those dexterous hands. Calypso caught herself thinking and blushed a little. She then started to criticize herself for having the kind of thought about the husband of her new friends. Hold your horses, Calypso. She said to herself inside her head. She didn't notice, but Selena had a small smirk in the corner of her mouth after seeing the goddess blush. It didn't take long for Eric to complete his ritual with the ingredients. With the grill being brought to the right temperature, Eric opened the lid up and put the ingredients that would take more time to cook first. The meat sizzled when it made contact with the hot iron of the grill. And having put the food to smoke/grill, Eric looked at the 3 women who were watching him work. He smiled at them and summoned some lawn chairs and beverages for them to sit, drink and talk while waiting for the food to be ready. The talk for the night was a light one, with mainly Eric and Selena telling stories of their trips around the world and Serafal telling stories about her day-to-day in the underworld. Serafal had some very juicy gossip about what some devils had done or not done. That night, Calypso went to bed with a very happy smile on her face. A smile that had not been seen on her face for thousands of years. She only wished that this was not another stupid prank from the gods. Their idea of punishment was a twisted one sometimes. Calypso opened her eyes in a startled manner. It was already morning and one more day in Ogygia was starting. Her mind then went to the occurrences of the past day and she jumped from her bed. Quickly, Calypso changed her clothes from her sleeping ones to her common toga and started to run to the beach. Please, don't let it be a dream. Please, don't let it be a dream. Please, don't let it be a dream. Calypso repeated that mantra inside her head while running to the beach where she had eaten barbecue with her friends last night. When she jumped out of the forest and into the beach, Calypso came across Eric organizing a table with a lot of things to eat. Calypso then let out a breath that she didn't know she was holding until now. It was not a dream. She giddy thought inside her head. Eric looked at her and smiled. Good morning, sleepyhead. Take a seat, breakfast will be ready soon. Eric said and went back to organizing the table. His smile had set in motion some butterflies inside her stomach. She knew what was happening. And it was too soon. Where are Sally and Sarah? Calypso asked Eric while taking a seat. Her talk with the 2 women had been so deep that they had started to call themselves by shortened names, and in Selina's case, by her second name. She then looked at all the delicious-looking things on the table and her mouth watered at the fragrance coming from some of them. They tend to sleep a little more during weekends. But they will be coming soon. Eric replied to Calypso while remembering about the wild night that he and the girls had yesterday with them trying to punish him for being mean with Seraphal. No sooner said than done, Selina and Seraphal landed on the beach. Each one walked to Eric first and kissed him. They then walked to Calypso and hugged the teen-looking goddess. "Good morning, love." "Good morning, Callie," Seraphal said. Something that was mirrored by Selina. "Good morning," Calypso replied while the two women took their seats. After the breakfast, which had Calypso moaning most of the time with the delicious things she was eating, that she later discovered were prepared by Eric himself, Calypso gave a tour of the island of Ogygia to the group. Calypso showed them all of her favorite spots. From the orchard and garden that she cultivated carefully, to her favorite place with a view of the sea, which, coincidentally, was a place where one could see where Helena's revenge had been anchored. Calypso had fun with her new friends in a way that she had never had in the past. The next day, Seraphal had to go back to the underworld to return to her job and left Eric, Selina, and Calypso alone in Ogygia. Eric retired himself to his workshop and left the two women alone to talk or do whatever they wanted. Calypso and Selina were taking bath in the pond of fresh water that Calypso often used when Selina came from behind Calypso and hugged her soft body to hers. The goddess let out a yeep sound in surprise at the skin contact. She could feel Selina's breasts on her back and gulp at that. If one thing that her years of isolation had taught her was to not be picky. Selina, being a head taller than Calypso, brought the goddess with her to the limit of the pond and took a seat in a submerged stone, pulling the goddess to her lap. Calypso had to admit, she was liking very much the skin contact and dived into Selina's hug, snuggling into her naked body comfortably. The two women stood there, in silence for a time. Just enjoying each other's presence. "So, Callie, what do you think of Eric?" Selina asked, dropping the bomb on Calypso.